The guard, Xiao Zhang, was already waiting outside the National Security Bureau in a jeep. He got in the car and immediately instructed Xiao Zhang to head to the criminal police team. Captain Yan Jingming was in his office writing reports when he saw his old military school comrade, who used to sleep in the bunk below him, and looked quite surprised. "Hey, Captain Hua, what brings you here today?" Yan Jingming was dressed in a green short-sleeve police uniform. He put down his pen and quickly walked over, naturally reaching out to embrace Hua Xiaohan's shoulder. "Yan Jingming." Hua Xiaohan quickly extended his left hand, stepping back to stop Yan Jingming's movement. He also turned his right shoulder away. In the next moment, Yan Jingming noticed blood seeping from Hua Xiaohan's right shoulder, and his brow furrowed. "How did you get hurt? Let me get something to bandage it." "No need. I'm here to ask for your help with something," Hua Xiaohan said straightforwardly, grabbing Yan Jingming's hand. Seeing Hua Xiaohan's usually calm demeanor showing a rare hint of anxiety, Yan Jingming's stern expression tightened. "What is it? Tell me. I want to ask you to help me find that sketch artist you mentioned before, to draw a portrait for me. As long as her complete image is drawn, whether they're just two similar people or actually Su Wan, his guess can be confirmed." Yan Jingming was slightly surprised. "Who are you drawing, an enemy agent?" "Don't worry about that for now. Is the portrait artist you mentioned here?" Hua Xiaohan's dark, deep eyes were complex. Two pairs of similar brows and eyes kept appearing in his mind. One pair was more delicate and vibrant, while the other was a bit more gentle. Both had shallow dimples, full and moist lips, and even the naturally upturned curve of their lips was the same, fresh and soft. He couldn't believe they could be two different people. Moreover, yesterday, when she hid in the basement of the hospital, she seemed to know she couldn't keep it a secret much longer and was about to confess to him, but he interrupted her. Then, right after that, some plaster fell from the wall, covering both of them because of the summer heat, sticking to their faces. It was at that moment she dared to lift her head and let him see her full appearance. And on the day she refused to let him leave, it was Wu Ma who came to bring him food. The food tasted a bit worse than usual. How could there be so many coincidences centered around one person? Seeing his good friend so anxious, Yan Jingming left the office without a word. Soon, he returned with a young man in his 30s who had a bit of an artistic vibe. He held a drawing board and sketching pencils. The artist skillfully twirled the pencil with his fingers, sitting on the sofa, and began to outline based on Hua Xiaohan's description. Hua Xiaohan described her as he remembered seeing her at the social event and then at the hospital wearing a mask. One showed the upper half of her face, and the other showed the lower half. For an artist who had participated in dozens of criminal cases, piecing together the two halves of the face was much simpler than previous cases. Hua Xiaohan held his breath, watching the artist easily sketch the image from his few descriptions of outlines and details. It couldn't be said to be identical, but at least it was about 80 to 90% accurate. As the artist drew her soft, watery eyes, Hua Xiaohan's breath deepened. Then, as he drew her full, glistening lips, Hua Xiaohan's hands, which were resting at his sides, suddenly clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. Blood from the wound on his right shoulder began to seep through the bandage little by little. What had started as a raindrop-sized spot was now spreading like an ink blot on his beige military uniform. "Who is this comrade? She looks just like a movie star from a magazine, with such beautiful eyes and features." Yan Jingming first finished writing the unfinished materials. The more he listened to the description of the comrade by Hua Xiaohan, the more curious he became, so he approached with his hands behind his back. Although only the eyes, mouth, and outline were drawn, it was breathtaking at first glance. When he looked up at Hua Xiaohan's expression, his usually cold and stern face resembled an ancient block of ice. His eyes were dark and deep, filled with mixed emotions that seemed very complex and contradictory, making it hard to understand his thoughts at that moment. After the portrait artist finished sketching the features that Hua Xiaohan described, only the nose was left. The artist, trained in muscle growth and contours, measured the overall features and muscle direction with a sketch pencil on the paper. After some thought, the artist began to draw again, quickly creating a delicate and elegant nose. With a loud boom, Hua Xiaohan saw the complete portrait in front of him. Although he had prepared himself, his mind still exploded in shock. The blood in his veins surged, and his ears rang. His heart raced wildly in his chest. It really was her. At the Hua family home, Mrs. Hua leaned against the bed, holding her chest, looking very unwell. Hua Hong sat beside her, fanning her and trying to calm her down. "Brother, are you really going to make Mom so upset?" Hua Hong was genuinely angry this time. Previous small arguments could be overlooked, but even if they had been caught by the police, Hua Hong wouldn't have been this upset. "That's the National Security Bureau. I was wondering why she had been so well-behaved this month, even more so than Xiaowei. Turns out she has been infiltrated and turned into a spy. How could a person's nature change so easily?" As she spoke, Hua Hong began to cry, worried that the National Security Bureau would uncover something that could implicate the entire Hua family, especially Hua Xiaohan, who might be ruined by this troublemaker. At first, sister-in-law stopped you from bringing her to Beiping. Now look at the situation. You only have 2 sons. The elder son contributes to the country's research efforts, essentially handing him over to the nation. Xiaohan will definitely be implicated and expelled from the military. Hua Hong had raised Hua Xiaohan when he was young, and she felt more distressed than anyone else. Crouching by the door, Su Xiaowei had red eyes and was wiping away her tears. Then, with a thud, she knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Grandma Hua, Uncle Hua, Aunt Hong. I never expected my sister would do something like this." Grandma Hua was so angry that she couldn't speak. She pointed at Hua Jiangwo with great difficulty, saying, "You really want to ruin the reputation and legacy our family has built for 3 generations." After saying this, Grandma Hua pounded her chest in pain. Then she turned away, clearly annoyed with Su Xiaowei, who was still kneeling. "Our family has really suffered. You truly want to harm the entire Hua family and Xiaohan." "Mom, I have looked into it and found no suspicious evidence against Suwon. We just brought her back to verify her identity. How could Suwon be a spy?" Hua Jiangwo's expression was dark. He was also in disbelief when he heard the news. He immediately called someone from the National Security Bureau. "Brother, how can you still be so stubborn at this point?" Hua Hong stood up, agitated. "Is there anyone taken by national security who is innocent? I've never seen anyone taken by national security return safely. Is Suwon's identity questionable? So, she might not really be Suwon. A spy could have found out that you wanted Xiaohan to date Suwon, so they sent someone similar to impersonate her. And now, Xiaohan has brought a spy into our home." Hua Hong held her forehead, feeling dizzy. "Uncle Hua, Aunt Hong, ever since my sister fell into the water, I've noticed she has changed, and there are many strange things about her. I always thought it was my sister who was changing, but I didn't expect." After saying this, Su Xiaowei continued to cry, carefully observing everyone's expressions in the Hua family. They all thought it was Suwon who had changed, but it was actually someone else entirely. No wonder she came to study in Beijing. Besides Su Xiaowei, no one else knew her. "Hua Hong, you and Aunt Wu go throw out all of Suwon's things, leaving nothing behind. She has nothing to do with our family," Grandma Hua said, coughing heavily. Just as Hua Hong was about to get up, Hua Jiangwo stopped her, saying, "Mom, Suwon can't be a spy. If there was a problem, we would have been investigated by national security already. Maybe she was discovered before she could fully infiltrate." Mrs. Hua waved her hand at Hua Hong, urging her to hurry. Then she turned to Hua Jiangwo and said, "You need to call the national security people right now. Tell them that she only came to Beijing to study and stayed with our family for just 1 day. The next day, she went to work as a nanny for Principal Song. She has no connection to our family. Hua Xiaohan has never met Suwon and doesn't know her, which is why he was deceived by her." Listening to Mrs. Hua, Su Xiaowei felt extremely happy inside, but she still pretended to be confused and flustered on the outside. "Mom, the national security personnel are still investigating, and nothing has been decided yet. I absolutely will not make that call." Hua Jiangwo firmly stopped Hua Hong. "Hua Hong, Go make the call, and have Wu Ma throw out all of Suwon's things, Mrs. Hua commanded in a strong tone, coughing as she gave orders. Hua Hong hurried to leave from the other side, but was grabbed by Hua Jiangwo. At that moment, Wu Ma walked into the room. Madam, Chief Hua, Suwon is back, along with 2 national security personnel. Everyone in the room immediately looked toward the door. They saw Suwon walking in with the 2 national security officers. Compared to the 2 serious officers from the morning, these 2 were smiling. Sister? Su Xiaohui was shocked, her eyes wide. She had just been taken in for questioning that morning. How could she be back in the afternoon? No, she must have returned with national security to identify or search for some suspicious evidence. The Hua family members were also surprised, and Mrs. Hua turned to look at Suwon. Suwon calmly greeted everyone, her long, dark eyelashes fluttering gently. Grandma Hua, Uncle Hua, and Hong. When her gaze landed on Su Xiaohui, who was kneeling on the ground, a cold smile appeared on her lips. Chief Hua, we sincerely thank Comrade Suwon for cooperating with our investigation. After our review, we found that the report was not accurate. We specifically brought Comrade Suwon back to apologize and clarify the situation. The previously expressionless and imposing leader Wang now wore a friendly smile, appearing much more approachable as he apologized to Chief Hua.
What?
The national security people made a mistake? Mrs. Hua, who had been feeling unwell, suddenly sat up straight in bed. Hua Hong quickly wiped away her tears. After contacting Suwon's relatives and verifying with Principal Song's family, we found no issues with Suwon's identity. She has been deliberately slandered, said team leader Wang, glancing at Su Xiaohui, who was kneeling on the ground with red, tear-filled eyes. His black-framed glasses reflected a chilling light. This made Su Xiaohui's body tremble uncontrollably, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. The informant believes that Suwon's foreign language skills changed drastically in just 1 month, going from a score of 3 to being hired as a first-level translator by a publishing house, raising suspicions that she might be a spy. According to protocol, we must investigate any reports received, team leader Wang continued, turning his gaze to Director Hua. However, because Suwon's sister, Su Xiaohui, distorted the truth and provided false information during our inquiry, it led us off track in our investigation. Therefore, we will take her back on charges of obstructing justice. As soon as team leader Wang finished speaking, everyone from the Hua family turned their eyes towards Su Xiaohui, who was kneeling on the ground, disbelief written on their faces. How could Suwon's situation be connected to Su Xiaohui? Hearing this, Su Xiaohui's face turned pale, as if all the blood had drained from her body, and she broke into a cold sweat. Faced with the surprised gazes of Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua, she weakly shook her head, her mouth slightly open as if to say something, but no words came out. She didn't expect this to happen. She thought that even if she lied, it wouldn't matter much. It would just be a mistake on her part. Why were they going to take her away? National security. What exactly did Su Xiaohui say during the inquiry? Hua Jiangwo asked, furrowing his brows. Team leader Wang then recounted what Su Xiaohui had said during the questioning. Some of her statements were true, but many were completely opposite to Suwon's situation. She claimed there was a birthmark when there wasn't, and insisted Suwon was allergic to peanuts when she wasn't. This was clearly a deliberate slander and framing. The national security personnel would not conclude that Suwon was a spy based on a few false statements from Su Xiaohui. They would certainly verify the information from multiple sources. Su Xiaohui's boldness in lying and framing her sister in front of national security was undoubtedly a challenge to their authority. Xiaohui, how could you lie like this in front of national security and slander your sister? This is a crime, Hua Jiangwo said angrily. If it weren't for the national security officer saying it directly, he wouldn't have believed that the well-behaved and smart Su Xiaohui would secretly harm her own sister. He even wondered if the information he had gathered in Chanting Village was intentionally spread by Su Xiaohui. Hua Hong looked at Su Xiaohui with a terrifying sense of unfamiliarity. She appeared small and weak, but was actually so cruel. How much did she hate her sister? I understand now. You are not mentally unwell. You intentionally hurt yourself that day to frame your sister, Hua Hong said, realizing. If Suwon hadn't seen you that day, we would have thought it was Suwon who did this to you. Old lady who sat on the bed, her gaze cold as she looked at Su Xiaohui, still shocked and surprised. She never expected that the usually gentle and caring Su Xiaohui, who would massage her legs and read the newspaper, could be so venomous. No, Uncle Hua, Aunt Hong, it must have been when the national security officer found me that I had another episode, and I was confused, mixing up right and wrong. Su Xiaohui pleaded, kneeling on the ground, shaking her head in despair, tears streaming down her face. She pulled at her hair and hit her head, talking to herself. It must be that I had another episode. It has to be. Then she suddenly looked up at Suwon, crawling over to her, her face flushed and tears flowing. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm really not sure why I became like this. It feels like something has invaded my mind and is controlling me. It's really scary. I feel like there are bugs crawling in my head. It hurts. Ah. At the end, she screamed in agony and continued to hit her head, pulling her hair fiercely. The neat braids she had were now a tangled mess. In no time, she had pulled out several strands of hair. Her behavior was no different from someone going mad. Everyone in the room was startled. It seemed like she truly had a mental issue. Hua Hong wanted to step forward to stop her, but seeing Su Xiaohui in such a frenzy, she was afraid that she might lose control and bite her. Because there was a senior student at their school who suddenly went crazy due to the pressure of studying. When teachers and classmates tried to stop him, he bit off a piece of flesh from one of them. Sister, I'm really sorry. I will find a way to get the things out of my head, Su Xiaohui said with red eyes, feeling both wronged and frantic. Her expression showed her distress, while her actions revealed her madness. She was no longer satisfied with just hitting her head with her hands. She was now banging her head against the wall. Each time her forehead hit the cold wall, it made a loud sound, and soon blood began to ooze from her forehead. Suwon was unsure if Su Xiaohui had a tendency for self-harm, as she always seemed to resort to hurting and tormenting herself to achieve her goals. It was extreme and radical. This time, she was using self-harm and emotional manipulation, pretending to be mentally unstable to avoid being taken away by the security agents and to cover up her maliciousness. However, Suwon would not let her succeed. Before coming, she had informed the two security agents that Su Xiaohui might resort to extreme measures to harm herself or act out to escape. So when the agents saw Su Xiaohui in this state, they remained completely indifferent and unmoved. Team leader Wang had seen many types of people during his years at the Security Bureau, including those who were even more ruthless than her. Xiaohui is about to go crazy. You need to stop her, Mrs. Hua said, unable to watch any longer, addressing Hua Jiangwo. Director Hua, we have all been through many battles. This is not the first time we've encountered such a situation. We should let her calm down on her own. The more we intervene, the crazier she will become, Team leader Wang said, glancing at Hua Jiangwo. It's like a child who falls. If you rush over to comfort and hold them, they will only cry harder. Director Hua, you are a grandfather now. You should understand this better than I do. This statement was very clear. Su Xiaohui was pretending to be crazy. Hua Jiangwo, who had initially shown some sympathy, now had a serious expression and said firmly, Xiaohui, stop this. Go back with the security agents and honestly explain the situation. You'll be back in a few days. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaohui paused her headbanging for a moment, but then continued to hit the wall recklessly. The more she was suspected, the more she felt she had to keep acting. She absolutely could not be exposed. She began to emit terrifying growls. She absolutely cannot admit that she deliberately slandered and framed Suwon. She would rather be seen as crazy than confess. Seeing Su Xiaohui's fierce determination, Suwon realized she was truly pushing herself to the edge. She didn't want her to escape by pretending to be sick after fainting. Xiaohui, at first I thought you had a mental issue too. But after the national security incident, I noticed that every time you had an episode, it was always related to me, while you seemed fine at other times. Soo-won said with a pained expression. On the day of Captain Hwa's surgery, you saw him ask me to feed him and learned that I would soon return to the Hwa family. After we parted, you ran to a small alley to hurt yourself and bang your head against the wall. If you truly had a mental problem, why didn't you act out in the hospital when Grandma Hwa was there? You only started acting out after she left and I was gone. Indeed, people with mental issues usually react in the moment, like that student from their school, without regard for time or place. Actually, Hwa Hong had some doubts after returning home that day, but didn't want to think too deeply about it. However, now that the national security incident had occurred, Hwa Hong could only think the worst of Su Xiaohui. Sister, it's all my fault for not controlling my emotions. If only I hadn't had an episode when national security contacted me, I didn't know my condition would worsen. Su Xiaohui once again ran her hands through her messy hair, frantically rubbing it. The blood seeping from her forehead made her look even more frantic and frightening, much like a mother crazed with worry for her child. Soo-won was waiting for her to say this, smirking slightly, and continued. Now national security is here and wants to take you back. Why aren't you speaking erratically? Instead, you keep trying to explain and make excuses for yourself. When it involves me, you just happen to go crazy and provide national security with a series of false information about me not being Soo-won. As soon as she said this, the previously doubtful gaze of Grandma Hwa turned sharp. It seemed she was on the edge of madness, crying and causing self-harm, yet her thoughts were remarkably clear, and her speech was coherent. Her eyes did not reflect the behavior of someone truly losing their mind. Besides these 2 times, who else has seen you act out and speak incoherently? Soo-won's words reminded everyone even more. Su Xiaohui had been living in the Hwa family for over a month, spending almost every hour there, but no one noticed anything unusual about her. Her communication was completely normal. I can testify that besides the old lady, Xiaohui spent the most time with me. She is very clever and speaks well, even managing to charm the old lady. I never noticed anything wrong with her speech, Wuma said as she came forward to testify. Xiaohui, if you make mistakes, you must face the consequences. Don't think you can hide your problems by pretending to be mentally ill. If you keep acting this way, you will only harm yourself and others. We cannot tolerate your deliberate slander against your sister, Hwa Jang-wo said sternly, his expression serious. He was extremely disappointed in Su Xiaohui. Although her grades were good, her understanding was quite limited. She seemed to think that rolling on the ground and throwing a tantrum would solve everything. If Su Xiaohui were truly mentally disturbed, would the national security officials not notice during their questioning? Team Leader Wang, please take Su Xiaohui away now, Hwa Jang-wo said, turning to Team Leader Wang. We absolutely trust the judgment of the national security officers, Hwa Hong added coldly. I really don't understand how you suddenly became like this. Why are you trying to slander your sister? Why are you targeting her? At first, Su Xiaohui's act was convincing, but as time went on, it became clear that her madness changed with their conversation. When her older brother suggested that the national security take her away, she suddenly froze. The old lady sat silently, but her attitude spoke volumes. If Su Xiaohui continued to pretend, everyone would see it as a farce, and her tantrums would only lead to their disdain, not belief in her supposed mental illness. Seeing the 2 national security officers approach, Su Xiaohui glanced at Grandma Hwa's reaction and realized that continuing her act was pointless. Her face turned pale as she understood that once she left the Hwa family, she would never have another chance to return. Clenching her fists, she thought that even if she was finished, she would ruin Soo-won. Suddenly, she broke free from the officer's grasp, fell to the ground in despair, and cried out, Grandma Hwa, Uncle Hwa, Aunt Hong, I don't want to be like this. I am being forced by my sister. You all have no idea how bad my sister is. She has been trouble since she was little, always hurting others. She has bullied me my whole life, hitting me, scolding me, and even trying to burn me with a hot iron. She once tied red cloth on me to make a bold charge at me. Clearly, I am more sensible than my sister. I do better in school, and I work harder, but our parents always favor her and spoil her. I don't dare to fight back because no one has ever helped me. After coming to the Hua family, I felt warmth for the first time. I am afraid my sister will cause trouble again and bring shame to the Hua family. So, I just want you to send my sister back home. I don't want to live in her shadow anymore. I am truly scared of her. Just seeing her makes my hands shake uncontrollably. Shall we? You say I burned you with the iron? Then where are your burn marks? You wanted to play with the iron, and I was afraid you would hurt yourself, so I wouldn't let you. She knew Xiaowei would use those old stories to gain sympathy. Even if she were to face trouble, she would drag me down with her. Her mindset is twisted. She has always compared herself to me secretly. She wants to be better than me in everything and constantly tries to put me down. She only feels happy when I am struggling and doing worse than her. And you say I tied the red cloth behind your back to make the bull go wild? But no one in the village saw my face. They only saw someone wearing a shirt like mine and a straw hat. Later, Lu Tsuaping, who usually plays with you, went around saying it was me. The day after I fell into the water, Lu Tsuaping's cousin Su Chong's mother came to my house to propose. My dad had told the family not to talk about the fact that Huituan didn't want to marry me, yet Su Chong's mother from another village knew about it. How did she find out? Are you saying you didn't tell Lu Tsuaping? In the end, everyone in the village knew I was unwanted and my reputation was ruined. You say you don't want the Hua family to be harmed, so you want to send us back home? Sending me back home is the same as wishing for my downfall. By the end, Su Wan's voice was choked, and her eyes were slightly red. Who is really bullying whom, and who has been ruining my reputation behind my back? Hu Jiangwo looked at Xiaowei, filled with anger. In the past, he might not have believed this. But now, Xiaowei dares to accuse Su Wan of being a spy in front of the national security. What else is she capable of? Hua Hong looked at Su Xiaowei in disbelief, as if her long-held beliefs had been severely shaken. If both of these things were true, Su Xiaowei was truly frightening. She accused her sister of being a murderer and spread rumors about her being untrustworthy throughout the village. Each incident seemed aimed at ruining her sister's life and reputation. In the countryside, and even in the capital, once a woman is labeled as a murder suspect and untrustworthy, her life is essentially over. Xiaowei Yu. Grandma Hu clutched her chest, feeling a dull pain. She didn't want to believe it, and she was scared to believe it. For over a month, she had been with a poisonous snake. Su Xiaowei nearly made her have a heart attack. No, it's not me. I didn't do it. Su Xiaowei's face drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet of paper, and she was so panicked that she could barely speak. She had intended to gain sympathy by mentioning Su Wan's past misdeeds, but hadn't expected Su Wan to reveal her own actions instead. Whether it's true or not, I will send someone to Qianting village to investigate these two matters, Hu Jiangwo said coldly, his gaze at Su Xiaowei sharp. Comrades from National Security, I appreciate your help. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowei was completely panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. She was the one who had tricked Lu Tsuaping into saying that. If Uncle Hu sent someone to find Lu Tsuaping, the truth would come out. This would clear Su Wan's name and remove any bias from the Hua family. No, she couldn't let that happen. She couldn't let Su Wan have an easy time either. Grandma Hua, what I said is true. Don't be fooled by my sister. My sister is a scheming and untrustworthy woman, vengeful and deceitful. At the social dance held at the military district, she deliberately flirted with Brother Hua, making him pursue her relentlessly while pretending to be a pediatric nurse. She claims she won't marry Brother Hua, but while working as a maid at Principal Song's house, she has been using her connection to get close to Brother Hua and learn about his preferences. Later, at the dance, she pretended to be someone else to entice Brother Hua, keeping her true identity hidden just to toy with his feelings. She also wanted to take revenge on your family and make you all uncomfortable. The sandals in that cabinet were bought as a gift for my sister. They are exactly her size, Su Xiaowei stated, presenting this substantial evidence. No matter what, she had to bring Su Wan down. Even if it meant her own destruction, she could not let Su Wan live. As soon as she said this, the members of the Hua family turned to Su-won, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. The nurse who had been taking care of Hwa-han was actually Su-won? Although the women at the social event wore masks, how could Hwa-han not recognize her? Furthermore, Su-won had been the one bringing him meals during his hospital stay. After spending so much time together, how could Hwa-han not notice anything? Old Lady Hua remembered that when Su Xiaowei mentioned the sandals in the hospital, Su-won had remained calm. She even wished for Hwa-han to marry soon and expressed happiness for him. Could it be that what Su Xiaowei said was true? Was Su-won deliberately seeking revenge on the Hua family? Was she retaliating against Hwa-han because she felt slighted when she first arrived in Beijing, while only her sister received gifts and they did not like her? And because Hwa-han refused to marry her when they were in Qiantang village, she felt deeply humiliated and developed feelings of resentment. So, she approached Hwa-han under a different identity, making him infatuated with her, keeping him hanging. When he was ready to marry her, she would reveal her true identity and humiliate him, bringing shame to the Hua family. Old Lady Hua furrowed her brow, her forehead lined with deep wrinkles, each one like a scar that instilled fear. Hwa-hong also gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this could be true. So many women had pursued Hwa-han, all beautiful, yet he had not shown interest in any of them. How could Su-won succeed in getting close to him? But those women's sandals were indeed bought by Hua Xiaohan, and he had confirmed it, with the size matching Su-won's perfectly. This matter could easily be verified with Hwa-han. Su Xiaowei had no reason to continue lying and slandering. The roller coaster of events made her heart race in her chest. Su-won, did you impersonate a nurse to attend the social event? Hwa-hong questioned, staring intently into Su-won's eyes. At the same time, Hua Jingwo's deep gaze fell on Su-won's face. The room was unusually quiet, and one could hear a pin drop. Su-won didn't understand how Su Xiaowei knew all this. She remembered that Su Xiaowei had once mentioned encountering Fang Yu at the hospital and had tried to test if she was the one who replaced Tingting. It must have been that day when Su Xiaowei overheard something else. Su Xiaowei was very familiar with her physical features, so she must have suspected her for a long time. While she went downstairs to cook, Su Xiaowei sneaked into her room and found the dress she wore at the dance. She also discovered the pen engraved with English. So that American-made pen was taken by Su Xiaowei. Facing the heavy gaze of the Hua family and Su Xiaowei's sinister look, which seemed to want to drag her down with her, Su-won took a deep breath. Her clear, dark eyes looked at Hwa-hong with purity and determination. Uncle Hua, Aunt Hong, I admit that I attended the social event. But that was because Dr. Song asked me to help fill in the numbers, and I had no idea that Captain Hua was also there. Since I woke up after falling into the water, I have never thought about having any entanglement with Captain Hua. Later, when Captain Hua went to find Secretary Jiang, I directly asked Secretary Jiang to refuse him. Right now, I am focused on studying and preparing for university. I have no thoughts about Captain Hua and do not like him at all. Then she gently opened her lips and added, Please rest assured, I will find a place to move out soon. Hua Xiaohan walked out of the police station with a cold expression. As soon as he entered the living room, he heard Su-won's soft and gentle voice, firm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, saying, I am only focused on going to university and have no thoughts about Captain Hua. I do not like him at all. I will find a place to move out soon. Each word struck him. The depths of his originally cold and emotionless eyes suddenly showed a flicker of change, like a peering in 1,000-year-old ice. It made him feel an inexplicable pain in his chest, as if something sharp had scratched him, leaving him unsettled. This was an emotion he had never experienced before, and his sharp brows furrowed. He quickly stepped forward. Sister, stop lying. If you really don't want to have any entanglement with Brother Hua and don't like him, then why not just tell Brother Hua your true identity? How did Brother Hua know your shoe size? You must have secretly met him again after the dance party while pretending to be a nurse. Su Xiaowei argued, seizing on the flaw in the sandals. Old lady Hua looked at Suwon with an increasingly cold and sharp gaze. If she really refused, how could Xiaohan have given her the sandals? From what Xiaohan knew about Suwon's shoe size, it seemed they had not only met, but had spent some time together. But how could Xiaohan not recognize her? Was Suwon truly as cunning as Su Xiaohui claimed, using some method to deceive even the battle-hardened Hua Xiaohan? Or did Hua Xiaohan already suspect that the nurse was Suwon but chose not to believe it, which is why he hadn't confronted her? Suwon met Su Xiaohui's venomous gaze, which seemed to want to drag her down too. She pressed her lips together and said clearly, "I didn't mention it because I didn't want to be involved with Captain Hua. I thought once the dance party was over, everything would be finished. I never expected Captain Hua would go to Secretary Jiang." Then, Suwon looked at Old Lady Hua and Hua Jiangwo. "Grandma, Uncle Hua, everything I said is true. I did not accept anything that Captain Hua asked Secretary Jiang to give me. You can contact Secretary Jiang to confirm or ask Captain Hua. As for how Captain Hua knew my shoe size, I'm not sure." Suwon guessed that Hua Xiaohan must have seen her shoe size when he helped her with the sandals. But rather than say it herself, it would be more convincing if Hua Xiaohan said it. After all, her disguise was already hard to maintain. Now that she had money, she just needed to move out of the Hua family quickly. "Grandma, Dad, what Comrade Suwon said is true." Hua Xiaohan's deep, slightly hoarse voice came from outside the door, his jaw tightening. "The things I gave her, including the medical expenses I covered, Comrade Suwon asked Secretary Jiang to pass on to me. I know her shoe size because the strap of her sandal broke and I saw it. But when I bought sandals in her size, Comrade Suwon had already disappeared. And she clearly rejected me. She didn't want to be involved with him, so she never told him the truth. Was it really like that? Regardless, what she said afterward was the truth." Hua Xiaohan's deep, dark eyes examined Suwon's back, which was as straight as a jade hairpin. Everyone turned around to see Hua Xiaohan standing at the door in a neat beige military uniform. The fabric on his right shoulder was stained with blood, some fresh and some already dried. His handsome, resolute face looked slightly tired and pale, with his striking, cold eyes showing signs of worldly weariness. He appeared even more distant and silent than usual. Hua Xiaohan, who always paid attention to his military appearance and was strict with himself, had his collar button loosely undone. Even after just finishing surgery, he would tidy himself up meticulously, but now he had stubble on his chin, as if he had faced some kind of setback. Suwon was surprised to see Hua Xiaohan. She hadn't expected him to show up at this moment, nor did she think he would testify for her. She had imagined what would happen after the fall from grace, thinking they would never meet again.
She thought that would be fine.
But she didn't expect him to appear right at the scene of the incident. This left her unsure of what to do. Su Xiaohui, seeing Hua Xiaohan, was taken aback, her hair disheveled, her face a mix of sweat and tears, looking both pale and flushed, her mouth slightly open. She pinched her fingertip hard, clearly more flustered than before. Why was Brother Hua back at this time? No, she absolutely couldn't let him notice anything. Hua Xiaohan pressed his thin lips together, instinctively avoiding Suwon's gaze, his cold, sharp eyes fixed on Su Xiaohui. His stare was intimidating, creating a strong sense of pressure. "How do you know all this?" he asked, his brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't understand how Su Xiaohui knew so much. Did she really guess that Suwon was the one pretending to be the nurse just from a pair of sandals? Or had she discovered something from Suwon? "Brother Hua," Su Xiaohui's lips trembled, feeling extreme fear under his piercing gaze. She certainly couldn't reveal that she had sneaked into Suwon's room several times while Suwon was downstairs cooking or using the bathroom, and found the blue and white blouse mentioned by Fong Yu. She had also discovered red ink stains on it, especially the American-made pen, which had the initials HXH engraved inside the cap. That was definitely Brother Hua's initials. It must have been the pen he gave Suwon at the dance party. From that moment on, she was determined to find a way to send Suwon back home, even if it meant making her disappear. She also noticed that Brother Hua seemed unaware that the nurse Tingting was actually Suwon in disguise. That's why she took the pen, fearing that one day Brother Hua would recognize Su-won. "You've been investigating me?" "Answer my question," Hua Xiaohan said coldly again. His gaze was sharp, making Su Xiaohui's face grow paler. It's all my sister's doing. She has a habit of talking in her sleep. One night, I got up to use the bathroom and heard her talking. I was worried, so I went to check on her and heard her talking in her sleep," Su Xiaohui said, biting her lip and putting on a pitiful expression, tears streaming down her face as she timidly continued. "She just wants to get back at you for not marrying her in Chanting Village, which ruined her reputation and brought her great shame. So she wants to destroy you and even falsely accuse you of being inappropriate." "Shut up," Hua Xiaohan interrupted her sharply, his brows furrowed tightly. Looking at Su Xiaohui was like watching a rabid dog ready to bite. He had only interacted with Su-won a few times, and each time she avoided and rejected him. Even when she hurt her foot or broke her sandal strap, she still kept her distance. The last time, she had panicked and run to the basement of the hospital. If she had deceived him or played with him, he might believe it. But to say she wanted to falsely accuse him, when he saved Su-won in Chanting Village, she could have done that. She could have used that reason to force him to marry her. Suddenly, Hua Xiaohan realized that Su Xiaohui's obedient demeanor had led him to unconsciously believe her words. Coupled with Su-won's fierce and domineering nature, it was indeed possible for her to do such things. So, he had never doubted Su Xiaohui's words.
But now,
he cast a sharp, skeptical glance at her. Logically, as Su-won's sister, if Su-won was suspected of being a spy, Su Xiaohui would definitely be taken for secret questioning. They had lived together since childhood, and Su Xiaohui knew her sister's characteristics best. If Su Xiaohui spoke honestly for Su-won, Su-won should not have been taken away by the security agency. Thinking about the moment when Su-won was taken away by the national security, Su Xiaohui's expression of wanting to label Su-won as a spy came to mind. Her eyes instantly turned cold, filled with a chilling frost. Did he misunderstand Su-won in many ways before? "Xiaohui, how can you be so cruel at such a young age? How can you slander your sister like this? I've slept in the same room as Won, and I never heard her talking in her sleep. Besides, how could you hear her so clearly through a closed door?" Aunt Wu immediately stepped forward to defend Su-won, speaking passionately. At this point, the members of the Hua family realized that Su Xiaohui had truly lost her mind. Even Hua Xiaohan had stood up to clarify for Su-won, yet Su Xiaohui continued to throw accusations at Su-won as if she had some deep-seated grudge against her. She was almost completely irrational. Old lady Hua never expected this. She thought Su Xiaohui was a good person. But now it was clear that not all family members are alike. If Su-won was selfish and domineering, then Su Xiaohui was truly venomous. She could not allow someone like this to remain in the Hua family. Neither sister could stay. Xiaohan, don't ask. She hasn't spoken a single truth. If she dares to accuse Su-won of being a spy in front of national security, what else wouldn't she say? We cannot keep someone like her. National security, please take her away quickly. Old lady Hua snorted coldly, wanting national security to take this poisonous snake away. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaohan's eyes turned even colder. Did that mean everything she said about Su-won before was just to slander her? For example, her claim that Su-won liked Meng Xinhao and wanted to date him, or the incident when Su-won and Meng Xinhao were locked in the bathroom together. Could it be that even Su Xiaohui's leg injury was self-inflicted? Hua Xiaohan immediately looked at Su-won. Su-won's profile was graceful, like a flowing mountain stream, with long, dark eyelashes gently fluttering. Shadows fell softly across her eyes, which sparkled with clarity. Her delicately arched brows had a hint of blush, and her lips were slightly pursed. She looked just like someone who had been unjustly accused and misunderstood, yet could only bear the unfairness in silence. "Grandma Hua, for this past month, I've been the one washing your hair, giving you massages, fanning you while you nap, walking with you, and reading the newspaper to you." Grandma Hua was Su Xiaohui's only hope, and hearing her say this made Su Xiaohui visibly panic. Her face turned pale, and she knelt before Grandma Hua, pleading with tears, trying to appeal to their bond. She slumped to the ground, desperately reaching for Grandma's hand, but was pushed away by Hwahong. Team leader Wang and another security officer stepped forward, and with a cold click, handcuffs were placed on Su Xiaohui's wrists. They each grabbed her and pulled her up from the floor. The cold, hard metal made Su Xiaohui feel as if she were falling into an abyss, her body turning to mush as she realized there was no way out of this situation. Uncle Huer, my father is your lifesaver. Please, for my father's sake, help me. I promise I won't do this again, Su Xiaohui cried, her emotions breaking down completely. She clung to the hope of appealing to Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo's expression was stern as he replied sharply, Xiaohui, this is all your own doing. What do you think the security bureau is? You haven't shown any remorse from the beginning. I will write to your parents and tell them what you've done. Whether they forgive you is up to them. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaohui's face fell. She knew what would happen if her parents found out, and her reputation would be ruined. She fainted on the spot. As soon as Su Xiaohui was taken away by the security officers, all eyes turned to Su Wan and Hu Xiaohan behind her. Everyone's gaze was filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Hu Xiaohan had shown interest in Su Wan, but she had rejected him. The question remained, had Su Wan hidden her identity so well that Hu Xiaohan didn't recognize her, or did he already know it was her? No, it couldn't be. Hu Xiaohan must have realized it was Su Wan. He had been cared for by her during his hospital stay, so he couldn't have missed it. Grandma's cloudy yet sharp eyes were fixed on Hu Xiaohan, her brows furrowed as she clearly wanted to know his thoughts about Su Wan. She regretted letting Su Wan go to the hospital to bring food to Hu Xiaohan. I initially thought that Hu Xiaohan rejected Su Wan, but who would have expected that a replacement situation would arise?
I'm sorry, Grandma Huo, Uncle Huo.
Since we came to the Huer family, we've caused you a lot of trouble. I will find a place to move out as soon as possible, Su Wan said confidently, clearly expressing her intentions. She did not shy away from the suspicious and probing looks from the Huer family. Then, she gently blinked her long, dark eyelashes and said softly, I'm sorry this situation has caused you worry. I'll make you some herbal tea to help. It seemed she was not concerned about the outcome and actively avoided being in the same place as Hu Xiaohan. Hu Xiaohan pressed his lips together, his jawline sharp and cold. His gaze was deep and dark, bright yet devoid of reflection, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. He exuded a chilling, oppressive aura. Hwahong understood Hu Xiaohan's nature. He disliked others prying into his affairs. Even if asked directly, he would not respond, especially about such an unexpected and awkward situation. She broke the silence and asked, is it true that Su Wan, who scored only 3 points in a foreign language exam, was actually hired by a publishing house as a primary translator? This news shocked not only Hwahong but the entire Huer family, who found the informant's claim absurd. However, they were soon distracted by Su Xiaohui's accusations against Su Wan regarding false documents. Grandma Hu clearly did not believe it, but the transcript was there, undeniable. Indeed, and it was my mother who wrote the recommendation letter for Su Wan, Hu Xiaohan said, explaining how the two met. He continued, according to Dr. Song, after Su Wan went to Principal Song's house, she diligently focused on her studies. Besides cooking and cleaning, she dedicated all her time to learning, including foreign languages with Principal Song. Everyone was astonished. This completely overturned their preconceived notions. They found it hard to believe. If they were in the same position, they would also doubt how Su Wan could change so much in such a short time. However, being recommended to the publishing house as a translator by Xie Beiling, along with Principal Song's family going to the National Security Bureau to vouch for Su Wan, added credibility to her situation. Su Wan being released in just one day proves that everything is true. Mrs. He frowned deeper, clearly struggling to process this sudden change due to her age. It felt like discovering after years of taking herbal medicine that it was just grass. So, Su Wan's grades have actually always been good and are not worse than Xiao Hui's. She just didn't do well on that exam because she was sick, Hwahong thought. Su-won spoke fluent Mandarin when she first arrived in Beijing, while Su Xiaohui still had a strong accent after more than a month. This shows that Su-won has a talent for language. Hua Jiangwo was filled with joy and pride. He knew that the clever little girl he raised could not have turned out poorly. He suspected that a lot of the trouble was caused by Su Xiaohui. If it weren't for today's incident, they would never have guessed that Su Xiaohui had been secretly slandering Su-won. I will call my old subordinate in Namling province right now and ask him to investigate the injury incident involving Su Xiaohui to see if anyone witnessed Su-won placing the red cloth on her, Hua Jiangwo said seriously. Especially that person named Lu Tsueping. We need to clarify the situation directly. After he finished speaking, he hurried into the study to make the call. Hua Xiaohan then left Mrs. Hua's room to tend to his shoulder injury. Through the half-open kitchen door, he saw Su-won busy talking to Aunt Wu. He paused for a moment, his gaze heavy, then climbed the wooden stairs. Su-won prepared 2 types of herbal tea based on the Hua family's preferences. One was mung bean soup, and the other was dried tangerine peel tea. She mainly wanted to buy some time, hoping to wait until Hua Xiaohan went to the hospital before she went out. After all, now that the whole Hua family knew about the situation, it would be awkward for them to meet. She also needed to find a place to live quickly. Although she didn't intend to deceive Hua Xiaohan and was just helping to fill a spot, she felt she should have been honest from the start. Mrs. Hua's opinion of her would only grow worse. Next time she went to the publisher to submit her work, she would ask about rental options, preferably near the inspirational high school, so she wouldn't have to stay in the dorm anymore. However, when she and Aunt Wu brought the herbal tea to the living room, they found that Hua Xiaohan had not yet gone to the hospital. He had changed into a new military uniform, and his shoulder injury had been treated. Her back remained straight and tall, like a steep mountain that was hard to climb. Perhaps Uncle Hua had something to say to Hua Xiaohan. After finishing dinner, they would return to the hospital. So, Su-won calmly placed the herbal tea on the coffee table in front of a sofa. Hua Xiaohan, who was talking to Grandma Hua, looked at the bowls of mung bean soup and the herbal tea with dried orange peel that Su-won brought over. Just looking at it felt refreshing and seemed very thirst-quenching. He glanced at her briefly. Su-won lowered her long eyelashes, her calm eyes focused, and tiny beads of sweat glistened on her delicate nose. Su-won, can Xiaohan drink this herbal tea? Hua Jiangwo picked up the herbal tea and took a sip. It was sweet and sour, and he couldn't help but drink several more sips. It felt like half of his discomfort had eased, and he felt much better. He kindly asked Su-won. Before she could answer, Grandma Hua said, Xiaohan has an injury on his shoulder, so it's better not to drink it. Wu-ma, please get Xiaohan a cup of warm water. Grandma Hua, who had been a battlefield nurse, knew it wouldn't affect Xiaohan's injury, but she still said it that way. After placing the herbal tea down, Su-won left. Wu-ma poured a cup of warm water into an enamel cup and set it in front of Hua Xiaohan. Hua Xiaohan's expression remained unchanged as he took a sip from the cup. During dinner, Grandma Hua kept observing the expressions of Su-won and Hua Xiaohan. Su-won quietly sat to the side, eating from her bowl. Hua Xiaohan skillfully used chopsticks with his left hand, his face calm and unreadable. Throughout the meal, they did not exchange any glances or communicate. Hua Xiaohan's demeanor was as cold and distant as before, which eased Grandma Hua's worries a bit. After finishing his soup, Hua Xiaohan put down his chopsticks and said, Grandma, Dad, I'm done. You can take your time. Then, with a cold expression, he went upstairs. Xiaohan, aren't you going back to the hospital tonight? Grandma Hua asked in surprise, stopping him. Hua Xiaohan replied in a low voice, I'll go back tomorrow. Then Su-won, you can sleep with Wu-ma tonight, Grandma Hua said expressionlessly. Even though Su Xiaohui had slandered Su-won in many ways, and Su-won had become a top translator at the publishing house, which was impressive, Grandma Hua was still unhappy about Su-won deceiving Hua Xiaohan by pretending to be a nurse. If she had no intentions, why didn't she just say so from the beginning? Okay. Su-won had no objections. In fact, it suited her just fine. After dinner, Su-won went to wash the dishes and asked Aunt Wu to help her bring down her pillow and some clean clothes. After today, Grandma Ho probably wouldn't let her go to the hospital anymore, and everyone knew she worked as a translator at the publishing house. She could just go to the publishing house tomorrow to translate documents. Aunt Wu watched Su-won and sighed quietly to herself, but she didn't say anything. In the room, Hua Xiaohan heard sounds coming from the stairs. He turned around and saw Aunt Wu's figure pass by his door through the slightly open door. Before long, she left with a pillow wrapped in a bamboo mat and some of the girls' clothes. Then she came back and knocked on the door, saying, "Xiaohan, I noticed you didn't eat much tonight. You must be used to the meals made by Juan, and my cooking doesn't suit your taste. If you're still hungry, I can tell Juan to make you a bowl of chicken soup noodles. We just got some black chicken from the logistics department today." "No need, Aunt Wu. She's not our housekeeper, so please don't trouble her." Hua Xiaohan quickly refused, his jawline set firmly. He glanced at what Aunt Wu was holding and quickly looked away when he noticed the girl's soft white tank top. "Auntie said Juan should come downstairs to sleep with me, so Juan asked me to help her bring down some things," Aunt Wu replied. Indeed, with Su Xiaohui taken away by the national security, only Hua Xiaohan and Su-won were left upstairs. And the two of them. It was no wonder Grandma Hua would do that. "Okay." Hua Xiaohan said nothing more and closed the door. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and his chest rose and fell slightly. His dark eyes were deep and unreadable, like an ocean that couldn't be measured. In this hot weather, after taking a shower, it felt like he hadn't washed at all. He was already sweating again. Su-won tied her hair up high and walked to the kitchen. She opened the fridge and took out a bowl of chilled dried tangerine peel tea, pouring it generously. She gulped it down in one go, feeling incredibly refreshed. Suddenly, the light above her dimmed, and a tall figure stood in front of her like a mountain. Hua Xiaohan was at the kitchen door, blocking the hanging light bulb. What a coincidence. He had come to the kitchen too. Su-won lowered her gaze, holding the remaining half bowl of dried tangerine peel tea, and tried to pass by Hua Xiaohan. But he blocked the kitchen door completely. She looked up at Hua Xiaohan. He also lowered his dark eyes to look at her and said, "We need to talk." The serious tone made Su-won feel like they were about to have a meeting. "First, I apologize for my assumptions and misunderstandings about you before verifying the facts." Hua Xiaohan's gaze was cold. "I also had some biases against you, and that's my fault. I will reflect on it. But shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation for this matter?" He hadn't pressed the issue in front of the Hua family because he thought it was something they could resolve privately. He was also waiting for her to come to him for an explanation, but she seemed to have no intention of doing so. "I think we need to discuss this issue openly. After all, you will be studying in Beiping, and we will inevitably meet again. Besides, your second brother will also be coming to Beiping to serve soon." Su-won was taken aback. Her second brother was coming to Beiping to serve? In this era, joining the military was not easy. One needed a quota. Clearly, the Hua family was helping with this. This would strengthen the relationship between the Su and Hua families. However, in the original story, her second brother did not come to Beiping. Instead, after learning about her disappearance, he searched for her and was ultimately killed. It seemed that since her arrival, the storyline had begun to change. Hua Xiaohan noticed Su-won's surprised and thoughtful expression. She clearly did not know about this. The letter had been sent to the military district, and Su Xiaohui knew about it but hadn't told her. Also, the Education Committee, the General Staff Department, and the General Political Department jointly issued a document half a month ago to conduct military training trials in some universities, and your high school is on the list. This matter shouldn't have been my responsibility, but since I just had surgery and can't participate in the upcoming military training, I will oversee the basic military training at Beiping universities. At least we will see each other every day for the next half month. Su-won was once again stunned. Military training in this era was much tougher than what they had experienced. Students would be taken to the mountains or military camps for training. It wasn't just simple drills. They would experience daily military training, including shooting, handling weapons, artillery, and medical care. "Do I have to participate in military training since I'm about to enter my senior year?" Su-won asked, puzzled. "Yes." "All right then. Captain Hua, what do you need me to explain?" Suwon asked, her lips parting gently. The dim light fell on her freshly washed face, soft and bright, like spring water reflecting pear blossoms. An indescribable purity and beauty. She felt she had been very clear and straightforward. Hua Xiaohan slightly parted his thin lips. Since you don't want to be involved with me, why did you accept my second invitation? He understood the first time, as it was just the two of them left. Shouldn't she have refused after that? Su Wanqing's eyes shifted. She had intended to refuse, but Fang Yu was glaring at her fiercely. With an attitude that suggested the whole world should cater to her, she felt quite annoyed and simply wanted to teach her a lesson. It was a personal grudge. She didn't expect this to become Hua Xiaohan's point of concern. But hadn't she refused many times after that? However, if she said it directly, it would seem like she was competing with him. After all, Fang Yu had been matched with him before and came for him. She wasn't unaware of that. To avoid making him suspicious, Suwon calmly said, I really want to learn ballroom dancing. I saw that you, Captain Hua, teach very well, so I wanted to improve a bit more. I also thought I might not be recognized. Hua Xiaohan's thin lips pressed into a straight line, his gaze dark and unfathomable. The recently bandaged wound on his right shoulder throbbed with a tearing pain. Learning ballroom dancing to dance with other men? He stared into Suwon's clear, calm eyes. He turned and left the kitchen. Suwon watched his cold, distant back. She had planned to ask him for the letters she had written to him before, but decided against it. Since they had cleared the air, there was no need. Suwon poured herself a bowl of dried tangerine peel tea and returned to her room to drink. Hua Xiaohan locked the door, took off his military uniform, and the bandage on his right shoulder began to seep fresh blood again. He took out a first aid kit, removed the blood-soaked bandage, and bit down to wrap a new one. This time, he didn't bandage it well, causing more pain and bleeding. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Finally, he gave up on the bandage, biting down on the white cloth, his strong upper body exposed, staring at the bandage he had changed. A cold aura radiated from his brow, sharp angles defining his features. He then opened a drawer, took out a notebook, and with his left hand wrote a reflection essay with strong strokes. Early the next morning, Suwon returned upstairs with a pillow, grabbed some money, and planned to go to the state-run store to buy some things. After all, Principal Song's family specifically went to the National Security Bureau to vouch for her, so she definitely needed to express her gratitude properly. Of course, she also knew that if it weren't for the powerful support of the Hua family, things would be very different. Uncle Hua called the National Security Bureau, and Hua Xiaohan accompanied her for the investigation. In this special era, any matter involving espionage is highly sensitive. Even if she had extraordinary abilities, it would be impossible for her to be released quickly, or even at all. The person who reported her clearly understood this and wanted to ruin her. The others in the Hua family were still asleep, and as Suwon went upstairs, she walked very quietly back to her room, which had been converted from the study. She tiptoed to reach the top shelf of the bookcase where thick red books were placed. After receiving a generous payment of 150 yuan from the publisher, she had hidden the money inside the books on the shelf. This was a precaution against Su Xiaowei. The reason her translated manuscript wasn't taken or damaged by Su Xiaowei was that she had placed it on the shelf after finishing it. Su Xiaowei never expected her to translate it and probably thought it belonged to the Hua family, so she left it untouched. Knock, knock, knock. A few soft knocks came at the door. Suwon turned around to see Hua Xiaohan standing outside the study in a neat summer military uniform, tall and straight like a pine tree that would never bend. He looked calm yet imposing, almost touching the door frame. This is the reflection paper I wrote overnight, Hua Xiaohan said seriously. Captain Hua, I have indeed done many wrong things in the past, so it's normal for you to misunderstand me, Suwon said sincerely, looking at the several pages of the reflection paper he held in his left hand. You don't need to be so serious. This isn't the military. I also hope that Comrade Suwon can supervise me in the future. If I have any issues, please point them out so I can improve, Hua Xiaohan continued, still expressionless. His tone was formal, typical of military protocol, but it lacked the previous harshness, fitting his role as a regiment leader. The last part of his statement seemed to suggest that if she encountered any issues at future events, she should address them directly instead of avoiding them. Captain Hua, I apologize to you as well. I won't let things become complicated by having unrealistic expectations in the future, Su-won replied wisely. Hua Xiaohan remained silent, holding the reflection paper and standing at the door. Clearly, she had to accept it. Su-won stepped forward and took the reflection paper from Hua Xiaohan's hand. Hua Xiaohan glanced at the red-covered book on the shelf that Su-won wanted to take. Hua, do you have anything else to do? Su-won asked, lifting her bright eyes after receiving the review letter without opening it. Hua Xiaohan turned and went downstairs. Then Su-won put the review letter in the drawer, moved a heavy wooden chair over, climbed on it, and took the red book. She had been worried about making too much noise and waking Hua Xiaohan, but now that he was awake, she felt no hesitation. She took her money, packed the translated 2,000-word manuscript into her green bag, and left. Although being a translator paid well, she didn't have any coupons, so there were many things she couldn't buy or had to pay extra for. Thinking about how she would need coupons for daily necessities after moving out, she realized that even with money, she couldn't buy clothes. Ready-made clothes were too expensive, and making them from fabric also required fabric coupons. This made Su-won feel a bit troubled. In this time of scarcity, everything was rationed, and she needed to find a way to get some coupons. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, Su-won spent her money on 5-nut mooncakes, peach crisps, and pomegranates. When she arrived at Principal Song's house, it was Secretary Yang who opened the door. Today was Sunday, and she was off. Seeing Su-won's sweet smile and that she was unharmed, Secretary Yang felt a mix of emotions and pulled her inside, angrily saying, "Is that sister of yours really related to you? How could she slander and frame you like that? She must have been picked up from somewhere." Principal Song, who used to work in the National Security Bureau and had some old colleagues there, knew about Su Xiaohui's malicious slander against Su-won. When Su Xiaohui came to their house with a swollen face, they sensed that she had a lot of schemes, but they never expected her to be so cruel. Whether Su Xiaohui was really related to Su-won was unclear, but the entire Su family was known for being honest and practical. The original owner did cause trouble, but her heart wasn't that twisted. Perhaps it was because she had been praised for her beauty since childhood and treated like a treasure by her parents, which gradually distorted her mindset. "Uncle, Aunt, thanks to your help, I was able to get out of the National Security Bureau so quickly. I bought you some things. You must accept them. I'm now working as a translator at a publishing house and earning quite a bit," Su-won said with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks dimpled sweetly. She didn't buy anything too expensive, fearing Secretary Yang wouldn't accept it. As expected, neither Principal Song nor Secretary Yang was willing to take it. Actually, they didn't help much. They just provided a certificate. If it weren't for Director Hua and Xiao Hua keeping an eye on things, who knows what would have happened. "Uncle, Aunt, I came today because I need your help with something." Su-won insisted on placing the items in Secretary Yang's hands, her bright, doe-like eyes blinking at him with a hint of playfulness. It melted hearts. "Do you really need our help with the Hua family supporting you?" Secretary Yang teased, pretending to be upset. No wonder Xiao Hua came to visit as soon as Su-won arrived at the Song family. It turns out Su-won was introduced to Xiao Hua by Director Hua, which explains why he helped her and took her to the small woods to talk. Even when Su-won called Xiao Hua to dinner, he came right away. They were still unaware that they were being set up. Yet, for some reason, the two of them didn't want to date each other. "And I realized my mistake. It's not because I'm from the countryside. I just didn't want people to think I rely on the Hua family for everything," Su-won said with an even sweeter smile. "I'm already very grateful that Uncle Hua allowed me to study in Beijing, and I don't want to trouble them any further." With Su-won being such a sensible, low-key girl, it would be hard for Secretary Yang not to like her. If it were someone else with such a powerful connection, they would have made a fuss about it. "I'm currently working as a translator at a publishing house, and I earn a decent amount. I want to buy some things but don't have enough tickets. I was hoping you could ask around in the family compound or at work if anyone has extra tickets to sell me, like fabric tickets, food tickets, sugar tickets, meat tickets, and soap tickets. Uncle Hua can provide some, but I don't want to take them for free, and I want to send some home for my family. Uncle Hua had indeed given her some fabric and food tickets, but after moving out, it wasn't enough. She also didn't plan to tell Secretary Yang about her moving out. Secretary Yang didn't think much of it. Girls like to look nice and enjoy some snacks, especially since she was thinking of her family. He agreed to help her ask around, and even offered some extra tickets he had. Suwon insisted on paying him, and then changed into a blue cloth dress kept by Aunt Wong before heading to the publishing house. Now that everything was out in the open, she could wear her clothes confidently. Hua Xiaohan came out of the National Security Bureau with a letter, sitting in the passenger seat, his long fingers rubbing the yellowed envelope, his gaze deep and thoughtful. The handwriting on the envelope was elegant and delicate, just like her, with a classical charm. Thinking about when he went to get the letter, Captain Sun mentioned that Suwon had asked Team Leader Wong for these letters yesterday. He picked one and took out the letter inside. As soon as he opened it, the first greeting read, "Dear Brother Hua, this letter carries my greetings and longing, traveling across mountains and rivers to reach you. I often think that fate is a wonderful thing, allowing me to know you, Brother Hua. Before, I would think a sneeze meant I was getting sick, but now I wonder if you're thinking of me. I want to be your moon in the sky, the stars outside your window, the name in your ink, and the thought in your heart, so that you think of me alone. I want to be your partner." These few lines were quite bold, and made one blush. Such boldness was far beyond Hua Xiaohan's imagination. He quickly folded the letter back into the envelope and glanced at the driver beside him, who was focused on driving. The driver had a serious expression, his muscles tense, and the injury on his right shoulder was pulled again. He felt a heat rising in his ears. He had never imagined that she liked him so passionately, directly, and boldly before. Rather than a letter, it felt more like a love letter written to him.
But now,
He held the envelope tightly, then suddenly loosened his grip. His features were tense, and his expression was particularly cold. Suwon got off the bus and, as usual, was about to enter the newspaper office when she was stopped by two security personnel. They looked her up and down and asked, "What's your name? Which department are you from? We haven't seen you before."
Suwon was a bit surprised.
Previously, there was only a guard at the entrance, allowing free entry. Now, two security personnel were checking information at the door. She had a faint feeling it was related to her spy situation. With a smile, she replied, "Hello, I'm Suwon, a temporary translator from the publishing house. I'm here to submit my work." Upon hearing this, the two security personnel immediately looked fierce. "You are Suwon? The spy caught by national security who thinks she can come to our newspaper to steal information? Leave at once." The newspaper's break time was every Tuesday, and it was currently working hours. The harsh voice of the security personnel quickly attracted a lot of attention, especially with the sensitive words spy and national security. Even some cyclists passing by stopped to watch. Pointing at Suwon with a look of disdain, someone said, "That's Suwon." The whole newspaper building was buzzing about her yesterday. They say she's a student from the countryside who came to Beijing for high school, but she speaks fluent foreign languages and has great translation skills. She was taken away by the national security for questioning yesterday. Then why was she released? Who knows? It's better to be safe than sorry. Who can tell if she's here to steal important documents? With her looks and charm, she doesn't seem like a country bumpkin at all. She must be a trained spy, specializing in seduction. A skinny guy with slicked back hair leered at Suwon, his gaze lingering on her slim waist and long, fair legs. Fong Yu, sitting on the back of her aunt's bicycle, arrived at the newspaper office just in time to see the scene. Although she was furious that Suwon had been released so quickly, she felt a sense of satisfaction watching Suwon being pointed at and insulted by everyone. Even if she was out of national security's hands, her reputation was ruined. Anyone associated with the word spy could never shake off that label. Wherever she went, she would be scorned and looked at differently. Once school started, Fong Yu planned to spread the news about Soo-won being taken away for investigation, eager to see how she would survive at school. Fong Yu smirked coldly, sitting on the bicycle, ready to enjoy the show. Very few people knew about Soo-won being taken by national security, and even at the military hospital, not many were discussing it. However, the news had spread like wildfire at the Beijing newspaper office, and they even had security personnel guarding the entrance. It seemed Fong Yu had been present at the scene yesterday. Soo-won scanned the crowd and soon spotted Fong Yu and Li Ai-ching. When Fong Yu's gaze met hers, she smugly widened her smile and rolled her eyes, as if to say, "What can you do about it? Comrade, please speak with evidence. Slandering someone without cause can lead to jail time. Did you see me being taken by national security with your own eyes? Were you even there? If you don't speak up, I'll go to the police station on the street and report that you are falsely accusing the National Security Agency of colluding with spies to betray the country." Soo-won stood tall, her voice clear and strong as she questioned them. The two security personnel initially dismissed her words, but when she mentioned the National Security Agency, they panicked. One of them shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Someone saw you being taken away by the security personnel from the military hospital. If you're not a spy, then what are you? Who saw this? Is there anyone who can confirm it? If not, then you are just stirring up trouble, trying to divide the country, and slandering the security agency by claiming they are colluding with spies to betray the nation." Soo-won knew that in situations like this, it was best not to explain or defend herself. Defending oneself only shows weakness and gives the other person the upper hand. She then turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, you heard what he said. He claims I was taken away by the security agency. If that were true, why am I still standing here? They didn't take me away, did they? I suspect that they are the real spies and troublemakers, trying to create distrust among the people and cause conflict with the government, aiming to undermine us from within." With each powerful statement, Soo-won made a strong impact. The security personnel, who had looked fierce just moments ago, suddenly turned pale, unsure of who had spread the rumor. This news had spread like wildfire since yesterday, and no one knew who started it. Soo-won spoke with confidence, reminiscent of the passionate spirit of past student movements. The onlookers began to see her point. If she were a spy, how could she speak so boldly? And why would the security agency let her go? Wasn't that just slandering the agency? Yes, if there's no evidence, we should investigate their identities thoroughly. How can they just throw accusations around? Can the security agency come and go as they please? Fong Yu, who had been waiting for Soo-won to be attacked with rotten vegetables and called a traitor, never expected Soo-won to deny the accusations so boldly. Seeing the crowd's support for Soo-won, Fong Yu stood up from her bicycle seat and angrily said, "Don't be fooled. Yesterday morning, I saw two security personnel in black take her from her hospital room. Several doctors and nurses witnessed it too." Soo-won intentionally targeted the security department by saying radical and provocative things to make them reveal who is spreading rumors behind her back. She didn't expect Fong Yu to jump out and confront her. "Teacher Fong, you can't still hold a grudge against me just because at the last military district social event, the officer you invited didn't want to dance with you and chose to dance with me instead. First, you spilled red ink on my dress to embarrass me in public, and now you're accusing me of being a spy?" Soo-won didn't want to discuss Fong Yu being taken away by the National Security Agency. Instead, she shifted the blame onto her. With a gentle sniff, she looked at Fong Yu with her calm, watery eyes. Her originally soft and pure face now appeared particularly wronged and upset. Turns out she was the teacher wearing the little lamb mask at the social event. She rented a fancy dress to show off, but ended up freezing on stage while playing the piano. At that moment, a nurse who attended the social event stepped forward, glancing at Fong Yu several times. "I heard she is a high school teacher, and her spot at the military district social event was obtained through connections. I don't know if this lady was taken away by national security yesterday, and I haven't heard about it. But all the nurses at our military hospital know that Teacher Fong had issues with her attitude at the social event." The nurse didn't step forward out of kindness. The day after the social event, Fong Yu fell ill and went to the hospital for treatment. She complained bitterly about the nurse who gave her an injection, even switching nurses 5 times, all of whom faced her wrath. She also reported each of them afterward. At the time, it seemed like she was just causing trouble, but now it looked like she was deliberately picking fights and using them as a punching bag for her frustrations. One of those nurses was her sister-in-law, who had just become pregnant and ended up miscarrying due to the stress. How could this nurse not be angry? She felt like slapping Fangyu. Pointing at her, she revealed how Fangyu had insulted the nurses and sought revenge. With such poor character, damaged morals, and a domineering attitude, who among the onlookers would still believe her words? Everyone knew she was acting out of jealousy and malice. Moreover, since participants in the military district social event were vetted, there was no way a spy could have been allowed in. Wow, how shameless. And she calls herself a teacher. Which high school does she work at? Report her. How can someone like this raise the next generation of socialism? Don't let her get away with it. Report her to the police and have her reformed. She's too cunning, an enthusiastic lady said to Soo-won. Fangyu felt the sting of shame as she faced the crowd's accusations, especially when someone exposed her embarrassing behavior at the social event. Her face burned with embarrassment. She wanted to loudly accuse Soo-won of being a spy, but suddenly noticed her blind date, Lu Rue, in the crowd. The words caught in her throat, and she ran into the newspaper office, covering her face like a frightened mouse. Li Aiching, pushing her bicycle, didn't even want to follow. It was too humiliating. Everyone in the editorial department knew that Fangyu was her niece, and this would ruin her reputation there. When Fangyu was about to stand up, she had tried to stop her, but this foolish girl wouldn't listen. She couldn't hold her back and even shook off her hand. "Comrade, can I go in now?" Soo-won turned around and smiled slightly at the 2 security personnel. Rather than saying it was just bad luck, it was more about Fangyu's usual misdeeds finally catching up with her. If it weren't for the identification from the nurse at the military hospital, she would have had to argue her way out of this for a while. The 2 security personnel recognized Soo-won's strength and suspected she might be wronged, but they couldn't make the decision. "Comrade Soo-won, please wait a moment while I ask our section chief." After all, the order came from the section chief, and they couldn't break the rules. "No need to trouble yourself. Let Comrade Soo-won in. If your section chief has any issues, he can come to me." Lu Rue adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, looking polite and well-educated, and stepped forward to speak to the security personnel. Lu Rue was the son of the chief editor and the head of the translation team at the publishing house, so he knew their section chief and could vouch for her. The 2 security personnel then allowed Soo-won to enter. "Thank you, comrade," Soo-won said as she turned to express her gratitude, feeling that the person in front of her looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to be the young man who stood beside Fangyu when she submitted her work last time. "Comrade Soo-won, no need to be polite. This issue was a misunderstanding by the Beiping newspaper staff. I'll inform my dad about it," Lu Rue said, smiling shyly as he noticed Soo-won's subtle dimples. When he arrived at the entrance of the newspaper building, he saw Soo-won looking wronged and helpless as she spoke about Fangyu accusing her of being a spy and ruining her dress. Her long, dark eyelashes blinked innocently, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red. It really made one feel protective of her. He was surprised to find that the usually gentle and proper Fangyu could be so malicious and have such a flawed character. He then reached out his hand and introduced himself, saying, "I'm Lu Rue, the leader of the translation team. By the way, you're one of my team members." Soo-won was a bit surprised to learn he was the team leader. Since she had told Director Miao that she wouldn't be working in the office, she was not familiar with the team members. "Hello, Team Leader Lu. I look forward to your guidance," Soo-won smiled, her white teeth shining like snow and her lips soft and rosy. She confidently extended her hand to shake Lu Rue's. As an olive-green military jeep passed by the newspaper building, Hua Xiaohan noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. Among them was Soo-won, seemingly stopped outside, talking to the security personnel. She was wearing the blue button-up dress they had seen her in at the hospital. Just as he was about to open the car door to get out, a well-spoken man approached and said a few words to Soo-won. Soon after, The two were laughing and walked into the building together. Hua Xiaohan's thin lips pressed tightly together, and his eyes were dark and gloomy, like a deep well, obscured and bottomless. He seemed as cold as ancient ice, surrounded by a chilling aura. In Director Miao's office, Gao Hui rubbed her 5-month pregnant belly, facing the 20,000-word foreign literature manuscript that Director Miao had given her to translate, looking troubled. She said sarcastically, "Oh, Director Miao, ever since I saw the manuscript translated by Comrade Su Wan, I realize my translation isn't good enough. Plus, being pregnant, I can't work too hard every day." Indeed, the whole newspaper office was buzzing with rumors that Su Wan was a spy and had been taken away by national security for investigation. Couldn't an overseas spy have better language skills than her? How could she compare herself to a female spy? Currently, she was the only skilled translator in the team for this foreign literature work. Team leader Lu Rue, besides translating first-class foreign literature, also had to review the manuscript submitted by the team, leaving him no time at all. Moreover, Director Miao was in a hurry because the editor-in-chief was pressing for this 20,000-word literary work to be typeset and printed for release by October. Unless Director Miao can find other excellent first-level translators, it will be difficult to find a suitable candidate in a short time. She will have to rely on her. Of course, she is not satisfied with the translation fee of 15 yuan per 1,000 characters and wants Director Miao to raise it. Director Miao understands Gao Hui's intention, but the 15 yuan per 1,000 characters is already the maximum rate, and any increase would require approval from the chief editor. However, Gao Hui's translation skills would likely not pass the chief editor's standards. Gao Hui, you are currently the only one in the team whose translation skills meet my requirements. The organization has high expectations for you and understands your hard work. Once this work is translated, I will apply to the chief editor for a raise for you. How does that sound? Director Miao is not just flattering Gao Hui. Before Su Wan arrived, Gao Hui was indeed quite outstanding. But who would have thought that he had found a gem, only to discover she was a spy? It was truly shocking. Gao Hui knew that Director Miao couldn't find a better candidate right now. She frowned and said, "Director Miao, I haven't been feeling well lately. Maybe it's better to leave it to the other colleagues in the translation team? With printing scheduled for October, time is tight, and this foreign literary work cannot afford any delays."
Gao Hui, how about this?
You continue with the translation following Su Wan today, and on Monday when the chief editor is back, I will help you apply for a raise. Director Miao thought about it. This was his biggest concession. However, Gao Hui was still not satisfied. She knew her translations were not as good as Su Wan's, and if readers compared her work to Su Wan's, it would not look good. Director Miao, Su Wan is a spy. How can we continue using her translations? What if she hid some secret messages in the translations that get spread when the book is published? After expressing her concerns, she continued to negotiate. Besides, Director Miao, I am pregnant, and this literary work is quite challenging. I will stick to translating my piece at 15 yuan per 1,000 characters. With that, she stood up, showing her 5-month baby bump, and walked toward the office door.
Gao Yi.
Director Miao called after her. Just then, Lu Rue knocked on the office door and walked in with Su Wan.
Su Wan?
Both Gao Hui and Director Miao were surprised. Weren't they supposed to be investigating her? How did she get in? Director Miao, I'm here to submit my manuscript. Su Wan noticed the surprised expressions on the faces of the two and calmly took out the manuscript from her green bag, handing it to Director Miao.
Su Wan, you're not.
Director Miao still looked shocked. The news that Su Wan had been taken away by the national security was all over the Beiping newspaper office yesterday. He had even contacted Professor Xie to confirm if it was true, but he couldn't get through. Could it be a mistake? This is a misunderstanding, Director Miao. Comrade Su Wan has been slandered. I just learned that Comrade Fang Yu has a grudge against her and deliberately defamed her, Lu Rue said, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses and briefly explaining what he had seen at the entrance to clarify for Su Wan. His expression darkened slightly. He couldn't believe he was being set up with someone like her.
What?
Director Miao found it hard to believe that Fong Yu would dare to slander Su Wan for the sake of a military officer at the social event, spreading rumors that caused panic throughout the newspaper office. Is this true, Su Wan? Director Miao turned his gaze to her, wanting to get to the bottom of the matter. Su Wan nodded lightly, lowering her long, thick eyelashes and looking calmly at Director Miao. She replied, "Actually, I met Teacher Fong earlier at the department store." She avoided mentioning the incident of being taken away by national security yesterday, but she wouldn't deny it either. If Fong Yu insisted on saying she had been investigated, then let her bring national security to prove it. She focused the conflict on Fong Yu and subtly mentioned how her transcript had been inexplicably published in the newspaper. An Li Ai Ching was indeed Fong Yu's aunt. All these coincidences made Director Miao, who had been skeptical, completely believe that Fong Yu's character was flawed and her conduct questionable. That's why she dared to slander Su Wan so openly. Comrade Su Wan, rest assured that I will thoroughly investigate this matter and handle it seriously. We cannot allow such troublemakers to remain in the team, Director Miao said solemnly. Fong Yu's translation skills were mediocre. If it weren't for her aunt's influence and her current connection with Lu Rui, she wouldn't have even made it into the translation team. Thank you, Director Miao. Here is the 2,000-word manuscript I translated. Please take a look and let me know if there are any issues, Su Wan said with a slight smile, revealing her shallow dimples, as she took out the Chinese and English versions of the manuscript for Director Miao to review. Gao Hui was stunned when she heard this. It seemed that Director Miao was about to compromise, and her price increase was almost certain. But then, Su Wan was actually being slandered. Her earlier confident attitude now felt like a joke. Comrade Gao Hui, since there's nothing else, you can go home early, Director Miao said with a smile, glancing coldly at Gao Hui. Since Su Wan had returned, Gao Hui was no longer needed for the translation. Director Miao, Gao Hui's face looked very unhappy as she tried to say something more. Not only had she failed to raise her price, but she also left a bad impression on Director Miao. If she had known, she would have agreed earlier. 15 yuan per 1,000 words was already quite good, and she shouldn't have been greedy. You're pregnant and not feeling well, so you should go home and rest, Director Miao interrupted Gao Hui, unwilling to give her any more attention. He picked up the translation documents and compared them, generously praising Su Wan's translation skills. Director, I also looked at the document translated by Comrade Su Wan, and the wording is very beautiful. Once published, it will definitely be popular. Lu Rui openly admired and was impressed by Su Wan, then turned to her and said, if possible, I suggest we hire Su Wan as our official translator. This last statement made Gao Hui's heart race, with a sense of crisis. If Su Wan became the official translator, she would never get high-paying translation jobs in the future. She was still hoping to be promoted to deputy team leader this year. Comrade Gao Hui, do you have anything else to say? Director Miao asked again, looking up from the documents as he noticed Gao Hui still standing at the door. Gao Hui had no choice but to leave the office, feeling defeated, and shot an angry glance at Su Wan as she closed the door. Director Miao, I will start school in September, and I will have military training, so I can't work full-time. However, I can continue to work part-time after school starts, Su Wan said, sitting up straight on the sofa with her legs together. And I will also have time to come to the publishing house to work as a translator, fully focused on translating this literary work. In this day and age, finding a place to rent often relied on recommendations from people around her, so she wanted to work there. One reason was to meet more people and get housing information, and the other was that she didn't want to stay at the Hor family home. That sounds even better, Comrade Su Wan. I'll have my assistant set up a desk for you right away. Director Miao was just about to tell Su Wan to speed up her translation work. Okay, Director Miao, I can work on the translation today, Su Wan said with a sweet smile. Lu Rui, sitting across from her, was captivated by Su Wan's smile, unsure where to put his hands, his face showing a shy grin. At the Hor family home, Xia Beiling had been busy with research data in the lab for the past few days and only returned home this morning with Xione. She didn't expect that Su Wan, whom she recommended to the publishing house as a translator, was the same person. Most importantly, She had wanted to introduce Su-won to Xiaohan, but he had always refused because he was interested in Su-won, who was filling in as a nurse. It felt surreal. Jiangua, did Xiaohan really not recognize Su-won? Xia Beiling asked in disbelief as she sat on the sofa, thinking it was impossible. Hua Jiangua was reading a newspaper and occasionally checked his watch, as if waiting for something. I can't believe Xiaohan wouldn't recognize Su-won. After all, they traveled together for 2 days and nights by train. With his sharp eyes, how could he not notice? Now that we know Su-won is that nurse, has Xiaohan said anything or shown any reaction? Xia Beiling continued to ask. Seeing Hua Jian was still holding the newspaper, she gently nudged him, looking a bit annoyed. Honestly, she didn't know her younger son very well, but Hua Jiangua knew him better. A father knows his son best. Hua Xiaohan rarely showed his emotions. Even if he had a strong reaction at the time, he would never let anyone see it. Hua Jiangua put down the newspaper and quietly said to Xia Beiling, just watch if he comes home more often. If he starts visiting for no reason, you'll know what he's thinking. Just then, Hua Xian, who was playing with a shuttlecock in the living room, excitedly shouted, Uncle, you're back. She dropped the shuttlecock and ran to the door. Hua Jiangua and Xia Beiling exchanged glances, both seeing the answer in each other's eyes. At that moment, a long string of phone rings came from the study. Hua Jiangua quickly stood up and walked into the study to answer it. Xian, slow down. Your uncle is still healing, Xia Beiling reminded as she also stood up. Then she turned to Hua Xiaohan, who walked in with a serious expression and asked, Xiaohan, why are you back? Are you not going to the hospital? Get a document. Hua Xiaohan glanced around the living room and casually looked toward the kitchen. She hasn't come back yet? Then he asked calmly, Mom, is Grandma not home? Xia Beiling's gentle, bright eyes were fixed on Hua Xiaohan's face. But after looking for a while, she couldn't tell anything. Isn't your second uncle just promoted and has a new grandson? In previous years, we always celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival at our house. This morning, they sent a car to take your grandma to stay there, so she probably won't be back for a while. Hua Xiaohan replied softly and started to head upstairs. Xiaohan, did you really not recognize Su? Xia Beiling asked curiously. However, Hua Xiaohan's straight back had already gone up the stairs. Seeing her uncle go upstairs, Hua Xini hurriedly followed. Uncle, why didn't you answer Grandma's question? You really didn't recognize her, did you? Hua Xini asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked up curiously. Even though she was playing, she was still listening to the adults' conversation. She knew that Sister Su-won at home was the same one who had made her delicious pudding before. Hua Xiaohan quickly reached the second floor and saw that the door to Su-won's room was open. A bamboo basket was placed in the corner, and the single bed had neatly folded floral bedding and a pillow. The desk only had a few high school textbooks on it. There were hardly any personal items visible. He clenched his hands at his side, his handsome face set in a cold, hard line. Hua Xini buzzed over like a little bee, continuing to ask, Uncle, if you didn't recognize her, then you must be really silly. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. She thought about the man she saw earlier, dressed elegantly and looking refined. Young, from a good family, and handsome, he perfectly matched her criteria for a partner. She smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling as she watched that man. And that man's gaze seemed unable to leave Su-won's face. The two of them were happily chatting together, and Su-won took out a translation draft from her green bag to show him. When he took it, their hands almost touched. His fingers brushed against the words Su-won had written, and he leaned in closely to discuss it with her. Hua Xiaohan's deep, cold eyes were like a frozen lake, and his high, sharp brow conveyed a natural chill. His presence was heavy and intimidating. With a loud thud, he entered the room and closed the door. Outside, Hua Xini kept knocking on the door, saying, Uncle, open the door, I want to come in. Hua Xiaohan, feeling irritated, loosened his collar and opened the door with a gloomy face. Open your mouth. I need to check your teeth. Hua Xini immediately covered her mouth and ran downstairs, as if she had encountered something terrifying. Hua Jiangwo put down the phone and stepped out of the study, looking a bit serious. What's wrong? Xia Beiling asked, confused. Su Wan might really be innocent. When Su Xiaowei was injured by a cow, no one saw Su Wan's face. It was Lu Cuiping, who is close to Su Xiaowei, who said it, where Jiang Wo explained, having been waiting for a call from an old subordinate all day. She thought the person's figure and clothing looked like Su Wan's, and since Su Xiaowei had been saying that Su Wan wanted to take Hua Xiaohan from her, she instinctively assumed it was Su Wan. As for the rumors about Su Wan being untrustworthy, those were indeed spread by Su Xiaowei to Lu Cuiping. Xia Beiling gasped, covering her mouth in shock. No matter how bad their relationship was, a sister shouldn't be so malicious towards her own sister. Now, with all the bad rumors about Su Wan, she didn't know which were true and which were false. Hua Jiangwo didn't mention other things, like how Su Wan was known in the village for being selfish and lazy. Su Xiaowei, on the other hand, was hardworking, getting up before dawn to gather grass for the pigs, tend to the cows, collect firewood, and then cook breakfast for the whole family before feeding the chickens and ducks. Perhaps Su Xiaowei acted this way mainly because of their parents' favoritism, which made her see her sister as an enemy. Anyway, since Su Wan came to Beijing, she has improved a lot and changed for the better. We shouldn't always judge her by our current views. We need to see her positive side, Hua Jiangwo continued. As for Su Xiaowei, once she gets out of the National Security Office, we'll send her to school early and send her living expenses on time each month. I admit I had some issues with Su Wan before, but since I saw her in the hospital, I really liked her and felt a strong connection. Xia Beiling reflected on her mistake. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. It's strange. Aunt Wu said Su Wan went to the newspaper office for her translation job, and it's almost 7 o'clock now. Why hasn't she come back? Is something wrong? Xia Beiling glanced at the clock on the wall, worried. I'll send a guard to check the newspaper office, Hua Jiangwo said, furrowing his brow as he headed back to the study. At that moment, Su Wan pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Uncle Hua waiting in the living room and Aunt Xia back, she was a bit surprised. Su Wan, why are you back so late? We were all waiting for you to have dinner, Xia Beiling said, relieved to see Su Wan safe. She took Su Wan's hand gently and said warmly, your uncle was just about to send a guard to the newspaper to find you. Xia Beiling's gentle demeanor and soft voice felt like a breath of fresh air. Su Wan's heart stirred slightly, feeling a bit unexpected. She had deliberately stayed late at the newspaper to finish translating documents and had bought some food on the way back. She had already eaten dinner and wanted to avoid contact with the Hua family, especially Grandma Hua. She didn't expect Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia to be waiting for her dinner. This made her feel a bit guilty. Aunt Xia, I came back late because the documents are urgent. Uncle Hua, Aunt Xia, you don't need to wait for me. Su Wan was gently pulled to the dining table by Xia Beiling, quietly pursing her lips, also curious about why Grandma Hua was not there. That won't do. You are our guest, and we must take good care of you, Xia Beiling said with a warm smile. Auntie also wants to thank you for taking care of my son for so many days. Then she turned to the approaching Hua Sini and said, Sini, go call your little uncle down for dinner. Why was Hua Xiaohan back again? Did that mean she would have to share a room with Wu Ma tonight? I won't go. Hua Sini pouted, afraid her little uncle would be grumpy and threatened to pull her teeth. Just then, Hua Xiaohan came down, holding a brown paper bag with documents, his expression stern and sharp. His dark, deep eyes fell on Su Wan before quickly moving away indifferently. The cold and strong aura around him made Su Wan glance at him. He felt icy and a bit intimidating. After Wu Ma brought the dishes to the table, the family sat down to eat together. Xia Beiling placed a chicken leg in Su Wan's bowl, while the other one went to Hua Sini. Auntie, I don't eat that. Su Wan quickly stopped her, as she had already eaten. Let Captain Hua have it. Her tone was gentle and gracious. You've been making various nourishing soups and dishes these days. He won't mind this chicken leg. Auntie Xia insisted on placing the chicken leg in Su Wan's bowl and smiled, saying, from now on at home, just call him Brother Xiaohan. Su Wan narrowed her eyes and smiled a bit awkwardly. She really couldn't bring herself to call such a cold person by that name. Hua Xiaohan quietly sipped the chicken soup in his bowl. She remembered how warmly she had called him Dear Brother Hua in her letter. She pressed her lips tightly together, her expression growing colder, though her ears twitched slightly. Su-won, you can just move into Xiaohan's room from now on, Auntie Xie said, glancing at Hua Xiaohan, still icy and distant. Xiaohan's room has a big wardrobe and a full-length mirror. He mostly stays at work and is single, so he doesn't need such a nice room. It can just sit empty, and when he comes back, he can sleep in the study. Auntie Xie thought Su-won would be staying in Beijing for at least a year, so she needed a decent room. It would also be convenient for bringing classmates over to play and study. Auntie, I've already troubled you, and Uncle Hua enough. Soon, Captain Hu will get married and bring someone home, so I think it would be inconvenient for me to stay here, Su-won said, her eyes meeting Auntie Xie's sincere gaze, feeling her care and affection. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a moment, she gently bit her soft red lip and said politely, So I still want to move out and find a place closer to school, where I can focus more on my studies. As someone from the future, she was used to being free and independent. Although moving out might come with challenges, she longed for freedom, to be in her own space, do what she wanted, and not constantly worry about others' feelings. Hua Xiaohan tightened his grip on the chopsticks, the pressure almost audible as they threatened to. Captain Hua, staying at the Hua house is inconvenient. He will get married and bring someone home. Every word felt like a heavy punch to his chest, leaving him feeling stifled and uncomfortable. Was she wanting to move out because of that man from the morning? He helped her find a place? Hua Xiaohan's jaw was tense, and after a while, he slowly spoke, If you want to move, then go ahead. I also don't like being dependent on others. His voice was calm, but carried a cold undertone. Xiaohan, what are you saying? Xie Bailing immediately shot a sharp look, but even with that fierce gaze, she was gentle and not too intimidating. Hua Zhengwo, who had been calmly eating, also cast a stern glance over. The phrase living under someone else's roof was really harsh. When they took her in, they intended to care for her well. I'll help you find a place, Hua Xiaohan said expressionlessly as he looked at Su-won. That sudden, seemingly calm gaze felt heavy on her, like being in a foggy mountain, making her feel weightless. Thank you, Commander Hua. I'm already asking my colleagues to help me look into it. I should have news soon, Su-won replied, clearly surprised, with a slight smile, her eyes bright and clear. Her tone was gentle and polite, as if speaking to a relative she rarely saw.
Xiaohan.
Xie Bailing warned Hua Xiaohan again, frowning. Hua Xiaohan coldly lowered his gaze, finished his chicken soup, and added another bowl of rice, eating without a care. Xie Bailing glanced at Hua Zhengwo again. Xiaohan's reaction clearly showed he preferred Su-won to move out, being distant and indifferent. Was it just a coincidence that she returned today to get some documents? Su-won, if you were a boy, I wouldn't mind, but as a girl, it's not safe for you to move out. You might face many troubles, like changing light bulbs or fixing pipes, Hua Zhengwo said seriously as he put down his chopsticks. And Grandma has gone to your uncle's house for now. She probably won't be back before the new year. Living alone upstairs would be convenient, and you can study without interruptions. Su-won, your aunt has been away for training and hasn't been able to take care of you. Later, Xie Bailing glanced at her son, who was focused on eating and indifferent. She wanted to send him back to the hospital tonight to free up a room for Su-won, but remembered he was still recovering. Tomorrow, I'll have Aunt Wu prepare a room for you. Despite the warm invitation from Uncle Hua and Aunt Xie, Su-won felt a bit awkward but understood that Hua Xiaohan, being of that age and a commander, would likely marry soon. He might even bring someone home for the National Day holiday. It wasn't really appropriate for her to stay at the Hua house, mainly to avoid any misunderstandings. Uncle Hua, Aunt Xie, you've already taken great care of me. If it weren't for Uncle Hua, I wouldn't have known how to leave the National Security Bureau. Don't worry, the house my colleague found for me is definitely near their home, so there will be someone to look out for me if anything happens. And Grandma Hua probably wants to see Captain Hua settle down soon. How can I stay in Captain Hua's room? Where would he and his wife stay when they come back? Once the weekend comes and I'm not busy with studies, I'll come back to see you. Soo-won gently bit her soft lip, speaking sincerely, having already made up her mind. Colleague? Hua Xiaohan couldn't help but think of the refined young man he saw that morning. The chopsticks he held grew larger, his long fingers gripping them tightly, turning slightly pale. His brows were furrowed, cold and still like a mountain. His sharply defined jaw was tense. Hua Jiangwo and Xia Beiling noticed and stopped persuading her. They knew Soo-won had faced many difficulties and biases when she first came to the Hua family. But they also understood that it wouldn't be easy for Soo-won to find a suitable place to move out. So, Xia Beiling smiled and added a piece of pickled meat to Soo-won's bowl. Hua Xiaohan noticed that the piece of meat was half fatty and half lean. Although it was smoked and not as greasy as fresh fatty meat, it looked shiny and appealing. Soo-won couldn't eat fatty meat. He slowed down his eating. Annie, actually, I already ate something on the way back because I was translating late and got hungry, so I had a little something with my colleague. Soo-won quickly refused. I'm already very full. It was already a struggle for her to eat a chicken leg. She really couldn't eat anything else. The translator sitting next to her, Jiang Mengyue, was a level 2 translator. She felt some sentences weren't translated accurately and had a certain depth. She had stayed late, and when she got up to get water, she saw Soo-won looking worried, so she kindly offered some advice. Then, when they left work together, she insisted on treating her to a snack. It was just a small gesture, so of course, Soo-won didn't agree. They ended up splitting the cost and returned feeling satisfied. Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath, feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder. He put down his chopsticks and spoke calmly, with a cold, metallic tone, Mom. Dad, I'm full. You can eat slowly. Then he got up, took a brown folder, and went upstairs. Xia Beiling was used to Hua Xiaohan's eating pace. Hearing that Soo-won had already eaten, she didn't insist, and offered her another bowl of chicken soup. After finishing her meal, Xia Beiling didn't ask her to clean up the dishes, telling her to wash up and go to bed early. However, she wanted to review her history and geography books. So, she went upstairs to get her books and also took down her pillow and bedding. When she turned on the study light, she saw a brown leather folder on the desk, the same one that Hua Xiaohan had brought upstairs earlier. Soo-won looked curiously toward Hua Xiaohan's room. Their rooms were next to each other, separated by just a wall, and she could see a warm light shining through the closed door. Opening the leather folder, she found it filled with many tickets: food tickets, fabric tickets, soap tickets, and shoe tickets. The most numerous were the fabric tickets. Soo-won was very surprised. Were these for her? So many tickets, and they were exactly what she needed. She dared not think that way. Holding the brown leather folder, she knocked on Hua Xiaohan's door. Hua Xiaohan, with his shirt half open, revealing his strong shoulders and arms, was standing in front of the full-length mirror in the wardrobe, changing the bandage on his wound. Hearing the knock, he paused slightly, looking toward the door. What is it? Captain Hua, I saw a leather folder on the desk with many tickets inside. You must have forgotten it, so I placed it on the floor. Soo-won's clear voice came from outside the door. She squatted down and put the folder on the ground. Hua Xiaohan finished wrapping his wound, buttoned his shirt, and opened the door. His tall figure loomed over Soo-won like a mountain, steady, yet slightly imposing. This is my compensation for misunderstanding you, Hua Xiaohan said, his dark eyes fixed on her, his expression serious. Soo-won, who had just stood up to leave, was surprised. She hadn't expected it to really be for her. She shook her head. Captain Hua, that's not necessary. You've already apologized to me and even wrote a letter of reflection. What you want is your business. I need to do what I should do, Hua Xiaohan replied, his thin lips parting again. I will keep an eye on the housing situation and let you know as soon as I have news. Also, my parents don't really want you to move out, so it's hard for you to find a place on your own. He looked at her with his deep, dark eyes. This surprised Soo-won. She had asked Jiang Mengyue about the housing situation today and knew that finding a place was urgent. Especially in this era, there wasn't much of a rental concept. It was more about who had relatives or friends with an empty room to offer. It's all about luck. If you encounter it, things will go quickly, but if not, she can only ask around more. Soo-won remained silent, her long eyelashes gently fluttering as if she was deep in thought. Hua Xiaohan glanced at the brown craft paper bag on the floor and then closed the door. The light in front of her was suddenly cut off. Soo-won looked at the craft paper bag. Since it was meant to make up for the misunderstanding, she decided to keep it. Having multiple options to help her find a place to stay was quite good. Her current abilities were limited, so there was no need to force herself or make things difficult. Next time she received her payment or cooked for Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia, she could repay them in other ways. Soo-won bent down to pick up the craft paper bag and returned to her room. Hua Xiaohan watched the craft paper bag being taken away through the door, his dark eyes reflecting a deep abyss. His thin lips pressed into a straight line, looking particularly resolute. The next day, Soo-won was late because she studied her history book late into the night. By the time she arrived at the publishing house's translation team, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Although she had set hours, her work schedule was flexible. As soon as she reached the second floor, she saw people in the office either holding teacups or standing up to peek into Director Miao's office. Fong Yu's frustrated voice came from Director Miao's office. Director Miao, whether Soo-won is a spy or not, I saw her being taken away by the National Security Bureau. I am not slandering her. What evidence do you have? Who else saw it besides you? Fong Yu's family had some connections with the chief editor, so after consulting with Editor Liu, Director Miao called Fong Yu to the office this morning to discuss her dismissal. As a result, Fong Yu stubbornly accused Soo-won of being a spy and demanded that both she and Soo-won be dismissed. Director Miao remained calm in his chair, asking questions. Fong Yu's face turned bright red. She had gone to the military hospital yesterday to find the doctors and nurses who saw Soo-won being taken away, but everyone she asked on that floor claimed not to know anything. She couldn't remember what the doctors and nurses looked like, so she couldn't find them. She simply couldn't find other witnesses. No, there were witnesses. She just didn't dare to look for them. Director Miao, Soo-won was secretly taken away by the National Security Bureau for investigation. Only a few people saw it at the time. I swear, if I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning and not have a good end. Fong Yu raised her hand, swearing fiercely, her voice loud enough for everyone on the second floor to hear. A round face twisted slightly in anger and frustration. She never expected that after coming to the publishing house today, everyone would change their tune. They all believed she had a grudge against Soo-won, was jealous of her, and was deliberately slandering her. She was so furious that she felt like she would explode. She had to expose Soo-won's hypocritical side and make everyone aware that Soo-won had been taken away by the National Security Agency as a spy. Director Miao was momentarily stunned and was about to tell Fong Yu to calm down when Fong Yu saw Soo-won arriving for work. She immediately rushed out of Director Miao's office, grabbed Soo-won's hand, and shouted angrily, "Soo-won, you tell me, were you taken away by two people from the National Security Agency at the military hospital the day before yesterday? Don't try to deny it. I saw it with my own eyes." Director Miao followed her out of the office, and the attention of others in the office turned to Soo-won. Is it true that Soo-won was taken away by the National Security Agency for questioning? Some whispered. Fong Yu swore to it. Maybe there is some truth to it. Just because someone swears doesn't mean they're right. What do we need the police and the law for? Jiang Mengyue interjected. Soo-won bit her lip, her gentle eyes filled with weakness and fear. She pinched herself hard with her hand hidden in her green bag, and her beautiful eyes turned red, tears welling up. Teacher Fong, I know I come from a rural background and have no one to rely on, but you can't keep bullying me like this. I've already said I never talked to anyone about the dress incident, and the failure of your blind date has nothing to do with me. The leader you like, Captain Hua, rejected you that very day. Fong Yu tightly gripped Soo-won's delicate wrist, making her look timid and oppressed, unable to fight back. Her eyes grew redder, tears rolling down her cheeks, making her appear especially pitiful. She knew very well that in this era, even if she wasn't a real spy, just being taken in for questioning by the National Security Agency would tarnish her reputation. Even in the future, if you were suspected of being a murderer and taken to the police station but later released, people would still point fingers at you, believing you were not innocent. As long as Fong Yu didn't provide absolute proof, She would never admit to anything. Fong Yu was once again touched on a sensitive topic, becoming increasingly angry and frustrated. She tightly grabbed Su Wan's arm, demanding that she admit she had been taken away by the national security. Su Wan, don't try to deny it or change the subject. Captain Hua was there too. He went with you to the National Security Bureau for questioning. Then, if you are so sure of yourself, why don't you ask Captain Hua to prove it? Instead, you keep pressuring me because you know I will be attending Lizhi High School and you are a teacher there. Su Wan's expression grew more aggrieved and helpless, her gentle and pure face showing clear fear as she spoke in a soft voice. Her words stirred anger among those who had initially believed Fong Yu. The natural power imbalance between teacher and student raised doubts about Fong Yu's boldness in her actions. Fong Yu let go. Lu Rui rushed over, standing protectively in front of Su Wan. I never expected you to be this kind of person. As a teacher, is this how you set an example? Jealous of your students for being better than you, repeatedly slandering her, and trying to force her to confess using your position? You're not fit to be a teacher. If your parents weren't in the Education Bureau, would you even have been assigned to such a good school as Lizhi High School? Lu Rui's handsome face was filled with anger as he looked at Su Wan, who, coming from a rural background and lacking status or connections, was too afraid to fight back. His sense of justice burned fiercely, and he stood up to defend Su Wan, feeling it was his duty to support her. After spending a few days together, Fong Yu had also been drawn to Lu Rui's talent. Seeing her matchmaker defending this country bumpkin made her furious. First it was Captain Hua, and now it was Lu Rui. Fong Yu's eyes turned red with anger, nearly losing her composure as tears began to fall. Especially when she saw Su Wan maintaining that innocent, delicate look, it made her blood boil. This little girl was too cunning. Fong Yu had witnessed her fierce side when confronting a salesperson. She was not as weak as she pretended to be. Fong Yu was determined to expose her true nature, wanting everyone to see the real face of this deceitful girl. This thought consumed Fong Yu's mind entirely. She grabbed Su Wan's hair and face, shouting, "Stop pretending. You were taken away by the National Security Bureau for questioning as a suspected spy. You can't escape this. Weren't you so bold and aggressive when you fought me for that dress in the mall? Why are you acting weak and pitiful now?" Fong Yu pulled Su Wan's hair and pushed her hard, not just to vent her anger, but also to provoke Su Wan into fighting back, so everyone could see her true colors. However, Su Wan only cowered in fear and panic. This made Fong Yu seem even more unreasonable and aggressive, while she felt helpless. After only a couple of tugs, before she could slap Su Wan, Director Miao and Lu Rui stopped her and forcibly separated them. "Fong Yu, have you had enough?" Director Miao said angrily. This was the first time something like this had happened in the office among female colleagues. Lu Rui quickly called security to take the out-of-control Fong Yu away and end this chaos. "Let me go. You can't do this." Director Miao, Team Leader Lu, she was taken away by the National Security Bureau for questioning. She's a spy, and all of this is just an act. Fong Yu was used to being treated like a princess at home because of her parents, and throughout her school life, she was always pampered and never faced any opposition. She had never experienced such humiliation and defeat before. Her emotions completely broke down, and she cried and shouted to prove her point. However, the more she acted this way, the more people noticed her craziness. Everyone had seen how fiercely she had rushed to attack Su Wan. Su Wan understood that Fong Yu's emotional outburst was not because Lu Rui defended her, but because Fong Yu was triggered by her own weak and pitiful demeanor. The original character had also been pushed to extremes by Su Xiaoyi's act of being a fragile white lotus. Su Wan took a soft breath, her carefully styled braid now messy, her eyes red and glistening with tears. The long, dark eyelashes had droplets of dew that seemed ready to fall, rolling down with her hoarse, tearful voice. "Director Miao, I know that after the scene with Fong Yu, even if I say nothing happened, no one will believe me." Su Wan wiped the tears rolling down her cheeks, trembling her eyelashes as she spoke helplessly and with a sense of injustice. She has worked hard to build her company, So she knows that with the trouble caused by Fong Yu, there will definitely be leaders who will want to talk to her. Others will also have doubts about this matter. Instead of being forced to admit anything, it's better for her to speak up now. Teacher Fong knows that I come from a rural background and really need this translation job to pay for my tuition. She almost made it so I couldn't go to school, Suwon said, choking back tears. Since Teacher Fong said that Captain Ho was present at the time, Director Miao, you can ask Captain Ho. Her gaze was firm, showing no signs of evasion, and she chose her words carefully. It's not that she thinks Hua Xiaohan would help her cover up, but everyone knows how much the National Security Bureau's involvement could affect her. Unless Hua Xiaohan really dislikes her, he wouldn't respond. This essentially puts the responsibility of proving her innocence onto someone else. When the people in the office heard Suwon say this, they naturally thought that it was Fong Yu who had the wrong mindset and poor character, intentionally slandering Suwon because she couldn't stand a student being better than her. Fong Yu is truly eye-opening. Editor Lee from the editorial department is Fong Yu's aunt, and she was the only one handling the transcript issue. Who would believe it's not deliberate revenge? Exactly. Director Miao asked Fong Yu for evidence, and she couldn't provide anything. Besides, if the National Security Bureau secretly took her for investigation, how could it be so coincidental that she saw it? And why was she at the military hospital in the first place? You weren't there yesterday. A nurse from the military hospital stood up and said she hadn't heard of any national security arrests. Instead, she revealed all the bad things Fong Yu did. This is clearly intentional revenge. She has a bad heart. Comrade Suwon, I believe you are innocent, Lu Rue said, looking at Suwon with clear and determined eyes. He showed his support and took out a checkered handkerchief from his pocket to offer it to her to wipe her tears. I believe you too, Suwon, Jiang Menghua said as she ran to Suwon's side, holding her hand to comfort her. Thank you, Team Leader Lu, Suwon said softly, not taking the handkerchief from Lu Rue but accepting the one from Jiang Menghua instead. All right, everyone, let's get back to work, Director Miao said to everyone. Since Suwon had taken the initiative to seek verification, Director Miao naturally believed in her. Most importantly, everyone knew Fong Yu's character and had heard the nurse from the military hospital confirm it. Everyone returned to their respective positions to continue working for the day. Jiang Menghua held Suwon's hand and accompanied her back to the translation team, helping to untangle her messy braid and redoing it into a nice twist. Lu Rue poured a cup of hot water for Suwon. The members of the translation team knew that Lu, the team leader, was supposed to be dating Fong Yu, yet he was being so considerate towards Suwon. Gao Hui, who had just returned from the restroom, smiled and said, Suwon, Lu is really caring towards you. I never saw him pour water for Fong Yu when she was here. Lu Rue felt a bit awkward at Gao Hui's direct comment, but he cleared his throat and, in his role as team leader, said, Gao Hui, as the leader, it's my duty to care for new team members. Thank you, Lu. I can manage on my own, Suwon politely replied, glancing at the tea he poured. However, in this simple and straightforward time, everyone understood the implications. He was supposed to be with Fong Yu, so she needed to find a way to keep her distance. Lu Rue then reminded everyone to focus on their translations and not to slow down the progress, offering his help if anyone faced difficulties before returning to his small office. This was unusual for him. He had never been so talkative before, and it was clear he was speaking to Suwon. Gao Hui picked up her enamel cup and poured herself some water, casually chatting with the others in the group while showing off her 5-month pregnant belly. Some girls these days are very clever. They know they come from less fortunate backgrounds and will use their looks to climb higher. I wonder if they can really succeed. Many had witnessed Lu Rue standing up for Suwon, especially when he had asked the security team to remove Fong Yu. It was obvious to everyone that Gao Hui was subtly mocking Suwon, suggesting she was trying to take Fong Yu's place because of her looks. Suwon, who had just picked up her pen and was ready to focus on her translation, smirked slightly and innocently looked up, blinking her bright eyes as she asked, Gao Hui, you seem to know a lot. Is it because you were like that before?
You. What are you talking about?
Gao Hui was taken aback, her eyes wide with anger as she slammed her enamel cup on the table. Gao Hui, I was just joking. Why are you so upset? Soo-won maintained her innocent expression, as if she was simply making a casual remark. If Gao Hui were to be serious, it would actually seem true. She suppressed her anger and shot a fierce glance at Soo-won before returning to her seat. She knew that the seemingly gentle and calm Soo-won was not so easy to deal with. Meanwhile, Jang Mingyue quietly gave Soo-won a thumbs up. Gao Hui had a higher status and was older than them, and her translation skills were indeed impressive. She often bullied and undermined other team members. She was particularly good at taking advantage of situations, acting one way in front of others and another behind their backs. Soo-won smiled gently at Jang Mingyue. She understood workplace dynamics well. This was a test of obedience. If she had not spoken up earlier, Gao Hui would have become even more aggressive and openly bullied her. As a temporary translator, she was the only one capable of translating the important 200,000-word document well, and Director Miao needed it urgently. There was no way she would let Gao Hui off the hook. If it weren't for the fact that Gao Hui was pregnant, she would have surely added a sarcastic remark like, "Are you so angry because I hit the nail on the head?" However, Soo-won, I want to remind you that although team leader Liu is a good person with a straightforward personality, his parents would definitely not approve of him dating a girl from the countryside, Jang Mingyue said. She felt a strong connection with Soo-won and liked her personality. After seeing team leader Liu show concern for Soo-won twice, only to be rejected, she kindly offered this warning. In reality, not only team leader Liu's family, but also most ordinary city families would not accept a girl from the countryside as a daughter-in-law. Soo-won understood that Jang Mingyue meant well and saw her as a younger sister, so she smiled warmly. "Mingyue, the team leader probably sees me as just a high school student who has just joined the translation team. Let's not misunderstand his intentions. My main focus right now is studying and preparing for the college entrance exam." Jang Mingyue, who was 22 and 4 years older than Soo-won, was a calm and thoughtful person. Seeing Soo-won's serious expression and her dedication to studying, she felt relieved that Soo-won was not interested in team leader Liu. They all focused on translating the documents, and the sound of pens writing and pages turning filled the translation team. Team leader Liu's office door faced Soo-won's desk, so whenever he looked up, he could see her deeply focused on her translation work. Her eyes were calm and clear, and her delicate lips occasionally pressed together or lightly bit. Her dimples were shallow and charming, making her look very soft and lovely. Liu Rui spent the whole day without translating many pages, his handsome and shy face slightly flushed. A sudden thunderclap startled the dedicated translation team, and then heavy rain poured down, darkening the sky as if a big hole had opened. Raindrops pelted the windows like beans. Soo-won was translating a scene set in a stormy villa, which made her feel even more connected to her work. Without looking up, she held her newly bought hero pen and continued translating swiftly. The other team members were doing the same. However, the rain continued until it was time to leave, and the water on the road flooded the 3 steps in front of the newspaper office. Some men opened their oil paper umbrellas, rolled up their pants, and waded through the water, while others wore black raincoats and rode their bikes away. Those without umbrellas or who wanted to wait for the rain to lessen, both men and women, gathered at the entrance of the newspaper office. Liu Rui had just gotten his driver's license last year, so besides being the team leader, he was also the newspaper's driver, responsible for transporting any needed materials. He had the car keys in his hand and, seeing the heavy rain and that Soo-won had no umbrella, approached her, slightly licking his lips, and shyly said, "Soo-won, we don't know how long this rain will last, and the water is so deep that the bus won't come. Where do you live? Would you like me to drive you home?" In this era, most people use straw hats and raincoats, so being able to ride in a car on a rainy day felt like a luxury. "No, thank you, team leader Liu. I can wait for the rain to stop before leaving." Soo-won quickly declined while chatting with Jang Mingyue. "Soo-won, team leader Liu's home is in the same direction as yours. You should take his car to avoid catching a cold and delaying the translation work," Director Miao, having noticed Liu Rui's intentions, casually suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, an olive-green Jeep drove into the newspaper office and parked steadily at the entrance. "Get in." The passenger window rolled down, revealing Hu Xiaohan's handsome and resolute face through the rain. His sharp, eagle-like black eyes quickly locked onto Su Wan, who stood at the back. Next to her stood a refined and handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His serious expression deepened as he opened the car door and got out. With his long legs, he stepped over the dry steps and walked straight to Su Wan. He was dressed in a black raincoat that covered him from head to toe, giving him a particularly stern appearance and a strong presence that was hard to ignore. He handed her a yellow raincoat and said, "Put this on before going out." Su Wan was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Hu Xiaohan to come. It was also possible that Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia had sent someone to pick her up. Facing the curious gazes from everyone, Su Wan took the raincoat, put it on, and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Captain Hua." "Captain Hua, could you also give my colleague a ride?" Su Wan asked, fastening the raincoat and looking up at Hu Xiaohan. The rain showed no sign of stopping, and Jiang Mengyue, like her, hadn't brought an umbrella. Hu Xiaohan cast a sharp glance at Lu Rui beside him. The intense pressure made Lu Rui adjust his gold-rimmed glasses, unsure of the relationship between Hu Xiaohan and Su Wan. At that moment, Su Wan took Jiang Mengyue's hand. Hu Xiaohan relaxed his lips slightly and replied, "Sure." Jiang Mengyue was very happy. Being able to ride in a jeep home in such heavy rain was much better than returning soaked. Not far away, Gao Hui, who was 5 months pregnant, squeezed her way to Su Wan with a friendly smile. "Comrade Su Wan, could you give me a ride too? My home isn't far from here, and it's slippery in the rain, so it's not convenient for me." She said this while gently touching her baby bump, acting as if she and Su Wan were quite close. "Hey, Gao Hui, didn't you complain this morning about Su Wan's background and mock her for wanting to rise above her rural roots? Why do you want to hitch a ride with her now?" Jiang Mengyue said innocently, smiling. She mimicked Su Wan's way of speaking today, jokingly bringing up the topic. Jiang Mengyue knew Gao Hui well. She was thick-skinned and believed that not taking advantage of others was a loss. She relied on her pregnancy, knowing others would hesitate to refuse her, and she always pushed for more. Gao Hui's expression stiffened slightly, but she quickly put on a warm smile and said affectionately, "Mengyue, I never said that. I was just praising Su Wan for being diligent, which is why team leader Lu treats her differently." "There's no extra space," Hu Xiaohan said coldly, narrowing his eyes. "You're pregnant. Why didn't your husband come to pick you up?" Su Wan had remained silent, hoping Hu Xiaohan would refuse. She didn't expect him to be so blunt, hitting right at the sore spot. It was true. With such heavy rain and being pregnant, if her family cared, they would have sent a tricycle to pick her up long ago. Gao Hui, relying on her pregnancy, was used to people accommodating her. But she didn't expect to be caught off guard, her face turning unpleasant. "Comrade, my husband works at a confidential unit and is very busy. He can't just drive over like you." "This comrade, how can you say that? It's pouring rain today, and our team leader, who is injured and in the hospital, still knows to come pick someone up. Your husband works at a confidential unit and you're pregnant. Shouldn't he send a car for you?" At that moment, Guard Xiaozhang walked in, holding a yellow oil paper umbrella, and said clumsily. Gao Hui was left speechless, unable to respond for a long time. Her husband was just a minor official at the confidential unit, without much power, and they had only met through an arranged introduction, lacking deep feelings. "I don't know how others behave as husbands, but I would never let my pregnant wife go home alone in such heavy rain, nor would I trust her to take a ride with other colleagues," Hu Xiaohan said coldly. His dark eyes fixed on Su Wan, checking if she was properly wearing her raincoat. "It's windy outside. Tighten the hat strings." Everyone turned their attention to Hu Xiaohan and Su Wan. Could this officer be Su Wan's partner? Director Miao and Lu Rui were also taken aback. It was hard to think of any other relationship that would make someone, even injured and in the hospital, brave the storm to pick someone up. "Su Wan, what is your relationship with this officer?" Lu Rui asked, looking at Su Wan with a mix of nervousness and curiosity. Did Soo-won already have a partner and was married? He knew it was somewhat impolite to ask, but he was eager to know their connection. Team leader Hwa. Soo-won felt a bit uncomfortable with Hwa Xiaohan's words, but upon reflection, his personality and upbringing were just like that. Although he seemed cold, he was very protective in front of outsiders. Just like in the army, where a commander looks after his soldiers, no matter how poorly they behave, it's his responsibility to discipline them, but it's not for others to criticize or mistreat them. Earlier at Principal Song's house, he clearly disliked her, yet when he saw her struggling with fatty meat, he helped her eat it anyway. Just as she was about to explain their relationship, Hwa Xiaohan's tall figure suddenly blocked the view between Lu Rui and Soo-won. "The soup is ready at home.
Let's go," he said.
Lu Rui's expression stiffened slightly. Soo-won was living at this officer's house? What was their relationship? Were they relatives? Director Miao was also puzzled. When Professor Xie introduced Soo-won, he only mentioned they met on the road, so how? After Jiang Mengyue got into the car, she looked even more curious, her mind racing with questions. She didn't even bother to wipe the rain off her face as she moved closer to Soo-won. Watching Hwa Xiaohan help Soo-won close the car door before getting in, she asked, "Soo-won, is this the team leader who you mentioned this morning?" "Yes," Soo-won replied, glancing at Hwa Xiaohan, who was fastening his seatbelt. "Are you and team leader Hwa married?" Jiang Mengyue's next question was surprising. It was understandable why she thought that, especially considering what team leader Hwa had said before leaving. His actions, coming to pick her up in the rain and taking care of her, went beyond what a regular partner would do. It felt more like the behavior of a responsible husband. If that's the case, that would be great. You have a military husband, so Fong Yu wouldn't dare to mess with you. Honestly, after what happened today, I'm a bit worried that Fong Yu might try to retaliate against you using her family connections, Jiang Mengyue said with concern. This was also why the other people at the publishing house didn't talk much to Soo-won. They all knew she came from a rural background, while Fong Yu's parents worked in the education bureau. Even with Director Miao and team leader Lu's help, it would be easy for Fong Yu to use her connections to target Soo-won. Soo-won was startled by Jiang Mengyue's words and quickly denied, "Of course not, Mengyue. Team leader Hwa and I." As Soo-won was trying to think of how to explain her relationship with Hwa Xiaohan, sitting in the passenger seat, Hwa Xiaohan glanced up through the rearview mirror with narrowed eyes. "What happened today? Is Fong Yu the teacher from the inspirational high school?" "Yes, I heard from Soo-won that she seemed to have gone on a blind date with you, but you weren't interested." Jiang Mengyue then recounted everything that happened today to Hwa, including the incident in front of the newspaper office yesterday. Hwa Xiaohan's sharp brows furrowed, exuding a cold and dangerous aura. If Jiang Mengyue hadn't mentioned it, he would have had no idea that Fong Yu had been causing trouble for Soo-won. It seemed likely that the person who reported Soo-won as a spy was Fong Yu. Otherwise, how could she have coincidentally appeared at the military hospital? After returning, Soo-won never mentioned it to anyone. Hwa Xiaohan pressed his thin lips together, looking at Soo-won's graceful profile in the rearview mirror and firmly stated, "Such things will not happen again." "Soo-won, your partner is really good to you," Jiang Mengyue said, her personality lively despite her calm demeanor. Hearing Hwa's words made her squeeze Soo-won's arm in happiness. "Jiang Jie, Hwa is not my partner. Please don't misunderstand," Soo-won denied again. "If he's not your partner, then what is your relationship?" Jiang Mengyue asked, looking at them with confusion. Hwa Xiaohan remained silent, appearing calm as he observed everything through the rearview mirror. Soo-won was at a loss for how to explain their relationship to Jiang Mengyue. She thought Hwa would clarify, but he remained quiet. Finally, she said, "Hwa is Professor Xie's son. I came to the publishing house to apply for a translator position on his recommendation. Hwa sees me as a high school student and takes good care of me. After all, Hwa Xiaohan picked her up in stormy weather, which she appreciated." Jiang Mengyue felt a bit disappointed after hearing this, thinking they were a good match. She hoped that a girl like Soo-won, coming from a rural background, would have someone strong to support her. "Oh, I see. Then Hwa must have a partner already. I misunderstood. I'm sorry." Jiang Mengyue quickly apologized, recognizing that even if he wasn't married, he should have someone. I don't have a partner, Hua Xiaohan said at that moment. The heavy rain outside was pounding against the car windows, creating a slightly unusual atmosphere inside the vehicle. However, Hua Xiaohan sat upright, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his profile looking stern and steady like a mountain. It seemed like a normal statement, but Jiang Mengyue, who had experienced a school romance with him, felt something was off. He didn't speak up when he should have clarified things, but now he was quick to respond. Their relationship was indeed complicated. It wasn't quite right to call them relatives. The only connection was that her father and Uncle Hua knew each other, but they didn't have a direct relationship. Sister Mengyue, even though Professor Xie's family has been good to me, I can't keep living with them. You mentioned yesterday that your relatives have a vacant room. Can you check for me? Suwon was focused on finding a place to move out. So, you're currently staying at Professor Xie's house, right? Jiang Mengyue quickly picked up on this detail, her bright eyes darting between Hua Xiaohan and Suwon. This meant Suwon was living in the home of Captain Hua and would be going back with him later. Yes, Suwon nodded. Okay, I'll ask my mom if the room is still available, Jiang Mengyue said, glancing at the serious-looking Hua Xiaohan in the front seat. Thank you, Sister Mengyue, Suwon replied sweetly. Jiang Mengyue's home was in the opposite direction from the military compound, and due to the heavy rain and strong winds, the car was moving slowly. Some roads had deep water, so Xiaozhong drove carefully. After chatting for a while in the back seat, their conversation naturally shifted to the foreign books they were translating. Jiang Mengyue was translating a foreign romance novel and was captivated by the story, wanting to convey the love and conflicts between the main characters accurately in Chinese. She took the manuscript out of her bag and pointed to a passage for Suwon to see, asking how to translate it better. Suwon looked down at it, but she had a problem. She couldn't read in a moving car without feeling dizzy and nauseous. Especially with the heavy rain outside, the bumpy road made her feel uneasy. But since it was only for a short while, she endured it. The two were discussing how to translate a passage when Jiang Mengyue suddenly looked up at the rear-view mirror. There, she saw a pair of deep, dark eyes staring intently at Suwon, sparkling with emotion. Noticing her gaze, those eyes calmly shifted toward her for a moment. Jiang Mengyue smiled slightly and silently looked at Suwon, raising her eyebrows at Hua Xiaohan. The meaning was clear: if you like her, go for it. She felt that this officer was different from Team Leader Liu. He had a strong sense of independence and wouldn't just follow family expectations. He probably wouldn't mind that Suwon came from a rural background. In fact, he might appreciate it. Hua Xiaohan turned his gaze back to the window, watching the rain lessen, but his heart was in turmoil. His deep eyes seemed calm, yet inside, there was a storm brewing, and he pressed his lips together. Jiang Mengyue was puzzled. Hua Xiaohan clearly liked her, so why didn't he pursue her or confess? Did he think it was inappropriate because he was an officer and Suwon was still a high school student? But many high school students date and marry. Wait, wasn't there a strict rule against students dating in high school? So, was Hua Xiaohan worried about that? Wouldn't it make more sense to report their relationship and get married sooner? The school couldn't control that. The car hit a small road, bouncing even more. Suwon held back her nausea and carefully translated her understanding of the passage. Jiang Mengyue's eyes lit up. Suwon, you're amazing. This is exactly the feeling I wanted. She excitedly hugged Suwon. The sudden hug, combined with the bump of the car, made them lose their balance and almost fall under the seat. Just as Suwon's head was about to hit the back of the front seat, Hua Xiaohan quickly turned around and protected her forehead with his hand. Once Suwon was helped back into her seat by Jiang Mengyue, she noticed Hua Xiaohan was using his right hand and nervously asked, "Hua team leader, is your hand okay?" "It's fine. The road is bumpy, so hold on tight," Hua Xiaohan replied, his jaw tense and expressionless. His right shoulder felt stiff, clearly affected by the earlier movement, which had strained his healing injury. At that moment, the car stopped in front of Jiang Mengyue's house. "Captain Hua, is your shoulder really okay?" After getting out of the car, Suwon swallowed hard, trying to push down the rising discomfort in her throat. Having taken care of Hua Xiaohan in the hospital for several days, she was well aware of his injury. "It's fine." Hua Xiaohan glanced at the rearview mirror. The light was dim, but it was clear that Suwon looked a bit pale, her delicate brows furrowed in discomfort. The next second, he called out to Xiaozhong, "Stop the car." "What's wrong?" Hua Xiaohan turned around, his dark eyes resting on Suwon's slightly pale and distressed face. "I'm fine, I'll be okay in a bit." Suwon took a deep breath and lowered her gaze. As long as the car stopped bumping around, she would feel better soon. Thinking about the heavy rain, she realized that getting wet could easily lead to an infection for his injury. Hua Xiaohan should have stayed in the hospital. Curious, Suwon asked, "Captain Hua, why are you here today?" She thought Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia wouldn't let Hua Xiaohan come to pick her up. "Xiao, we came out of the National Security Bureau today. After I finished handling her enrollment, I saw it was pouring rain, so I came by." Hua Xiaohan spoke calmly. Suwon considered this. Right now, he was the only one available to handle this matter. After finishing his tasks, he just happened to catch her off work, and with the heavy rain, it would have seemed inconsiderate if he hadn't come. "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Hui's matter, Captain Hua," Suwon said softly and politely. Regardless of the situation, others saw her and Su Xiaohui as sisters, always a family. She needed to show the proper courtesy and also express her gratitude to Captain Hua for picking her up, otherwise, she didn't know how long the rain would last. Hua Xiaohan pressed his lips together in silence, sitting straight in the passenger seat, his hands resting on his knees gently clenched a few times. Xiaozhong, focused on driving, stole a glance at his captain. It was clear that another guard was handling Su Xiaohui's enrollment. The captain had specifically come from the hospital to pick up Comrade Suwon, arriving early at the newspaper office and only driving in when he saw her. He didn't understand why the captain said it was just on the way. Soon, the jeep entered the military compound. After dropping Suwon off at her home, Hua Xiaohan did not linger and instructed Xiaozhong to turn the car around and head back to the unit. After all, it was pouring rain in Beiping, and as the team leader, Hua Xiaohan had to stay at his post and prepare for disaster prevention early on. Uncle Hua still hadn't returned. After Suwon took a hot shower and drank the soup Aunt Xia brought her, she went to the room where Su Xiaohui used to live. Su Xiaohui's bamboo basket was still there, but her suitcase and other belongings were gone. She had come to Su Xiaohui's room before, hoping to find her pen, but she didn't know where Su Xiaohui had hidden it. Now, trying to find it again would surely be impossible. With Su Xiaohui's secretive nature, she either hid things very well, so no one could find them, or she destroyed them. Suwon guessed that the pen was probably smashed to pieces by Su Xiaohui. She should have asked where that American-made pen was hidden when Su Xiaohui was taken away by the national security. Used to the smooth flow and comfortable grip of that pen, the hero pen she was using now felt heavy and uncomfortable. The rain continued until the next day, lightly drizzling, and by afternoon, it suddenly poured with strong winds. Suwon decided not to go to the publishing house and translated at home instead. On the third day, when the sun came out, Suwon took the bus to the publishing house to ask about Jiang Mingyue's housing situation. She could sense that Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia really didn't want her to move out. "Su, the translator is here. Why didn't that officer who picked you up during the storm come with you today?" As soon as Suwon entered the translation office, Gao Hui, who was over 5 months pregnant, greeted her warmly. Her narrow eyes were fixed on Suwon, swirling with curiosity. It seemed like she was welcoming Suwon, but her tone was sarcastic. The team members, who had been quietly translating, looked up at Suwon with curiosity. They had discussed her absence the day before and speculated about her relationship with team leader Hua, wondering how a girl from the countryside could come to Beiping for school, suggesting her background must be complicated, possibly linked to that officer. Suwon could sense the jealousy in Gao Hui's tone from a distance. She knew Gao Hui was trying to pry into her relationship with Hua Xiaohan. Clearly, Jiang Mingyue was tight-lipped and hadn't discussed her relationship with Hua Xiaohan while she was away. "Hi Hui, I'm really sorry. I couldn't give you a ride home because of the heavy rain the other day. When we get back, your husband should send a car or have someone pick you up, right?" Suwon smiled and asked with concern. It seemed like she was apologizing to Gao Hui, but she was actually pointing out that Gao Hui was being targeted because no one gave her a ride. The last question was asked on purpose. Gao Hui often boasted about her husband working in a confidential unit, looking proud and mysterious, making others think he was a big leader. This was undoubtedly a soft jab, poking right at Gao Hui's heart, leaving her feeling choked and her face looking very unpleasant. Previously, Gao Hui always used her husband's busy work and the importance of his job as excuses. Now, everyone saw a group-level officer who was injured come to pick up Su-won, and they realized that Gao Hui's husband was just a low-ranking staff member in a confidential unit. Some translators who had long disliked Gao Hui quietly chuckled to themselves. Gao Hui's facade was ruthlessly stripped away, and her face, swollen from pregnancy, looked very unpleasant as she pretended to go out to get water. Look at how easy it is to talk to team leader Liu. She practically guilt-tripped him into taking her home, Jang Minghua said after Su-won sat down. She truly admired Gao Hui's boldness. If only she had such confidence. Tomorrow, her long-distance partner, whom she hadn't seen in 3 months, would return to Beijing, and he would leave early the next morning. But she was randomly chosen to go on a business trip to Xinjiang City, and now she felt so upset that she couldn't translate a single word, scribbling with her pen on the paper and getting blue ink all over her hands. Her eyelashes were still damp, clearly showing she had just cried. "What's wrong, Minghua?" Su-won asked as she placed her bag on her desk, noticing Jang Minghua's low spirits and unhappy face. Jang Minghua sighed and explained the situation. The Xinjiang city government needed 2 foreign-language translators to translate some materials for students' textbooks. Since it was a volunteer project, there was only some reimbursement for travel, no payment, and the journey to Xinjiang city involved a long, tough mountain road. So, Director Miao decided to draw lots, and whoever got picked would go. By chance, Jang Minghua and another colleague were selected. She didn't mind contributing to the country's development, but missing the chance to meet her partner meant waiting another 3 months. They have already arranged a phone call and plan to meet their parents tomorrow to finalize their marriage.
Now,
"What kind of tickets are you getting?" Su-won asked, seeing Jang Minghua looking so upset, and she also needed tickets. "Some grain and oil tickets." Jang Minghua wasn't sure how many there would be. She would only know once she got to Xinjiang City. "How about this, Minghua? I can go on the business trip for you?" Hearing it was grain tickets, Su-won's eyes lit up. Plus, it was just for 1 day, and if she finished translating early, she could come back sooner. Although Hu Xiaohan had given her quite a few tickets, in this time when tickets were like money, no one would complain about having too many. She also wanted to send some back home. She knew very well that her parents had exhausted their savings and borrowed a lot of money to send her and Su Xiaohui to study in Beiping. And her older brother was at the age to get married. Having a few dozen pounds of grain tickets would definitely help him with matchmaking. "Really?" Jang Minghua straightened up and grabbed Su-won's hand when she heard this. "Of course. I need to submit a manuscript to Director Miao anyway, so I'll talk to him." Su-won took out the manuscript she had translated yesterday and checked it again for any typos. "Su-won, you're so kind. When I get married, I will definitely invite you to the wedding." Jang Minghua, realizing Su-won was serious, didn't know how to thank her and hug her tightly, promising to do everything she could to help Su-won find a place to rent. "Okay, I'll be waiting for you to invite me to your wedding and share some sweets." Su-won smiled brightly and then took the manuscript to Director Miao's office. After handing the manuscript to Director Miao for review, Su-won mentioned her desire to replace Jang Minghua on the business trip to Xinjiang City. Director Miao, who was flipping through the manuscript, looked up in surprise at Su-won. Generally, those who work as translators at publishing houses come from well-off backgrounds and wouldn't go to Xinjiang City for a few grain tickets. But Su-won had taken the initiative to offer, and suddenly Director Miao seemed to think of something and laughed. "Isn't Colonel Hua in Xinjiang City for disaster relief?" Due to the heavy rain a few days ago, a village in Xinjiang City was flooded, and the army had gone to the disaster area for rescue. Director Miao wondered if Su-won's offer was to see her partner. "Director Miao, please don't misunderstand. I'm just temporarily staying at Professor Xia's house. I have nothing to do with Colonel Hua. He just came to pick me up because he was passing by during the heavy rain. Su-won quickly understood the meaning behind Director Miao's words and promptly explained. That's how it is, Director Miao said, looking at Su-won's calm and composed face, nodding in agreement. However, the condition was that it should not delay the translation progress of the literary work she was handling. Director Miao, don't worry. I will definitely complete the task on time. In fact, translating this literary work was not too difficult for her. The challenge was that it needed to be handwritten without any mistakes. Su-won stood up, said goodbye to Director Miao, and left the office. As she opened the door, she saw Lu Rui standing outside with a stack of documents. When he saw her come out, his handsome and shy face looked slightly awkward, and his ears turned red. Hello, Team Leader Lu, Su-won greeted politely before quickly returning to the translation team to work on the documents.
Hello, Comrade Su-won.
Hearing her pleasant voice, Lu Rui's handsome features relaxed, especially after learning that Captain He was not Su-won's partner. The gloom in his heart vanished instantly. He felt particularly light and cheerful as he watched Su-won's graceful figure. Taking a deep breath, he walked into Director Miao's office with the documents and said, seriously, Director Miao, I would like to request to go on a business trip to Xinxiang City with Comrade Su-won tomorrow. Since they needed to arrive in Xinxiang City by 9 a.m., Su-won left the military compound at 4 a.m. Xia Bailing was initially worried about Su-won going on the trip, but seeing that Su-won had already agreed, she wrote a note with names, addresses, and a phone number for her to contact in case of any issues in Xinxiang. She also packed some cookies, fruit, and milk in Su-won's bag for her to eat on the way. Su-won felt warm inside, thinking that if she had time in Xinxiang City, she would buy some local specialties to bring back. When she arrived at the newspaper office, it was already bright outside, and there were many pedestrians on the street. Seeing the car parked at the entrance of the office, she jogged over. Comrade Su-won, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you meat buns made by my family's cook and freshly made soy milk. Lu Rui arrived even earlier than Su-won. To pick her up today, he had even washed the car the night before. As soon as he spotted Su-won, Lu Rui got out of the car and handed her the meat buns and soy milk prepared by their cook. Team Leader Lu, are you also going on a business trip to Xinxiang City? Su-won looked at Lu Rui, who was getting out of the car, with some surprise, sensing something. Yes, I'm replacing my former colleague to go with you on the trip, Lu Rui said shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed to meet Su-won's eyes, but he didn't forget to hand her the meat bun and soy milk he was holding. No, thank you, Team Leader Lu. I've already eaten, Su-won quickly declined, glancing again at the car, which should have had 3 people including the driver. Team Leader Lu, is it just the 2 of us? Yes, I have a driver's license, so we don't need a driver, Lu Rui said, a bit disappointed, but then looked at his watch and said to Su-won, Comrade Su-won, it's getting late. Let's set off early. She hadn't heard Director Miao mention this yesterday, but now it was too late to back out. Su-won had no choice but to open the back door and sit inside, politely saying, Thank you for your hard work on this trip, Team Leader Lu. Lu Rui, sitting in the driver's seat, felt his hand tremble slightly as he inserted the car key while listening to Su-won's clear voice. The thought that this was his first time alone with Su-won for an entire day made his handsome face flush with a mix of shyness and excitement. He was so nervous that he almost forgot the steps to drive. After finally starting the car and getting on the road, he stole a glance at Su-won in the back seat through the rear-view mirror. He saw her holding her bag, resting her head against the seat, and closing her eyes. She didn't notice his nervousness or mistakes while driving. This made Lu Rui feel relieved. 2 days ago, Hua Xiaohan returned to the unit and immediately received a task to help relocate people affected by a disaster. He rushed to Xinxiang City through heavy rain and hadn't slept for almost 2 days and nights. Only today, after the disaster relief ended and while returning to Beiping, did he manage to sleep for a few hours in the car. When he got back to the Hua family, it was already dark, and only Aunt Wu was sitting in the living room eating noodles. Hua Xiaohan's posture remained tall and straight, like a pine tree that would never bend, though his military green uniform was a bit wrinkled and dried mud clung to the cuffs of his pants. His short hair, cropped neatly, was slightly messy. His sharp jawline was covered with a hint of stubble, making him look weary yet exceptionally resilient. Xiaohan, you're back? Commander Hua is in a meeting, and Professor Xia is with Cindy at school. Aunt Wu immediately put down her bowl and stood up. Xiaohan's sharp eyes quickly scanned the living room. Where is Suwan? Is Suwan still working overtime at the newspaper? Xiaohan, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll make you a bowl of egg noodles. Yesterday, Suwan made some herbal tea and braised meat. It was really delicious. Director Hua ate several pieces, Wu Ma said while helping Xiaohan with his slippers, reaching out to take the brown paper package from his hand. No need, Xiaohan said, looking toward the second floor and avoiding Wu Ma's hand. After changing into his slippers, he headed upstairs. Wu Ma noticed the redness in Xiaohan's eyes, the fatigue on his face, and his dry, pale lips. He probably hadn't slept since he went to the disaster relief. She called out to his back with concern, Xiaohan, you should go rest upstairs. I'll bring the food to your room when it's ready. Xiaohan carried the brown paper package up to the second floor, which was dark and quiet, with only the light from the stairwell illuminating the space. He looked at Suwan's room. The door was tightly closed, and darkness filled the gap. Could she have moved out today? He remembered that her colleague mentioned a relative's empty house while they were in the car 2 days ago. Xiaohan's expression darkened, and he turned back downstairs, asking Wu Ma, who was cracking eggs in the kitchen. Wu Ma, is Suwan still at work? She went on a business trip to Xinjiang City with her translation team. They said they needed to help the school translate some study materials, so she might be back late, Wu Ma replied, surprised that Xiaohan was asking about Suwan. Previously, Xiaohan had been cold and distant toward her, hardly speaking to her. Even when Suwan wanted to rent a place, Xiaohan seemed to want her to move out, so Wu Ma hadn't mentioned Suwan to him earlier. Going on a business trip with colleagues? Xiaohan's brows furrowed sharply. Xinjiang City had just experienced a heavy rain. The mountain road from Beiping to Xinjiang was muddy and difficult to navigate, with rocks and trees occasionally falling. If they weren't careful, their vehicle could be damaged along the way. Even the most experienced drivers in their unit took over 4 hours to return to Beiping. It was already past 7. If Suwon hadn't returned yet, she likely wouldn't be coming back today. Who else is on the business trip with her? Xiaohan narrowed his dark eyes, a hint of coldness flickering in their depths. It seems to be with a male colleague. Wu Ma wasn't very clear about the details. Professor Xia wanted to call the director of the publishing house last night to request a different person, but it was one who asked to go, so he had to agree. Asked to go? And there was only one male colleague. A handsome face quickly appeared in Xiaohan's mind. It seemed to be team leader Liu. His stern expression suddenly darkened, and the atmosphere around him became tense, as if a mountain was collapsing, making it hard to breathe. He then opened the door and walked out with a cold demeanor. After Xiao Zhang brought him back, he handed him the car keys. Xiaohan quickly started the engine and sped towards the Beiping newspaper office. It was completely dark outside, and there were few pedestrians on the streets. Xiaohan pressed the accelerator to the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. His handsome face was tense, like a sharp sword just drawn from its sheath, fierce and dangerous. At this time, most employees at the Beiping newspaper office had finished work, but some staff members were still working late to write, proofread, and format the next day's newspaper. Director Miao had to stay until 7 or 8 in the evening to check the manuscripts submitted by the translation team and handle other publishing matters. The car drove straight into the Beiping newspaper office building. After asking the security personnel at the entrance, Xiaohan strode towards Director Miao's office. Director Miao, has Comrade Suwon returned from her trip? Xiaohan saw that the door to Director Miao's office was wide open as he reached the second floor. He raised his left hand and knocked lightly on the door, his cold, deep eyes fixed on Director Miao, who was sipping tea and reviewing manuscripts. Commander Hua? Director Miao, engrossed in his work, was surprised to see Xiaohan, dressed in military uniform and looking worn as if he had just returned from a disaster area, standing at the door. He quickly stood up and said, "Commander Hua, I called Professor Xie this afternoon. Due to the muddy and slippery mountain roads, Su will not be able to return to Beiping until tomorrow." After speaking, Director Miao looked at He Xiaohan's mud-stained uniform and his weary expression, hesitating before asking, "Commander Hua, did you just return from a rescue mission?" He wondered if Su Wan's stay at Professor Xie's was truly unrelated to Commander Hua. "Director Miao, I know that Su Wan volunteered to go on a business trip to Xinjiang, but you are aware that there has been flooding there. The mountain roads are difficult to navigate after the heavy rain. As a leader, shouldn't you consider the actual situation before making a decision?" He Xiaohan did not answer Director Miao's question. His dark eyes narrowed, filled with a cold glint, and his presence was particularly chilling and oppressive, making it hard for others to breathe. Moreover, Su Wan is just a high school student, and she will only be accompanied by one male colleague. His voice was cold and serious, sounding like a straight line. It seemed emotionless, yet it made others feel uneasy. Director Miao, having been a leader for many years, could not miss the meaning behind He Xiaohan's words and the restrained anger in his tone. "Director Miao, if it were another female colleague, would you still not prioritize their safety?" He Xiaohan spoke again. Director Miao paused slightly. Although He was young, his commanding presence as a team leader created an unexplainable pressure. He nodded slightly, realizing that after the recent heavy rain in Xinjiang, it was not appropriate to send anyone there at this time. He said, "Hua, I admit I did not consider this thoroughly. We should arrange for another person to accompany her. But please rest assured, the colleague going with Su Wan is team leader Lu Rui, an outstanding employee from our Beiping newspaper, who will take good care of Su." Before Director Miao could finish, the atmosphere around them instantly turned icy, like ancient ice, chilling to the bone. He Xiaohan's sharp brows were filled with frost, his pale lips pressed tightly together, and his dark eyes were as deep as a well. Su Wan had volunteered for this trip specifically to be with Lu Rui. Moreover, it would just be the two of them staying overnight in Xinjiang, returning to Beiping the next day. His hands, hanging by his sides, clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands standing out, and a sharp pain from a wound on his shoulder throbbed. "Director Miao, I brought Su Wan to Beiping, so I am responsible for her safety. Please give me the address." He Xiaohan took out his blue work notebook from his pocket and handed it to Director Miao. He then tightened his jaw, looking directly into Director Miao's eyes, and said coldly, "I hope that in the future, if there are similar business trips, you will inform me in advance. I will take her there." His final statement was particularly cold and forceful, conveying a strong sense of pressure. Director Miao suddenly stared at He Xiaohan after listening to the conversation. Although Hua, the leader, remained calm and seemed worried about Su Wan's safety, it was clear he had a strong protective instinct towards her, much like a cat guarding its food. It was obvious that Hua had feelings for comrade Su Wan. No wonder he showed a sense of hostility and caution towards Lu Rui when he came to pick up Su Wan during the heavy rain 2 days ago. His actions of standing between Su Wan and Lu Rui indicated he did not want them to have any contact. Now that he learned Su Wan and Lu Rui were going on a business trip together and staying overnight, it was clear Hua was anxious and restless. He would likely drive there immediately upon receiving the address. Director Miao sighed internally and wrote the address in his blue notebook with the pen he kept on his chest. Whoa. When Su Wan volunteered to replace Comrade Jiang Manhwa for the trip, I specifically asked her about her situation. She mentioned she was only staying at Professor Xie's home and didn't know you well, so there was no connection. If I had known you were so worried about her safety, I definitely wouldn't have agreed to let her go. After writing the address, Director Miao cleared his throat, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness, and scratched his nose. He Xiaohan looked at the address in the notebook, his sharp features cold and hard. After quickly memorizing the address, he strode downstairs. Once in the driver's seat, he thought about what Director Miao had just said, his pale lips pressed tightly together, his chest slightly rising and falling. His dark eyes resembled a dagger in the night. He turned the car key, pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and sharply turned the steering wheel, heading towards the mountain road to Xinjiang City. At the township government courtyard, comrades Lu and Su, Thank you so much for your help in translating the documents overnight. This is a special dish from our township, a local delicacy. Please enjoy. Su Wan and Lu Rui arrived at the township government courtyard at noon, having translated documents until 9 p.m. After they finished, several government staff members specially arranged for the cafeteria to prepare local dishes for them as a late-night snack, warmly welcoming them. Chairman Dai, you are too kind. It is an honor for comrades Su Wan and me to contribute to our country's education efforts. At a round table, Lu Rui and Su Wan sat together. After speaking humbly, Lu Rui shyly glanced at Su Wan beside him. Chairman Dai and the other officials at the township government had often seen couples coming to get marriage certificates. Whenever they noticed Lu Rui's gaze occasionally landing on Su Wan, everyone would share a knowing smile. Honestly, you folks from the capital are quite handsome. When Comrade Su got out of the car, I thought a star from a magazine had arrived. Deputy Director, he said, her short hair framing her round face, as she smiled at Lu Rui and Su Wan. Comrade Lu is also quite charming. You two really make a good pair. Lu Rui felt his cheeks flush at Deputy Director He's words, but he was very happy and shyly glanced at Su Wan again. Deputy Director I'm not from the capital. I came to the capital too. Su Wan put down her chopsticks, ready to explain and clarify her relationship with Lu Rui. Just then, a young official entered, leading a tall figure in military green. The soldier's uniform was damp, and he appeared somewhat disheveled and tired. However, his dark eyes sharpened like a predator's upon seeing Su Wan. Hua Xiaohan? Su Wan was surprised to see Hua Xiaohan, thinking she might have mistaken him. What was he doing here? Chairman Dai, this is... The young official began to introduce. Chairman Dai quickly stood up from his seat. Isn't this the Commander Hua who helped with disaster relief in Anyang village? He walked towards Hua Xiaohan as he spoke. Everyone at the table turned to look at the door, impressed by the young commander. They had heard that it was his early judgment that saved the nearby village's fields and houses from flooding. Chairman Dai warmly invited Hua Xiaohan to join them for a meal, saying, Commander Hua, didn't your unit return to the capital this morning? Did something happen? His last question made the leaders at the table tense up. Chairman Dai, the disaster relief work is complete. I'm here to pick someone up. Hua Xiaohan greeted Chairman Dai and then walked straight toward Su Wan. Seeing Su Wan and Lu Rui together, his handsome face turned cold, creating an intense atmosphere. Captain Hua, why are you here so late? Su Wan stood up, looking at Hua Xiaohan, whose eyes were bloodshot with confusion. According to party committee member Dai, Hua Xiaohan had returned to Beijing earlier that day and then rushed to Xinjiang City to find her. Mom was worried about you staying out, so I came to check on you. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes fixed on Su Wan, his voice low and hoarse. Seeing this, Deputy Director, he quickly offered his seat to Hua Xiaohan and asked with concern, Captain Hua, so you know Comrade Su? He hurriedly sent someone to the cafeteria to get a bowl and chopsticks. No need. I can sit here. Hua Xiaohan glanced around and then took a stool to place it between Su Wan and Lu Rui. The round table was nearly full. Su Wan and Lu Rui had to shift a bit to make space. As Lu Rui moved his stool, Hua Xiaohan followed suit, making it difficult for Lu Rui, who was of average height and slender build, to find room. Hua Xiaohan's tall and imposing figure left Lu Rui with little space, and his natural cold aura forced Lu Rui to shift further. In the end, Lu Rui was pushed to the corner. Su Wan's position was not significantly affected. Looking at Hua Xiaohan's pale, tired face, it seemed like he had lost weight, and his shirt was damp on the back. Even the fingers resting on his knees trembled slightly, a sign of weakness from extreme fatigue and hunger. Clearly, Hua Xiaohan had not rested much during the disaster relief efforts, with bloodstains on his right shoulder, some dried and some fresh. Under these circumstances, Aunt Xie should not have allowed Hua Xiaohan to come. Captain Hua, it's so late. After dinner, you should stay with comrades Lu and Su at the government compound, party committee member Dai suggested, planning to have a young staff member prepare a bed. After all, it was already past 10, and it was not safe to travel back at night. They would have to wait until the next morning. No need to trouble yourself, Member Dai. I will take Su-won to my friend's house for the night, Hua Xiaohan said firmly, then turned to Lu Rui, his dark eyes sharp and cold. You're Lu, right? Tomorrow, you'll have to return to Beijing alone. Su-won was slightly taken aback. Lu Rui glanced at Su-won and politely said, Team Leader Hua, I need to report back to the office with comrades Su-won tomorrow. Staying at the town government courtyard is quite convenient. I will take her, Hua Xiaohan replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for disagreement. Team Leader Hua, you drove all night and must be tired. Why not stay at the town government courtyard tonight and leave tomorrow? Su-won suggested softly, noticing Hua Xiaohan's cold expression. It wasn't that she wanted to return to Beiping with Lu Rui or was worried about his safety. It was clear that Hua Xiaohan needed rest, and staying at the courtyard was safe. It's not far from here. Let's eat, Hua Xiaohan said, turning to look at Su-won, his dark eyes reflecting her gentle face. His tone seemed calm, but his attitude was very commanding. Su-won frowned slightly. She disliked feeling controlled. She met Hua Xiaohan's intense gaze, which felt deep and unending, but quickly looked down. After all, he had driven all night to find her, and she knew how difficult the muddy mountain roads were, especially at night. Team Leader Hua, you should eat too, Su-won said with a slight smile, her tone light. Once she found a place, she would move out immediately. Committee member Dai and the others wanted to say something, but seeing Hua Xiaohan's determination and Su-won's agreement, they held back. They prepared more dishes and warmed some buns. However, the relationship between Hua Xiaohan and Su-won puzzled them. After finishing the meal, Hua Xiaohan checked his watch and got ready to leave with Su-won. Lu Rui wanted to talk to Su-won and understand their relationship better, but Hua Xiaohan's cold presence made him hesitate, and he ended up saying nothing. He watched as they got into the jeep, said goodbye to committee member Dai and the other officials, and drove away from the courtyard. Su-won, holding her green bag, sat in the back seat and noticed Hua Xiaohan adjusting the rear-view mirror. She shifted to a spot that was out of its view. The mirror reflected Hua Xiaohan's sharp, dark eyes clearly. After finishing dinner, he felt much better overall, except for a bit of tiredness. Why did you come to Xinxiang on a business trip? After adjusting the rear-view mirror, Hua Xiaohan asked while driving. Of course, to contribute a little to the country's education, Su-won said, holding her green bag. It was already autumn, and the nights in Xinxiang were a bit chilly. Her voice was soft, but her words were polite yet distant. Hua Xiaohan pressed his pale lips together and said nothing more, his serious expression hidden in the darkness. The streets near the town government were quiet at night, the darkness thick, with hardly any light visible. Just after the vehicle left the government compound, a few people on bicycles suddenly appeared and blocked the jeep's path. Others ran out from a side alley, shining aluminum flashlights at the car. Sitting by the window, Su-won was momentarily blinded by the bright light and quickly raised her hand to shield her eyes. I saw them here when I arrived, Hua Xiaohan said, narrowing his eyes as he stopped the car. Su-won was taken aback. A few troublemakers who had been lurking near the government compound all night rushed over excitedly when they saw the car stop. Seeing the beautiful female translator from Beijing sitting inside, they grinned and shone their flashlights at the window. They had planned to wait until the government officials left, then sneak in to catch a glimpse of the lovely translator. They also intended to stop them on the mountain road when they left Xinxiang the next day. After all, there were only 2 people from Beijing, and the man driving looked weak and scholarly. They thought they could easily handle him. The female translator from Beijing looked just like the movie stars in their collected magazines. They had never seen anyone more beautiful. Her skin was so delicate it seemed like it could glisten with water, her figure curvy, and her voice sweet and soft. They couldn't even imagine what it would feel like to be with her. It must be amazing. The leader of the troublemakers rode his bicycle up to the jeep, a lewd grin on his face, shining the flashlight at the car. But the closer he got, the more something felt off. The man in the driver's seat wore a military green uniform, his sharp eyes gleaming with a cold and fierce light. His imposing presence was filled with danger. He looked at them coldly, like the king of come to collect souls. The guy in front, holding a flashlight, instantly lost his strength and fell off his bicycle, nearly scared out of his wits. It turned out to be a military vehicle, driven by an officer. Just one of him could easily beat them all up. Blocking a military vehicle could lead to serious trouble. If someone with a bad temper encountered them, they could be dealt with on the spot. The other guys who had come closer realized it was a military jeep, and they immediately cried out in fear, their faces pale, and scrambled away. When the bike chain fell off, they just abandoned the bicycle and ran into an alley. Soo-won recognized one of the troublemakers in front of the headlights, a guy with a middle part and big front teeth. He was the same guy who had been staring at her while she was asking for directions. She hadn't expected them to be waiting outside the town government office, just for them to come out. Thinking about how they had planned to leave for Beijing at 6 the next morning, if these troublemakers stopped them on the mountain road back, the consequences were unimaginable. The original person had ended up in a mental hospital because of her beauty, which led to her being harmed and then sold to a remote place. If she fell into the hands of these troublemakers tomorrow, her fate could be similar. Soo-won tightened her grip on her green bag, her long eyelashes trembling. No wonder Hua Xiaohan insisted on taking her to stay with his friend, despite not having rested for days. Now you're scared? Hua Xiaohan turned around, his dark eyes fixed on Soo-won, filled with an icy aura. How could you dare? Knowing you attract attention, you still went on a trip alone with a male colleague. At home, you have 3 strong brothers protecting you, and in Beijing, you have the Hua family. The people you interact with are all educated and cultured. If something happened, could your male colleague really protect you? Hua Xiaohan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his whole body feeling as cold as if it had been frozen overnight. His bloodshot eyes reflected Soo-won's graceful figure sitting in the back seat. In the night, her outline was soft and deep. Her clear, bright eyes seemed to shimmer like they were covered in mist, blinking at him. Captain Hua, I thought I could go and come back the same day. I didn't think much about it. Soo-won held onto her bag strap and said honestly. She decided to replace Jiang Mengyue because she saw that Xinjiang was close to Beiping, allowing her to go in the morning and return at night. She didn't expect that her colleague who went with her would turn out to be Lu Rue, and the driver didn't come. Lu Rue was unfamiliar with the road conditions, and the muddy mountain paths caused delays. He sincerely apologized, acknowledging his mistake. I'm sorry for causing trouble for you and Aunt Xia. Next time, I will definitely listen to Aunt Xia. Soo-won looked at Hua Xiaohan's sharp profile. His deep eyes were darker than the night. It felt like a lock was tightly holding her. She remembered how his hand trembled uncontrollably during dinner, making it hard for him to hold his food, and even now he couldn't use his right hand to hold chopsticks. Yet he had driven for hours on the mountain roads to find her. Thank you, Captain Hua, for coming to pick me up at night.
But
Soo-won straightened her back against the car seat and lowered her gaze. You just returned from disaster relief in Xinjiang and are injured. Shouldn't Aunt Xia have made sure you rested? Why would she let you come alone to pick me up? Her voice was clear and crisp, like shattered jade against ice. It seemed like a casual question, but it made Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes narrow sharply. He sensed something. His body tensed for a moment, and the blood flowing through him suddenly felt stagnant. It was like something precious had been struck by an arrow. He could clearly see that Soo-won's eyes were bright but cold, reflecting nothing, like a still pond without any ripples. This is a letter from your parents, Hua Xiaohan said coldly, lowering his gaze as he handed her the letter from his pocket. He continued in a detached tone, I received it just when I returned to the unit today. Soo-won took the envelope, confused, and turned on the car's interior light to take out the letter inside. She read that her parents had learned about Su Xiaoyi's situation and felt they had wrongly blamed her for many things. They believed her nature wasn't bad, just that her temper was poor, and she had been spoiled by them. Since they had no fate together, they hoped Hua Xiaohan would take care of her like a sister and keep her in check. The words were sincere and serious. Her mother had dreamed that she was kidnapped and locked in a pigsty, forced to bear children for an old and ugly man, suffering greatly. Soo-won never expected her mother would dream of the original situation described in the letter. No wonder Hua Xiaohan rushed over after learning she was on a business trip to Xinqing. His mood was so low. It was all because of her parents' request. Soo-won neatly folded the letter and returned it to Hua Xiaohan, biting her soft, red lips. With sincere eyes, she said, "Captain Hua, I'm really sorry for the trouble this time. I'll be more careful in the future and won't bother you again." Hua Xiaohan took the letter without a word, his expression blank. His dark eyes, deep like a black hole, stared into the endless night ahead, as if it would swallow him whole at any moment. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, his arm muscles stiff and veins bulging. He pressed the gas pedal and drove into the dark night. Soon, the jeep stopped in a large courtyard. Hua Xiaohan's friend, Wang Shua, was a former company commander from the Northwest Army, just returned to civilian life this year. The couple didn't live with their in-laws and had no extra rooms, so Soo-won shared a room with Wang Shua's wife, while Hua Xiaohan stayed with Wang Shua. The night was thick like ink, and Wang Shua, sleeping nearby, was already snoring, blending with the croaking frogs outside. Hua Xiaohan lay in bed, staring at the beams with his deep, bloodshot eyes. Logically, after only a few hours of sleep in 3 days and nights, he should have fallen asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. But he couldn't sleep at all. It felt like a tight string was pulled in his mind. The wound on his shoulder, which was healing, itched intensely, as if countless ants were gnawing at the new flesh. He took a deep breath, recalling Soo-won's eyes and tone when she asked why he came to pick her up in the car. They were cold, guarded, with a hint of nervous curiosity. When he took out the letter her father sent him, he noticed a barely perceptible ease in her tone. He closed his eyes heavily, his handsome face tense and restrained, with sharp features appearing particularly cold. The wound on his shoulder itched more and more. He got up and went to the bathroom to tend to it. His night vision was excellent, and with the little moonlight coming through the window, he removed his white tank top and unwrapped the bandage on his wound. Soo-won, who had a light sleep, quickly felt drowsy when she first got into bed. However, she was soon awakened by the sound of Wang Shua's wife snoring. The noise wasn't loud, but in the stillness of the night, it stood out. Plus, Wang Shua and his wife seemed to have a good relationship, as she had rolled over and rested her leg on Soo-won's. Soo-won was disturbed and couldn't sleep because her leg was being pressed down. She wanted to move Wang's leg away, but it soon came back. Every time she turned, Wang turned too, breathing heavily in her ear. Soo-won had no choice but to get up and use the bathroom. In this era, many homes had bathrooms and kitchens with pull-string lights. Either there was a string hanging right by the door, or it was dangling from the wall. As Hua Xiaohan was unwrapping the bandage on his wound, he saw the bathroom door open. A soft and graceful figure entered, carrying a fresh scent of soap mixed with a sweet fragrance. It quickly filled the small bathroom, making the already warm space feel even hotter. He watched as the girl awkwardly felt around the wall for the light string but couldn't find it. Then she reached up into the air. The bathroom was small, with a wooden basin for dirty clothes on the floor and the sink right by the door. She accidentally touched a smooth, warm, and firm muscle. Soo-won felt that the bathroom was very dark and she couldn't see anything, as if something was blocking her view. Curious, she continued to explore, her confused mind not immediately realizing what she had touched. She squeezed it, feeling the hard, elastic muscle, full of youthful energy. Hua Xiaohan felt a tightness in his breath as the soft touch made his muscles tense and bulge. The summer heat made him sweat, and his body felt as hard as iron. His back was pressed against the brick sink, leaving him no room to move back. Her light breath was warm against his chest, and a drop of hot sweat slid down his back. "It's me," Hua Xiaohan said in a deep voice, slightly hoarse. Soo-won, who had just realized what she had touched, was startled by his sudden voice, so close above her. She quickly pulled her hand back and exclaimed, "Ah, Captain Hua, why didn't you turn on the light?" She noticed he wasn't wearing a shirt. Soo-won hurriedly stepped back and, upon looking closely, could vaguely make out a tall figure standing at the bathroom door. The entire bathroom was almost filled. "I can see," Huashao said coldly, his chest slightly rising and falling, his dark eyes flickering. He quickly put on a simple white tank top and pulled the light cord. The dim yellow bulb instantly lit up the small bathroom. Suwon saw Huashao standing in front of the sink, his posture upright, revealing strong arms with prominent muscles. His side profile looked particularly cold and sharp, exuding a sense of restraint and wildness. On the sink lay a blood-stained bandage. He raised his left hand to scratch the itchy area around the wound, but all his muscles were connected. As he almost reached the wound, the scabbed area pulled, tearing the newly grown skin. Huashao gritted his teeth, his sharp brows furrowed. After several attempts to scratch the itch, he only caused more blood to seep from the scab. Finally, he decided to use iodine to disinfect the wound before rebandaging it and leaving. "Captain Hui, can I help you?" Suwon asked, knowing how itchy the newly healed skin could be. Thinking about how Huashao had come to find her at night because he was worried about her safety, she spoke up cheerfully and naturally, walking towards him. Huashao pressed his lips together, his already tense muscles becoming even harder. He suddenly imagined her delicate white hand gently scratching his wound. Her fingers were slender, with soft, long knuckles and perfectly shaped nails, slightly pink at the tips. As she got closer, the temperature around them rose again, and the air became stuffy. The fresh, sweet scent of her youth filled his senses, making his skin feel hot and his blood rush. Sweat began to bead on his back. Huaxiao's calloused hand tightened slightly, his ears turning red as if blushing. His breathing became quick and uneven. Suwon turned on the faucet to wash her hands, just about to reach out to help him with the wound. "No need," Huaxiao slightly turned a shoulder, lowering his gaze, and said coldly, "I'll have Sergeant Wang help me." He then took the iodine and bandage and stepped out of the bathroom, his demeanor cold and unyielding, as if he didn't want to be in the same room with her. Suwon recalled the confession that Huashaohan had made to her in the hospital basement when she was pretending to be Erwan Tingting. Although they had cleared the air, it was impossible to act as if nothing had happened. It was a bit awkward. They definitely needed to keep some distance. Wang Shua had just returned from military service in the northwest this year, and his vigilance had not decreased at all. When he heard Suwon's awe, he immediately woke up, noticed Huashaohan was not beside him, and opened the door, just in time to see what was happening in the bathroom. Despite Huashaohan's cold demeanor that pushed people away, Wang Shua could see that he actually didn't dislike or reject the situation. In fact, he seemed to be looking forward to it. Whenever any woman tried to get close to Huashaohan before, he had shown strong wariness and caution. If Huashaohan wanted to refuse, he wouldn't have given Suwon the chance to come near him. It was unclear whether it was because he was inexperienced with women or if he had become too rigid from his time in the military, always remembering the rules. He thought that men and women shouldn't be in close quarters at night, especially in a private, small space like the bathroom, even helping him with a scratch. Such actions should be reserved for a deeper friendship that had evolved after a strong bond. So, when Huashaohan returned to the room, Wang Shua noticed the flush on his ears contrasted sharply with his cold expression, indicating that he was definitely interested. In fact, from the moment he brought this delicate girl, who seemed like she stepped out of a classical painting, to stay with him late at night, Wang Shua had noticed. Huashaohan's gaze had been fixed on Suwon since she entered the room, and he was very attentive to her, though she was unaware. Like her? Wang Shua yawned as he took the iodine bottle from Huashaohan's hands and nodded toward the door. As Huashaohan sat on the edge of the bed, his body stiffened again, and the wound began to bleed more. "She's offering to help you with your wound. Why do you still have that serious face? At this rate, when will you find a wife? You think it's like a gun? The commander will just give you one? You say you charge into battle first, but when it comes to relationships, you shrink back?" Wang Shua turned on the bedside lamp, sat cross-legged on the bed, and while helping Huashaohan with his wound, he began to give him advice. Although he was just a company commander, he was older than Huashaohan. They had shared trenches together, which deepened their friendship. Xiaohan's face, hidden in the dim light, flickered. His fists clenched tightly on his knees. I noticed that Suwon doesn't seem very enthusiastic about you. In relationships, if both sides are always proper and never cross any boundaries, not even saying a flirty word, nothing will ever happen, Wang Shua said, making a comparison by extending his hand. It's like our two hands. If neither of us reaches out, they will never touch. If someone else takes her away, it will be too late for you to reach out. Xiaohan lowered his gaze, his eyes swirling with deep thoughts, biting his lip tightly. When Wang Shua finished that last sentence, the atmosphere grew cold and tense. He recalled Suwon's cool and cautious question in the car, filled with wariness. He slowly opened his thin lips, his profile shadowed. She will run away.
What?
Wang Shua didn't catch that at first, but Xiaohan had already turned off the lamp and lay down on the bed. The next morning at 9 o'clock, a dull olive-green Jeep stopped at a corner not far from the Beiping newspaper office. It was the start of the workday. Suwon didn't want the newspaper staff to see her and create unnecessary gossip, so she asked Xiaohan to drop her off a block early. "Thank you, Captain Hua," Suwon said as she opened the car door and quickly got out. Just before closing the door, she leaned back in and asked the man in the driver's seat, "Captain Hua, will you come back for dinner tonight?" Xiaohan glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Suwon's soft smile, her cheeks dimpled, and her bright, clear eyes looking at him. "Today I will be sending out payment for articles. I want to cook dinner for you, Uncle Hua, and Auntie Xia," Suwon said generously, expressing her gratitude. She had originally planned to buy some local specialties in Xinjiang to bring back, but this unexpected situation arose. Xiaohan's dark eyes flickered, his heart raced for a moment, but he quickly turned away, his expression blank, and replied coldly, "I'm not sure." "Then I'll make extra," Suwon thought for a moment and said before closing the car door. She grabbed her bag and walked toward the newspaper office. On the second floor of the publishing house, people gathered in small groups, looking worried and serious as they discussed. Oh no! How could Leader Lu get into such trouble? What happened to the temporary translator, Suwon, who was with Leader Lu? Suwon has such a charming face. I'm afraid she might not even realize what happened to her in the bushes. Gao Hui said, holding a cup of malt drink, making light of the situation, but secretly feeling quite pleased. Leader Lu was severely injured and unconscious. How could a young woman like her resist those strong men? After they had their way with her, she might have been sold off to some remote place. This kind of thing has happened before. Gao Hui, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Mingyue arrived at work early to hear a call from Xinjiang City, saying that Leader Lu had an accident on the way back to Beiping, and his money, tickets, and watch were stolen. Editor Lu had already rushed over in a police car. But there was no news about Suwon, which made Jiang Mingyue very anxious. Hearing Gao Hui say such things made her want to rush over and silence her. I'm just speculating based on past reports and cases. Why are you so worked up? Gao Hui said, hands on her hips, looking at Jiang Mingyue as she approached without fear. I certainly don't want anything bad to happen to Suwon. But Suwon is young and pretty. It's true. In such a closed-off town, with only Leader Lu for company, it's easy for local troublemakers to target her. They worked at one of the largest newspapers in Beiping, so they had access to more information and news than most people. In recent years, incidents of hooliganism and criminal activities had become increasingly rampant, with several cases already reported in Beiping. Gao Hui's speculations weren't just idle talk. The long mountain road from Xinjiang City to Beiping could bring out all sorts of people. Especially since traffickers love someone like Suwon, with her slim waist and curvy figure. She could fetch a high price. My husband dealt with a similar case of women trafficking before, and for someone with Suwon's looks, being sold off to a remote area to bear children for an old bachelor would be considered a lucky outcome. Gao Hui glanced at Jiang Mingyue, unfazed by her anger, and continued, I'm just worried she might end up in a nightclub in Port City as in. Maybe if they sell her in the mountains, they can still find her. But if they sell her in the port city, they probably won't even find her body. Anyway, it doesn't concern me. Suwon is going in place of Jiang Mingyue. not instead of her. Team leader Lu was seriously injured and unconscious from being robbed, and as a woman, Soo-won would face even more trouble. What's wrong with her speaking the truth?
You.
Shut up. You're just jealous that Soo-won's translation skills are better than yours. When an officer came to pick her up in the heavy rain, you acted like a rat hiding in a gutter, unable to stand seeing someone else do well. Jiang Mengyue became angrier as she listened, her eyes glaring. With a rush, she confronted Gao Hui, swinging her braids back, ready to fight. What's wrong? Do you want to hit a pregnant woman? Gao Hui, 5 months along, stood tall, unafraid, especially with several colleagues around. I'm not afraid to tell you that those people are probably after Soo-won. Right now, she might have been kidnapped by those bandits or fell off a cliff while trying to resist. Either way, something has happened to her, and she definitely won't come back. Jiang Mengyue's face turned red with anger, her delicate nostrils flaring as she gasped for breath, ready to lash out at Gao Hui. But her colleagues held her back. Jiang Mengyue then grabbed a porcelain mug from the table, intending to throw the tea at Gao Hui. Soo-won? At that moment, a male colleague from the translation team saw Soo-won, dressed neatly and carrying a green bag, walking upstairs and called out. Immediately, the colleagues on the second floor, who were watching the commotion, turned to look at Soo-won in surprise. Soo-won, you're back? It's so good that you're okay. Jiang Mengyue, who was just about to confront Gao Hui, rushed over to hug Soo-won, her eyes red as she anxiously checked if Soo-won was hurt. If anything happened to you, I would hate myself forever. After all, Soo-won kindly took her place on the business trip. If something had happened, she would live with guilt for the rest of her life. Soo-won, how did you come back? Gao Hui was astonished to see Soo-won return unharmed. They had taken the same vehicle, yet team leader Lu had an accident, and Soo-won was fine. Sorry, Gao Hui. Last night, Professor Xie was worried about me and had Captain Hu drive to pick me up. He just dropped me off at the newspaper office this morning. I'm sorry to disappoint you by not getting into trouble. Soo-won coldly looked at Gao Hui's shocked and defeated expression, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. When she reached the second floor, she heard Gao Hui and Jiang Mengyue arguing. She didn't expect that the troublemakers she encountered last night would still be up to no good, robbing and injuring Lu Rui on the mountain road back to Beijing the next day. Of course, it could also be another group of bandits. To rob someone on the way back to Beijing shows they were willing to go to extremes for money, risking lives. She wondered how Lu Rui was doing now, and if he was in danger. She could almost imagine that if Hui Xiaohan hadn't come to pick her up last night, her situation would have been similar to what Gao Hui described. She took a deep breath, feeling a chill run down her back. Thank goodness Captain Hui came to pick you up last night. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would have happened when you returned with team leader Lu today, Jiang Mengyue said, gripping Soo-won's hand tightly, still shaken. Then she turned her head and glared fiercely at Gao Hui, saying, some people really need to clean up their act and think about their future children. They shouldn't be cursing others all the time. Who knows when karma will come back around to them. If Gao Hui weren't pregnant, she would have already slapped her for her nasty comments. People like her have no empathy at all. The more panic they feel, the more vicious their words become, always ready to kick someone when they're down. When the tables turn on her, let's see if she can still laugh. Ha, Soo-won, you really have no shame. You're in high school and already know how to attract men with a military officer as your boyfriend, even living at his place and still trying to hang on to team leader Lu. Everyone knows team leader Lu went to Xinjiang for you. If it weren't for you, would he be in this situation? His serious injury and coma are because of you. Gao Hui forcefully placed her enamel cup on the table, standing tall with her hands on her hips, indignantly accusing Soo-won, you're here bragging about your military officer boyfriend. If anything happens to team leader Lu, editor Lu will definitely not let you off the hook. That's nonsense. You said it yourself. Team leader Lu wanted to go, so what does that have to do with Soo-won? Seeing the confused colleagues at the publishing house looking at Soo-won with judgmental eyes, Jiang Mengyue immediately raised her voice, ready to confront Gao Hui again. Soo-won grabbed Jiang Mengyue's arm, her cold eyes fixed on Gao Hui, her face filled with concern for Team Leader Lu and confusion over Gao Hui's actions. Sister Gao, Team Leader Lu is seriously injured and unconscious. Everyone is very worried. If you have any opinions about Editor Lu or Team Leader Lu, you can share them. Team Leader Lu is an outstanding young person and a dedicated employee who actively contributes to the education of our country, tirelessly supporting Xinjiang. Yet, you are here deliberately slandering and spreading rumors about him, suggesting that his passion and sense of justice are for a spoiled rich kid. What are your true intentions? When Editor Lu returns, I will definitely report this situation to him. I want to see how he feels knowing that Team Leader Lu is seriously injured and unconscious, yet still being maliciously slandered by employees at the newspaper. Su Wan spoke with more righteous indignation than Gao Hui, feeling deeply pained. She knew that Lu Rui had gone to Xinjiang specifically for her. Not only would Gao Hui think this way, but Editor Lu would also likely believe that her presence was the reason for Lu Rui's injury. Her passionate speech elevated Lu Rui's motives to an unprecedented level, making it difficult for Editor Lu to confront her directly, even if he had grievances.
You.
I didn't, Gao Hui stammered, her face turning green with anger, struggling to catch her breath and feeling pain in her stomach. She thought she was in a secure position and that her claims were factual, but she didn't expect Su Wan to turn the tables on her, leaving her with no way to refute. If she argued back, it would only imply that she was intentionally tarnishing Team Leader Lu's image and spreading rumors about him. What's going on here? Is it not chaotic enough? Everyone get back to work. Director Miao rushed in with a briefcase, his previously neat hair now a bit disheveled. He shot a fierce glare at Gao Hui. Seeing that Su Wan had returned safely relieved him, and he called her into his office. Gao Hui wanted to explain to Director Miao that she had no issues with Editor Lu or Team Leader Lu and certainly did not have any ill intentions. But Director Miao shut her out. Before he could speak, Su Wan proactively asked with concern, Director Miao, I heard that Team Leader Lu had an accident on his way back to Beijing. How is he doing now? Director Miao took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead and sighed. They've already been sent to the hospital and are awake. It's nothing serious. But according to the police in Xinjiang, that group came prepared. They probably had their eyes on you as soon as you arrived in Xinjiang. Su Wan felt relieved to hear that Lu Rui was okay. This incident is indeed due to my and the other leaders' poor arrangements. Look at you all, young men and women. You stand out, and Lu Team Leader is wearing an expensive Shanghai watch and stylish clothes, clearly a wealthy young man. How could you not attract attention? Director Miao said with frustration, thanks to Team Leader her finding me last night and asking for the address of the town government to bring you back, otherwise, given that group's ruthless nature. He couldn't bear to think about what might have happened next. The male colleague might have just been beaten and robbed, but for a female colleague, especially someone as beautiful as Su Wan, it could have been much worse. When Team Leader Hu came to see him, he thought Hu was just worried about Su Wan and Lu Rui being alone on the trip, stemming from a man's possessiveness over a woman. Now, it seemed like a soldier's natural sensitivity and alertness to danger. By the way, Team Leader Hu picked you up this morning, right? Why didn't you come back with Lu Team Leader? Director Miao asked, slightly furrowing his brow. If they had returned with Team Leader Hua, that group likely wouldn't have dared to attack Lu Rui on the mountain road back to Beijing. When Team Leader Hu picked me up last night, he took me to stay at his comrade's house, and we took a different mountain road back the next day. I didn't expect such an incident to happen on Lu Team Leader's way back. Su Wan hesitated to mention the encounter with the troublemakers from the night before, feeling a bit guilty. She thought those troublemakers were after her, and Lu Rui, being a man, should have been safe. Who would have guessed that he would be robbed the next day? Was it a different group, or were those troublemakers from last night bold enough to target Lu Rui when he was alone? Director Miao nodded and didn't say anything more. He told Su Wan to go to the finance office to settle the payment for the translation work and to take a nice hot bath and rest today. Su Wan thought about how she had returned safely, and truly, as Director Miao said, it was all thanks to Hua Xiaohan. After receiving her fresh paycheck, She hurried to the department store to buy a gift for Mr. Hua as a thank you. She doesn't like to owe anyone. If she does, she feels the need to repay immediately, or it feels like ants are crawling on her. It's as if someone is chasing her with a knife. She wasn't sure what Mr. Hua liked or needed. He must already have the essentials that men usually use, like a razor. Instead, she found a beautiful qipao for Aunt Xia, which matched her gentle and intellectual demeanor perfectly. In the autumn, with a shawl over it, walking on campus and giving lectures would feel amazing. However, buying gifts for Mr. Hua and his son was the hardest part. Suddenly, she remembered how she had accidentally touched the strong, well-defined waist of a man last night, with muscles that seemed to pulse with strength, unlike those built in a gym. She immediately knew what to get for Mr. Hua and his son. A belt is a necessity for every man and is quite durable. A good quality one can last for 10 years. But one belt isn't enough. For important occasions, it's nice to have a new, good one. So, she went to the leather store and carefully chose 2 handmade leather belts that suited their ages and styles, one in a cool, understated black and the other in a stable, dignified brown. Mr. Hua's son was young and often trained, while Mr. Hua also kept in good shape. A size between 110 centimeters and 130 centimeters would be just right. Ma'am, these are for your husband and father-in-law, right? You have great taste, the cashier said with a smile as she checked out. Usually, people buy belts for their husbands, but she bought 2, one for a younger man and one for an older gentleman, clearly for her husband and father-in-law. No, they are gifts for my elders and my elder son, she replied, pulling out a brand new red envelope that still smelled of fresh money. She didn't notice the cashier's smile growing wider, assuming she was picking gifts for her future father-in-law and husband. After paying, she also bought a dress for Xine and didn't forget about Wu Ma's gift. Although this spent most of her paycheck, she, having traveled from another time and being in business, knew that maintaining relationships was very important. Hua Xiaohan had given her so many tickets before, so she wanted to thank him in another way. Later, she specially bought a black fish from a fisherman. She thought that if Hua Xiaohan returned tonight, she would cook fish soup. If not, she would keep it in a tank. In the office, Li, the squad leader, rushed in, looking tired. Captain, here is the information you requested about Hu Ziqiang. He placed the documents he had just gathered from Xinxiang City on Hua Xiaohan's desk. After returning to the unit, Hua Xiaohan had sent someone to Xinxiang to investigate the troublemaker who had stopped the military vehicle last night. This Hu Ziqiang is completely out of control. He stopped a military vehicle last night, and today he robbed someone on the road, seriously injuring a translator from a newspaper in Beiping. He has a long history of crimes. I just asked at the local police station, and they said Hu Ziqiang, relying on his grandfather being the police chief, has been bullying and harassing many people. Li spoke with great anger, almost cursing. He has targeted several female high school students and young female workers returning home alone. They just arrest him, then release him after taking some money. Hua Xiaohan frowned, looking at the file detailing Hu Ziqiang's offenses. He had started harassing female classmates back in school and had bullied classmates. Just a few days ago, a mute girl from a farming family committed suicide due to his harassment. He was only detained for a few days before being released. The day after his release, he targeted Su Wan, who had come from Beiping. If he hadn't gone to pick her up yesterday, her fate might have been the same as those girls he had previously harmed. Moreover, he had the audacity to rob a newspaper translator, team leader Lu, the next day, probably thinking Su Wan would return to Beiping with him. Thinking of this, Hua Xiaohan's eyes turned cold as he looked at Li. Has he been taken away by the police yet? Not yet. His accomplices are covering for him, and he is hidden somewhere his family knows. Even the police in Beiping can't handle this. This was why Li was so furious. Hua Xiaohan's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he leaned back on the sofa. Initially, stopping a military vehicle would only lead to a charge of creating trouble.
But now.
Understood. After telling Li to go rest, Hua Xiaohan made a phone call. Deputy Director Zeng, I saw the file on Director, whose grandson. He has done so many wrong things and you still choose to be just a deputy? There was a heavy silence on the other end of the phone. With his family background, he wouldn't need to rob anyone for money, and he has never committed a robbery before. I suggest you investigate this further. Hua Xiaohan paused and hinted, could it be that he listened to the wrong broadcasts or watched some bad movies? Deputy Director Zeng suddenly thought of something. Hua, don't worry. I will investigate this thoroughly. After hanging up, Hua Xiaohan looked at the black, gold-framed American pen on his desk. The American expert had given him a pair of pens. Both were black and similar in style, but designed differently for men and women. The pen for women was lighter and more delicate, fitting better in a smaller hand. The expert had gifted them to him for his future marriage. He had given the women's pen to Su Wan, but he had never seen her use it. Hua Xiaohan's gaze dimmed slightly. Thinking about how she said she would cook dinner for him and his family, he glanced at his watch. It was almost time for their dinner. He pursed his lips, picked up the pen, and began to write. After writing a few words, he looked at his watch, then continued writing. His gaze drifted to the phone on his desk. He wrote a few more words and time passed slowly, but the phone remained silent. Hua Xiaohan felt the phone might be broken. Just as he was about to put down the pen and check the phone line, the phone rang loudly. His hand reached for the receiver, but he hesitated for a moment before finally bringing it to his ear. Xiaohan, Suwon is cooking a big dinner tonight. You should come home. Hua Jiangwo's calm and strong voice came through the line. Dad, I still have some things to take care of. Hua Xiaohan sat up straight, his voice cool and steady. You're still recovering. What could be so important? Come home quickly. Hua Jiangwo said sternly, before hanging up. Hua Xiaohan hung up the phone and looked at the file on the desk about Hu Ziqiang. He picked up a pen and added some more information. After completing the list of wrongdoings, he took the file and left the office. At the Hua family home, Xian had changed into a red plaid dress that Suwon bought for her, and she had creatively added a bow at the back. She was happily twirling around in the living room. Meanwhile, Aunt Wu held a pair of brand-new cloth shoes that Suwon had bought for her, her eyes crinkling with joy. You little girl, you just got your payment and already bought gifts for all of us. You should save some money, Xia Beiling said, holding a fresh and elegant qipao in front of her, which fit her perfectly. Her gentle face showed both happiness and concern. She had originally planned to take Suwon and Xian shopping for clothes and shoes when school was about to start, but she didn't expect Suwon to buy them first. Suwon had also spent the whole afternoon preparing a big feast for them. This was a far cry from the selfish and domineering behavior she had shown back in Qiantang village. There was a time when Su Xiaowei accidentally picked a long bean and had it almost in her mouth, but Suwon had forced her to spit it out. Those were probably just childhood memories, and they say girls change a lot as they grow up.
There was no need to dwell on the past.
Hua Jiangwo sat on the sofa, looking at a brown leather belt under the light, nodding in approval. Not bad, not bad. He had been using this belt for almost 8 years and felt it was time for a new one. He exchanged glances with his wife, both understanding each other's thoughts. They appreciated Suwon's thoughtful gesture, but they definitely needed to return the money spent on the gifts. The best way would be to send the money back to her parents in her hometown under Suwon's name. Big sister Wan, I'll give you 2 white rabbit candies and a kiss, Xian said excitedly, feeling like a princess in her new dress. To show her gratitude, she ran to her room, took out her cherished 2 white rabbit candies, and hugged Suwon's neck, planting a kiss on her cheek with a smack. Giggling, she said, Wow, big sister Wan smells so nice and is so soft. I want to kiss you again. After her kiss, her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed again. Okay, Suwon chuckled, playfully turning her other cheek toward her. As Hua Xiaohan opened the door with the file, he saw this heartwarming scene. 2 heads, one big and one small, leaned together. Suwon bent down, her clear, watery eyes sparkling, and her dimples made her look sweet like honey. Little Xian, with her rosy lips, was just about to kiss her charming dimple. Beneath her thick black hair, her delicate, fair earlobes resembled fine jade, glowing softly. From his angle, he could see a small red beauty mark on her earlobe, like a lovely apricot on snow, making her even more beautiful. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is Xiaohan back? Just then, Xie Bailing looked up and saw a tall figure standing at the door. Hearing that Xiaohan had returned, Suwon quickly looked toward the entrance.
Dad, Mom.
Xiaohan walked in, took off his military cap, and hung it on the coat rack, revealing his freshly trimmed hair, which made his features look sharp. After dinner, let's talk in the study. He approached Suwon and handed her a brown folder, lowering his voice. His dark eyes looked deeply at Suwon, giving off a heavy, oppressive feeling. Little Xine, who was hugging Suwon's neck, was very familiar with this tone. Almost instinctively, she hid behind Suwon. Whenever she did something wrong or threw a tantrum, her uncle would say the same thing, wanting to talk to her. Then he would scold her, making her stand as punishment. Luckily, she couldn't write yet, otherwise, she would have to write an apology. Sister Wan, did you do something wrong? Little Xine whispered in Suwon's ear. Suwon looked at the folder Xiaohan handed her, feeling puzzled. What's wrong? Xie Bailing asked, also confused by Xiaohan's action. Nothing, Mom, Xiaohan replied softly, then walked into the bathroom to wash his hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xine wearing a new pretty dress, his mother draped in a soft, smooth qipao, and his father sporting a new brown belt. Even Aunt Wu was trying on a new pair of cloth shoes. Everyone had a hint of joy in their expressions. Suwon had mentioned this morning that she received her payment today, so these must be gifts she bought for everyone. But it seemed like there was nothing for him. He slightly clenched his hands, and his mood turned cold. Suwon opened the file and took out the information on a person named Hu Ziqiang. She didn't recognize the person in the photo. He had a mischievous look, and although he was young, his eyes showed a cruel intensity. In their words, he was like a living ghost. The file stated he was from Xinjiang City. The document detailed his crimes of abusing and mistreating women, starting from high school, where he targeted attractive classmates. By the time he graduated, there were nearly a dozen victims. The latest entry was about him robbing and injuring Lu Rue today. Could he really be part of the group that tried to stop the military vehicle last night? Did he think she would ride back to Beijing with Lu Rue this morning, which led him to rob and hurt Lu Rue? Suwon immediately looked at Xiaohan, who had just come out of the bathroom, seeking his confirmation with her eyes. Let's eat first, Xiaohan replied softly, meeting her gaze. He then joined his family at the dining table. Xie Bailing and Hu Jiangwo exchanged glances, both wondering what had happened, vaguely connecting it to Suwon's business trip to Xinjiang City yesterday. Xiaohan, this is your favorite dish, braised pig ears, specially made by Suwon today, Wu Ma said as she brought the food to the table, unaware of the earlier scene. And here's a bowl of fish soup. Suwon helped remove the bones for you since she thought it might be easier. Wu Ma kindly placed the fish soup in front of Xiaohan. Suwon had put in a lot of effort to prepare this meal, so it was important to mention it. Yes, Xiaohan, I just got back, and Suwon asked me what you like to eat. You should try the braised pig ears. Xie Bailing added, placing some pig ears and Xiaohan's favorite meatballs in his bowl. So, she bought gifts for the family, but also specially learned to cook his favorite dishes? Xiaohan gently held the black pen in his pocket, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite of the pig ears. Even though it was her first time making it, it was flavorful and had a nice texture, clearly made to his taste. The corners of his lips subtly lifted, and he straightened his back, looking at Suwon across the table with a deep gaze. Very good. Captain Hua, if you like it, there's more. Suwon thought about the cases of abuse and mistreatment of women recorded in Hu Ziqiang's file. If Xiaohan hadn't insisted on taking her away last night, she wouldn't know what this bold rogue was doing in the government courtyard. The fact that this troublemaker has committed so many crimes yet remains unharmed suggests he must have a strong background. With clear eyes and a confident demeanor, she said, "In the future, if you want to eat, I will cook for you again." Her words were light and straightforward, but they felt like spring raindrops sliding down his ear and warming his heart. It was both ticklish and enticing, making his heart race as if he had just run 10 kilometers and done 200 push-ups. Yet, he maintained a calm and indifferent expression. Xie Beiling and Hu Jiangwo exchanged subtle glances at Hu Xiaohan. They sensed that after Su Wan went on a business trip and Hu Xiaohan drove all night to bring her back, their relationship had clearly changed. They were no longer as distant as before. The dining table was unusually quiet, with everyone, including Aunt Wu, waiting for Hu Xiaohan's next reaction, while little Cindy was lost in her world of delicious food. She loved the 4 happiness meatballs, but her short arms couldn't reach them, so she stood up to grab one. Unfortunately, it slipped and fell on the table. She naturally picked it up again and placed it in her uncle's bowl, then took another for herself. Hu Xiaohan calmly picked up the meatball that Cindy had just placed in his bowl and started eating without answering Su Wan's question. Instead, he spoke again in a detached manner, like a strict but caring older brother in the family. "I've already found a place for you. There are 2 rooms. One is next to the faculty housing near Lizzie High School. If you don't want to run into teachers while commuting, there's another one a 10-minute walk from the school, in the retired officials' housing area. If you have time after work tomorrow, I can take you to see it."
Xiaohan.
Xie Beiling immediately shot a glance at Hu Xiaohan. After rushing back from disaster relief without even having a drink of water, why was he now pushing her away? What did that mean? "Xiaohan, don't listen to your brother Xiaohan. You will soon go for military training and will be living in the army for half a month. After the training, you will have classes. If you find commuting inconvenient, you can stay on campus." Xie Beiling felt a bit angry, but still gently advised Su Wan. Although the 2 places that Hu Xiaohan found were nice, Su Wan was from a rural area and studying in the capital. They wouldn't know if someone bullied her at school. Su Wan was pretty, and it was easy for her to attract the attention of some bad people outside of school. What if she got tricked? Hu Jiangwo also put down his chopsticks and said, "Seriously, Su Wan, your aunt is right. We are worried about you living alone, and your parents must be worried too. Just wait until military training is over and stay at school. When the holidays come, I'll have Xiaohan pick you up. Renting a place alone is not as simple as you think." Hu Jiangwo rarely spoke to Su Wan in such a serious tone. His old subordinate had not only investigated in the village, but also visited her school. He told Hu Jiangwo everything he found out. Since Su Wan started high school in town, she had gotten close to some troubled students and often skipped classes to hang out with some bad kids. She had also started to compare herself with others and picked up some bad habits. Now that Su Wan was slowly improving, Hu Jiangwo certainly didn't want her to be led astray again after starting school. The capital was much more glamorous and tempting than a small town. "Yeah, Xiaohan, didn't you say that your brother Xiaohan wants to eat pig ears? How will you make them for him if you move out?" Xie Beiling hinted to Hu Xiaohan to say something. Hu Xiaohan looked at Su Wan seriously, his dark eyes calm, like a rational older brother respecting her decision. "Do what makes you feel comfortable. If you think the place isn't suitable, I can help you find another one. If you want to stay at the Hu family, you can have my room. It has its own space." Although Hu Xiaohan didn't really want to push her out, his serious attitude made it hard for anyone to feel comfortable staying there. Xie Beiling was quite anxious and wished Hu Xiaohan would stop talking. Su Wan definitely wanted to move out for more freedom, even though Uncle Hua and Auntie Xie treated her well. Coming from a different background, she valued her independence and felt uncomfortable even living with her own parents. As for staying at school, although she misses her time living in the university dorms, she clearly does not want to return to that kind of communal life. To avoid disappointing Uncle Hua and Auntie Xie, Su Wan did not say this directly. Instead, she gently replied, "Uncle Hua, Auntie Xie, I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll think about it carefully over the next few days." "Let's eat first," Hu Xiaohan said, looking into Su Wan's dark eyes that sparkled like snow. He knew she had already decided to move out. Hu Jiangwo and Xie Beiling thought Su Wan was considering their words. The main point was that as long as Hu Xiaohan didn't help Su Wan find a place, she wouldn't have anywhere to move to even if she wanted to. Therefore, Xie Beiling shot Hu Xiaohan a warning glance. After dinner, Hu Jiangwo went back to his room, while Xie Bailing took little Cinny to take a bath. Hu Xiaohan stood up and glanced at Su Wan, who was helping Wu Ma clear the dishes, then walked toward the study. After putting the bowl in the kitchen, Su Wan took a file folder and followed him into the study. This seemed to be her third time in this room. The central wall was adorned with portraits of great leaders and a solemn inscription. Hu Xiaohan stood under the inscription in his military uniform, looking very impressive. As he watched Su Wan enter, a dark intensity flickered in his eyes. He pointed to the sofa in front of him and said softly, "Please sit." "Commander Hu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Su Wan asked as she sat down on the far corner of the sofa. She knew the conversation would likely relate to the troublemaker from last night, but it probably involved more than just that. "You've seen Hu Ziqiang's file. He was the leader of the troublemakers last night, and today he robbed your translation team's leader, Liu. If I hadn't gone last night, no one knows what might have happened." Hu Xiaohan sat down on the sofa beside her. Su Wan felt the seat dip as his tall figure loomed over her like a towering mountain, creating an inexplicable sense of tension. But more so, it stemmed from Hu Xiaohan's last words. He was right. If he hadn't come last night, the consequences were unimaginable. "Since your family entrusted you to me, I must ensure your safety. I won't interfere in your matters, but I hope you can learn from yesterday's lesson. In the future, please let me know what you plan to do or where you are going. If something similar happens again, I won't be able to explain it to your family." Hu Xiaohan crossed his long legs and fixed his dark gaze on Su Wan's fair face. "So, if you want to move out, I have some conditions." His tone was calm, yet serious, with a firm jaw that gave off a strong sense of pressure, as if the air around them had thinned since he sat down. Su Wan straightened her back slightly and leaned a bit to the side, looking at Hu Xiaohan, who was turned towards her. "Captain Hu, what are the conditions?" She knew Hu Xiaohan wouldn't make unreasonable demands, but they would likely be strict, similar to military rules. "You need to be home by 8 every night. If you want to go out with friends or study and come back later, that's fine, but you must inform me in advance. I will check in any time." Hu Xiaohan spoke plainly, without being harsh. However, this was clearly not what Su Wan had in mind. It felt like he was treating her like a soldier under military management. Setting a curfew and requiring her to report her activities felt restrictive. Even when she lived in the dorms in the past, the doors closed at 10. "Captain Hu, how will you check in?" Su Wan asked, a bit confused. "I will call." Hu Xiaohan's tone was straightforward, his expression unreadable, as he rubbed his thick fingers over his knee. His dark eyes remained fixed on Su Wan's gentle and bright face under the light, and he slightly leaned closer, his voice deep and resonant. "Of course, I might also visit your residence and school to check in." The cold, heavy sense of pressure intensified, surrounding Su Wan like a wave. She tightened her grip on the documents about Hu Ziqiang and lowered her head. She sensed that Hu Xiaohan's conditions were not just about Hu Ziqiang. He likely had information about the things the original owner did in high school in town. It was possible that he knew even more details than what was written in Hu Ziqiang's file. If the original owner had some negative incidents in the village, some of them might have been encouraged or set up by Su Xiaohui. However, the rumors about skipping classes and hanging out with outsiders at the local high school are quite real. Although the original character is not inherently bad, she is indeed selfish and vain. During her rebellious teenage years, she developed a strong dislike for her rural family after coming to town for school. To fit in with the wealthier students in her class, she constantly asked her family for money to dress herself up, pretending that her parents were public officials in town. When she couldn't get money, she resorted to stealing from her family. To maintain her image in the group, she even hinted to the senior boys who liked her to give her money, snacks, and treats like sunflower seeds and peanut candy. In the end, she was severely humiliated. This is also why she was determined to transfer to Beijing. If that's the case, the seemingly lenient conditions proposed by Hu Xiaohan would definitely be enforced strictly, perhaps to control her better. He might check on her multiple times a day, and if she returned late, she would have to write a reflection and face criticism. "Captain Hu, I can meet these conditions. After all, if I move out, Uncle Hu, and Aunt Xia will definitely worry. But I hope these conditions can be adjusted based on how I adapt to school after I enroll. Suwon knew that if Hua Xiaohan had already investigated her past at school, he would be very strict about her interactions with classmates. Even if she moved into the house Jiang Mengyue found for her, she would still have to follow his conditions to leave the Hua family. So, she decided not to bargain with him, wanting to first show him her attitude and later have him lift those conditions. Okay. Hua Xiaohan looked directly into Suwon's eyes and then continued, "Now, let's talk about the second matter. About your schooling. If you can't pass the entrance exam for the inspirational high school, you won't be able to enroll. Currently, you need to catch up on all subjects except for foreign languages, especially since your math is quite weak. Of course, your Chinese foundation is decent." Hua Xiaohan paused, recalling the few heartfelt letters she had written to him. Although the content was bold and explicit, her writing was good and included references. She pressed her lips together, her jaw tightening, and her eyes moved to the calendar on the desk. In a deep, serious voice, she said, "So for the next half-month, besides completing your daily translation work, you need to focus on studying. I will come back every day to help you with your homework." As she said the last sentence, her intense gaze fell back on Suwon's face, filled with determination. It seemed she had already made this decision, not seeking her agreement, but informing her. "Captain Hua, I think." Suwon certainly did not want her Xiaohan to help her with her studies. After all, she was confident she could pass the preliminary exam. She also did not want anyone interfering with her study plan, especially someone like Hua Xiaohan, who came from a military family for 3 generations, with a serious and dull personality, like an old bureaucrat who would surely expect her to sit and stand properly while studying, just like watching a primary school student. The preliminary exam for a high school is harder than that of an ordinary high school, and the question types will definitely be much more difficult than those at your local high school. What will you do if you can't pass? Hua Xiaohan noticed Suwon's resistance, uncrossed his legs, leaned slightly forward, and spoke in a low, serious tone. "Will you join the workforce, or plan to get married? Your previous issues made the news, and the Education Bureau will definitely be watching. If you can't pass, no other schools will accept you. Even if my dad and I want to help you, it won't work." Hua Xiaohan analyzed the situation with a serious expression. The importance of this preliminary exam was comparable to the college entrance examination. If you don't finish high school, you can only be considered a junior high school graduate. It will be impossible for you to become a formal employee at the translation agency. Also, to find a formal job in Beijing, you must have a Beijing household registration. You either need to find a job that can solve your household registration issue, but with your current education, that will take time, or... Hua Xiaohan's lips parted slightly, his gaze deep and steady. "You can only register your household at my home." Registering at the Hua family's household? That would be a great opportunity. Hearing this, Suwon, who initially did not want to continue the topic, couldn't help but brighten her eyes and slightly raise her gaze to Hua Xiaohan. Being on the same household registration as the Hua family would greatly benefit her future life and career. It could save her decades of hard work. In the future, if she wants to start a business, just her connection to the Hua family will attract many partners and opportunities without any difficulties. Everything would go smoothly for her. Of course, Suwon was only thinking about it. Given her father's relationship with the Hua family, the best she could hope for was to get a job through them. Anything more would be asking too much. Hua Xiaohan's sharp gaze quickly caught the light in Suwon's eyes, causing a strong tremor in his chest. A warm fire ignited in his heart and spread throughout his body, making his fingertips feel hot. His expression became even more serious and stern, and he straightened his back. "So, have you thought this through?" he asked, referring to settling with the Hua family. He held back his next words, knowing that to settle with the Hua family, she would either need to be adopted as their daughter or become a daughter-in-law. If it was the latter, she could enroll in school directly without taking the entrance exam and would receive extra points for the college entrance exam. Under Hua Xiaohan's intense gaze, Suwon realized he was analyzing the situation for her benefit. She thought for a moment and said, "Captain Hua, isn't Xian Hao a graduate of Leisure High School?" He should still have some old exam papers, and he would know the exam points better. I can just ask Xian Hao for help. You don't need to come back to tutor me, she said with a smile, showing her dimples. Also, when Aunt Xie returned today, she mentioned having Xian Hao tutor me, saying he only missed 2 points in math during the college entrance exam. This implied that she had already agreed to let Meng Xian Hao help her. There was no way she would ask Hua Xiaohan to tutor her. That would be too intense. Hua Xiaohan pressed his lips together, surprised by Su Wan's response. Seeing her bright smile, he sensed her eagerness for Meng Xian Hao to help her. While his face remained calm, his dark eyes swirled with intensity. His hands, resting on his knees, slowly clenched into fists, locking onto her clear gaze. I don't mind if you want Xian Hao to tutor you, but what if you don't pass the entrance exam? Su Wan understood Hua Xiaohan's lack of trust in her academic abilities. After all, given her previous performance, it would be nearly impossible to make significant improvements in a short time. This also proves that if Hua Xiaohan tutors her, he will definitely be very strict, even to the point of being harsh. On the other hand, Meng Xinhao will be more lenient. So, Hua Xiaohan is worried. Captain Hua, don't worry. I will finish my translation work quickly and then focus entirely on my studies. I believe I can pass the entrance exam for Lizagao High School. What if you don't? Hua Xiaohan repeated, you need to think about your plans for the future. I just want to go to school. I have no other plans, Su Wan said after a moment of silence, expressing her determination. As the saying goes, secrecy leads to success. Although she was confident, who knows what might happen on exam day? For a girl from the countryside, going to school and taking the college entrance exam is her only way out. I understand, Hua Xiaohan said softly, not saying anything more. Captain Hua, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Su Wan felt that Hua Xiaohan probably had no other matters to discuss. After saying this, she placed Hu Zijiang's file on the coffee table, then opened the study door and walked out. Hua Xiaohan watched Su Wan leave and remembered that during their time in the hospital, his mother mentioned introducing Su Wan to Meng Xinhao. His muscles tensed, feeling strong enough to almost burst the fabric of his shirt. He looked at his wrist and walked straight to the phone, dialing a number. Hello, who is this? Meng Xinhao's cheerful voice came through the line. It's me. In half a month, Su Wan will take the entrance exam for Lizagao High School. If she doesn't pass, she won't have a school to go to. My mom wants you to help her with her studies, especially math. She needs to raise her single-digit score to 60. Just passing will be fine, Hua Xiaohan said, holding the phone. Single digits? Meng Xinhao was shocked on the other end. Yes, 3 points. It might also be related to Su Wan being sick at that time, which affected her performance. If Su Wan doesn't pass the exam, she won't have a school? Meng Xinhao took a deep breath and asked again. Yes, Hua Xiaohan confirmed. Cousin, I only got into college because my dad pushed me with a belt. I got nearly full marks in math, by sheer luck. Tell Andy that my skills are only good enough to teach elementary school kids. Su Wan is better off without my help. Meng Xinhao repeatedly refused from the other end of the line. It's not that he dislikes Su Wan's sister for her poor grades and refuses to help. It's that if she fails the preliminary exam and drops out of school, he would bear a heavy responsibility. Cousin, you're different. You truly have a talent for math and were accepted into the military academy with the top score. Aunt should let you, the top student, tutor Su Wan's sister. With your help, she will surely pass the preliminary exam. You can talk to my mom yourself. Hua Xiaohan's tone remained unchanged, and the corners of his lips subtly lifted. Hearing footsteps at the door, he coldly said, I'll hang up. Just as he put down the phone, he saw Su Wan enter, holding a paper box containing a black belt. Captain Hua, thank you so much for your help with the situation in Xinjiang. Can you check if this black belt fits? Su Wan's voice was pleasant as she confidently presented the item to him. Hua Xiaohan's heart stirred slightly. He stood tall under the light, resembling a statue, with a posture even more precise than a soldier on duty. Looking at the well-packaged black leather belt in Su Wan's hands felt like he was receiving a salute. His heart suddenly sank, as if a soft foot had gently stepped on it, causing the blood in his veins to boil with heat.
His ears turned red.
He hadn't expected that she had bought him a gift, a men's belt. He recalled that when he entered the military academy, a roommate's girlfriend had given him a men's belt as a token of love. His straight back tensed again, muscles that had just relaxed became rigid, and the outline of his muscles was clearly visible through his shirt. Captain Hua, I didn't know what you liked, so I chose a belt like Uncle Hua did, thinking you might find it useful. Seeing Hua Xiaohan's cold expression and lack of reaction, Suwon continued, if the size doesn't fit or you don't like the style or color, just let me know, and I can help you exchange it. As she spoke, Suwon moved the belt forward again, wanting Hua Xiaohan to accept it. Hua Xiaohan pressed his thin lips together tightly, his handsome face still calm. He looked directly at Suwon, then lowered his gaze to a report on his desk and said in a formal tone, this is my duty as a soldier. You can take it back. He seemed indifferent to what happened in Xinjiang yesterday, simply fulfilling his responsibilities as a soldier. Should he be given a banner for that? But that didn't seem right. Captain Hua, this is my heartfelt gesture. Didn't you help me find a place to stay? You also gave me so many tickets before, Suwon said. I misunderstood your compensation. Apologies and written reflections are not enough. Actions speak louder, Hua Xiaohan replied sternly. He then glanced at the leather belt in Suwon's hand, which was simple yet elegant, well-crafted, and clearly chosen with care. On principle, as a soldier, I won't accept gifts from the public, Hua Xiaohan stood straight. His dark eyes fixed on Suwon's clear, fair face, his features sharp and resolute. His throat subtly moved as he spoke in a low, serious tone. Personally, I do not accept gifts from any woman except for my wife or family. Suwon had considered that Hua Xiaohan might refuse, but she didn't expect him to be so strict. His military discipline was evident. He directly rejected gifts from anyone outside a specific circle. Then, Captain Hua, could you please pass it to Brother Xianhao for me? Consider it a thank you gift for helping me with my studies, Suwon suggested. After all, she couldn't return the belt, and as a woman, it wouldn't be useful for her. Her three brothers had no suitable occasions or outfits to use it. Hua Xiaohan looked at Suwon's clear, dark eyes, which seemed to reflect a face, and noticed her hands slightly clenching at her sides, her chest rising and falling. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. When Brother Xianhao arrives, I can just give it to him directly, Suwon said, blinking her eyelashes lightly, not thinking much of it. Just as she was about to take it back, Hua Xiaohan's large hand caught the box, and he said in a calm, cool voice, I happen to be passing by my aunt's house tomorrow. I can give it to him then. Okay. Thank you, Captain Hua. Suwon nodded, glancing at the stoic Hua Xiaohan before leaving the study. Hua Xiaohan looked down at the high-quality, handcrafted black belt in his hand, took a deep breath, and his bright eyes darkened. Then he tightly clenched it in his palm. The next morning, Gao Hui learned that Editor-in-Chief Liu had arrived at the newspaper office. Given yesterday's events, she was worried that he might have some negative opinions about her. With her 5-month pregnant belly, she hurried to Liu's office to report. Editor-in-Chief Liu, it's that temporary translator, Suwon, who has improper behavior and wrong intentions. She already has a military officer as her partner, yet she secretly tries to get close to team leader Liu. During the business trip to Xinjiang, it was Su who suggested replacing Jiang Manhwa to create opportunities for alone time with team leader Liu. Her military officer probably knows about her flirtatious nature, which is why he rushed to Xinjiang late at night to take her away, leaving team leader Liu alone at the county government, resulting in him being robbed on his way back to Beijing. Gao Hui stood outside Liu's office, speaking with great indignation, even tearing up as if she were genuinely upset for Liu Rui. Editor-in-Chief Liu, my fellow townspeople in Xinjiang said that the robber was initially targeting Su. They said she dressed up for the business trip in a flashy way, which caught the robber's attention. When the robber stopped team leader Liu's car and found Su was not inside, he became furious and severely injured Liu Rui. If it were just a robbery, they would have taken the money and left. Why would they hurt someone? Su really caused this trouble for team leader Liu. Editor-in-Chief Liu had several gray hairs appearing at his temples. Despite Gao Hui's lengthy account, he remained silent and cold, though his eyes showed a hint of anger. Liu Rui was his only son, and hearing about his troubles had sent his elderly mother and wife straight to the hospital, fearing the worst. He knew that his son had applied for the Xinjiang position because of Suwan, but who would have thought she already had a partner and was still trying to entice his son? She returned safely, yet nearly caused him to lose his only child. How could this not anger Editor-in-Chief Liu? She was truly a troublemaker. As Liu's anger deepened, Gao Hui left, and soon after, Director Miao entered the office. He frowned as he reviewed the documents translated by Su Wan, then tossed her manuscript onto the coffee table, scolding, "Director Miao, you are an experienced colleague. I found Su Wan's translation to be overly ornate and flashy, making it hard for readers to connect. You should understand the importance of this foreign literature. How can we let a student who hasn't even finished high school translate it? If the sales are not good, who will take responsibility? And there are issues with Comrade Su Wan's attitude." Editor-in-Chief, this manuscript was originally translated by Gao Hui. Comrade Su Wan's translation skills are clearly better than Gao Hui's. The main issue is that I spoke with Gao Hui, but she insisted on raising her price to translate. Director Miao knew that Editor-in-Chief Liu was upset about the situation with Team Leader Liu, which is why he was criticizing Su Wan. However, aside from other top translators, he believed Su Wan had the ability to translate this 200,000-word literary work well. Based on his experience, the sales would not be bad after release. As for Su Wan's attitude, I learned that she is currently single. Captain Hor is not her partner. She is just staying at Professor Xia's house, and Captain Hua happens to be Professor Xia's son. There were rumors in the office that Su Wan had a military officer as a partner, which likely influenced Editor-in-Chief Liu's thoughts. Director Miao explained that since Su Wan was staying overnight in a different city, Professor Xia was understandably worried and asked Captain Hua to bring her back. However, Editor-in-Chief Liu did not see it that way. He increasingly believed that Su Wan, coming from the countryside, was scheming and trying to use her looks to settle in the city and climb the social ladder. He thought she was flirting with Captain Hua while also trying to get close to his son, similar to some young women who went to rural areas to avoid hard work by marrying the village chief's or party secretary's son. He would not allow such a woman to continue at the publishing house. But being a respectable person, and since Su Wan was introduced by Professor Xia, he would not make his disapproval too obvious. Leaning back on the sofa with his hands crossed on his knees, his serious and authoritative gaze, magnified by thick glasses, reflected a cold light as he emphasized to Director Miao, "Director Miao, we cannot assume that just because you like Su Wan's translation style, the readers will too. If it gets out that a well-known foreign literary work was translated by a student who didn't even graduate high school, how can we hold our heads high in the media industry? What will the outside world say about us? Will they think this work was just made up by a high school student?" Editor Liu scolded sharply, his voice penetrating the door and reaching Gao Hui, who was eavesdropping outside. Being as clever as she was, Gao Hui quickly realized that Editor Liu was looking for a reason to dismiss Su Wan. She knew she had to take advantage of this situation. Once Su Wan was gone, the task of translating the 1,000-word piece, which paid 15 yuan, would likely fall to her, and she could use the opportunity to ask for a higher rate. This way, she could save up for a plane ticket to the beautiful country. Life in the West was so luxurious and free, like paradise. She was working hard to learn foreign languages to prepare for immigration. Even if she had to wash dishes in the beautiful country, she believed it would be better than staying in this poor homeland. Gao Hui then held onto the stair railing and went downstairs to a phone, calling a magazine where her university classmate worked, which specialized in publishing everyday stories and gossip. She planned to leak the news about a high school student from the countryside translating a foreign literature piece. In the office, Director Miao was under pressure, defending Su Wan and comparing her work to that of other translators from his briefcase. It wasn't that he favored Su Wan, he simply recognized her talent. While she wasn't the best translator, She was the only one who captured the essence and meaning of the original work. However, editor Lu waved his hand, interrupting Director Miao and refusing to listen. With a stern face, he questioned, "Director Miao, do you know how much we paid for the copyright of this literary work from abroad? If her translation leads to poor sales, can you bear the consequences?" Director Miao, who was still bent over comparing the two translations, paused for a moment. He understood what Editor Lu meant. Clearly, Editor Lu was blaming Su Wan for the incident where team leader Lu was robbed and injured. "Editor Lu, this literary work is set to be published in October, and time is tight. The other colleagues in the translation team already have their assignments. If we switch translators now, the difference in style could significantly affect sales," Director Miao said, lowering his head and presenting the current difficulties. "I will discuss with the president to see if we can extend the publication date. Of course, whether Su Wan is capable of handling this translation is not something just the two of us can decide. To be fair, I will hold a meeting tomorrow for a vote, where the majority will prevail." Editor Lu slowed his tone, appearing to negotiate for the sake of the newspaper and sales. "After all, we spent 200,000 on the translation rights. If something goes wrong, none of us can afford it. I'm doing this for your own good. For now, let's pause Su Wan's translation work. If everyone agrees on Su Wan's translation skills in tomorrow's meeting, then let her continue." Editor Lu returned to his friendly demeanor, smiling at Director Miao. This way, he could use the meeting's vote as an excuse to dismiss Su Wan reasonably, while also suggesting to President Jiang to extend the book's release date. He was truly calculating well. Director Miao could only place his hopes on tomorrow's meeting. As soon as Director Miao stepped out of the office, Editor Lu picked up the phone to contact suitable translators. The translation progress of this book could not be delayed, and he was definitely going to dismiss Su Wan. He could not allow her any more chances to get close to his son. Su Wan stayed up late studying last night and went to the post office to send money to her parents, arriving at the publishing house at 10 o'clock. As soon as she reached the second floor, she sensed something was off. Although she didn't know the other editors and proofreaders, they usually greeted her with smiles. But today, everyone ignored her completely, and colleagues walking towards her didn't even glance her way, as if she were invisible. When she entered the translation group, the colleagues who had been chatting and drinking tea suddenly fell silent, creating an awkward quietness, with only the radio playing foreign language broadcasts in the background. They quickly returned to their work, clearly showing their coldness and indifference. Gao Hui sat in a chair, looking mockingly at her, and even rolled her eyes. After all, Su Wan was at the publishing house just to find a place to live. If the house that He Xiaohan helped her find was suitable, she wouldn't need to come back to the publishing house. So, she didn't care about the relationships with her colleagues. She placed her green bag on her seat, glanced at the time, and realized it was time to listen to the foreign language broadcast. Since the content of this radio station was related to the book she was translating, Director Miao had specially allowed her to use the radio at this time to aid her translation. "Sorry, my foreign language broadcast is starting, so I need to change the channel," Su Wan politely greeted as she always did. But this time, no one responded to her, and some even exchanged glances with each other. With a hint of disdain and mockery, it seemed like she was saying, "What are you pretending for? You're about to be fired by Editor Lu anyway. Do you really think your translation skills as a high school student from the countryside are that great?" As usual, Su Wan tuned into her favorite radio station, but for some reason, it was filled with a buzzing noise. Gao Hui immediately crossed her arms and sarcastically said, "We've been using this radio for so long without any issues, but the moment you touch it, it breaks. Are you doing this on purpose?" Knowing that she was about to be fired by Editor Lu, Gao Hui's intent was clear, and her tone was ruthless. Su Wan smirked slightly, turned around, and feigned surprise and weakness as she looked at Gao Hui, saying, "Hasn't it always been fine? There was never any buzzing sound before?" Then she patted the radio, raised her tone, and mockingly added, "Looks like this old thing is bullying the newcomer." With that pat, the buzzing stopped, and a smooth, clear voice in a foreign language came through the radio. "Looks like this old thing needs a little lesson to know who's boss." Su Wan laughed, her gaze returning to Gao Hui with a hint of sarcasm. How dare she call her old? Gao Hui slammed her cup on the table, stood up with her hands on her hips, and scoffed. What are you so proud of, Su Wan? Do you really think your translation skills are that good? Editor Liu is very unhappy with your work and is planning to fire you. Su Wan frowned slightly, realizing that the real reason Editor Liu wanted to fire her was that Liu Rui had been injured during a robbery. Moreover, the whole publishing house was buzzing with the news that Liu Rui had gone on the business trip to the new town for her sake. She then picked up the manuscript on the table and headed to Director Miao's office. Director Miao, is there something wrong with my manuscript? I heard that Editor Liu wants to fire me. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, she saw Director Miao pouring tea for an elderly man in a straw hat, wearing an old white shirt and blue pants, dressed like a farmer. A snakeskin bag was at his feet. She didn't think much of it, assuming he was a relative of Director Miao from the countryside. She turned to Director Miao and inquired about the truth of the matter. Director Miao had been contemplating how to bring this up with Su Wan and was surprised that she had found out so quickly and had come to ask. He first glanced respectfully at the elderly man with graying hair. The old man took off his straw hat and waved it in his hand, smiling as he signaled for them to start talking. Su Wan, I recognize your translation skills, and you were personally recommended by Professor Xie. When the old man heard that the translator was recommended by Professor Xie, he glanced at Su Wan. However, Editor-in-Chief Liu is concerned because this work cost 200,000 for the copyright, and the entire publishing house values your translation style. He has made some suggestions. Director Miao said lightly, so, just to be cautious, Editor-in-Chief Liu plans to hold a high-level meeting tomorrow to review your translation. You don't need to worry too much. As a student who hasn't even graduated from high school, you have managed to translate first-rate material, which is better than many others. I believe you will be fine. Although these words were meant to comfort Su Wan, they were really directed at someone else in the room. Just go home and rest for now. I have some matters to attend to. If you have any questions, you can also consult Professor Xie. Director Miao mentioned Professor Xie again, subtly suggesting that Su Wan could discuss this matter with him. As long as Professor Xie was willing to help, it would likely be difficult for Editor-in-Chief Liu to dismiss Su Wan. After all, he couldn't say much more. It depended on whether Su Wan could understand. Su Wan certainly understood Director Miao's implied meaning and hints. She knew he was trying to comfort her. She had already translated nearly 100,000 words, and during this time, Editor-in-Chief Liu had not raised any issues until something happened with Liu Rui. He claimed a decision would be made in the meeting, but it was really just a formality. She had planned to continue taking translation work from the publishing house after high school to save enough money to buy a courtyard house. Moreover, she had just sent some money back home today. If she lost this translation job, the money she had left wouldn't cover her living expenses after moving out. So, she had to keep this translation job. Director Miao, I understand Editor-in-Chief Liu's concerns, but with the addition of the manuscript I translated yesterday, the total word count is now 100,000. You mentioned that this work is set to be published in October, so changing translators at this point would be difficult. The first thing the readers will see is the first 100,000 words I translated. If they don't like those initial words, even if the later translations are excellent, they won't continue reading, which will affect sales. Su Wan had been in the business long enough to read people's expressions. She quickly noticed that Director Miao was very respectful towards the elderly man in farmer's clothes sitting on the sofa. His posture was humble, always slightly bent over. Upon closer inspection, the cup of tea in the old man's hand was not ordinary chrysanthemum tea, but rather the very precious Xinyang Mao Jian. This elderly man looked simple and dressed like a farmer, yet he had an extraordinary presence, calm and dignified, suggesting he was an important leader. Sure enough, after she spoke, Director Miao glanced at the elderly man again, clearly wanting to gauge his reaction. So Su Wan continued, if I start translating from scratch, the 1,500 yuan for these 100,000 words is not a small expense. How will the newspaper's financial report handle this? Should I just return the full amount? This question made Director Meow frown slightly as he turned to look at the elderly man again. He could approve a couple of hundred yuan in fees, but 1,500 was a significant amount that required multiple levels of approval. If they really had to start over, Suwon would definitely have to return that money, which was clearly inappropriate. The old man, who had been fanning himself with a straw hat, stopped moving and looked at Suwon, then at the manuscript in her hand, but remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Suwon chose not to mention the reason behind Editor Liu's criticism in front of the senior leader because she knew they didn't like subordinates who complained. They valued strength instead. Director Meow, how about this? I will first translate a few short foreign stories of a few thousand words and publish them in the newspaper. If the results are not satisfactory, I will voluntarily return all the fees. Suwon straightened her chest, determined, her eyes bright and firm, making a solemn promise. This surprised both Director Meow and the elderly man on the sofa. Especially the old man, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Suwon with interest. Clearly, this young woman was very confident in her translation skills. 1,500 yuan was a considerable sum, and it was unreasonable to expect a full refund for the already settled fees for the 100,000 words. The courage and determination of the elderly man made him admire Suwon greatly, sparking his interest. He had already heard about Suwon and Team Leader Liu from his secretary. After all, as the president of the publishing house, he was the one responsible when something happened during a business trip. He came to see Director Meow to understand the situation better. However, it seemed that Suwon was quite different from what he had learned. Is this really a payment of 100,000 words? The elderly man asked, pulling out a blue-striped handkerchief to clean his reading glasses. Suwon stood up straight and looked at the elderly man without hesitation. Since this manuscript is so important, I am willing to take the challenge and let the market and the people judge whether my translation style is suitable for this work. My only requirement is that I can choose the manuscripts I want to translate. President, this Suwon is still a high school student, full of youthful passion. She only knows how to study and doesn't have much work experience, so please don't take her too seriously, Director Meow quickly interjected, giving Suwon a knowing look. This girl from the countryside is sincere but doesn't understand how the publishing industry works. It's not just about hard work, it's also about having a keen sense and a bit of luck. If you happen to catch a story that resonates with the public or if a significant event occurs, then sales can soar. Moreover, the newspaper has limited space. Even if Suwon is allowed to translate one piece for publication, it means that space previously used for short stories would have to be given up for her. If the sales are not good, the losses could amount to tens of thousands. Unsold newspapers could end up as waste paper. Additionally, the newspaper would receive a lot of complaint letters, which would greatly impact the Beiping newspaper office. Suwon could simply tell Professor Xia about this situation after returning, and he could help her resolve it. Yet, she chose this self-destructive path. Hearing Director Meow refer to the elderly man as president, Suwon realized her guess was correct. He was indeed a high-level leader with significant influence over the publishing house. President, since the full opening, young people's thoughts have gradually become more open, allowing them to accept new things more quickly and even actively embrace them. I hope you can give me a chance to prove myself. If the response is good, it will show that the literary work I translated can stand the test of the market. Suwon actively advocated for herself, her dark, clear eyes shining like stars, her voice bright and strong. What she meant was that it would be more convincing to have her work evaluated by a wide audience of young people, university students, and intellectuals, rather than just presenting it at tomorrow's meeting. She didn't want to trouble Aunt Xie, especially since even with her help, she was only temporarily staying. However, Editor-in-Chief Liu, as a senior leader of the publishing house, had ways to make her leave voluntarily. So, she was not just fighting for this job, but also trying to gain more leverage for herself. As long as her translated short stories sold well, she would have an impressive resume and works to show. Even if she left the Beiping newspaper, she could work as a part-time translator at other newspapers. As far as I know, The newspaper's pages have been fully scheduled for the next few months, so it's impossible to publish your translated foreign short stories, President Jiang said calmly. He appeared very modest in both appearance and attire, but his long-standing authority as a senior leader was evident in his words. Each word was like a nail, leaving no room for change. Soo-won blinked her dark lashes, feeling a weight in her heart, but her expression remained unchanged. However, President Jiang paused, looking into Soo-won's eyes, then smiled and said slowly, "The publishing house does have a relatively niche story magazine. It's considered niche because it has only been on sale for less than 3 months, mainly featuring translated foreign short stories and poetry collections. But after 3 months and 12 issues, the sales have been very poor. We have decided to stop this magazine, Reading Sounds, after the final issue. Young comrade, if you want to prove yourself, I can let you take full responsibility for editing the content and selecting short stories for this last issue. Do you dare to take it on?" This story magazine was managed by Director Miao, and the foreign short stories were translated by their team. Initially, everyone was enthusiastic, but after seeing the poor sales, no one wanted to take on the work for the last few issues. This was because the payment was not based on word count, but directly linked to sales. Everyone assumes that translating this short publication is a waste of time, and it won't sell many copies at all. President, we have invested a lot of time, effort, and staff into this pronunciation magazine, but it has been at the bottom of sales for 12 consecutive issues. Many newsstands, small shops, and bookstores are unwilling to order it, and the print run has been cut by more than half. Director Miao frowned because this pronunciation magazine has been such a failure that no one at the Beiping newspaper would even mention it. In bookstores and newsstands, it is left in the corner gathering dust. Worried that Soo-won might not know about the situation with pronunciation, Director Miao finally spoke up to remind her. From his experience, this short publication has a very narrow audience. Even if Soo-won's translations are rich and colorful, it would still lead to failure. Without a certain reader base, sales cannot improve. President Jiang simply picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of the fresh, rich tea, causing Director Miao to stop speaking immediately. Young comrade, the situation is just as Director Miao said. For the final issue, we plan to print 5,000 copies. As long as you can sell these 5,000 copies, that will be enough. This requirement is not too high and even gives Soo-won an opportunity. However, the sales for the 12th issue have not yet reached 4,000 copies. It will be very difficult to increase the sales for the 13th issue by 1,000 copies all at once. Director Miao looked at Soo-won with concern and slightly shook his head, signaling her not to agree. "Okay, President, as long as I can get the sales of pronunciation to reach 5,000 copies, you'll continue to let me work part-time as a translator," Soo-won said firmly after a moment of thought. President Jiang raised his thick eyebrows in surprise, and his eyes widened when she said this. He could tell that Soo-won was not acting impulsively. She had thought it through carefully and remained calm. She was neither arrogant nor anxious, and when she met his gaze, she showed no signs of fear. "Yes, and I will also raise your pay by $2 based on the current rate," President Jiang nodded, appreciating the girl even more, and said generously. Director Miao, on the other hand, was very anxious, sweating on his forehead and back. He wanted to be happy for Soo-won, not doubting her translation skills, but the Xinhua bookstore, the main sales channel, was only willing to order 2,000 copies. How would they manage to open the market for the remaining 3,000 copies? Soo-won was truly stubborn and had some unrealistic ideas. Even if she is eventually replaced, at least she can secure a fee of at least 1,500 for her work. However, she is feeling competitive and wants to prove herself. Director Miao is both angry and anxious, feeling quite helpless as he wipes the sweat from his forehead and neck with a handkerchief from his pocket. After leaving Director Miao's office, Soo-won already has part of a plan in mind. Plus, if she passes the test, she can earn 17 yuan for every 1,000 words. This motivates her even more. Once she returns to the translation team's office, she first collects past issues of Douyin to study the reasons for the poor sales. Gao Hui looks up and sees Soo-won coming out of Director Miao's office. She notices that Suwon doesn't appear upset at all. In fact, Suwon seems even more motivated. Clenching her pen tightly, Gao Hui calls another small newspaper, where they are currently rushing to finish their articles. She is determined not to let Suwon stay at the Beiping newspaper. With a smirk and a roll of her eyes, she remarks sarcastically to Suwon's back, "Oh, does someone think that just because she has connections and went to Director Miao, she won't be fired?" Unfortunately, just like the dry leaves falling in autumn, no matter how much they struggle, they will still be blown away by the wind. Suwon is focused on figuring out the reasons for the poor sales of Douyin and doesn't bother to respond to Gao Hui, who is acting like a petty troublemaker. After quickly flipping through a few pages of Douyin, she takes several issues and leaves. Gao Hui waits for Suwon's reaction, but Suwon doesn't even glance at her as she walks out. Since her goal was not achieved, Gao Hui feels a bit uneasy, worried that Suwon's connections might actually save her job. Suwon's indifference only frustrates her more. "Comrade Liu, did you catch a whiff of that fox-like scent when Suwon walked by you?" Gao Hui turns to her colleagues and starts venting her frustrations by speaking ill of Suwon. The other colleagues look at Gao Hui in confusion, but they sense that she is subtly mocking Suwon. Gao Hui gestures toward the direction Suwon left, saying, "What can a rural girl who didn't even finish high school really do? She's just relying on her looks and charm to attract men." To stay at the translation agency, she's probably rushing to the hospital to find team leader Liu right now. "The rural girl I know is willing to do anything to make a life in the city, even selling her body." Gao Hui almost said directly that accompanying men to bed was part of it. She even hinted that Suwon was recommended to the translation agency because of similar reasons. When Suwon entered the reading room and saw that the price of Douyin was 59 cents, she understood why the magazine was not selling well. Most magazines on the market cost between 25 to 35 cents, making 59 cents quite expensive. The founder of this magazine had an arrogant attitude from the start, trying to show that it was different from other publications. The short stories published were decent, but the content was not outstanding enough to captivate readers. Most importantly, it was not unique or irreplaceable. Other magazines also featured articles about aliens and foreign knowledge, so why would readers pay a high price for Douyin? The only advantage of Douyin was that it contained only foreign short stories, while other magazines had only 2 or 3. This disrupted Suwon's plan. She had intended to buy dozens or even 100 copies to give away for free to students or people in organizations to change their perceptions and open up sales channels. 100 copies would cost 59 yuan, enough to buy 200 copies of other magazines. Therefore, selecting foreign short stories became crucial. They needed to be so engaging that readers couldn't sleep at night. Considering the characteristics of this era, Suwon quickly locked onto a theme and went to find Director Miao again. At the leather counter in the department store, a young salesgirl was chatting with a colleague. She noticed a tall, handsome soldier in uniform walking towards her with a determined look, making her blush a little. When the soldier reached the counter, the salesgirl's voice softened as she asked what he would like to purchase. "Hello, did you buy this belt here?" Hua Xiaohan asked, taking out a box containing a black belt and showing it to the salesgirl. The salesperson immediately recognized that this was the beautiful woman who bought the items yesterday. Nodding repeatedly, he said, "Yes, yes, yes, this is from our store. We sold 2 yesterday, 1 black and 1 gray, purchased by a young lady." Then the salesperson looked up and asked, "Is that lady your partner? Did you come to exchange the belt because the size is not right?" Hua Xiaohan's expression remained calm and composed, but his ears turned slightly red. In a low voice, he said, "No, please get me another one exactly like this." The salesperson was a bit puzzled since this belt was not cheap. For alternating use, Hua Xiaohan replied without changing his expression. Upon hearing this, the salesperson began to enthusiastically explain, "Soldier, this belt is of very high quality. It won't break even after 10 years. You already have one, so you can check out our other styles." "I only like this one," Hua Xiaohan interrupted the salesperson directly. "Your partner certainly has good taste. She picked one that suits you perfectly. Luckily, we have one left." The salesperson smiled and took out the last one. Hua Xiaohan quickly paid and left. To avoid mixing them up, he held one in his arms and carried the other in his hand. He then drove his military jeep to the Beiping newspaper office to pick up Su-won to look at houses. He arrived half an hour early, but even as people from the newspaper office left one by one on their bicycles, he did not see Su-won come out. It was already early autumn, and the days were getting darker sooner. Su-won was confirming the topic with Director Miao and immediately started translating the novel she wanted. As night fell completely, Su-won worried that Aunt Xia would be anxious waiting at home for too long. Finally, she came out of the office with her small bag, ready to run to the bus stop across the street. A familiar, clear voice called out, "Su-won." She turned around to see Hua Xiaohan's tall figure walking towards her under the dim streetlight. She remembered that Hua Xiaohan had mentioned at the dinner table that he would take her to see houses near the school after she finished work today. He wouldn't have been waiting outside the newspaper office the whole time, would he? "Get in the car," Hua Xiaohan said, his dark eyes briefly resting on her before he spoke. He then led Su-won to the place where she had asked him to drop her off the other day. She hadn't expected this seemingly rigid man to be quite thoughtful, knowing she didn't want her colleagues to see or discuss her. "I've already called home. I'll take you to eat first, and then we can look at the house. Or would you prefer to look at the house first and eat later?" Once in the car, Hua Xiaohan asked Su-won in a calm tone while looking at the rear-view mirror. It seemed he had indeed been waiting outside the newspaper office for her to finish work, at least for 2 hours. "No, it's fine, Captain Hua. Let's just go home. I want to wait until I finish my work before looking at the house in a few days." Su-won sat in the back seat, holding a noticeably heavy bag. It wasn't that she forgot about the house viewing. She just didn't expect Hua Xiaohan to act so quickly after mentioning it at dinner the night before. "After leaving the study yesterday, I noticed you didn't mention the house viewing for today, so I focused on my work," Su-won said apologetically. Hua Xiaohan knew Su-won had been busy. The imprint of a pen on his finger was clearly visible under the streetlight, and there were still some blue ink stains on his palm. "I didn't communicate clearly," Hua Xiaohan said, lowering his gaze slightly before looking back at the rear-view mirror. "There's no food left at home. Should we eat before going back?" Su-won suggested, her jaw tightening slightly. "Captain Hua, let's go home and make some hand-pulled noodles?" Aunt Wu said the kitchen would send over some fresh vegetables today. Su-won was fully focused on translating her novel and didn't want to waste a moment. She wasn't really in the mood to eat and just wanted to go home and have a couple of buns instead. If it weren't for the fact that Hua Xiaohan hadn't had dinner either, she wouldn't have bothered making noodles. Once home, she would also need to pick and wash the vegetables. Hua Xiaohan tightened his grip on the steering wheel without saying a word, then turned the key to start the car. Su-won leaned back at her seat, closing her eyes for a brief rest. However, her mind kept racing with thoughts about how to translate the novel better. She felt something beside her and opened her eyes to see it was the belt she had bought. Didn't Captain Hua say he would bring it to Meng Xinhao this morning? Meng Xinhao told my mom he has to handle this year's welcoming tasks and some club matters, so he doesn't have time to help you with your studies, Hua Xiaohan said, noticing Su-won had spotted the belt. He spoke coldly, "So once you finish your work, I will help you with your weakest subject, math. You can take this belt back with you." His tone remained calm, but his authoritative presence was still strong. In the first part, Su-won felt indifferent, even a bit happy. However, the second part made her lose her composure. She thought that since she was sitting in the back and it was dark, Hua Xiaohan wouldn't see her. Her expression showed clear reluctance. Little did she know that Hua Xiaohan, trained for night operations, could see her frown and unwilling expression clearly through the rear-view mirror. In fact, it was the first time he had seen such an open and unmasked expression of rejection from her. Perhaps this was her true feelings towards him, which she had been suppressing until now. Hua Xiaohan felt as if he were in an ice cellar, his lips pressed tightly together, and the muscles in his arms and back were tense. The atmosphere around him suddenly became heavy and silent. Just then, the car arrived at the Hua family's yard. Su-won quickly opened the car door to get out, not forgetting to take the seatbelt with her. She initially didn't want to take it back, but she was afraid that if she left it, Hua Xiaohan would mistakenly think she agreed and accept the seatbelt as a gift. With his terrifying execution skills, how would she manage the rest of her days? Captain Hua, you're quite busy with training and organizational tasks, so I can't take up your limited rest time. My colleague Jiang Manhwa is also a graduate from a prestigious school, so I can just ask her if I have any questions. Suwon said politely and gracefully, then walked into the house with the seatbelt, hardly giving him a chance to respond. Hua Xiaohan watched Suwon's eager escape, his deep gaze sinking lower, as if the blood in his body had frozen. Taking a deep breath, he felt a weight on his chest, making it hard to breathe. His brows furrowed, and he opened the car door to get out. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Hua Jiangwo was busy with work and hadn't returned yet, while Xie Bailing had already put little Cindy to bed. In the room, Aunt Wu heard noises from the kitchen and guessed that one girl must be back. She opened the door and peeked into the living room. The sight startled her, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if she was seeing things. In the kitchen, Suwon was waiting for the water to boil while rolling out noodles, and Hua Xiaohan was at the sink washing some vegetables. The dim yellow light cast a warm glow on their contrasting heights, creating a rare and somewhat unbelievable scene of warmth. Hua Xiaohan, who has always looked down on women and never wanted to be alone with them, surprisingly took the initiative to help in the kitchen. Especially since he had never been fond of Wan, often wearing a stern expression and even suggesting she move out. This really surprised Aunt Wu. In fact, when Hua Xiaohan drove all night to pick up Wan, she sensed he cared about her. However, he never showed any special reactions or actions, always seeming very formal. Even Suwon didn't expect that when she took out the handmade noodles from the fridge, Hua Xiaohan would come in and naturally help wash some vegetables. Although he usually had a serious demeanor, he was not old-fashioned or a male chauvinist. He believed the kitchen should be for everyone. But she didn't want to continue discussing her studies with him. While the noodles were cooking, she quickly focused on the foreign short story in her hands. The topic she chose was quite challenging, and she needed to pay attention to every detail and read the entire text. Once the vegetables were cooked, and she added lard, vinegar, soy sauce, and salt to the bowl, mixing the ingredients, she took the bowl of noodles upstairs to eat while translating. She didn't notice Hua Xiaohan's gaze on her, which seemed to flicker. His handsome brows were slightly furrowed, as if covered by a layer of frost. When Aunt Wu saw Suwon come out with the bowl, she quickly returned to her room. She sensed that Hua Xiaohan wanted to talk to Wan, but Wan was completely focused on her work. Could it be that Hua Xiaohan had developed feelings for Wan? This thought startled Aunt Wu, and she felt a bit excited. If that were true, it would be wonderful. From the first day Wan arrived at the Hua family, she felt they were a perfect match. Back in her study, Suwon used the skills she had developed in high school. To save time, she learned to eat with her left hand while writing with her right. With only a few days left until the deadline, she couldn't afford to waste any time. Hua Xiaohan waited in the living room for a long time without seeing Suwon come down. He went upstairs to his room and took out the black belt he had carefully kept, gently running his calloused hand over its details. His features were sharp and cold, hidden in shadow because he faced away from the light, revealing only a slightly pointed chin. He gripped his belt tightly in his hand, his eyes dark and piercing. News from the newspaper office spread quickly. The next day, as a few small magazines were just selling their tabloids at the newsstands, the leaders at the Beiping newspaper learned that the translation team had hired rural students who hadn't even graduated high school to translate popular foreign literature, and this was reported in the papers. Not just one publication covered it. Within an hour, the news had spread throughout the entire Beiping newspaper, especially among the publishing house. The idea of a high school student translating expensive literary works sparked outrage among anyone who saw the tabloids. This had a significant impact on the publishing house. Especially since this literary work faced a shocking public relations crisis before even being released, it would be hard to sell afterward. Gao Hui, holding the tabloid, went straight to Director Miao's office, accompanied by others from the translation team and even some colleagues from the publishing house. Jiang Manhwa tried to intervene, but the translation team was determined to defend their reputation and would not listen. What would other translators think of their team after seeing this report? Would they believe their skills were inferior to those of a student who hadn't graduated high school? Not dismissing Soo-won would be an insult to their team. Director Miao, several newspapers have reported this matter. It won't just affect the work translated by Soo-won, it will also make readers question the quality of all our translations, thinking they were done by a high school student, Gao Hui said, using her status as a pregnant woman to be the first to enter the office, placing the newspaper on Director Miao's desk. She exaggerated the situation, knowing that intellectuals value their reputation and face, often more than their own lives. Yes, Director Miao, while Soo-won's translation skills may not be bad, the public will see our publishing house as careless and irresponsible for allowing a high school student to translate expensive books. All my relatives and friends know that I am a translator at the Beijing publishing house, which affects how my neighbors view me.
We must dismiss Soo-won.
Yes, we need to dismiss Soo-won immediately. We can't let her affect our entire publishing house. Director Miao was overwhelmed as the translation team rushed in. Meanwhile, in a high-level meeting, Editor-in-Chief Liu looked at the newspaper handed to him by his secretary, his expression dark. It must be that Soo-won, in her vanity, has been boasting about being a translator at the publishing house, leading to multiple media reports. He had initially wanted to let Soo-won leave the company in a dignified manner, but now it seemed he had been too lenient. He should have dismissed her directly yesterday.
Top.
Editor-in-Chief Liu struck the article on the newspaper with force, his eyes filled with anger as he scanned everyone in the meeting room, exuding pressure. Is Director Miao not here for the meeting? When we hired a high school graduate, we should have considered the consequences we are facing today. Now the entire Beijing publishing house is losing face, and the impact is severe. I don't think we need to vote. We should dismiss Soo-won right now. Even if we dismiss her, the negative impact and public opinion have already taken hold and cannot be reversed. At that moment, the meeting room door opened, and President Jiang, dressed simply in a white shirt and black pants, entered with a cane, his face showing no emotion. He spoke in a calm tone. Seeing this, Editor-in-Chief Liu quickly stood up and offered his seat to President Jiang. President, please sit. This is the fastest and most direct way to reduce the impact of public opinion. If we don't make a decision quickly, the situation will worsen and directly affect our book sales. Director Miao wouldn't have casually hired someone, especially since this person was recommended by Professor Xie. President Jiang sat down, looking at Editor-in-Chief Liu, directly addressing the core issue. Dismissing Soo-won would imply that the person recommended by Professor Xie is not capable, which would be A to Professor Xie's reputation. Editor-in-Chief Liu stood silently, remembering that he had hesitated to let Soo-won go yesterday because of this connection. Seeing the report today, the mix of personal and professional matters made it hard for him to control his emotions. He just wanted to dismiss Soo-won as soon as possible. President, how do you think we should handle this matter properly? Editor-in-Chief Liu took a seat to the left of the president. I believe that whether Soo-won can be a competent translator should not be judged solely based on a few newspapers and her education. It should be evaluated by the people. President Jiang spoke calmly, his warm gaze reflecting the understanding demeanor of someone in a high position. Yesterday, I visited Xiao Miao's office and happened to meet Comrade Xiao Su, who actively requested the public to assess her translation skills. She is a brave and determined young woman. So, I have decided to assign her the translation of the 13th issue of Pronunciation. If she can sell 5,000 copies, it will prove her capability. This will not only resolve the current public relations crisis, but also promote the upcoming literary work. In the face of public doubt, proving oneself through ability is the best solution. However, everyone present knew that the sales of Pronunciation had been the worst in the history of their newspaper. Even Director Miao and team leader Liu had personally translated a few short stories without any significant response. What could a high school student from the countryside possibly achieve? Could she really turn something unremarkable into something extraordinary? President, what if she doesn't sell 5,000 copies? Editor-in-Chief Liu adjusted his black glasses and asked. Comrade Xiao Su has made a promise to me. If she doesn't meet the goal, she will voluntarily leave the publishing house and return 1,500 yuan of the manuscript fee. As soon as President Jiang finished speaking, surprise appeared on the faces of the leaders in the meeting room. Comrade Xiao Su truly had some courage. Even Editor-in-Chief Liu was somewhat taken aback, but to him, Su Wan's actions were not bravery. They were reckless and naive. A classic case of a young person not fearing challenges. Since she chose this path, he would support her, saving himself the trouble of finding a suitable reason to ask for part of her manuscript fee back. When Su Wan arrived at the publishing house, her eyes bloodshot, the others looked at her with disdain and mocked her quietly, waiting for a spectacle. "Why are you moving Su Wan's desk?" Jiang Mingyue's angry voice came from the translation team. "It was going to be moved eventually. This desk is just in the way. Ever since she started working here, I haven't been able to take a nap for days. Hurry up and move it." Gao Hui instructed her male colleagues to quickly move Su Wan's desk to make room for her reclining chair so she could rest. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Su Wan standing at the door and immediately scoffed, her voice loud and mocking. "Oh, isn't this Su Wan, who promised the president to sell 5,000 copies of Pronunciation? Are you here to pick up your water cup and leave the publishing house? Don't forget to return your payment in full." Gao Hui was extremely happy. The outcome exceeded her expectations. The main reason was that this foolish person had actually made a promise to prove her abilities. "Your eyes are so red. Did you stay up all night worrying? Or did you cry secretly? Everyone in our translation team has worked on pronunciation, including famous translators. Do you really think you're better than them?" Since Gao Hui learned about Su Wan's promise, she was certain Su Wan would lose, carrying herself like a winner. She even thought that once she took over Su Wan's manuscript, she could easily revise the first 100,000 words and earn at least 1,500 for it. "Sister Gao Hui, you don't need to worry.
I've already talked to Aunt Xia.
If I lose, she will recommend someone better to Director Miao to take my place." Su Wan said with a slight smile, then turned to her male colleague who was about to move her desk. "Could you please move my desk back to its original place? Otherwise, it'll be a hassle to move it again later. I won't sit there, but someone else will." Gao Hui targeted her because she was jealous that Su Wan took over the manuscript she wanted to translate. Later, she was frustrated that Su Wan couldn't successfully raise the price. This statement hit Gao Hui hard, and her arrogant expression quickly turned sour, filled with a sense of crisis. "It's ridiculous. Just because Professor Xie misjudged, he recommended a high school dropout like you to the newspaper, and now other small newspapers in Beiping are reporting it, damaging our publishing house's reputation. And you still want to use connections to bring in another person? If you have any shame, pack your things and leave the publishing house," Gao Hui said angrily, feeling a sharp pain in her stomach, raising her voice. "Exactly. If you want to humiliate yourself, don't drag us down. We don't want people thinking our publishing house is a place anyone can just walk into." The translation team immediately agreed. Originally, the newspaper only reported that her education level was low, but now she insists on translating the poorly selling journal Pronunciation. Doesn't this just prove that she lacks ability? Have you all said enough? Su Wan passed the assessment based on her own skills. "If others don't know, don't you?" Jiang Mengyue held onto Su Wan's desk, defending her. She then glanced around at everyone. Clearly, someone is jealous of Su Wan's abilities and is targeting her. Otherwise, how could two small newspapers report on the same day? Her gaze finally landed firmly on Gao Hui. Gao Hui's face quickly showed a hint of guilt, which she quickly masked with sarcasm. Who knows if she's just boasting or if she offended someone. If she wants to translate the 13th issue, it saves us the trouble. I want to see how many copies her translation can sell. Gao Hui rolled her eyes at Su Wan. Then she turned to the other colleagues in the translation team. "Let's go. We agreed to visit team leader Liu in the hospital today. How about a bet?" Su Wan blocked Gao Hui's way at the door, speaking coldly. "As long as I sell 5,000 copies, you will publicly apologize." She didn't miss the momentary awkwardness on Gao Hui's face. The more guilty someone is, the angrier they become to hide it. Of course, it wasn't just Gao Hui who had issues with her. Fong Yu and her Aunt Li Aiching were also involved. Since that day, when Hua Xiaohan picked her up in the heavy rain and told her such things wouldn't happen again, Fong Yu had been particularly quiet. But who could guarantee that Fong Yu and the others wouldn't secretly try to make her life difficult? No matter who it was, she wouldn't let them off the hook. Isn't Gao Hui as thick-skinned as a wall? Then she would make her publicly apologize in the newspaper for how she bullied and excluded the new colleague.
Huh.
Gao Hui seemed to hear the biggest joke, and even the other colleagues laughed and mocked, thinking Su Wan was being overly ambitious. Who gave her such courage? She had only been a temporary translator at Beiping Publishing for a few days and really thought she was something special, as if she were a renowned translator? Alright, but what if you don't sell 5,000 copies? Hao Hui glanced at Su Wan and quickly agreed, afraid that Su Wan might change her mind. She wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to make money. How about you give me 500 yuan? She boldly asked. 500 yuan is a year and a half's income for an average worker's family. If Su Wan lost, she would not only have to return the 1,500 yuan in fees, but also pay an additional 500 yuan. As a student from a rural area, it would be impossible for her to gather that amount. At this point, the other colleagues in the translation team lost focus on their work and watched Su Wan, curious to see if she had the courage to accept the challenge.
Okay.
Su Wan opened her lips, which were soft and red, and decisively agreed. She happened to have 500 yuan on her. However, as a businesswoman, she knew to spend her money wisely. Even if she used all 500 yuan to buy pronunciation, she wouldn't let that money go to Hao Hui. Su Wan, are you crazy? Jiang Mengyue rushed over, wanting Su Wan to take back her bet. Although pronunciation has a decent reputation, only certain officials are willing to pay 59 cents for it, and the sales volume is hard to expand. And we're just translators. What really attracts readers is unique content. What are you trying to prove? Hey, it was Su Wan who wanted to bet with me, not the other way around. Once both parties agree, the bet is valid and cannot be retracted, Hao Hui said, pulling Jiang Mengyue closer, not giving Su Wan a chance to back out. As one of the first participants in the translation of pronunciation, she had attended several seminars and knew the journal's situation very well. Just as Jiang Mengyue said, it had nothing to do with the translators. She was trying to prove her abilities in the wrong way. She was sure she would win this bet. Exactly, since Comrade Su Wan is so confident, I might as well make a bet with you too, said Comrade Liu, who wanted to move Su Wan's desk. He couldn't stand that a student from a rural area wasn't focusing on translation but was instead flirting all day with officers and team leaders. It was clear she was trying to climb the social ladder, being charming to those with good backgrounds and handsome looks while ignoring ordinary men. Just a moment ago, she had spoken to him in a condescending tone. Who did she think she was? Comrade Su Wan, can I join in too? Is your confidence because you have an officer backing you up, or do you think Team Leader Liu favors you and will definitely help you? With one person leading, the others in the translation team also jumped in to bet against Su Wan. Their words were full of mockery, as if Su Wan were a single bad apple ruining the whole batch. I'll bet 100 too, not because I can't afford 500, but because I'm afraid she can't come up with that much money. Then a female colleague added, Su Wan, why aren't you speaking? Are you scared? Su Wan, don't listen to them. They're just jealous. Come with me. Jiang Mengyue couldn't bear to watch Su Wan walk into trouble. Since Su Wan joined the translation team, they had looked down on her, feeling superior. They prided themselves on graduating from prestigious universities and considered themselves intellectuals, believing that a high school graduate like Su Wan didn't deserve to sit in the same office, insulting their status. Moreover, since Su Wan came from a rural background, they felt a bit superior to her. But the very person they looked down on had connections and abilities that surpassed theirs, which only fueled their jealousy and resentment. They weren't concerned about the publisher's reputation. They were just using this opportunity to vent their frustrations. Sure, if you want to bet against me, just write down your names. I'll take any bet. Su Wan raised her eyebrows and gave Jiang Mengyue a determined look, and everyone agreed. Su Wan, don't be foolish, Jiang Mengyue said, both angry and anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She looked like a friend who knew there was a cliff ahead but couldn't stop her from jumping. Gao Hui immediately returned to her seat and wrote down her bet first. Seeing Su Wan's arrogant demeanor, the other colleagues felt even more resentful. This was her own choice to bet against them. This rural girl with such high ambitions needed a harsh lesson to see if she would dare to do this again. The other two colleagues, who had been silent, also joined in on the bet, eager to take her down. Gao Hui wrote 2 copies, keeping one for herself and handing the other to Su Wan. "You better not back out later." "You too," Su Wan replied, giving her a slight smile, her bright eyes sparkling, without even looking at the bet written on the paper. "She has already made a promise with the president, so these bets mean nothing. What I worry about is that they might not keep their word later." As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of scoffs erupted. Gao Hui rolled her eyes without hesitation, full of mockery and sarcasm. Then she supported her waist and walked out with the other members of the translation team. As Comrade Lu left, she intentionally or unintentionally knocked over Su Wan's desk, spilling the pen and the tea that hadn't been cleared yet all over the floor. With a loud crash, a female colleague following behind kicked the enamel cup to another spot. "Don't go too far," Jiang Mengyue shouted angrily, wanting to step forward to grab them, make them apologize, and set the desk back up. But she was stopped by Su Wan. It was fine if she had a falling out with the translation team, but Jiang Mengyue still needed to work with them in the future. If she left, they would definitely isolate and exclude Jiang Mengyue. "Mengyue, thank you. I'm okay, but you're risking a relationship with them for me. They will definitely." Being targeted by many, it was comforting to have someone stand by her side and speak for her. This truly moved Su Wan, and she held Jiang Mengyue's hand tightly in gratitude. "What am I afraid of? I've long gotten used to their hypocritical faces, flattering the leaders while stepping on others. Once I marry my partner, I'll move to a city for work." Jiang Mengyue held Su Wan's hand, not caring at all, but her eyes were filled with concern. Knowing that the situation was set in stone, there was no point in saying more. Now, she could only think about how to help Su Wan. "Su Wan, when the 13th issue is released, I'll have my partner and family buy several copies, no, dozens of copies." If only she hadn't taken a break yesterday, maybe she could have stopped Su Wan from making that promise. At least they could have protected her payment. "While they're not here, let me help you translate quickly so they don't come back and cause trouble or make it hard for you to focus." Jiang Mengyue believed they were capable of such actions and started to lift the desk. "Mengyue, don't worry about this. I can take it back to translate. Besides, team leader Lu is injured and as colleagues, we should visit him out of respect." Although Su Wan wanted to finish translating the short story for the 13th issue quickly, going now would help avoid any suspicion. As for the table that fell to the ground, the enamel cup kicked aside and the leaking pen, she translated everything at home. It didn't concern her, so she left it as it was, waiting to see who would be blamed later. Jiang Mengyue glanced at the table blocking the way and thought about it. Many people at the newspaper believed that team leader Lu's injury was related to Su Wan. If everyone from the translation team went and Su Wan stayed behind, she would surely be the subject of gossip. Meanwhile, in the office, Hua Xiaohan had just hung up the phone with Xie Beiling. He immediately asked his assistant to bring him today's gossip newspaper. Looking at the report, he pointed at the editor's name with sharp eyes and said, "Find out who made him write this report or who leaked the information to him." This must have been an insider at the publishing house intentionally leaking news to the gossip newspaper, using public opinion to force Su Wan to leave the publishing house. If it weren't for Director Miao calling him today to explain everything, he wouldn't have known that Editor Lu was blaming Su Wan for Lu Rui's injury. The most important thing was that Su Wan could have come back to tell his mother about this, but she chose to make a promise with President Jiang, wanting to rely on her own abilities to stay at the Beiping newspaper. Moreover, when he picked her up last night, she never mentioned it at all. Thinking back to when he was going to tutor her, her unwillingness and avoidance were obvious. Hua Xiaohan frowned, his lips pressed tightly together. He then picked up the phone and dialed the publishing house. After Su Wan and Jiang Mengyue bought some biscuits, milk, and fruit at the grocery store, they went to the military hospital to visit Lu Rui. Although Lu Rui said his injuries were not serious and did not affect vital areas, those troublemakers were only 16 to 18 years old and didn't hold back. As a result, he had multiple soft tissue bruises all over his body, and his face was a mix of blue and purple, with a bandage wrapped around the back of his head. Since Lu Rui needed rest and was not in good spirits, when Gao Hui and the others arrived, they only exchanged a few simple greetings. Lu Rui's mother, Jean Wenli, saw them off. However, when Lu Rui heard Su Wan's name and voice, he suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing Su Wan walk in, his previously disappointed expression was now filled with excitement. Sitting nearby, Jean Wenli noticed her son's sudden change and looked at the two young women with a wary gaze. With her mother's intuition, she immediately recognized the left with braided hair, who looked graceful and elegant, as Su Wan, the one who had gotten her son hurt. "Hello, Auntie. We're colleagues from Team Leader Lu's translation group. Su Wan and I came to visit Team Leader Lu," Jiang Mengyue said politely while holding some fruit. "Hello, Auntie." Su Wan felt the strong anger and hostility from Lu's mother the moment she walked in, as if she would kick her out any second. Yet, she remained gentle and polite. Jean Wenli's father was the director of a steel factory, and she had been raised in comfort, looking down on Su Wan with disdain. Then she turned to Jiang Mengyue and chatted with her. This girl from the countryside, thinking she could flirt with several men just because she was somewhat pretty, was truly distasteful to her, especially since she had caused her precious son such serious harm. Not kicking her out directly was already a sign of her restraint. Su Wan knew what to expect before coming and didn't mind. She was only concerned about Lu Rui's health.
Comrade Suvan, I'm fine.
Just those gentle words, especially when Su Wan looked at him with concern in her clear eyes, made Lu Rui's worries vanish instantly. His fatigue disappeared, and he quickly said, "I'm glad you didn't come back to Beijing with me that day. Those people were after you and money." Lu Rui had been well protected by his parents and had never faced such bullies before. Thinking back, he felt a chill. They were organized and planned, and the leader, Hu Ziqiang, has a powerful background. My dad and the police in Beijing couldn't do anything about him. If you had been in the car, I can't imagine what they would have done to you. Lu Rui regretted not going with the driver that day. If he had, those thugs probably wouldn't have dared to be so bold and rob them openly. Hearing that her son had suffered such harm while still worrying about Su Wan's safety made Jean Wenli's expression even worse. This rural student came to see Lu Rui at this time and even made a promise with Jiang Mengyue, offering up 1,500 yuan for the chance to stay in the translation group. How could she not know what her intentions were? Isn't it just that she thought the previous officer was hard to deal with and wanted a better chance to get close to her son, hoping to win him over and marry him? Team Leader Lu, these are things we didn't consider. Justice will prevail, and those who harmed you will surely face consequences. Right now, the most important thing is for you to take care of your health. Our translation team is eagerly looking forward to your return. Su Wan spoke sincerely, glancing at the injury on Lu Rui's arm, and didn't chat with him for long. Jiang Mengyue also noticed that Mrs. Lu clearly disliked Su Wan, maintaining a gloomy expression the whole time, making it uncomfortable. She said she needed to get back to work and wouldn't disturb Team Leader Lu's rest. After that, the two said goodbye to Jean Wenli and Lu Rui. Jean Wenli watched her shy son captivated by Su Wan's words, his eyes unwilling to look away, filled with coldness. Her hard-working, talented son was being drawn in by such a flirtatious girl? This couldn't happen. As soon as they left the hospital room, she put down the fruit knife in her hand and followed them out in her high heels.
Wait.
Jean Wenli called out to Su Wan with her arms crossed. She directly warned, "Comrade Su Wan, I've seen girls like you before. I advise you to give up on any ideas you have about my son and stop trying to play any tricks in front of him." Her sharp gaze was filled with mockery and disdain, looking down on Su Wan as if she were a stray dog. "Do you even know your place? Do you think you deserve him?" Her words were harsh and arrogant. "I'm only warning you this once. If my son is discharged and you haven't left the publishing house, and you continue to cling to him, I won't hesitate to expose your messy relationships to your school or your hometown. Is it not enough to have caught an officer? Now you want to pursue my son too? What happened that night in Xinjiang that you couldn't succeed, so now you're targeting my son. At first, she could control her emotions in front of her son, but now her gaze was sharp and filled with venomous insults. In her eyes, Soo-won was already tainted. Who knew what happened after that officer took her away that night? Of course, she knew her son had feelings for Soo-won and wanted to go on a business trip with her, but she didn't stop him. After all, she could never accept a rural daughter-in-law. Just let his shy son play around with it. She suffered because of her own wrong intentions. But who knew that this would almost make her lose her precious son? Soo-won was taken away by another man, and at that moment, she felt like she could kill her. Such harsh and insulting words from Mrs. Liu made Jiang Minghua frown and look at Soo-won with concern. It must have been Gao Hui and the others who slandered Soo-won in front of Mrs. Liu. This was completely unfounded. She was about to speak up to defend Soo-won when a stern voice came from behind. Please speak with more respect. Soo-won is the daughter of my father's lifesaver, staying at our home. We have always treated her like family, and Soo-won's family has also written to me, asking me to take good care of her. If it were your daughter, would you be okay with her spending the night with a male colleague she has only met a few times? Wouldn't you immediately find a way to bring her back? Hua Xiaohan, dressed in military green, stood tall and imposing, his sharp eyes cold as a blade. Jean Winley turned to look, and when she met Hua Xiaohan's fierce gaze, her heart sank and her eyes narrowed. The arrogance and noble aura she had just displayed diminished significantly. Is this the famous Colonel Hua? The son of Professor Xie, whose father is a high-ranking official in the military with a significant influence in Beiping. And Soo-won's father is actually the lifesaver of Colonel Hua. This was something Jean Wenli had not expected. She slowly lowered her arms crossed in front of her, but still held her head high, showing her anger as a mother. She had already assumed that Soo-won had seduced her son to go on a business trip to Xinjiang, only to fall into another man's arms, which nearly caused her son to die on the way back. And as far as I know, it was your son who insisted on going. Originally, another male colleague from the translation team was supposed to go to Xinjiang, along with a driver familiar with the local conditions. Yet your son took it upon himself to drive, taking Soo-won to Xinjiang in unfamiliar territory. Isn't the problem with your son? Hua Xiaohan's sharp eyes narrowed, and he reprimanded with a commanding presence. Not being responsible for your own safety is also a lack of responsibility for the safety of others. This time, I went to Xinjiang, which prevented more serious consequences. Otherwise. Hua Xiaohan paused, his cold, metallic voice becoming even more firm and resolute. I will definitely hold your son accountable. He almost said he would make sure his son faced the consequences. Soo-won and Jiang Minghua were startled. It was truly too intense. His tall and strong figure stood before them like an unyielding mountain, powerful and dependable. Soo-won understood that Hua Xiaohan's straightforward nature and his commitment to carrying out family duties were not just empty words. When Jean Wenli heard this, her heart raced, and her proud expression cracked slightly. She didn't expect Captain Hua to defend Soo-won so fiercely, which was in line with his soldier's spirit. With wide eyes, she pointed at Soo-won and accused her sharply. If it weren't for Soo-won constantly hinting at my son, flirting with him in his office, smiling at him, and deliberately leaving her collar undone while playing with her long braid, would my son have gone on the business trip to Xinjiang with her? This trip was suggested by Soo-won first. These were all things Gao Hui had just secretly told her in the hospital room. This country girl didn't know where she learned such underhanded tricks. She pretended to be innocent and delicate, making men pursue her. It was her son's naivety that made him fall for it so easily. Auntie, I was sitting right next to Soo-won. None of this happened, Jiang Minghua immediately retorted angrily. What flirting and hints? She had no idea who was spreading rumors about Soo-won. It was disgusting. Is that so? Then let's go to the hospital room and clarify this with Team Leader Liu. Soo-won was about to ask if Team Leader Liu had said this directly, and if so, she would confront Liu Rui. Hua Xiaohan spoke firmly, his dark eyes cold and deep. Yes, Auntie, I have never done any of the things you mentioned, and I won't let anyone tarnish my reputation. After saying this, Suwon walked toward Lu Rui's hospital room. My son is seriously injured and needs to rest. So many people in the translation team said the same thing. Could they all be lying? Jean Winley did not believe that a girl from the countryside would not try to win over her son. Her son's background, looks, and talent were all exceptional. It was always the young girls who pursued him and wrote him love letters. It was all because his son didn't want to. Sure enough, it was Gao Hui and her group spreading rumors and slandering. Jiang Mengyue was almost driven mad, wanting to confront Gao Hui and her people right away. The others in the translation team? They were the ones who stood next to Director Miao when he went to pick up Suwon during the heavy rain last time. One of them was even pregnant, named Gao Hui. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes were filled with a dangerous aura. Since that's the case, I can only call the police and have team leader Lu cooperate with the investigation. Spreading rumors is against the law. After saying this, he looked at Suwon. You should go home first. I'll handle this here. Suwon looked at Hua Xiaohan in surprise, amazed by how he trusted and supported her without any hesitation, despite her reputation at school. Jean Winley saw that Hua Xiaohan was serious and realized he was a tough opponent. She was clearly a bit scared, gritting her teeth in frustration. How could she bear to let her injured son be questioned by the police? If Hua Xiaohan insisted on involving the police, they would definitely take Gao Hui and her group for questioning. Seeing Suwon's fearless attitude, she began to understand the truth of the situation. Once it was confirmed, Gao Hui and her group would have to publicly apologize at work. That would mean everyone in the newsroom would know that Suwon wasn't interested in her son, while her son was the one relentlessly pursuing a girl from a rural background. Jean Winley's face turned ugly. Even though she couldn't swallow her anger, she reluctantly said, "Let's just say I misunderstood Comrade Suwon." With her chin held high, those few words felt like swallowing a fly for the proud Jean Winley. After saying this, she was about to leave in her high heels when Hua Xiaohan suddenly added, "I don't want her son to keep bothering Suwon. Otherwise, I will report this back to his school and hometown just like you." This statement directly mocked Jean Winley's earlier words to Suwon, delivering a satisfying comeback. Jiang Mengyue was stunned. Suwon had long known that although Hua Xiaohan was usually quiet, he could be quite sharp-tongued at times. Jean Winley was taken aback, nearly stumbling in her high heels, and shot an angry glare at Hua Xiaohan, as if she had been deeply insulted, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Isn't that right?" Hua Xiaohan simply said this one sentence. Since she admitted that she misunderstood Suwon, doesn't that prove that her son is the one bothering Suwon? She can warn Suwon, so why can't he warn his son? Jean Winley was so angry that her whole body trembled, feeling like she couldn't breathe, her face turning as red as if she were constipated. "You." She wanted to say something, but looking at Hua Xiaohan's expressionless face, she couldn't say anything. Many people were passing by in the hallway. In the end, she had to quickly return to the hospital room, losing all her dignity. Jiang Mengyue, seeing this, cleverly found an excuse to say she needed to go to the restroom. She also whispered to Suwon, "Captain Hua always arrives at the right time. What a hero saving the beauty." If Captain Hua hadn't come today, the blame for seducing team leader Lu would surely fall on Suwon. Even when it comes to calling the police, the impact is completely different when Captain Hua says it to Suwon. Someone as proud and arrogant as Mrs. Lu would only blame others and would never admit that her precious son did anything wrong. After Jiang Mengyue finished speaking, she walked over to Hua Xiaohan, winked at him, and said in a low voice, "Captain Hua, I'm leaving now, it's up to you." Despite Hua Xiaohan's earlier righteous demeanor, it was impossible to say he had no selfish motives. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes moved, locking onto Suwon. "Captain Hua, how did you end up here?" Suwon asked curiously, her gentle and serene eyes looking at him. "I came to find you," Hua Xiaohan said as he stepped closer to Suwon, his deep, dark gaze fixed on her, his voice cold. Jiang Mengyue's words still echoed in his ears, and Hua Xiaohan's back tensed, his jawline sharp and hard. His black eyes narrowed slightly. Soo-won thought Hua Xiaohan was here to remove stitches and was a bit surprised. Seeing him standing before her like an unmovable mountain, she felt as if he weighed 1,000 pounds, causing her to take a half step back, yet she still met his gaze and asked, "Captain Hua, what do you need to see me about? Why do you think I came to find you?" Hua Xiaohan replied, his lips curling into a cold smile. He had called Director Miao to understand Soo-won's situation and learned that she was at the hospital to see Lu Rui. The entire publishing house is waiting to dismiss Soo-won as soon as the 13th issue is released to minimize the impact on the company. The translation team has the strongest opinions against her. Even after being humiliated by Mrs. Lu, she still has no intention of speaking to him. The gaze upon her feels like a heavy mountain, creating a strong sense of pressure. Since Hua Xiaohan knows she is in the hospital, it means he is aware of other matters as well. Selling 5,000 copies of the book pronunciation is indeed a difficult task. As a translator, her promise does not prove her excellence. The content itself is what matters, and she can only play a supporting role. Everyone will not understand her actions. They will see her as foolish, reckless, and lacking sense. Clearly, Hua Xiaohan thinks the same way. "Captain Hua, I can handle the promise myself," Soo-won said lightly. She knows what she is doing and her chances of success. "It's not about that," Hua Xiaohan said, still locking his gaze on her. "If it's not about that, then what is it?" Soo-won could only think of some negative information about her past that Hua Xiaohan must have found out. He must be here to verify it with her. Her clear and gentle expression relaxed and calmed. Since she has nothing to deny, she can only admit it openly. "Did you forget what you promised me?" Hua Xiaohan asked softly. "Why didn't you tell us when you came back yesterday? This matter could have been resolved better. When I ask you to inform me about your actions in the future, it's not to control you, but to prevent you from facing greater harm." His final words were steady and powerful. Soo-won's clear eyes flickered as she looked into Hua Xiaohan's deep black eyes and softly said, "Captain Hua, thank you, but I didn't intend to hide anything. I told the president that I would choose the content of the novel myself, and as long as the sales channels are open, I am confident I can do this well. I believe I can manage this without troubling Aunt Xie and the others." These were Soo-won's sincere words, and her gaze was particularly firm. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes lowered, and Soo-won's clear and radiant face became even more vivid in his sight. His lips pressed tightly, and he said nothing more. "Let's go." Soo-won noticed that Jiang Mengyue did not head to the restroom but instead walked directly to the stairs, waving at her. She knew that Jiang Mengyue had misunderstood them, so she found an excuse to leave. Once in the car, Hua Xiaohan did not drive towards the newspaper office, but he also did not head back to the military compound. Hua Xiaohan raised his sharp eyebrows and looked at Soo-won, who was quietly sitting in the back seat. Remembering the hurtful words Mrs. Lu had said to Soo-won in the hospital, a subtle light flashed in his eyes. When looking for a partner, don't just focus on looks. It's more about responsibility, character, and family background. This statement seemed to remind Soo-won that even if team leader Lu was a good person and came from a great family, if his parents were unreasonable and overly protective, he wouldn't be a suitable lifelong partner. Soo-won was sitting in the back seat, thinking about her translation work and how to open sales channels, like getting Xinhua Bookstore to purchase more copies of Douyin. Suddenly hearing Hua Xiaohan's words left her a bit confused, so she nodded in agreement and shared her own opinion. Yes, it's best if he's an only child, with no siblings. Since she was an only child herself, she instinctively expressed her previous standards for choosing a partner. Hua Xiaohan's handsome face changed instantly, and his sharp brows furrowed. He had never expected Soo-won to have such a requirement for a partner. Such a requirement seemed quite unusual. In a time when most families had at least 2 children, an only child was rare. Even Lu Rui had sisters.
Why?
Hua Xiaohan asked in a low voice. Soo-won was taken aback for a moment and then looked up to meet Hua Xiaohan's dark, intense gaze in the rearview mirror. Realizing that her standards were quite different for the 1980s, she replied honestly, "I don't like dealing with relationships between sisters-in-law. It seems too complicated." Talking about partners reminded her that school was starting soon, and she needed to quickly come up with a partner to write a letter to her mother to explain. Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath, his expression dark and unreadable. His grip on the steering wheel tightened unconsciously as he stated, "Only child families are very rare in the country. Even families with 2 children are uncommon, and harmonious family dynamics are usually not very complicated. Even if there are." Hua Xiaohan paused, his throat moving slightly. A responsible husband wouldn't let his partner suffer. Such unrealistic ideas are not advisable. Her mindset from her time was different from that of the 1980s. She had been an only child for many years and found it hard to adapt to a family with many siblings. Suwon didn't say much more and quietly sat in the back seat. She seemed indifferent to Hua Xiaohan's words, giving off a vibe of not wanting to engage with him. At least, that's how it appeared to Hua Xiaohan. He stared at the rearview mirror, pressed his lips together, and said, "You need to be realistic. The country has just implemented the one-child policy, so future children may have many only children, but in our generation, they are almost non-existent." "Yes, you're right," Suwon replied obediently, simply sharing her opinion. She didn't expect Hua Xiaohan to take it so seriously and correct her. Not wanting to continue the topic, she went along with what he said. Although Suwon had agreed with him, her turning to look out the car window made Hua Xiaohan feel a strange sense of frustration, as if his chest was blocked by a lump of cotton. He squinted slightly, focused on the road ahead, and then asked in a low, calm tone, "Do you want me to accompany you to the office to pick up something?" "I've already got it." Suwon glanced at Hua Xiaohan, the sunlight highlighting his sharp profile, giving him a strong and cold presence. Hua Xiaohan glanced at the rearview mirror again, chose not to speak further, and turned the steering wheel to take Suwon back to the military compound. After that, he headed toward the Xinhua bookstore on Zhonghua Road. It was the end of summer vacation, and the bookstore was crowded with people as students had not yet returned to school. Director Du, in his 50s, was busy like a salesperson, checking the arrangement of bookshelves and sales. At that moment, a young female salesperson approached Director Du and said, "Director, this military officer wants to discuss book procurement with you." Director Du, who was recording in his notebook, adjusted his reading glasses that had slipped down his nose. He looked at the impressive military officer following the female salesperson and immediately thought that perhaps the military was going to publish some books related to military topics. The officer had a strong and steady presence, and having served in the army himself, Director Du could tell that this person held a significant rank, with eyes that showed experience from the battlefield. He warmly and politely brought Hua Xiaohan to his office. "Comrade Hua, is it true that the organization has decided to have the military publishing house release some books to commemorate war heroes?" Director Du asked as he invited Hua Xiaohan to sit down. "No, Director Du, I am here today on my own behalf. I hope the bookstore can purchase a few thousand more copies of the next issue of the Duin Journal from Beiping Publishing House. Military personnel tend to be straightforward and do not beat around the bush." Hua Xiaohan sat upright in his chair and spoke concisely. He had only been out for 3 hours, and the terms he offered would not disadvantage Director Du. In fact, it would benefit the entire bookstore. "Comrade Hua, are you joking? The Duin journals simply won't sell. Even if we ordered 10,000 copies, they would just gather dust in the warehouse and take up space." Director Du paused. His hand that was about to pour tea stopped. He thought he must have misheard. This request was truly unbelievable. His expression grew serious, and his tone became firm. If the other party were not in military uniform, he would not even consider discussing this matter. Even that limited 1,000 copies were only because of the reputation of Beiping Publishing House. "Comrade Hua, please don't take it the wrong way, but the price of Duin is twice that of other journals.
Who would be willing to buy it?"
"I'm currently worried about how to handle the stock from the previous 12 issues. I will buy back any unsold copies," Hua Xiaohan said, looking at Director Du, his words firm and clear. Director Du was about to respond, but Hua Xiaohan's statement left him speechless. Beiping Publishing House plans to print 5,000 copies of Duin. I hope the bookstore can purchase all of them. I will cover any that do not sell within a week. Hua Xiaohan continued, serious and earnest. This arrangement would allow the bookstore to benefit from the profits without worrying about sales and inventory. It was a win-win situation for the bookstore. Director Du was shocked, quickly calculating a number in his mind before calming himself down. Comrade Hua, may I see your identification? Hua Xiaohan lowered his gaze and took out his military ID from his pocket. Director Du took it, opened it, and was surprised to find that he was a regiment commander with a high rank. Currently, a regiment commander receives around, totaling 179.5, Hua Xiaohan replied, unconcerned about his skepticism. You've only been a regiment commander for less than 2 years, right? Director Du glanced at the date on the ID and returned it to Hua Xiaohan. Comrade team leader, let me calculate this for you. The price of this book is 59 cents. For 1,000 copies, it's 590, and for 2,000 copies, it's 1180. I can guarantee that Pronunciation will sell at least 3,000 copies. That 1180 is not a small amount. It's your annual income as a team leader. Are you really going to spend your entire year's income on so many useless books? Director Du picked up his teacup and took a sip, shaking his head in confusion about what the team leader was trying to do. If the books were meant for the troops, he could easily contact the publisher directly. Director Du, these books are not useless. Hua Xiaohan interrupted him. You've seen where I work. I can assure you that if the books don't sell within a week, even if I don't sell a single copy out of 5,000, I will buy them all back. This is a 500 yuan deposit. Hua Xiaohan took out a brand new 500 yuan bill from the city credit union and placed it on the table, along with a signed note that resembled a contract. Whether the books sell or not, this is only beneficial for you. With his long fingers, calloused from handling a gun, he pushed the note toward Director Du with a firm and assertive attitude. Rather than asking for help, Hua Xiaohan was clearly in a position of power. Director Du looked at Hua Xiaohan casually pulling out the 500 yuan and then at the note, stunned for a moment. The seal on the military ID was authentic, and his identity was beyond doubt. With the military backing him, he could feel secure. On the contrary, if all the books sold, he would earn a nice commission. This was a guaranteed profitable business deal. And Hua Xiaohan's ease in producing the 500 yuan showed he was not from an ordinary family. Even if he didn't agree, Hua Xiaohan would surely find another way to get what he wanted. Director Du felt a wave of shock, as if a huge opportunity had suddenly dropped from the sky, still somewhat in disbelief. After careful consideration, he pushed aside his urge to advise and asked seriously, Team Leader Hua, I can order 5,000 copies of Pronunciation, but as the person in charge, I need to know your reason for doing this. I like it. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes were deep and mysterious, like an unfathomable sea. He spoke coldly for collection. Seeing this, Director Du realized there was no need to ask further. He decisively said, All right, Team Leader Hua, I agree. Our bookstore will order 5,000 copies of Pronunciation. I don't know what makes these 13 issues so special and why Captain Hua is buying so many copies of Pronunciation. When the time comes, please make sure to place the books on the most visible shelf. Hua Xiaohan nodded and added. As the main party, Hua Xiaohan's request was reasonable. The more they purchased, the more profit they would make, with no worries. They could even write a big poster to help promote it. Don't worry, Captain Hua, we will take care of it. Director Du paused, took out a large cigarette from his pocket, and handed it to Hua Xiaohan, adding with a hint of concern, However, you might want to prepare the remaining funds. He was well aware of the sales for the 12th issue. Only the first 1 or 2 issues sold a bit better. Hua Xiaohan looked at the cigarette offered, but did not take it. He stood up, tall and strong like a pine tree, and said in a calm voice, I will transfer the money to you when the time comes. Tomorrow is the final submission date. After returning to the Hua family, Su-won locked herself in her room and diligently translated the carefully selected short stories. Among them, she chose a mystery case that allowed readers to take on the detective's role to solve it, leaving a suspenseful ending without revealing the culprit until the last page, creating enough anticipation and curiosity for the readers. She also added some humorous jokes at the end, similar to popular trends from the future. Soo-won translated from morning until night, her right hand nearly exhausted, with deep pen marks on her and calluses forming from writing. During this time, Xia Bailing visited her twice, feeling sorry for her and even made her 2 fried eggs. She intended to say something to Soo-won but decided not to disturb her when she saw the desk piled high with various drafts. Soo-won finally finished translating and organizing all the manuscripts by 2 or 3 in the morning. By 10 the next morning, she took the drafts to Director Miao. The review team included Editor-in-Chief Liu and 2 other leaders from the Pronunciation Journal. As they flipped through Soo-won's submitted drafts, each of them frowned, and even Director Miao's expression was not good. The content Soo-won selected completely contradicted the philosophy behind starting pronunciation. They even canceled their most popular articles about the lives of foreigners. Editor Liu flipped through a few pages, and his expression darkened. After observing the reactions of others, he raised his head and sternly questioned Soo-won. Comrade Soo-won, although pronunciation hasn't sold well, it has always maintained a good reputation. Look at what you've translated. Are you trying to ruin our publishing house's reputation? Another leader beside him also frowned, completely disapproving of the manuscript submitted by Soo-won. Comrade Soo-won, shouldn't the style of suspense and reasoning be tense and exciting? Why did you include a selection of jokes? Who are you trying to make fun of? Director Miao knew that Soo-won had chosen a few suspense and reasoning pieces, but he didn't expect her to use so many. The themes were fresh, but they completely lacked the desire to continue reading. He sighed. Soo-won, suddenly changing the style of pronunciation, will not only cause us to lose our original readership, but new readers won't accept it either. I have read the original text of this locked room murder case. The original has strong logical thinking and hidden details everywhere, but you deleted some parts in your translation, making it dull and uninteresting. Editor Liu pounded the table, criticizing Soo-won's translation as completely inadequate. And for such a serious suspense case, your translation style is confusing, leaving readers bewildered and lost. President Jiang gave you a chance to prove your translation skills, and this is how you repay us? You know you're not up to par, so you decided to drag our entire publishing house down with you, making all the hard work of our dedicated editors go to waste and facing the reader's criticism? Editor Liu received a call from Xinhua Bookstore today, and when he heard they wanted to purchase 5,000 copies, he guessed it was the Hor family behind it. He was thinking about how to handle the situation when thousands of copies didn't sell. He didn't expect Soo-won to put the entire publishing house in a difficult position. Such content and quality, if printed and sold, would surely be laughed at by peers and become the biggest embarrassment in the history of their publishing house. Outside, Gao Hui, who was eavesdropping, quickly covered her mouth, afraid she would laugh out loud. It seemed she had overestimated Soo-won's translation skills. She wasn't that great after all. Even Director Miao had misjudged her, as her abilities were far below what was expected. She forcefully took away her manuscript fee of 1,500 for 1,000 words. Once the journal is released, she will definitely ask Director Miao for a raise. And then there's her hefty gambling fee of 500 yuan. Gao Hui thought about how her dream of a beautiful country was getting closer, and she happily hummed a song as she left. Editor-in-Chief Liu, leaders, these manuscripts are the result of 2 long nights of translation and organization. 1,000 readers can have 1,000 interpretations. No matter how the market reacts, I will take responsibility for what I say. Soo-won stood at the conference table, listening to the criticisms and doubts. She clenched her fists but kept her back straight, like a red plum blooming in the wind. Whether it was her choice of material, translation style, or layout design, she was following the path of successful magazines from her predecessors. So she firmly believed she had not made a wrong step. It all depended on whether the current readers could accept this new theme and approach. Comrade Soo-won, you really won't give up until you see the Yellow River, won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Editor-in-Chief Liu scoffed, then stood up. Let's wait and see how many copies of Douyin edited by Comrade Soo-won will actually sell. He then strode out of the room. The other 2 leaders also stood up, angrily saying, if it had followed the original style, It might have sold 4,000 copies. Now I doubt it will even sell a few hundred. Their words were filled with disappointment, more so with anger over the changes made during the 12 issues they managed. Director Miao, who left last, also looked dejected, but it was too late to change the manuscript now. From printing to market release, it only took 2 short days. By Monday, all 5,000 copies of Duin were loaded onto trucks and sent to Xinhua Bookstore. Originally, the books were to be sent to several economically developed provinces, but considering there were backers for future repurchases and to save on transportation costs, they were distributed to 3 Xinhua bookstores in Beiping City. However, Director Du kept his promise, and all 3 Xinhua bookstores made large posters to promote and sell Duin right at their entrances. As Gao Hui thought about the 500 yuan that was almost within reach, she eagerly took her colleagues to the nearby Xinhua bookstore to see the joke of Su Wan's Duin going unnoticed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore, she saw a large sign written in white chalk, "New book delivery. Duin hot on sale today." They used red chalk to circle it, hoping to attract more attention. However, many people passing by the pronunciation magazine at the Xinhua bookstore did not stop. Some walked straight into the store without even glancing at the board. Others, who had never seen pronunciation, curiously asked the salesperson how much it cost. When they heard it was 59 cents, they frowned and walked away, saying, "What kind of magazine is this? I've never heard of it, and it's more expensive than World and Selected Stories." An hour passed, and not a single copy was sold. Not even anyone stopped for 5 seconds at the stall. If it were any other magazine or book, the bookstore would have drawn a crowd with such a big promotion. It was never this quiet. Gao Hui and the others couldn't help but laugh. At first, they were worried that the bookstore's strong promotion of pronunciation might actually sell a copy, but after an hour, not one was sold. What's the point of all this effort? They bring it out during the day and have to put it back at night, making it look like a big sale, Gao Hui said, jokingly touching her pregnant belly. Exactly. I see other magazines selling at least 10 copies. I really don't know how Su Wan can be so arrogant, another added. With her messy translations and topics that Chief Liu and the others dismissed as worthless, even Director Miao doesn't think highly of it. I bet if they gave it away for free, people wouldn't even take it. They'd just use it to cover the walls.
See?
The public's judgment is sharp, said the translation team, looking at the stall as if it were trash. Just then, a college student who was originally just waiting in front of the stall flipped through a page and immediately bought a copy without hesitation. After purchasing it, he squatted beside the stall, eagerly reading. Even when his friends arrived and invited him to a movie, he refused to go. His 3 companions, curious about what was so interesting, leaned in to see the magazine. In just 3 minutes, they were captivated by the tight, thrilling, and twist-filled story. They all rushed to the salesperson to buy their own copies, not even blinking at the 59-cent price. Once they got their magazines, they eagerly opened them to read. Many passing students also became curious and approached the stall to check out pronunciation. Once someone picked up the magazine, they hardly put it down again, completely captivated by the amazing storyline, which quickly drew a crowd of students from different grades around the book stand. Before long, some students paid on the spot to buy a copy, while others who didn't have enough money teamed up to buy one together. Some even returned magazines they had just bought to get this one instead. The once calm salesperson looked astonished, and seeing this, Director Du made a bold decision. He quickly called the managers of 2 other bookstores, asking them to set aside more copies of Duin to promote to readers for a trial read. Especially since those who bought the magazine didn't leave right away. Instead, they sat down in the flower bed of the Xinhua bookstore to read. This caused even more onlookers to gather. "Salesperson, give me 25 copies of Duin," shouted a young man on a bicycle as he squeezed to the front of the stand. The crowd was surprised. Was the magazine really that good? Someone in the crowd asked, "Really?" "Of course. Our department's professor bought one for school, and both teachers and students are eager to read it. I was chosen to buy one for each of them," the young man said, his eyes shining. After paying, he took the 25 copies and quickly rode away. Inspired by this young man, those who were hesitant immediately rushed to buy their own copies. The scene of everyone scrambling to pay left Gao Hui and others in shock, watching as dozens of copies sold out in an instant. One salesperson was overwhelmed with collecting money, and another came to help maintain order. But this was just the beginning. As the word about doing spread, the number of buyers surged by noon. Most came on bicycles during their lunch breaks. Some bought one, while others bought 7 or 8, bringing them back for their colleagues. The front of the Manhwa bookstore was packed with people, and Director Du and the salespeople were so busy they didn't even have time to drink water. The hundreds of copies of Duin piled at the entrance sold out in no time, and the scariest part was that more and more people kept coming. Eventually, they could only sell from the counter, and those wanting to buy stood in a long line under the hot sun. At this rate, the 5,000 copies wouldn't last 2 days. Quick! Notify the printing factory to increase the print run and print 5,000 more copies, Director Miao said decisively upon hearing the news. With a smile on his face, he didn't expect to be mistaken this time. Director, the Manhwa bookstore in the West Province called to order 3,000 copies. Director Miao, Director Song from the post office, wants to order 10,000 copies. The staff member responsible for procurement at the publishing house rushed in, out of breath. This left everyone on the second floor of the publishing house stunned. 10,000 copies? Director Miao raised a finger, shocked to the point of struggling to speak a complete sentence. The popularity of pronunciation had clearly exceeded his expectations. In fact, it was unprecedented since the establishment of their publishing house. Yes, Director Song read our 13th issue of Pronunciation and found the content unique. The translation style is very popular among young adults, especially students. He plans to order 10,000 copies to distribute nationwide, so more people can see it. Hearing this, the translation team looked as pale and stiff as if they had seen a ghost. How could this happen? In the morning, only a little over 100 copies were sold, and there were hardly any buyers when they left. How could pronunciation become such a hit in just one afternoon? Gao Hui, with a big belly, slumped in a chair, panting heavily. Her swollen face looked like an overinflated balloon, ready to burst with a single poke. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, with jealousy and anger making the corners red. What does 13,000 copies mean? It meant that Suwon not only completed the bet in half a day, but exceeded it. And this was just the first day. As word of mouth spread, the trend would only improve. At this rate, not only would she not get her $15 per 1,000-word manuscript, but Suwon would also secure her position in the translation team, able to choose any high-paying manuscripts. As a regular employee, she would always be overshadowed by Suwon, the temporary translator, and be treated as inferior. Moreover, the manuscript fee was tied to sales. The more sold, the higher Suwon's share. She was so filled with resentment that she felt like her teeth would shatter, her face turning a zombie-like shade of red and purple, exuding an aura of despair. Meanwhile, other departments at the publishing house were bustling, with phone calls coming in one after another, while the translation team's office was as quiet as a morgue. On the other side, Professor Xie wore a joyful smile as he rushed to the Hor family with a copy of Pronunciation. He saw Suwon quietly sitting outside with Wu Ma, picking vegetables, looking gentle and serene, completely unaware that her translation of Pronunciation was already a bestseller. Xiaowan, did you know that your translation of Pronunciation is very popular among young students? Your unique translation style really draws people in. My students said there are long lines outside the Manhwa bookstore. On my way back, I saw several groups having intense discussions about the book's mystery. Professor Xie excitedly grabbed Suwon's hand, his eyes filled with a mother's love. Aunt Wu, who was trimming chives, noticed the book in Professor Xie's hand and exclaimed, "Professor Xie, you mean this book was translated by Wan? My goodness, I've seen several people in the courtyard with this book. Yes, I even saw Xin Hao riding his bike while reading it. I had to remind him to watch the road." Suwon's target audience was high school and university students, as well as recent graduates. With summer vacation in full swing, once it gained acceptance among students, it would spread quickly, one telling 10, and 10 telling 100. So, she didn't have high expectations on the first day, but she didn't expect it to become so popular in just half a day. It seems she made the right bet. She changed the traditional translation style, making it refreshing by diving straight into the topic, condensing the essence, and crafting the most exciting parts into an introduction. From the very first word, it sparks great interest, leading readers into the main text with anticipation, making it hard to put down. The only drawback is that older generations, influenced by traditional literature, may not accept her fast-paced narrative style as quickly as younger people. However, she had done her research. There are several universities and high schools in Beijing, with tens of thousands of students. If just one university has 1,000 students buying it, that means 5,000 across 5 schools. That's definitely enough to meet the demand. Are there really that many people buying and discussing this book? To be honest, Suwon was quite surprised. As far as she knew, the Xinhua bookstore only ordered 1,000 copies, and with the newsstands, at least 3,000 more were still at the printing factory. She didn't expect such a narrow sales channel to spread so quickly among students. Of course it's true, Sister Suwon. I stood in line for half an hour just to buy pronunciation. Meng Xinhao rode his bicycle and smoothly drifted into the Hor family's yard. His bright face was flushed from the sun, and his clear eyes sparkled with excitement. Hua Hong jumped off the back of the bicycle, glanced at Suwon, and then asked eagerly, "Sister-in-law, is it true that all the content in this magazine, Duin, was translated by Suwon?" "Yes. Each story has her name on it, right?" Xiaowon worked through 2 long nights to translate them, Xia Bailing said proudly, patting Suwon's hand, her last words tinged with a bit of concern. Hua Hong looked at Suwon in shock, as if she were seeing a student who had always struggled suddenly ranking in the top 11 of the class. Although she knew Suwon worked as a temporary translator at a newspaper in Beiping and had some talent for languages, she thought she would only be translating children's books or short foreign sentences. When Xinhao told her that Duin was translated by Suwon, she found it hard to believe. She never expected it to be true. "Suwon, did you really do this all by yourself?" Hua Hong asked again, her gaze towards Suwon clearly changing. Suwon's translation skills were truly impressive, and her vocabulary was quite extensive. Even Xinhao couldn't compare. With such language skills, it was no wonder she had been mistaken for a spy before.
Yes, Anton, Suwon nodded.
Xia Bailing then explained the background of the situation to Hua Hong, which made Hua Hong's eyes widen in disbelief. She carefully examined Suwon, realizing that this was not just talent. Her hard work played a significant role too. She had come specifically to confirm the truth of this matter, and now she had her answer. Hua Hong's face lit up with joy, and her gaze towards Suwon held a hint of admiration as she decisively said, "Suwon, your foreign language skills are definitely strong, but you need to focus on reviewing your other subjects. I'll have Xinhao tutor you during the rest of the summer vacation to help you pass the entrance exam." The foreign language program at Lizzie High School had always been a weak point, and they couldn't compete with other schools in foreign language writing and competitions. If Suwon enrolled at Lizzie High School, she could surely help them achieve a good ranking.
Great.
"I've been worried about this," Xia Bailing quickly agreed. "I was even planning to have Xiaohan tutor her." "Thank you, Aunt Hong, and I appreciate your help, Brother Xian Hao." As soon as Suwon heard Hua Xiaohan's name, she quickly agreed. She really couldn't handle the military-style tutoring.
Huh.
Meng Xian Hao scratched his head. Although he thought Suwon was very capable, her math scores were quite intimidating. Math and foreign languages are completely different subjects. "I'm not unwilling. I'm just worried I won't be able to help her well. If Suwon doesn't pass the exam, she won't be able to continue her studies. Suwon is a hardworking child. I believe she can do it. Just focus on tutoring her," said Xia Bailing. Although she wasn't entirely sure, she couldn't let Suwon miss out on her education. Just then, the phone in the study rang. It was Director Miao calling for Suwon. "Suwon, your translation of pronunciation has broken our publishing house's sales record. So far, we have received nearly 30,000 orders. Director Miao's excited voice nearly overwhelmed the phone. Director Du from the Xinhua bookstore main branch distributed 5,000 copies to 2 other Xinhua bookstores in Beiping, which upset the managers of bookstores in other provinces. They called us to ask for a quick reprint. Su Wan, you have exceeded your target. The president wants you to come to the publishing house now. Director Miao, didn't the Xinhua bookstore only order 1,000 copies? Did they increase the order later? Su Wan was surprised that the results were much better than she expected. She also caught a key piece of information and asked curiously, "Don't you know? On the day you submitted your work, Director Du suddenly proposed increasing the order to 5,000 copies and even helped promote it today. But the main reason it sells so well is that your content is solid and loved by readers." Director Miao was speaking the truth. Quality content will always shine. Without strong content, no amount of promotion would work. This book, Pronunciation, was initially underestimated and dismissed. How could Director Du suddenly decide to order 5,000 copies without a reason? The only possibility is that Aunt Xia or Uncle Hui used their connections to help her meet her goal. Su Wan quickly turned to look out the window at Aunt Xia, who was talking to Aunt Hong. A hint of surprise flashed in her dark, clear eyes, and her eyes felt a little warm. It seemed they were prepared to support her. She originally didn't want to trouble Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia, but unexpectedly, she ended up doing just that. In the office building, the meeting had just ended. Hua Xiaohan closed his pen, stacked the meeting documents neatly, and quickly left the conference room. Commissioner Liu, who was slowly packing up to have a few more words with Hua Xiaohan, turned around and only saw a fleeting shadow rushing by. This kid, is he in a relationship? So anxious to leave? Commissioner Liu couldn't help but chuckle and scold lightly. "Commander, here is the magazine Pronunciation you wanted." As soon as Hua Xiaohan entered his office, Xiao Zhang handed him a magazine. "Commander, this magazine is quite popular. Only Xinhua bookstore sells it, and other newsstands don't have it yet." "How many copies?" Hua Xiaohan asked as he took the Pronunciation. "From the time I went in until I left, 6 people bought it," the guard answered seriously. "I also heard that Pronunciation had released 12 issues before, but it was never very popular. This last issue suddenly became a hit. In such a short time, 6 people buying it proved how well Pronunciation was selling. At this rate, the goal of 5,000 copies was definitely achievable." Hua Xiaohan's dark, obsidian-like eyes sparkled, and his usually stern features softened slightly as he smiled. He tightened his grip on the magazine and said expressionlessly, "Got it." As soon as the office door closed, Hua Xiaohan opened the magazine and began to read. Almost every article had translated by Su Wan next to the author's name. He read carefully, word for word. Each piece was concise and engaging, making him want to finish it in one go. One article, which he had seen in its original foreign version, felt different after Su Wan translated it into Chinese, making the overall piece even more impressive. Su Wan truly had an amazing talent for languages, and it seemed she really enjoyed it too. If she could be nurtured in a diplomatic direction in the future. Hua Xiaohan's deep eyes narrowed as he turned to the last page and noticed Su Wan's name had a bit of dust on it. He carefully wiped the dust away with his fingertip. "Report." A loud voice came from outside the door.
"Come in."
Hua Xiaohan looked up, quickly closed the magazine, and placed it in the left drawer, his soft expression swiftly returning to its usual stern and meticulous demeanor. "Boss, I found out what you asked about. It's Gao Hui, a translator from Beiping Publishing House, and they're both from the same hometown." Coincidentally, when Gao Hui called the editor of the Xiaodao newspaper, the editor was working on a tape recorder, and their conversation was recorded on the tape. The clerk came in holding a box of tapes. "It's Gao Hui again. She has always relied on her long experience at the publishing house to bully and frame Su Wan." Hua Xiaohan took the tape and put it in the recorder. The voices of the two could be heard. Although Gao Hui's voice was soft on the microphone, it was clear enough to recognize her tone and understand what she was saying. Not only did she reveal that Su Wan was a high school student to the Xiaodao newspaper, but if this news became popular, She even expected the editor to treat her to a meal. Hua Xiaohan's mood darkened, his gaze cold like a lonely star. He took out the tape and said to the clerk, "Send this to Director Miao at the publishing house." Yes, the clerk stood at attention. Editor-in-Chief Liu had just returned from Xinjiang, sitting in the back seat of a car, his face extremely gloomy, angrily clutching a case closure document. Even under pressure from the Beiping police, Xinjiang still refused to hand over the mastermind, and the stolen goods were not returned. Other watches and cash could be overlooked, but the most important thing was the jade pendant that Liu Rui had worn for over 20 years. It was a keepsake from his late grandfather. Those troublemakers benefited while pushing all the blame away. He couldn't even bring the mastermind to justice. And his son was still lying in a hospital bed, unable to get up. The more editor-in-chief Liu thought about it, the angrier he became. He reached to unbutton his shirt and saw Su-won walking toward the publishing house. His suppressed anger suddenly erupted, and he couldn't hold it back. If it weren't for this woman, Liu Rui wouldn't have suffered such serious harm, nearly dying on the way back to Beiping. They had never dared to touch Liu Rui even a little bit since he was a child. Afterward, this woman acted as if nothing had happened, without a word of apology or remorse. With the officer from the Hur family, if she were truly innocent, why would the Hur family suddenly increase the purchase order from Director Du of Xinhua Bookstore to 5,000 copies? What kind of relationship does her family have with the Hur family to deserve such treatment? Even if the purchase amount increased, if the books don't sell and no readers buy them, what good is it? Her translation style and the topics she chose were a complete mess, like a child playing house. He had never seen such a poor-quality journal. "Comrade Su, are you here at the newspaper to plead with the editor-in-chief?" The car stopped in front of the publishing house. Editor Liu opened the car door and got out, adjusting his glasses, which glinted coldly. Su-won was taken aback, clearly not expecting to run into Editor Liu at the entrance. "Have you considered how much loss your selfishness and irresponsibility will bring to the newspaper?" Editor Liu stuffed the crumpled case file into his pocket and walked towards Su-won. "Has Duin sold even one copy?" Editor Liu scolded Su-won, transferring all his anger and frustration from Xinjiang onto her. If it weren't for Su-won's meddling with his son, this situation would never have happened. "You rely on your youth, beauty, and connections with the Hua family to come to our newspaper, harming my son, and now trying to harm our entire Beiping newspaper. You want to ruin our publishing house's reputation. I assure you, I will pursue this matter to the end. You must not only return all your manuscript fees, but also bear all the costs for the 5,000 copies of Duin that were printed. Apologies and excuses won't help. You need to leave the publishing house immediately." Editor Liu pointed toward the door, his voice rising sharply. His angry shout was heard by those working near the windows on the first and second floors of the publishing house. They all stood up and looked out the window. Su-won stood her ground, facing the intimidating, furious leader in his 50s. Her calm expression showed no sign of fear. "Are you not leaving yet?" Editor Liu shouted again, glaring at Su-won. It seemed her calmness provoked him. "Editor Liu." President Zhang's stern voice came from the second-floor window as he leaned heavily on his cane. "Duin's sales have broken records. Aside from Xinhua Bookstore, other local bookstores in various provinces have placed orders for 38,000 copies." President Zhang's face was serious. These orders exceeded the total sales of the previous 12 issues. Previously, they had to reach out to bookstores, but now these stores were calling to place orders.
What?
Editor Liu's pupils under his glasses constricted sharply, and his whole body shook violently. It seemed like he had heard something unbelievable, and it took him a while to react. The sales of reading had actually broken records, even surpassing the total of the previous 12 issues. Editor-in-Chief Liu found it hard to accept this, looking at the president standing by the second-floor window and the two leaders behind him. It was clearly true. He glanced at the staff by the first and second-floor windows and recalled the sarcastic remarks he had just made. The sun was blazing down on Editor-in-Chief Liu's face, making it feel hot and painful. Sweat dripped from his forehead like sizzling oil. The translation by Su-won was so poor that it was hard to look at, How could it sell so well? What was the problem? It wasn't just him who thought this way. Everyone felt the same. Come in. President Jiang called Editor-in-Chief Liu into the office in front of everyone, striking his cane on the ground and glaring at him. I showed Su Wan's translation to foreign language professors, and they praised it as excellent. Yet you say it's worthless. I realized you are using your position for personal reasons, targeting Su Wan because of your son's issues. Su Wan had achieved such impressive results for their publishing house all on her own. Just the sales from 3 Xinhua bookstores today could be around 1 or 2,000 copies. President Jiang would not let Su Wan be wronged and would stand up for her. I've learned that it was team leader Liu who approached Director Miao after hearing that Comrade Su was going to replace Comrade Jiang on a business trip to Xinjiang. Director Miao even suggested that team leader Liu go with the driver from the security department. It was team leader Liu who insisted on driving himself. What happened later has nothing to do with Su. Your son is precious to you, but isn't Comrade Su precious to her family too? President Jiang almost tore into Editor-in-Chief Liu. President, I didn't mean it that way. I was worried about the sales of reading and lost control for a moment. I was thinking about our publishing house. When Comrade Su submitted her work, I and several other leaders reviewed it, and indeed, Editor-in-Chief Liu was scolded harshly, lowering his head, his face looking as bad as liver, yet still refusing to admit he was targeting Su Wan because of Liu Rui. President Jiang threw the purchase orders from bookstores across the provinces right in front of Editor-in-Chief Liu, saying, "That just shows you are outdated and can't keep up with the times. You almost sent such a great talent to another publisher. In the future, even if I want to pay a high price, I won't be able to get her back." Angry voices kept coming from the office, especially when President Jiang threw order after order in front of Chief Editor Liu. Many people looked through the glass window. The atmosphere in the translation team's office was very strange. President Jiang's remark about paying a high price almost confirmed Su Wan's position in the translation team and the publishing house. It could even be said that Su Wan saved the soon-to-be-closed Douyin magazine. At the same time, it clarified the style and themes of Douyin moving forward. We have already received a total of 38,000 purchase orders, which is nearly 8 times what you bet on, not counting what has already been sold today. Jiang Mengyue held Su Wan's hand and spoke loudly, her gaze sweeping over the pale and unhappy faces of the crowd. These people hadn't even looked at Su Wan's translations and had no idea how talented she was, yet they dared to question her? Isn't it time to fulfill the bet? Before the sales, they were arrogant, full of mockery and disdain. Now, just one day after the sales, they looked like they had just come out of a grave. Comrade Su Wan, I'm sorry, it was our mistake. We were just joking with you, we didn't mean it. Comrade Liu immediately stood up with a smiling face. He had bet 200 yuan at a rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 words, which meant he would have to translate over 30,000 words, almost half a month's salary for him. It was all his hard-earned money. He thought Su Wan would definitely lose, so he wrote a high amount, but who knew? If one person wanted to back out, the others who had also written high bets would surely want to avoid paying too. Yes, Su Wan, it's all Gao Hui's fault. She started it. We never intended to bet with you. I just wrote it because I saw them do it. My family is sick, and I have 2 kids to support. Come to my house tomorrow and try my cooking. The woman who had previously kicked Su Wan's enamel cup also wore a flattering smile and tried to play the victim. She bet 100 yuan, and although her rate was 10 yuan, it was still several days' worth of income for her. The main point was that if Gao Hui lost, she only needed to apologize, but if she won, she could earn 500 yuan. Meanwhile, they were the ones actually putting up money.
Who would be happy about that?
It was a classic case of being taken advantage of. Yes, Su Wan, I apologize and want to make amends. It was our words that were harsh. If you want to blame someone, blame that tabloid editor who caused us to misunderstand you. You said pronunciation is really popular now, and when it comes time to settle the profits at the end of the year, it won't be low. You don't really care about a few dozen or $100, right? Others also wanted to apologize and move on. Of course, Some had their pride and were willing to put money on the line but blamed all the fault on Gao Hui, saying that if she hadn't kept stirring things up in the office, they wouldn't have acted rashly and made bets. Now they regretted it. Gao Hui, who had been sitting silently in her chair, heard everyone shifting the blame onto her. She immediately stood up, her belly prominent, and said sharply and sarcastically, "How disgusting. Did I force you to sign that bet? Weren't you all eager to take advantage of Soo-won when she was down? You asked for it. Now that you've lost, you want to pin it on me. Not a chance. Today, none of you can escape this. That bet is on me. If anyone doesn't pay up, I will post this bet at the publisher's door for everyone to see your shameful faces." After all, Gao Hui wasn't losing money. She just had to publicly apologize. What did it matter? What could they do to a pregnant woman? I don't believe it. If Soo-won had lost, would you really let her keep the money? Gao Hui's words struck a nerve, especially since she threatened to post the bet at the publisher's door. This made everyone furious, and they began to argue heatedly with Gao Hui. There was no need for Soo-won to say anything. The translation team members started to turn on each other, accusing and tearing into one another. Just as Gao Hui said, if she had lost, would these people really let her off the hook? So Soo-won watched coldly as the once quiet translation team erupted into chaos. In just a few exchanges, they couldn't hold their ground against the strong-willed Gao Hui. Instead, they attracted attention from other departments who came to watch the spectacle. Comrade Liu approached Soo-won again, trying to plead his case, knowing she seemed much easier to talk to than Gao Hui. "Comrade Soo-won, we all know you come from a rural background. After returning all the manuscript fees, where would you have money to lose to us? We were just saying those things out of anger, influenced by Gao Hui. Even if you offered us the money, we wouldn't accept it. Exactly, such a large amount of money would create a huge impact if it got out," another female colleague chimed in. "Wouldn't that make it seem like we are ganging up on a student? How could we do something so unethical?" The implication was clear. They were trying to morally pressure Soo-won, suggesting that accepting such a large sum would harm her reputation. Soo-won's smile turned colder as she looked at the two of them. "You're right, such a large sum would have a big impact, regardless of who wins or loses. That's why I never considered accepting it." Everyone visibly relaxed at her words. "Instead, I plan to donate this money to women and children in impoverished areas, to show some kindness." As soon as Soo-won finished speaking, the entire translation team froze, their faces alternating between pale and flushed. It was as if they were choked up, unable to say a word. They wanted to use moral pressure to avoid responsibility. She was raising the moral stakes even higher. She wouldn't take the money, but they had to face the consequences of their careless words and actions. Gao Hui watched their defeated expressions and sarcastically remarked, "This is a great act of charity. I should promote this. Maybe the publishing house will hold a recognition event for those who donate generously by the end of the year." The colleagues were furious, their faces turning pale with anger. "Aren't you supposed to apologize to Comrade Soo-won publicly? Isn't it just a public apology for this matter? I accept my losses and won't act shamelessly like you." Gao Hui straightened her wrinkled clothes, feeling deeply dissatisfied, her gaze towards Soo-won filled with resentment. But compared to them losing a few days' pay, it didn't bother her much. After all, the entire publishing house had doubted Soo-won at that time. Not just that, but also for slandering and spreading rumors about my integrity in front of the publishing house and Mrs. Liu. Soo-won wanted her to apologize not just for this small matter, but for all her wrongdoings. "I will also investigate the reports from the small newspapers in the coming days," Soo-won said, looking at Gao Hui. Gao Hui's expression changed slightly, her voice rising sharply. "What do you mean, Soo-won? You offended Fong Yu before and even took her blind date, Team Leader Liu.
We all saw it.
Isn't it fair that she seeks revenge on you? We are all part of the same translation team. What good does this do for us? I understand now. Since Duin is popular, you see me as a pregnant woman with a family background not as strong as Fong Yu's. Plus, you've always been unhappy with me, so you want to blame me, right?" Gao Hui held her belly, speaking with both anger and a sense of vulnerability, and accused Soo-won. You are so young, yet your heart is so cruel. Gao Hui, I think you are the one who is cruel. Director Miao entered with a tape recorder, looking furious. Seeing Gao Hui, who seemed like a mess, his expression was filled with rage. You tried to push Su Wan out to get a high-paying manuscript and even leaked information to a tabloid editor at a critical moment. Gao Hui, seeing the angry Director Miao point at her, felt a rush of panic but still pretended to be calm, using her pregnancy as an excuse to appear more vulnerable. I didn't do it, Director Miao. You can't just believe what Su Wan says because her doing is a hit. She's clearly targeting me. Listen to this tape and see for yourself, Director Miao said, tired of arguing. He inserted the tape into the recorder and pressed play. Soon, the recorder played a conversation between Gao Hui and her acquaintance. The tone and manner of speaking were unmistakably hers. When Gao Hui heard her own voice, her face visibly paled. She clearly hadn't expected their conversation to be recorded. Initially, everyone doubted that Gao Hui was the one who leaked the information, but hearing the recording stirred their anger. From the start, the real culprit was Gao Hui. If she hadn't caused this mess, they wouldn't have lost days of pay for no reason. Led by Comrade Liu, the others were clearly furious. Director Miao, Gao Hui harmed the collective interest for her own selfish reasons and has serious moral issues. She shouldn't be allowed to stay at the publishing house. Yes, we request Gao Hui's dismissal. Weren't you supposed to apologize to Su Wan for losing the bet? Go publish your jealousy of Su Wan and your attempts to sow discord in the team. Two female colleagues, outraged, grabbed Gao Hui and took her to the newspaper office. Even if she gets fired, she must publicly apologize. We cannot let her off so easily. They already have many complaints about Gao Hui, and now that she has used them, they are even more frustrated with her than with Su Wan. They don't even need Su Wan or Jiang Manhwa to take action. They just want to crush her completely. And you spread rumors, slandering Su Wan's reputation. We all heard it, and we will publish it. Once this news is printed, Gao Hui will be like a rat everyone wants to catch. She won't just be unable to stay at the Beiping newspaper. She won't have a place in Beiping at all. With just a few words, she could be completely ruined. Gao Hui's face burned with shame, and in the face of solid evidence, she had no way to defend herself. Sweat poured down her face. She knew that since she was pregnant, the newspaper couldn't fire her, but making her publicly apologize was absolutely out of the question. Holding her stomach, she began to cry out in pain. My stomach, it hurts so much. After all, she was pregnant, and if anything happened to the baby, it would be terrible. Director Miao's face was cold as he instructed the translation team to take Gao Hui to the hospital. Director Miao, seeing how uncomfortable Gao Hui is, we should quickly notify her husband, Su Wan said, pretending to be concerned. Because of Su Xiaohui's previous actions, Su Wan immediately noticed that Gao Hui's expressions were too exaggerated and clearly fake. There was no way she would let Gao Hui escape using her pregnancy as an excuse. For someone as shameless and unreasonable as her weakness lay in her family and husband. After saying this, Su Wan walked to the recorder, took out the tape, and placed it with the agreement, heading straight for the door. What are you doing? Gao Hui asked nervously when she heard Su Wan was going to her husband's workplace and taking the tape. Of course, I'm going to your husband's workplace. Gao Hui, since you're not feeling well, you should hurry to the hospital. After all, you two are a team, so your husband can write the public apology for you, Su Wan said softly, her face showing concern and care, but her words were powerful. Gao Hui's face visibly paled, and she stopped clutching her stomach in pain. Her husband was at a crucial point in his promotion, and if Su Wan made this issue known at his workplace, it would be a disaster. Her husband's promotion is definitely out of the question. Her fierce mother-in-law and sister-in-law will surely make things difficult for her. I'll write it. Is it okay if I write an apology statement for you now? Gao Hui gritted her teeth, showing a rare look of panic and fear on her face. The main issue is that she had always lied to her in-laws about her real income, claiming she only earned a small amount per article, while hiding the rest of her earnings. If her in-laws found out, her dreams would be shattered. No, Gao Hui, you're in pain. You need to go to the hospital. If something happens, we can't take responsibility. Let your husband handle the apology, Suwan said, tossing her braid and resolutely heading for the door. Gao Hui, suddenly feeling better, quickly moved in front of Suwan, grabbing her hand tightly. With a reluctant voice, she said, I'm not in pain anymore. I will apologize in front of everyone. I was wrong and used improper means to force you to leave the newspaper for high pay. I shouldn't have made up stories about you and team leader Lu. You have always kept your distance from him. She almost begged Suwan not to go to her husband's workplace. Everyone was surprised to see the usually bold and shameless Gao Hui being so submissive to Suwan, and they quickly took out money to settle their bets. Some with larger amounts even asked to borrow money to pay up immediately. I said this money is for women and children in poor mountainous areas. Just give it to Director Miao to donate, Suwan said openly, without reaching out to take it. This made everyone feel ashamed. These university students realized they had less awareness than a high school student from the countryside. Their faces turned red, and they lowered their heads. I'm willing to accept the bet. Comrade Suwan has impressed us all. Besides paying her the winning amount, I will also give her an extra bonus, President Jiang said after reprimanding Editor Lu in his office. He truly admired Suwan's ability to avoid trouble and face challenges. Following behind, Editor Lu, still affected by the reprimand, adjusted his glasses and defended Suwan, stating, "Let me clarify that Suwan and team leader Lu have a purely professional relationship. I don't want any more rumors that could affect our publishing house's unity. As for Comrade Gao Hui's behavior, it has seriously violated our publishing house's rules. I advise Comrade Gao Hui to resign and take responsibility for her actions." Editor-in-Chief Lu, I realize my mistake. I was just confused for a moment, Gao Hui said, stunned and pleading, her legs feeling weak. She couldn't lose this job. However, President Jiang and Editor-in-Chief Lu looked particularly cold and unyielding, showing no signs of negotiation. If she could leak information to a small newspaper for her own benefit today, who knows if she would leak the content of the publishing house's books to competitors for money in the future. After President Jiang announced that there would be a celebration banquet for Suwan at the state-run hotel today, Director Miao returned to his office and made a phone call. The office phone in a government agency has both internal and external lines. Hua Xiaohan, who was drafting next week's training plan, put down his pen and picked up the receiver when he heard the external line ringing. Captain Hua, thank you for sending the recording tape. Otherwise, we would have had a hard time handling this matter. The higher-ups have now decided to let Gao Hui resign. Director Miao expressed his gratitude over the phone. He knew that Captain Hu did this all for Suwan, but it indeed helped him solve a big problem. You are too kind, Hua Xiaohan said, his long fingers gently rubbing the pen on the desk, sitting up straight. After work, the president will hold a celebration banquet for Suwan, so he might be a bit late returning. Please let Professor Xia know, Director Miao continued, saying some complimentary words about Suwan. Okay, I will inform my mom, Hua Xiaohan replied, slightly tightening his grip on the phone and bringing it closer to his ear, as if waiting for the other person to say more. However, aside from mentioning how well the magazine Douyin was selling and how much the president appreciated Suwan, Director Miao did not bring up the tape again. Later, Director Miao said he would drive Suwan home after the banquet and ended the call with a smile. Hua Xiaohan listened to the beeping sound on the line, pursed his lips, his gaze unreadable, and dialed the Hua family phone number. Xia Bailing, upon hearing that the publishing house was holding a celebration banquet for Suwan, smiled warmly. Little one is really impressive. After today, she should focus all her energy on her studies. I've already asked Xian how to come and tutor her starting tomorrow, aiming for her to pass the entrance exam for the prestigious high school. Isn't Xian how unwilling to do that? Hua Xiaohan raised his sharp eyebrows slightly. Willing, he is willing now. He was supposed to come over tonight to tutor Xiaowan, but since it's her celebration dinner, it's fine. I heard from your dad that you are quite busy with work. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? There was a brief silence on the line, only the sound of heavy breathing. "I'm not coming back," Hua Xiaohan replied coldly. "That's understandable. You both live in the same building, so you need to be mindful of the impact," Xia Beiling said before hanging up the phone. Hua Xiaohan tightened his grip on the pen, put down the phone, leaned back in his chair, and opened the drawer to look at the paper filled with Suwon's name. He unbuttoned his collar, feeling hot and restless. President Jiang had booked a private room at the state-run restaurant, and by the time they finished, it was already 8 o'clock. Suwon had drunk quite a bit of soda and, under Jiang Mingyue's strong recommendation, also tried a sweet, fragrant drink similar to rice wine, which had a slight alcoholic taste. Feeling happy, she returned to the Hor family, took a shower, and fell asleep immediately. The night was deep. Hua Xiaohan, bare-chested and strong, had just completed 200 push-ups, with sweat running down his neck and chest. It trickled down to his lean waist, dampening his gray shorts. Breathing heavily, he sat on the edge of the bed, one hand wiping sweat from his face with a towel, while the other pulled out a letter hidden under his pillow. Under the dim light of the desk lamp, the letter had yellowed, and the elegant handwriting flowed like a gentle stream into his heart. The bold and alluring content, even though he had memorized it, still made his ears flush every time he read it. His chest rose and fell sharply.
Hwagich.
"You are my heart's desire. I want to be your wife." He found it hard to imagine that the person in the letter was like a vibrant peach blossom, full of warmth and love. Why had her feelings changed so quickly, as if that peach blossom had never bloomed for him? His breathing grew heavier, and his heart sank deeper. He then took his change of clothes and a porcelain plate and left the dormitory. Suwon woke up in the middle of the night, feeling hot and dizzy from the aftereffects of the drink, and urgently needed to use the restroom. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally couldn't hold it any longer and groggily got up to go downstairs. The stairwell light was broken when she returned, and her body, still waking up, felt weak. She leaned against the wall and slowly made her way down. In the dark, a foot suddenly missed the step, and she fell down the stairs. At that moment, strong arms wrapped around her waist, lifting her into an embrace. Dazed and sleepy, Suwon was startled and instinctively clung to the person in front of her. The powerful arms tightened around her waist. Faint light filtered through the stairwell window, and Suwon could smell the fresh scent of soap mixed with the man's unique masculine aroma. His features were silhouetted in the light, revealing a strong jawline and high nose, especially his dark, bright eyes that seemed to lock onto a target like a hunting leopard in the night. His warm breath brushed against her delicate neck as he lifted her off the ground, and her slippers had fallen somewhere. Her slender legs dangled in front of his tall, straight legs, and her small, smooth toes barely touched the polished shoes beneath him. The large hand resting on her waist felt incredibly warm, like fire through the fabric of her clothing, almost melting her skin. His muscles were firm and solid, radiating heat, yet his demeanor was calm and cool, like the ice and snow of Tianshan, evoking a sense of reverence. He exuded an aura of self-control and restraint. Commander Hor? Realizing who he was, Suwon quickly released her grip and placed her toes on the stair edge. She found it strange that Commander Ho was back at the Hor family home so late. His hair seemed freshly washed and still damp. Had he just returned, or had he been back for a while and just finished showering? As she spoke, a sweet scent of rice wine filled the air, her voice soft and slightly slurred from just waking up, making it quite charming. Her eyes looked at him with a glimmer, slightly dazed, and her lips were fresh and inviting. Her body felt soft and delicate, like warm jade, and her cheeks were flushed. Hua Xiaohan's breath quickened, his back tense, and his chest felt hot and firm. The warmth that had just subsided in his ears flared up again as he slowly released her slender waist. As soon as Suwon's feet touched the ground, she wobbled, and Hua Xiaohan quickly wrapped his arms around her waist again. "Can you stand on your own?" he asked, looking at her with dark eyes, his voice deep and husky. "I'm fine, thank you, Commander Hor." Suwon nodded slightly, leaning against the wall. Although her head felt a bit dizzy, she was alert. Hua Xiaohan stood in front of her, tall and warm, making her cheeks feel even hotter and her palms sweaty. She moved a bit to the side, creating some distance, and bent down to look for her slippers that had fallen on the stairs. However, the little light coming through the stairwell window made it hard to see anything. Suwon's head felt heavy, and she had a lightheaded feeling. She was also feeling quite anxious, with strands of hair sticking to her cheeks and neck, and even her breath felt warm and damp. After searching for a while, without success, she decided to go downstairs barefoot. Her delicate shoulder brushed against the man's warm, hard chest, and her soft skin grazed his strong arm. "Why are you in such a hurry to go downstairs?" Hua Xiaohan's voice was low and slightly hoarse, his dark eyes fixed on her intently. "I need to use the bathroom," Suwon said softly, her voice trembling with urgency as she struggled to see the stairs beneath her. Hua Xiaohan clenched his hand at his side, lowered his gaze, and ground his teeth slightly. In the next moment, he bent down and picked her up under her knees, effortlessly carrying her down the stairs. Suwon was startled and instinctively wrapped her arms around Hua Xiaohan's neck. His handsome profile seemed to magnify before her eyes, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a noble charm. As he breathed, she felt his strong arms securely holding her. Every muscle in his body felt firm, and the warmth of his presence enveloped her. Suwon's quick, delicate breaths brushed against his chin, and she quickly turned her head away. If the stair lights had been on, the contrast between the strong, reserved man and her soft form would have been striking. But right now, she couldn't think of anything else. She was desperate to go, her legs tightly pressed together, her face flushed, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. To distract herself, she tightened her grip on his collar. She regretted not getting up earlier to use the bathroom. Hua Xiaohan pressed his lips together, his straight back tense. In his arms, she was like a little rabbit caught in a hunter's trap, surprisingly calm and not struggling at all. With rosy cheeks and fair skin, her breath was gentle and soft. Her beautiful hair brushed against his chest, like sparks spreading into flames that reached his neck, yet his expression remained steady and calm. His night vision was already good, and walking down the dark staircase felt easy. Soon, he carried Suwon to the bathroom. Suwon couldn't wait any longer. Before they even reached the door, she struggled to get down and eagerly ran barefoot into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Hua Xiaohan stood outside, feeling the warmth of Suwon's delicate touch still lingering in his arms. His chest rose and fell uncontrollably, and the hot weather made beads of sweat roll down his back. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly heard a faint sound of water from the bathroom. Realizing what was happening, Hua Xiaohan's body tensed, and he quickly turned to leave, his handsome face flushed. After Suwon finished in the bathroom, she splashed some water on her face to feel more awake. As she opened the bathroom door, she saw Hua Xiaohan coming down the stairs with her slippers, placing them in front of her. "Thank you, Captain Hua," Suwon said, holding onto the door frame as she put on her slippers, genuinely grateful. Her face, freshly washed, looked radiant, with droplets of water still on her cute nose and rosy cheeks, resembling peach blossoms on snow, her clear eyes sparkling with innocence. The bathroom floor was dry, indicating that Hua Xiaohan must have washed up at work before coming back. Although she found it strange that he didn't just stay at work and returned home in the middle of the night, she was relieved he came back in time, otherwise she would have surely fallen and hurt herself. Hua Xiaohan's deep black eyes glanced at Suwon's face, his voice low and steady, yet slightly husky. "How are the sales of your pronunciation book? I heard it has sold over 2,000 copies. Originally, the Xinhua bookstore only wanted to purchase 1,000, but thanks to Aunt Xia, they bought all 5,000 and even helped with promotion," Suwon replied, her eyes soft and a smile on her lips, revealing her sweet dimples. "Captain Hua, did you know about this?" "I wasn't aware," Hua Xiaohan said, his jaw tight, his expression calm, but his deep eyes seemed more obscure. Suwon nodded lightly, thinking that besides Aunt Xia or Uncle Hua, It was unlikely that the head of the Xinhua bookstore would take the risk of buying all her translated work after seeing it. Then it can only be Aunt Xia, who helps her with a backdoor approach. Aunt Xia is so good to me. I don't know how to thank her. Commander Hua, do you know what Aunt Xia likes? Suwon felt a wave of gratitude. When everyone doubted and belittled her, only Aunt Xia chose to believe in her. This trust is truly precious. Hua Xiaohan's long fingers rubbed against the thick gun calluses. He held his breath, his throat slightly hoarse. After a moment, he opened his lips. You can ask her tomorrow. Suwon felt a bit disappointed but quickly asked, Commander Hua, what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I can make it for you. With the upcoming exam, you should focus on studying, Hua Xiaohan said, rubbing his gun calluses again, his gaze fixed on her. Well, it really is hard to repay this person's kindness, and now she's being lectured again. Suwon nodded obediently and planned to go upstairs to sleep, but Hua Xiaohan's tall figure stood like an unmovable mountain, blocking her way. Commander Hua, do you have anything else? Suwon asked, feeling a bit strange, unsure if it was the alcohol or Hua Xiaohan blocking the already narrow hallway that made her feel so warm. Is your reluctance for me to tutor you because of those letters you wrote to me before? Hua Xiaohan asked, his dark eyes reflecting Suwon's slightly tipsy, beautiful face, his voice deep and calm. Her breath trembled slightly, and the veins in her arms tightened. Suwon leaned against her heavy head. She felt that being around someone her age, like Meng Xinhao, would create a more relaxed learning atmosphere. Under the influence of alcohol, she spoke honestly, Commander Hua, I have my own study plan and don't like being too controlled. But then she realized Hua Xiaohan had mentioned those letters unexpectedly. She suppressed her gentle gaze. The scenes of writing those letters played in her mind like a movie. She said openly, I did put a lot of thought and effort into those letters. I was thinking about their content even while sleeping in class. I felt embarrassed to ask anyone, so I searched through many books, wrote, revised, and rewrote them. I almost used up an entire stack of stationery and several bottles of ink. Every word and sentence was filled with my true feelings, carefully chosen. There was a rumor at school that if you carved the name of the person you like on the inside of your wrist and confessed to them after 7 days, you would definitely succeed. Suwon looked down at her fair, delicate wrist and joked, your name has so many strokes. Luckily, I'm afraid of pain, so I didn't carve too deep. Otherwise, it would leave a scar, and that wouldn't look good. Hua Xiaohan's pupils quickly contracted, and his dark eyes immediately focused on Suwon's wrist, as if all the blood in his body froze for a moment. He never imagined that she had carved his name on her wrist. His name has so many strokes. Every letter he received from her seemed light, but it carried her sincere heart. Every word and every sentence was her true voice. She wanted to be with him. But all of that is in the past. We've talked things over, and I just don't like being controlled. With a hint of tipsiness in her clear eyes, Suwon met Hua Xiaohan's dark gaze, which was calm and serene without a ripple. The original character was indeed vain and dramatic, but she was passionate and sincere about her feelings. She knew she had missed someone who was unforgettable and wanted to find a way to make things right. She even thought about skipping school to find Hua Xiaohan, but unfortunately, she had no money.
I'm sorry.
Hua Xiaohan felt as if his chest was being torn apart by sharp claws, more painful than the bullet that once pierced his shoulder blade. My personal principles and the education I received do not allow me to interact with other people of the opposite while I have a match, even if we haven't confirmed our relationship. Moreover, we just finished our match and you're still sisters. He believed in loyalty in marriage, treating it seriously from the moment they met until marriage, excluding all external factors. Especially since he knew what the letters would contain. So I never opened the letters you wrote to me. Suwon didn't expect Hua Xiaohan to have such traditional views and strong morals. In modern times, it's common to chat with several people at once and meet multiple matches. Even after confirming a relationship, some still flirt. But Hua Xiaohan would not contact anyone else once he was matched with someone, which was very reassuring. Even in the hot discussions, despite disliking the original character, Hua Xiaohan remained solitary and disciplined, never getting involved with any woman, and not a single rumor about him ever surfaced. Su Xiaowei received simple care, with help in arranging work and introductions to potential partners. People like him, with such a good family background, status, and excellent looks, are truly rare. Such a person is really suitable for marriage. It's nothing, Captain Hua. It's just a fleeting feeling of youth. Everyone does some crazy things at this age, Su-won said with a smile, her voice clear and pleasant like the sound of wind chimes. A fleeting feeling of youth. Captain Hua lowered his head, his gaze growing dimmer. With each breath, it felt like a needle was piercing his chest, deep into his bones. His dark, bright eyes watched Su-won's wrist, which was fair and tender, showing no signs of the previous marks. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Regardless, no one in this world is worth harming your own body. I hope you won't do such foolish things again, he said in a deep, serious tone, his voice carrying a hint of unnoticeable concern. I won't, she replied, knowing only a young girl could do such silly things. Su-won leaned against the doorframe, feeling increasingly dizzy. Captain Hua, I have a bit of a headache. I'll go upstairs to sleep now. After saying this, she walked past Captain Hua again. He stiffly turned to the side, making way for her. Su-won held onto the staircase railing, using the bathroom light to slowly walk upstairs. Captain Hua watched her graceful figure gradually disappear into the darkness, feeling as if his chest was submerged in water, making it hard to breathe. He stood still for a long time. Aunt Wu, being older, often had to get up at night, especially since her room was next to the bathroom. Just moments ago, she had opened the door and saw Captain Hua carrying Su-won down the stairs. Oh my, it really startled her heart. She looked on in disbelief. Could it be that these two were secretly dating? They were so close that Captain Hua was carrying Su-won down the stairs after she used the bathroom? Aunt Wu quickly closed the door and pressed her ear against it to listen. She soon realized that they were not dating at all. Instead, Captain Hua was blocking Su-won outside the bathroom door, seemingly wanting to talk about something. However, Su-won had once liked Captain Hua very much, but now she felt indifferent. Why were they acting so differently? This made Aunt Wu inside the room very anxious. Could it be that the idea of carving the name of the person you like on your wrist and confessing 7 days later actually worked? The next morning, Su-won woke up early to make breakfast. Xia Bailing looked at the rich breakfast on the table and playfully scolded Su-won. You should sleep a bit more to rest, dear. Xinhao is coming later to help you with your studies, and learning can be tiring. Su-won smiled sweetly and suggested that Xia Bailing eat breakfast first while she styled Xianyi's hair. Hu Jiangwo had gone on an inspection yesterday and hadn't returned yet. Xia Bailing also had to attend an academic forum today, so she would be busy all day. Su-won smiled and said, Auntie Xia, I dreamed about you last night. In my dream, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you received a special gift that made you very happy. Can you guess what it was? She knew she couldn't directly ask Auntie Xia what she liked, so she used clever language to lead her. You dreamed about me? What was it? Xia Bailing's eyebrows raised in surprise as she smiled.
Come on, guess.
People often reveal what they like or want without realizing it. After thinking for a moment, Auntie Xia said, Did Xiao Han bring me a beautiful and knowledgeable daughter-in-law? That was the only thing that could truly surprise and delight her. It was also the gift she most wanted. Plus, the Mid-Autumn Festival was the perfect time to bring someone home. That boy really didn't make things easy for her. Su-won hadn't expected that Auntie Xia was hoping for this, but it made sense. As the youngest leader in the regiment, Hu Xiaohan's personal matters had become a political task. Auntie Xia, with Hu being so outstanding, many girls must like him. It's just that his work makes it hard for him to meet anyone. You could have him pick you up from university more often. There are so many excellent students at North China University, and the Foreign Language University is nearby. Maybe he'll meet someone suitable on campus if he goes more often. Su-won was giving Auntie Xia ideas. With Hu Xiaohan's straightforward personality, he wouldn't hesitate when he found someone he liked. They should broaden his social circle and let him choose for himself. Finding someone one by one would take too long. Xia Beiling's eyes lit up. She hadn't thought of that before. Xiaowan, that's a great idea. As Hu Xiaohan came down from upstairs, he heard the two of them excitedly discussing ideas, especially Suwan with her bright eyes, suggesting one idea after another to her mother. Knowing he was resistant to blind dates and social gatherings, they decided to have his mother take him to weddings of colleagues and friends more often. There is now another way to get to know people. Hu Xiaohan's dark eyes focused intently on Suwan's smooth profile. Her full, soft lips were bright red and glistening, with teeth as white as snow. It wasn't until he reached the dining table that her lips, which were filled with the essence of flowers, slowly closed. Her clear, dark eyes looked at him sharply. This is a math problem from the first year of high school. Finish it today, and I will check it when I come back tonight, Hu Xiaohan said expressionlessly as he placed a notebook filled with math problems in front of Suwan. His presence was particularly strong and commanding. Suddenly, the lively living room fell silent. Xiaohan, when did you come back? Xia Beiling, sitting with her back to the stairs, forced a smile. If she had known Hu Xiaohan was home, she wouldn't have discussed this matter with Su Wan in the living room. Now, all of Su Wan's suggestions were useless. Mom, I might not have time to pick you up from school in the future, but I will send a guard, Hu Xiaohan said, his tone making everything clear. His deep gaze turned back to Su Wan, and he continued, focus all your thoughts on studying. He then tapped the notebook on the table, as if reminding her to remember to do it, before turning and walking out the door. Hey, Xiaohan, eat breakfast before you go to work, Xia Beiling said as she stood up. Su Wan blinked her long eyelashes, not thinking much of it. Letting him expand his social circle and date freely seemed good to her. She picked up the notebook Hu Xiaohan had given her and opened it, discovering it was filled with handwritten first-year high school math problems, even with various rectangular diagrams clearly drawn. It looked just like a math test paper. Was he up all night making these problems? Suwon was a bit surprised. What she needed most right now was to practice more math problems. This was also a good opportunity for her to test her true level and understand the types of questions from this era. These are all questions from Xiaohan? Xia Beiling leaned over to take a look, a warm smile on her lips. He has had a talent for math since he was young, and is also a special talent in the military. Xian Hao was tutored by him too. She remembered that when Xiaohan tutored Xian Hao, he wasn't this detailed or thoughtful. He even personally created each question. She noticed that at first glance, the problems seemed simple, but there were also a few more complex types mixed in. At Xiaowan's current level, she might find those simple questions a bit challenging. Normally, Xionghan shouldn't have given her these complex questions. If you can't do them, just leave them blank. Wait for Xionghan to explain when he gets off work, Xia Beiling said, raising her eyebrows and looking at Suwan meaningfully. Suwan smiled slightly and didn't pay much attention to Xia Beiling's gaze. As long as Xionghan gives her the questions, she can have Meng Xinhao explain them. After breakfast, Meng Xinhao rode his bike to take Suwan to the bookstore to buy some study materials and new reference books. Suwan sat on the back of the bike, holding a Chinese textbook to memorize. Suwan, you are so hardworking. You will definitely pass the entrance exam for Lizishong High School. If my mom weren't the grade director and worried about favoritism, she would help you study, Meng Xinhao said cheerfully, dressed in sportswear. As he rode uphill, he stood up to pedal, looking like a confident young man. How about I take you for a tour of Lizishong High School first? It will help you get used to the environment and reduce your nerves during the exam. Sure, Xinhao, Suwan replied eagerly, as she didn't even know where the school was. Hold on tight, I'll go faster, Meng Xinhao said with a big smile, turning to signal Suwan to hold onto his shirt. With his long legs pedaling like the wind, the bike sped away. Just then, another bike approached from the opposite direction. Suwon grabbed Meng Xinhao's shirt and accidentally glanced at the bike's back seat. When she saw the girl sitting there, her smile instantly faded, and her heart sank, thinking she must be mistaken. But the back seat, Sun Hongxia, also saw her, looking even more shocked and incredulous, staring at her as if trying to confirm. It was Sun Hongxia, a former classmate and the class monitor. Suwon had forgotten that after the second-year final exams, Sun Hongxia transferred to Beiping with her family. Her father was a naval officer. Could she be living in the military compound too? After Suwon and Meng Xinhao finished buying reference books and checking out Lizishong High School, they returned to the Hua family. Xia Beiling and Hua Hong had been waiting in the living room for a while. When they heard the bike bell, they knew Meng Xinhao had brought Suwon back. Classmate son, this is Suwon, whom I told you about. Her foreign language skills are excellent, and the recently popular book, Pronunciation, was translated by her. As Suwon walked in with a reference book, Hua Hong said to Sun Hongxia, who was memorizing vocabulary, "You excel in all your other subjects, but your foreign language is a bit behind. Since you both will be transferring to Tsi High School, you can learn from each other and help one another." Sun Hongxia is the daughter of a naval commander. Today, her father brought her to seek help from teacher Hua with her foreign language studies. Seeing Suwon enter, Sun Hongxia furrowed her thick eyebrows and said loudly and skeptically, "Teacher Hua, how is that possible? Suwon and I were classmates before, and she was always one of the weaker students, copying others' homework and exam answers. Are you sure you weren't tricked by her? That magazine was definitely not translated by her." Hua Hong and Xia Beiling looked surprised. They were so focused on discussing grades that they didn't realize the two were classmates. Suwon was also taken aback upon seeing Sun Hongxia. She had specifically transferred to Beijing for high school to escape her past and the negative reputation that came with it. She didn't expect that Sun Hongxia, who knew her past well, would also be transferring to the same school. How is that not possible? Suwon was recommended by my aunt to work as a temporary translator at the publishing house. Meng Xinhao, who had been chatting with Suwon about mystery novels on the way back, immediately spoke up for her. "That's right, classmate Sunday." The Pronunciation magazine was translated entirely by Suwon. The publishing house even held a celebration for her yesterday. Xia Beiling had witnessed this firsthand and gently told Sun Hongxia that Suwon had made significant progress in her foreign language skills over the summer. However, Sun Hongxia, having been Suwon's classmate for 2 years, knew very well what kind of person she was. Suwon had a very poor reputation at school, often associating with troublemakers and not studying seriously. She was vain and had a habit of lying. To cheat on exams, she would deliberately talk to high-achieving boys. It was clear that studying with someone like her, who had a bad reputation and lacked knowledge, was impossible. Holding her foreign language book, Sun Hongxia looked determined and coldly rejected, saying, "Auntie, Teacher Hua, I don't know how Suwon ended up here, but she is very good at making up stories and acts very convincingly." At the start of her first year, she claimed that her dad was the director of a cotton mill, her mom was the head of the postal service, her older brother was a pilot, her second brother was a doctor, and her third brother got into a prestigious university. She was the only girl in the family and was especially favored. Later, we saw her dad coming to school with a bag to pay her tuition, and he was just an ordinary farmer, but she insisted he was unrelated to her. By the second year, she made up a story about having a fiancé who was a commander. Sun Hongxia was straightforward and lacked social skills. She took pride in being the teacher's right-hand person. Whenever a classmate broke a rule, she would write it down and tell the teacher after class. She only valued grades and looked down on students with poor performance, believing they were wasting time and school resources. So, in front of Hua Hong, she revealed everything Suwon had done before. She keeps talking about Commander Hua, saying that once she becomes the commander's wife, her husband will arrest people. She even argued with the teacher in class, saying she wouldn't need to study anymore because she was going to get married. Hua Hong frowned and looked at Suwon, feeling more and more frustrated. Her reputation in the village was not good, and her classmates at school talked about it too. Being selfish and vain, she didn't even acknowledge her own father, and without any real connection to Hua Xiaohan, she was already dreaming of being the commander's wife. Her character definitely had some issues. "Son, we are about to start the assessment, so I need to go study upstairs. I wish you good luck on your exam." Suwon did not argue or show any anger or shame. She spoke calmly. What Sun Hongxia said was true, and she had nothing to explain. Her focus now was on studying hard to get into a good high school and to stick to her original plan. As long as the sky didn't fall, she could continue her studies, and she didn't need to care about outside opinions or her past. It would only be a year. She just had to endure. Then Suwon turned to Xie Bailing and Hua Hong, lightly smiled, and said, "Auntie Xie, Aunt Hua, I'm going to study now." After saying that, she went to take the study materials from Meng Xinhao. Sun Hongxia was surprised. After saying so much in the past, Suwon would have gotten angry and argued, calling her a tomboy and saying no one would want her. Now, she was saying she was going to study and wishing her good luck on her exam. She, who has always been the class monitor, feels somewhat ignored by the underperforming students. "Suwon, are you feeling guilty now that I've exposed you?" Sun Hongxia asked, thinking she was being righteous. "Sun Hongxia, when we were in school back home, did you often bully and suppress Suwon? Otherwise, why would you jump straight to criticizing her without even saying hello?" At that moment, Xie Bailing spoke up, her expression serious. Although her tone remained gentle and polite, her words carried an unspoken authority. She didn't know what Suwon was like before, but she could see that Suwon was gradually improving and getting back on track. So far, she hadn't noticed any bad behavior from Suwon. In fact, she found her quite likable. Arrogance is a very bad trait. Suwon may not have grades as good as yours, but it's clear that she is more polite and well-mannered than you. Xie Bailing stated directly, clearly defending Suwon. This surprised both Suwon and Hua Hong, especially Suwon, whose heart warmed with gratitude. Suwon's past in school was a blemish that couldn't be erased, and it was understandable for Auntie Xie to have some biases against her. However, she didn't expect Auntie Xie to firmly stand by her side and speak up for her. "Auntie, what I'm saying is the truth. She's just pretending to be nice. I'm a straightforward person. I say what I mean and don't act hypocritically like her." Sun Hongxia replied somewhat unhappily, believing she was being genuine. When faced with wrongdoing, one should speak boldly and not let evil take advantage. She had always reported classmates' mistakes to the teacher and received praise for being responsible and caring for the class, being seen as a good helper to the teacher. "Big sister, Sun is just a bit too straightforward." Hua Hong tried to ease the tension. Xie Bailing didn't want to argue with the student any longer. Seeing Hua Hong speaking up for Sun Hongxia, she realized that her sister-in-law had always held a grudge against Suwon, and it was likely even stronger now. She decided not to have Xianhao tutor Suwon anymore and gently said to her, "Suwon, you should go upstairs to study. When Xiaohan returns, I'll have him help you." Then she turned to Hua Hong and said, "Hua Hong, I don't think it's necessary for the two of them to study together. I've taught many university students, and I've never encountered a student like this one. It seems she should have been eliminated during the college entrance exam. I think Xiaowan just takes longer to understand things. If she studies seriously, she won't be worse than Sunday." "Big sister," Hua Hong said in disbelief. The person was brought by her, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Suwon didn't defend herself earlier, which meant that Sun Hongxia's words were true. With things being this way, why would the big sister still let Xiaohan tutor Suwon? Isn't she afraid something might go wrong? Upon hearing this, Sun Hongxia's eyes widened and her face turned red, as if she had been slapped hard. She had always been a good student in front of her teachers and was well liked by them. She was used to their praise and recognition, consistently ranking in the top 10 of her class. She had never been criticized or had her abilities questioned like this before. With her excellent grades, she would surely be sought after by many prestigious universities after the college entrance exam. This only showed that the university Aunt Xie taught at wasn't very good. To think she could compare a well-known troublemaker to her, believing that just studying hard would allow them to catch up. This made her, who had always been recognized for her achievements, feel her dignity was trampled, filling her with anger and resentment. "Teacher Hua, I don't want to study with Suwon. It will affect my learning progress and lower my grades," Sun Hongxia said to Hua Hong before proudly walking out with her backpack. "Hey, son, wait." Hua Hong was a bit angry at Xie Bailing for irrationally defending Suwon. She had kindly brought Sun Hongxia to study together to help Suwon directly. Moreover, with Sun Hongxia's excellent grades, it would benefit Suwon's performance too. Yet, Xie Bailing had directly ordered her to leave. Xian Hao, let's go home, Hua Hong said as she turned to Meng Xian Hao. Mom, we agreed that I would tutor Suwon, Meng Xian Hao replied, not leaving, as he remembered his mission. Suwon doesn't need you with your cousin helping her, Hua Hong said, pulling Meng Xian Hao with a displeased tone. Mom, I promised to help Suwon with her studies, and my cousin won't be back until tonight. You can go home first. Meng Xian Hao not only avoided Hua Hong's grip, but also stepped up the stairs. He had his own judgment. Although he didn't know Suwon well, a person's character could be judged through small details.
Xin Hao.
Hua Hong raised her voice. Her own son not siding with her made her even angrier, and her frustration reached its peak. However, she just went out with Suwon to buy some study materials, and now it seems like she's completely lost her mind, ignoring everything I say and insisting on tutoring Suwon. Before, my sister-in-law had the biggest issues with Suwon, but now she's blindly favoring her. I need to ask classmate Sun to clarify what kind of person Suwon really was at her old school. Hua Hong opened the door and chased after her. Classmate Sun, during the time Suwon is staying at my brother's house, she has been doing well, hardworking, eager to learn, cooks well, and even taught herself a foreign language. Is there some misunderstanding here? Hua Hong called out to the quickly walking Sun Hongxia and steadied her breath to ask. Teacher Hua, I never lie. Sun Hongxia was surprised that the class's most disliked girl appeared so different in Teacher Hua's eyes. If I were her, with the chance to stay in the capital, eat well, dress well, and live in a nice house, I would definitely do even better than her. Holding her books, Sun Hongxia began to spill everything about Suwon's behavior at school. She is very vain and materialistic, only hanging out with classmates from wealthy families, and she even said in their dorm that she is so pretty, she plans to marry a rich official in the future. After finding out that the heartthrob in the next class has a father who is a director, she often pretended to need tutoring to get Lin to help her with her studies, and even offered to do his laundry. To buy Lin a birthday gift, she hinted to other boys who liked her to give her money and gifts. Coincidentally, that month, our class funds went missing, and no one could find them. Hua Hong's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Isn't Xian Hao currently tutoring Suwon? Could Suwon have stolen the class funds? Sun Hongxia became even angrier when she mentioned the class funds, but since the teacher didn't investigate and no classmates saw anything, it remained a suspicion that was never resolved. Lin comes from an educated family and has always been at the top of the class, completely ignoring Suwon, who is from a rural background. But Suwon clung to Lin like a stubborn sticker, and in the end, she complained to the homeroom teacher and was punished to stand in the middle of the playground for a long time before she stopped bothering Lin. Hua Hong felt colder with every word, but she wasn't someone who would only listen to one side. She couldn't just take Sun Hongxia's word for it. Later, Suwon gave up and started frequently associating with troublemakers outside of school and skipping classes. People in her dorm said that Suwon sneaked out of the dorm late at night. Sun Hongxia spoke plainly, without exaggeration. She felt that Suwon was beyond help and looked down on such a poor student who didn't study well. It was a complete waste of the hard-earned money from her parents. Hua Hong took a deep breath. Was Suwon sneaking out to meet those troublemakers? This completely exceeded her understanding of Suwon's limits. However, she didn't show much expression on her face and remained doubtful. She couldn't take everything at face value without verification. Who knew what was really going on? So she nodded slightly at Sun Hongxia. I understand all of this. Let's go back to study. Sun Hongxia felt uneasy about Xie Bailing's doubts. Seeing that Hua Hong didn't quite believe her, she emphasized loudly, Hua teacher, you can call our class teacher to verify. I never make things up, I always stick to the facts. Hua Hong would definitely have her husband check on Suwon's school, and she would do it quickly. Suwon watched Hua Hong leave angrily, surprised that Aunt Xia had a conflict with Aunt Hong because of her. She felt deeply moved. her eyes slightly red. Aunt Xia. Xiao I believe you can achieve good results, Xia Bailing said gently, her eyes filled with determination and encouragement. She had taught many students, and it was clear that Sun Hongxiao was rigid and lacked the flexibility that Suwon had. As long as Suwon studied seriously, her grades would surely be as good as Sun Hongxiao's. Aunt Xia, don't worry, I will definitely achieve good results, Suwon replied, meeting Xia Bailing's confident gaze, feeling determined. At first, she only wanted to pass the entrance exam. But now, she not only wanted to pass but also to achieve a good ranking, not wanting to disappoint Aunt Xia's expectations and trust. After going upstairs, Suwon took out her textbooks and began studying intensely, practicing problems. Even when going to the bathroom, she brought her books to memorize. Meng Xinhao, seeing Suwon's hard work, shared the study techniques and methods his cousin had used to help him. In a cafe near the embassy, a young man in a suit walked in and saw a man sitting by the window, dressed in a perfectly pressed military green uniform, without a single wrinkle. He stood tall and straight, like a proud tree, with a sharp and handsome profile that exuded a noble and strong aura. Many young women in the cafe were drawn to him, but his strong and cold presence made some hesitant to approach him. Xiaohan, I just finished my work, Shen Xiuwen said with a smile as he walked over, placing a box containing a voice recorder in front of Xiaohan. How did you find out I brought a voice recorder back from abroad? There aren't any advanced ones like this in the country yet. I originally planned to give it to my partner, but since you asked, I'll give it to you instead. Shen Xiuwen and Xiaohan had known each other since childhood, both coming from influential families. 2 years ago, Shen was sent to the border for negotiations when the bus he was on was attacked. Xiaohan risked his life to rescue him from the bus before it exploded. So when he received Xiaohan's call this morning asking for help bringing back a voice recorder, he invited him to the cafe.
Thank you.
Xiaohan picked up the voice recorder from the box, examining it. There were several buttons on the side labeled in English. The box also contained an English user manual, which anyone with decent language skills could understand. What do you need this voice recorder for? Is it for work? Shen Xiuwen asked, a bit puzzled. To give as a gift, Xiaohan replied in a deep, straightforward voice. Who are you giving it to? Shen Xiuwen asked, intrigued. She has excellent language skills and is interested in translation. I want to help her pursue a career in diplomatic translation, Xiaohan said, expressionless as he placed the voice recorder back in the box. Becoming a diplomatic translator is not easy. Is she a relative? Shen Xiuwen inquired, knowing that his partner was a Russian translator in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It required years of training, strict standards, and strong psychological resilience, along with specific physical requirements, as even a single mistranslation could have significant diplomatic consequences. Is she still in school? Shen Xiuwen guessed from Xiaohan's tone that she wasn't a relative, but he clearly cared a lot about her, using his resources to help her. Xiaohan pressed his lips together and remained silent, resting a hand on his knee. Could it be that you're dating a college student? Shen Xiuwen boldly speculated. To pursue a career as a diplomatic translator, one typically needed at least a bachelor's degree, so if he wanted to help her in that direction, she must still be in school. I will transfer the money for the voice recorder to you. Xiaohan glanced at his watch, stood up, and left the coffee shop. Xiuwen, was that young officer the one who saved your life 2 years ago? Su Liyuan, who came to the coffee shop with a colleague, saw her husband and a handsome officer sitting across from him. He was impressive and already a colonel at a young age, destined for great things. As soon as the officer left, Su Liyuan curiously approached. Yes, he is now a regiment-level officer, Shen Xiuwen replied, watching Xiaohan get into his car through the window. He wanted to say that he didn't need to pay back for the voice recorder, but the officer was already far away. Is he married or dating anyone? Su Liyuan asked hopefully. I'm not sure. He didn't confirm or deny it, Shen Xiuwen thought. Xiaohan was usually indifferent and didn't respond to things he deemed unimportant. Are you thinking about introducing him to your sister? Shen Xiuwen quickly realized Su Liyuan's intention. My sister likes military men, and I think they would be a good match. You should find a way to invite him over for dinner, Su Liyuan said, imagining He Xiaohan and her sister together as a perfect couple. After getting into his car, He Xiaohan placed the voice recorder on the passenger seat. He recalled Xin Xiuwen's comment about an old cow eating tender grass, dating a college student. His ears turned slightly red, but his expression remained serious as he took a deep breath and drove toward the He family home. Wu Ma, who was sweeping leaves in the yard, noticed He Xiaohan returning early and understood the reason. Having someone special at home changes everything. Xiaohan, you're back? Professor Xia has a seminar today and will probably be late, so dinner might be delayed, Wu Ma said with a smile, her eyes crinkling with wrinkles. Got it, Wu Ma, He Xiaohan replied calmly, closing the car door. Wu Ma noticed the black box He Xiaohan was holding, marked with letters she couldn't understand. Although she didn't know what was inside, she recognized it as foreign goods. Suddenly realizing something, the smile on his lips widened a bit more, and then he said with concern, Juan, you've been studying upstairs all day. You've worked so hard, only taking a short break during lunch. When I went up, it seemed like Juan was stuck on a math problem. She kept flipping through reference books, so stressed that she even pulled out a few strands of hair. Xiaohan, you're great at math. Why don't you go upstairs and help her with the problems? Is it really that hard? Most of the math problems he assigned were of average difficulty, with a few being moderately challenging. He also wanted to see how strong Su Wan's math foundation was, and where her weaknesses lay. Besides, wasn't Meng Xinhao supposed to be tutoring her today? If Meng Xinhao explained it to her, and she still didn't understand, then what? He Xiaohan didn't say anything, but his steps noticeably quickened. When he reached the second floor, he saw that Su Wan's room door was wide open. She was sitting alone at her desk, head down, seriously checking her answers on a piece of draft paper with a ballpoint pen. Her hand, tired from writing for a long time, would occasionally pause to rub it, shaking her sore wrist. The palm of her hand was smudged with ink, even starting to shine. He Xiaohan's dark eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect Su Wan to be so dedicated and hardworking. He stepped closer to the door, getting a clearer view of the several pages of draft paper in front of Su Wan, filled to the brim with writing. Su Wan felt the cool breeze from outside suddenly blocked and thought it was Meng Xinhao returning. Propping her head up, she waved toward the door, her eyes focused on her calculated answers. Xinhao, do you think I solved this problem correctly? Her voice was pleasant and natural, with no sense of distance. After speaking, she began to explain her thought process on the problem. He Xiaohan walked to the desk, leaning down to look at the proof Su Wan was working on. Xinhao, could you share your thought process with me? I feel like mine is a bit complicated. As she spoke, she naturally handed her ballpoint pen to the Meng Xinhao behind her. The problem-solving methods from the 1980s were somewhat different from those of their time. They were simpler than what they had learned in school, with fewer steps. This is indeed a bit complicated. Is this how your teachers back home always teach? He Xiaohan said, taking the ballpoint pen from Su Wan's hand. The plastic pen still held the warmth of her fingers and the sweat from holding it for a long time. He held it in his palm, leaned down, and wrote his problem-solving ideas on a blank piece of draft paper. Su Wan heard a low, cool voice beside her and was slightly taken aback. She turned her head to look and met the sharp profile of He Xiaohan. His tall and strong figure loomed over her like a mountain, and the temperature around her suddenly rose. The skin of her exposed neck and arms felt the natural warmth radiating from him. There was also a faint scent of coffee in the air. Captain He? Su Wan's voice was a bit surprised, and as she spoke, there was a sense of distance and unfamiliarity, quite different from how she spoke to Meng Xinhao. She shifted slightly to the side, creating some space, and felt the heat lessen. He Xiaohan remained expressionless and quickly finished writing the steps to solve the problem on the draft paper. He saved 4 or 5 steps, and there was no need for verification. As soon as he wrote the equal sign, he arrived at the answer. To him, this high school math problem was as simple as elementary arithmetic, requiring no thought at all. His mental calculation skills were impressive. He didn't even need a draft. Suwon realized how remarkable a math genius from the 1980s could be. Do you understand what I said? After finishing, Hua Xiaohan carefully explained his problem-solving approach to Suwon again. He turned to her, his dark, clear eyes fixed on her, serious in tone. You finished the math problems I gave you this morning, right? Let me check. I finished, Suwon replied, flipping through the test paper to pull out the notebook from the bottom of her reference book. Although Hua Xiaohan had a strict and formal demeanor, it had to be said that the math problems he assigned were comprehensive, covering the key points of first-year, high school math. Most of the problems were relatively simple, but a few of the larger questions were quite challenging. In Meng Xinhao's words, they were set according to the standards of the college entrance examination. Hua Xiaohan opened the notebook and looked at Suwon's neat handwriting, written in the middle of his flowing notes or below each question, and even in the rectangular diagrams he had drawn, there were littled she made with a ballpoint pen. He suppressed his surprise and flipped to the last few pages. Several large questions based on last year's college entrance exam math problems were answered correctly by Suwon. He was somewhat astonished. Very good, your foundation is better than I expected. Hua Xiaohan glanced over and already had the correct answers in his mind. He closed his black notebook and looked at Suwon, saying, as a reward, I will take you out for Western food tonight. Suwon was slightly surprised. She had been quietly reviewing her lessons with her head down and suddenly looked up at Hua Xiaohan, not expecting this at all. In her mind, Hua Xiaohan was always serious and dull, so she never thought he would invite her to dinner just because she answered a question correctly. But thinking about it, this might be Hua Xiaohan's experience from dealing with XINE. After all, children love to eat and play, and to get them to listen, rewarding them with treats is a common approach. Feeling a bit shy, she replied, It's okay, Captain Hua. It seems like Aunt was already made dinner. You said those letters are in the past, right? Why are you avoiding me? I did the same when I tutored Xinhao last year, Hua Xiaohan said, noticing Suwon's reluctance. His deep, dark eyes met her clear ones, and he spoke calmly, without any hint of emotion, as if it were just a business matter. However, her grip on the notebook tightened slightly, and sweat formed in her palms as her back tensed. Suwon was focused on her studies, aiming for a good score, and didn't expect Hua Xiaohan to think in that direction. With a gentle smile, she confidently replied, Captain Hua, this entrance exam is very important to me. I just want to spend more time studying. How about this? If I do well, I will treat you and Xinhao to Western food. Her tone was soft and polite, showing no embarrassment or shyness from having previously written many passionate letters to Hua Xiaohan. It was also a good way to return a favor. Hua Xiaohan fiddled with the notebook, then glanced at his watch. He pulled over the chair where Meng Xinhao had been sitting and sat next to Suwon, saying decisively, All right, let's review. I'll give you some second-year math problems to try. Suwon was just right at her desk, but with Hua Xiaohan's tall and strong figure sitting beside her, it felt a bit cramped. It was as if a tall and strong classmate had taken up most of the space, leaving her to squeeze into one side. The temperature around them seemed to rise. The man was warm, and his long legs were indeed very long. The crisp military green pants fit tightly on her strong legs, tall and stylish, exuding a cold and serious vibe, yet also a sense of restrained desire. She felt cornered against the wall. Suwon was momentarily stunned. Although the questions from Hua Xiaohan were quite good, it didn't seem necessary for him to sit right next to her, and it looked like he would keep watching her as she worked. Captain Hua, you've had a long day at work. With Brother Xinhao helping me, that's enough, Suwon said politely, sliding her chair slightly away from him. First, solve this function problem. Just a few seconds later, Hua Xiaohan wrote another question in his notebook. He pushed it in front of Suwon, along with the pen he handed back to her. Western food? What Western food? Meng Xinhao, who had been playing with Huasini in the courtyard, happened to hear those words as they went upstairs. As a food lover, Meng Xinhao quickly climbed the stairs, his hair damp with sweat, and he entered the room with a big smile. Brother Xinhao, Captain Hua said I did well on today's problems and wants to reward me with a meal at a Western restaurant. I hope to go after I pass the entrance exam. When Soo-won saw Meng Xianhao return, she felt like a savior had arrived and immediately stood up to speak. Let's go now. Studying should be balanced with relaxation. Your cousin has time now. Who knows how busy he'll be after your exam, Meng Xianhao said cheerfully. Upon entering, he noticed Hua Xiaohan sitting next to Soo-won, looking serious about tutoring her, which surprised him a bit. He was even more surprised to hear that his cousin wanted to take Soo-won out to eat. Since he could remember, he had never seen his cousin invite any girl to dinner, not even sitting next to one in the cafeteria.
Excitedly interrupted Soo-won.
Then let's all go together, brother Xianhao. You've helped me with my studies all day and taught me so many techniques. You deserve it. Seeing Hua Xiaohan sitting there like a calm commander with absolute control, Soo-won decided it was best to go out for Western food and repay the favor. Hearing that he could also go for Western food, Meng Xianhao's bright smile grew even wider, his eager eyes looking at Hua Xiaohan as if to say, "Cousin, can you take me too?" After all, his cousin's quiet nature wouldn't mesh well with Soo-won, and bringing him along could lighten the mood and encourage them to talk more. At worst, he could sit at a separate table, and his cousin could take care of the bill. Hua Xiaohan looked at Soo-won, who was standing up beside him. When she spoke to Meng Xianhao, her voice was clear and sweet, with a hint of expectation and ease at the end. As soon as she talked, her dimples appeared. Her long eyelashes framed her curved eyes, which sparkled with joy, making her previously tired expression come alive. "Uncle, I want to go too. I want to eat steak." Little Huasini climbed up the stairs, running towards where the food was. She even wanted to taste the herbal soup, even though she had never tried it before. Let alone steak. "Let's go," Hua Xiaohan said expressionlessly as he stood up, his gaze deep and unreadable.
Yay.
"We're going for Western food. I want to wear the princess butterfly dress that Sister One gave me," Cindy exclaimed happily, bouncing and grabbing Hua Xiaohan's hand as they headed downstairs. Meng Xianhao smiled widely. Although his cousin was a bit strict, he was generous. He planned to enjoy a few bottles of kiwi champagne and some drinks. He turned to go down the stairs and saw Soo-won carrying some reference books following him. He quickly reminded her, "Sister Soo-won, aren't you going to change your clothes?" Soo-won's rural outfit was too plain for a fancy restaurant, where the staff could be quite snobbish and judgmental. If she dressed like that, they might ignore her. "I think you would look great in a white dress," Meng Xianhao sincerely suggested, recalling how his sister wore a white dress when she went to a restaurant for a blind date, and they ended up happily married. He hoped his cousin would soon marry Soo-won and find happiness too. Okay, Soo-won initially didn't want to change because it seemed like a hassle, but remembering that in the 1980s, a Western restaurant was a place for the upper class, she returned to her room. When Meng Xianhao turned around, he noticed Hua Xiaohan's sharp, dark eyes fixed on him, making him feel a chill down his back. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. Wasn't it right to remind Soo-won to change? Soo-won closed the door, planning to quickly find a suitable outfit, but noticed the deep pockets of a white cotton dress. She was prepared to spend a lot today, so she needed to bring extra money. After changing, she went downstairs to the restroom to wash her hands. Through the full-length mirror in the bathroom, she unexpectedly discovered that this seemingly ordinary white cotton dress had no standout features. However, when she put it on, it fit her surprisingly well, reaching just above her knees. It made her look graceful, with bright eyes and a beautiful smile. Holding a book, she looked like a fresh and pure college student who had just stepped out of campus. If she styled her hair into a side braid and added some volume at the top, she would resemble a stunning and sweet celebrity she admired. Since the atmosphere was already set, Soo-won took down her hair and styled it into a side braid. After washing her face, she stepped outside. Waiting in the yard, Hua Xiaohan and Meng Xianhao almost simultaneously saw Soo-won walk out. The door frame looked like a painting, and at that moment, Soo-won appeared like a movie star stepping out from a magazine, beautiful like an unreachable dream. Though it was the same face, the change of clothes and hairstyle gave her a completely new vibe, leaving everyone in awe. "Cousin, Soo-won looks so sweet and beautiful," Meng Xinhao said, a bit dazed. I feel like there are little deer racing in my chest. Hua Xiaohan looked at Su Wan in her white cotton dress, momentarily stunned. His dark eyes sparkled briefly before falling back into silence, shadows swirling in his gaze. When Meng Xinhao suggested going out for Western food, she agreed without hesitation and even invited him to join. Meng Xinhao thought the white dress looked great, and she really changed into a white dress, even taking time to redo her hair. Considering that all of Meng Xinhao's qualities matched Su Wan's preferences, with only one older sister who married far away, it made sense. Especially when Su Xiaohui mentioned that Su Wan liked Meng Xinhao when they first arrived in Beijing. Of course, Su Xiaohui might have said that on purpose. But Meng Xinhao's comment about feeling little deer in his chest made Hua Xiaohan's expression darken. He straightened his back and shot a cold glance at Meng Xinhao, who was clearly mesmerized by Su Wan, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Wan, you look really beautiful in that white dress, Meng Xinhao said sincerely, captivated by her gentle and pure aura. Thank you, Xinhao. Su Wan smiled slightly at Meng Xinhao, her lips curving like a reflection in water as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She seemed a bit shy, and when she called out Xinhao Go, her voice was as sweet as a clear spring. Their eyes met. One was bright and sunny, while the other was delicate and lovely, radiating youthful energy. Hua Xiaohan's chest rose and fell slightly, as if something was blocking him. He opened his thin lips and said in a seemingly indifferent tone, "Get in the car." His voice was sharp, and his high cheekbones gave him a naturally cold presence. As he walked past Meng Xinhao, his tall figure briefly blocked Meng Xinhao's view. Meng Xinhao turned to look at Su Wan, thinking she truly looked like a fairy. He wondered why his cousin showed no reaction, not even a glance in her direction. Perhaps he had been trained to remain calm, even when seeing something extraordinary. When his cousin walked by, Meng Xinhao felt a chill, like the cold air rushing out of an open refrigerator. No, even colder than that. Nevertheless, he was considerate and moved to the back seat, allowing Su Wan to take the front passenger seat. Wow, Sister Wan, I want braids like yours. Little Xian exclaimed from the window, her eyes glued to Su Wan, speaking adorably. Okay, I'll make you an even prettier one, Su Wan replied, holding her books as she sat in the back seat. She then handed a reference book to Meng Xinhao, saying, Xinhao Go, I get car sick when I read. Can you read the questions to me while I answer? She needed to reinforce her knowledge, especially from the textbooks of the 1980s, as some lessons were not covered in her modern high school curriculum. Meng Xinhao thought this was a great opportunity for his cousin, but unfortunately, he had to drive. He took the reference book, and the three of them sat in the back seat, with little Xian in between. Meng Xinhao asked questions from the book while Su Wan braided Xian's hair and answered the questions. In this era, people's hair was thick and lush. Su Wan struggled to manage Xian's hair with one hand, and since the braid was quite complex, she asked Meng Xinhao to help hold it. The scene was warm and joyful. There were a few classical texts that Su Wan hadn't studied, so she stumbled a bit while reciting, and Meng Xinhao would gently remind her. Hua Xiaohan sat in the driver's seat, looking through the rearview mirror at two people who were leaning close together because of Horsini. As they braided hair, their hands intertwined like they were sharing a drink. Su Wan's long, dark braid fell onto Meng Xinhao's arm due to the bumps in the road, and her beautiful hair brushed lightly against his skin. Hua Xiaohan's dark eyes were deep and cold, like an endless well or a quiet, chilly night. The pressure around him felt heavy and cold, and he could feel his blood surging. He remembered Su Wan confidently telling her mother that she would find a partner within 3 months, and now that time was almost up. His bony hand gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the injury on his shoulder, which had almost healed, suddenly throbbed with pain. He felt as if he had been frozen overnight, with even his hair feeling icy. Su Wan sensed that someone was watching her and looked up at the rearview mirror. There, she saw Hua Xiaohan's sharply defined profile, his eyes sharp and focused ahead like an eagle. It must have been her imagination, So Suwon lowered her head again to help little Cindy with her braid while answering Meng Xinhao's questions. Hua Xiaohan's piercing gaze lifted again, observing everything happening in the rear-view mirror. When they disagreed on an answer, Suwon leaned in to see the question clearly. Just then, the car hit a bumpy patch, and their heads bumped together. They both winced in pain and laughed it off, while little Cindy, being thoughtful, offered to rub their heads. Hua Xiaohan immediately slowed down, his presence becoming heavier, and the air in the car grew tense. Aside from the laughter and discussions from the three in the back seat, the front seat was eerily quiet, as if they were from two different worlds. When they arrived at the Western restaurant, little Cindy eagerly pulled Suwon and Meng Xinhao inside. In this era, Western restaurants had large round tables covered with white cloths, and during peak dining hours, people often shared tables. The diners here were dressed quite elegantly. I just found out that the Suwon who scored in the single digits last month in the newspaper is from our neighborhood and is currently staying at General Hua's house. What's the story behind this inspirational high school? How can a top high school in the city let someone like Suwon in? They should be worried about the school's reputation. Exactly. My son worked so hard to get into this prestigious high school, and now because of the Hua family, Suwon, who has poor morals and comes from the countryside, is allowed to take the entrance exam. Someone like her will ruin the good students. When school starts, I absolutely do not agree with Suwon being in the same class as my son. As Meng Xinhao and Suwon walked in, they overheard a few fashionable middle-aged women at the door discussing the high school and Suwon with discontent. Hua Xiaohan's brows furrowed as he looked at Suwon. Meng Xinhao initially thought he misheard and was about to step in, but Suwon stopped him. She was also puzzled as to why the newspaper incident from over a month ago was being brought up again and spreading around the courtyard. Did Su Xiaohui sneak back from school? Or was it Fang Yu? Not only does she have poor grades, but her behavior at her old school was also bad. A girl who spends all her time with boys, only talking about relationships, writing love letters, and receiving gifts. I'm worried that Suwon will get too close to my son. Yongzi's mom continued talking to Meiwan, another military wife, while sternly warning her son sitting next to her, if you see Suwon in the courtyard, keep her distance, understood? Hey, I heard that the youngest son of General Hua is still unmarried. How can he let Suwon stay at home without worrying about her getting close to his son? Meiwan said, puzzled as she took a bite of her steak. Yongzi's mom was about to agree when she looked up and saw Hua Xiaohan and Meng Xinhao dining in the Western restaurant, along with a little boy and a striking young woman. She quickly nudged Meiwan to stop talking. The military compound was large, and while everyone knew General Hua, they were Navy families and had tutored their children with Hua Hong, making them more familiar with Meng Xinhao. A smile appeared on Yongzi's mom's face as she greeted them. Changing the subject, Xinhao, is this young lady your girlfriend? She must be a college student, and look how beautiful she is. I thought she was a movie star. She looks like a talented girl from school, maybe even a campus beauty. She was graceful and gentle, holding some books in her arms. As soon as Mom Yong's gaze fell on Suwon, she couldn't look away. If her son could find such a beautiful and talented partner, she would be overjoyed. She even remembered some things from Suwon's high school days and immediately thought of Sun Hongxia. But why did Sun Hongxia act that way? Auntie, you all. Meng Xinhao stepped forward, feeling frustrated and wanting to defend Suwon, as well as clarify that they were not a couple. Where did these rumors come from to tarnish Suwon's reputation? Auntie, what's wrong with Suwon? Suwon, however, stepped forward first, smiling and asking with a curious look. Hua Xiaohan and Meng Xinhao were both taken aback, looking at Suwon in confusion, unsure of what she was trying to do. But soon, Hua Xiaohan realized what Suwon was up to. Why wasn't she explaining her relationship with Xinhao? It's nothing. My son Chong is going to be a senior, so we were just talking about school. With the parties involved present, Meiwan and Mom Yong didn't say anything more. To avoid awkwardness, Mom Yong changed the subject, looking at the reference books in your arms. Are you also going to be a senior? You look like a college student. Which school do you attend? Is it Leisure High School too? Yes, Auntie. I just transferred here, and once I pass the entrance exam, I can become a student at Leisure High School. Suwon's voice was sweet and pleasant, and she appeared very polite and well-mannered. Andy, is there anyone else here? There are 2 empty seats. Can I sit here with Brother Shinhao? No one, just Captain Hua. Such a well-behaved and beautiful girl, was truly charming. Maewon and Mamyeong quickly moved their bags from the chairs, but Maewon hesitated, glancing at the very noticeable Hua Xiaohan. Auntie, we're not together, Suwon said without hesitation, acting as if she wasn't familiar with Hua Xiaohan. If they knew she was acquainted with him, they would surely wonder where these rumors came from. After saying this, she bent down and whispered something in Xiao Xinyi's ear, letting her go to find Hua Xiaohan. Although Xiao Xinyi was puzzled and wondered why Suwon had covered her mouth when they were speaking ill of her, she obediently walked over to her uncle after hearing Suwon's words. Meng Xinhao was very confused and surprised. He watched Suwon's actions, completely puzzled, and glanced back at his cousin. But Suwon pulled him down to sit. Wait, it should be Suwon and his cousin sitting together, not him with Suwon. Hua Xiaohan, tall and straight, looked stiff. His deep, dark eyes were like a swirling black hole, watching as Suwon pulled Meng Xinhao to sit down. He heard Aunt Yongzi say that the two were a perfect match, and his gaze locked onto Suwon's delicate figure. Little Cindy looked up and noticed her uncle's expression was quite bad, even scarier than the soldiers training on the field. But being small, she didn't understand what was happening. She just wanted to eat steak, but found she couldn't pull her uncle away. Uncle. Hua Xiaohan finally looked away and took little Cindy to a nearby seat. Annie, what exactly did Suwon do? Is it really bad? Suwon asked again, sitting properly in front of Aunt Yongzi. Although Hua Xiaohan had left, Meng Xinhao, being Hua Xiaohan's cousin, still hesitated. It felt wrong to speak ill of someone in front of them. It's fine, Auntie. From what I know, Suwon doesn't have a good relationship with Captain Hua, Suwon reassured them. Hua Xiaohan, standing not far away, heard her clearly and paused, his lips forming a cold line. Is this her true feeling? Aunt Yongzi and Aunt Maewon thought she had a point. Captain Hua brought his brother's child for dinner, but didn't bring Suwon, indicating their relationship wasn't great. Perhaps they kept their distance because they knew what kind of person Suwon was. Aunt Yongzi and Aunt Maewon eagerly shared what they knew, having spent so long in the military compound without seeing such a troublesome student, especially one trying to use connections to attend the same high school as their children. It was natural to feel frustrated and angry. Suwon is said to be a habitual liar, claiming she translated the popular magazine Doing, but her total scores in all subjects don't even reach 100. Isn't that ridiculous?
Aunt Yongzi said. Clearly.
Meng Xinhao felt like standing up for Suwon. He was a loyal fan of mystery novels, and Suwon's translations were impressive. He was proud of her. How could they misunderstand Suwon like this? But once again, Suwon was stopped by someone who nodded repeatedly, listening very seriously. Oh, I see. Yongzi's mom and Maejwan's mom exchanged words, sharing all of Suwon's past troubles from high school, including many details and names, even down to specific times. There were some things that Suwon herself couldn't remember, yet they were all brought up one by one. She already had an answer in her heart but wanted to confirm, so she feigned surprise and said, So Suwon is that kind of person, but how do you ladies know so much about her? My daughter, Maewon, went to Mr. Hua's house for extra lessons today, and one of Suwon's former classmates, who is also the class monitor, happened to be there. Coincidentally, she is transferring to Lizishong High School, Maejwan's mom said. It was indeed Sun Hongxia. Suwon knew that Sun Hongxia kept a notebook specifically for recording classmates' mistakes during breaks. However, she didn't expect that it included details about conflicts with classmates and even the candy given to her by a boy. Moreover, it seemed that these incidents were being spread deliberately, clearly targeting her and trying to prevent her from attending Lizishong High School. Then Yongzi's mom leaned in mysteriously and said, I heard that this semester, Lizishong High School borrowed a university foreign language lecturer from the foreign language school, who comes from a diplomatic family and has extensive study abroad experience, to teach the senior class. This great educational resource has made many parents from other schools who caught wind of it plan to transfer their children to Lizishong High School. Many of them are top students from City Number 1 Middle School and Number 13 Middle School. As the number of transfers increases, the enrollment spots are definitely limited. Which school wouldn't want good students? It will be based on merit. That's Suwon probably. Yongzi's mom smirked slightly, not saying much more. If the Hwa family insisted on giving her a backdoor entry, what could they do? This was also what made them angry. Because of the Hwa family's connections, serious students with good grades might miss out on quality educational resources. How unfair. Meng Xinhao frowned. He seemed to recall his mom mentioning the borrowing of teachers from the foreign language school, but she hadn't mentioned the limited transfer spots. Given Suwon's current level and hard work, she should have no problem passing the entrance exam. But if many top students from City Number 1 and Number 13 middle schools transferred to Lizishong High School with limited spots, how could Suwon possibly compete with them? Classmate, I see you even bring your books to study while going out for a Western meal. Your grades must be excellent, and getting into a good high school should be no problem for you. By the way, what's your name? Maybe you'll be in the same class as my son Chong. Yongzi's mom thought Suwon might also be a top student transferring to the city school or the 13th school, and she asked with a friendly smile. Auntie, my name is Suwon. Thank you for your kind words, Suwon said with a smile, being very polite. Yongzi's mom and Meijuan's mom were both taken aback, unable to say a word for a while, feeling as if they had been teased by an 18-year-old high school student. They had liked Suwon so much and praised her, but now they felt embarrassed. What surprised them more was that the Suwon they heard about was completely different from the one they saw. Especially since Yongzi's mom had just warned her son not to get involved with Suwon, fearing he would be too attached. Now, seeing Suwon, it seemed like her son wouldn't even stand a chance. It felt like A to the chest, leaving her very uncomfortable. Yongzi's mom, feeling angry and embarrassed, pointed at Suwon's pretty and well-behaved face, ready to scold her. But suddenly feeling a chill behind her, she turned to see Captain Hwa watching her intently, his gaze sharp and imposing. Meanwhile, Meng Xinhao, sitting nearby, seemed even angrier than she was. Clearly, both Captain Hwa and Meng Xinhao were on Suwon's side and were very protective of her. In the military compound, everyone seemed to get along harmoniously, but there was serious competition among the kids. The child whose father had the highest rank was like a little king in the compound. Captain Hwa had been that little king when he was young, and now he had a higher position than their husbands. There was no need to offend Captain Hwa. Thinking this, she had to swallow her words, glaring at Suwon, breathing heavily, her face redder than a medium-rare steak. In the end, she dragged Yongzi away, both of them leaving with unhappy expressions. I have to tell my mom when I get home that we can't let that Sun Hongxia come to our house for lessons anymore. She seems honest, but she's really bad, like a loudspeaker, Meng Xinhao said, frowning as he watched them leave. Did Suwon have any conflict with you before to speak badly about you like that? Not only did he say it in front of my aunt and my mom, but he also told other classmates in the neighborhood. The speed at which news spreads among students is the fastest. 1 tells 10, and 10 tell 100. It won't be long before the whole neighborhood knows. Meng Xinhao looked very worried, even more anxious than Suwon. When he saw his cousin coming with Cindy, he immediately shared what had just happened. Cousin, Suwon's old classmate, is also transferring to Ltsi High School. When school starts, she will definitely talk about it there. School is like a small society. Once rumors start circulating, whether true or false, people will gossip, mock, isolate, or even bully the person involved. When he graduated, a girl in the first year was rumored to have kissed a boy on the rooftop of the classroom building. She couldn't bear the strange looks and mockery from her classmates and ended up taking her own life in the bathroom with a pencil sharpener. After hearing this, Hwa Xiaohan looked at Suwon, who was sitting across from him, and asked in a calm but firm voice, "Do you want to attend Ltsi High School?" Suwon was a bit surprised. She thought Hwa Xiaohan would question her about the truth of what Sun Hongxia said, but instead, he directly asked her this question. There was a hint of the protective strength he had shown when he helped Sue Xiaowei keep her recommendation letter, as if he wanted to help her transfer to another school. Of course, he might have already known. But there was no doubt or distrust in his tone. His understanding was truly thorough. This made her feel quite warm inside. Captain Hua, I want to attend Childfree High School, Suwon replied. She understood Meng Xinhao's concerns. The best way to stop the rumors was for her to achieve a good ranking in the entrance exam. Even if what Sun Hongxia said was true, no one would believe it. Because in school, only grades matter. Excellent grades mean strength. How many bullying incidents have you heard of where the victim was a top-performing student? All right, then focus on your studies for the upcoming exam. I will handle the other matters, Hua Xiaohan said, noticing how close the two were sitting together and not moving apart despite the spacious seating. He slightly tightened his hand resting on his knee and spoke in a calm, steady tone, like a reliable older brother who could support his younger siblings. But the transfer spots at Childfree High School might be taken by top students from the best schools in the city. Meng Xinhao felt reassured and then leaned in, lowering his voice to ask, Cousin, are you planning to help Suwon get special treatment? Order, Hua Xiaohan shot back with a sharp look. I've already ordered. Sister Wan is having Western food for the first time, so I ordered a lot for her, said Cindy happily, who had been sitting quietly until now. She looked forward to seeing Suwon enjoy the delicious steak. Sister Wan bought her pretty clothes and styled her hair beautifully, so she wanted to treat Sister Wan well too. Cindy blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I ordered one of each flavor of steak, plus snacks and drinks. Sister Wan, you will definitely like it. Hua Xiaohan and Meng Xinhao were taken aback. No wonder Cindy, who usually chatted a lot, was so quiet today. Meng Xinhao then looked at Hua Xiaohan with confusion, as if to say, Cousin, didn't you see what Cindy ordered? Cindy, I can't eat so much, Suwon said, a bit amused, and was about to stand up to ask the waiter to take back the extra dishes. However, the waiter in uniform had already brought the food. There were 6 steaks alone, and little Cindy was directing which ones were for Suwon, which were hers, and the rest were for Hua Xiaohan and Meng Xinhao. In the end, Suwon had a huge pile of food in front of her, with Cindy having the second most. However, the two of them didn't eat much before feeling full, while Cindy was busy with snacks and drinks, leaving a third of her steak uneaten. Since they didn't bring any takeout boxes, the leftovers had to be dealt with by Hua Xiaohan and Meng Xinhao. Little Cindy insisted that Suwon try all 3 flavors of steak to see which one was the best. Suwon couldn't finish, and it didn't feel right to cut pieces from each steak for Hua Xiaohan and Meng Xinhao. So, she coaxed little Cindy, cut a piece from Cindy's leftover steak for herself, and only then did Cindy lean back in her chair, rubbing her round belly, satisfied. Not eating anymore? Hua Xiaohan glanced at the remaining piece of steak in front of little Cindy and turned to ask. I will eat after I go to the bathroom, little Cindy replied, sitting up again. She had come all this way for steak and wanted to finish it, even though she was already very full. Just then, Suwon also needed to go to the bathroom and decided to settle the bill, so she stood up and took little Cindy's hand to head to the restroom. Hua Xiaohan expressionlessly looked away and saw Suwon holding little Cindy's hand as they walked to the cashier. She said something to the cashier and then reached into her pocket. Comrade, that will be 43 yuan and 83 cents, the cashier said while adjusting the abacus beads. Suwon took out 4 large bills and a 5 yuan note to hand to the cashier. Hua Xiaohan, with his long fingers, quickly handed the money to the cashier before her, saying, Let me pay. Captain Hua, I should cover this meal to thank you and Brother Xinhao for your efforts regarding my schooling, Suwon said, quickly trying to push Hua Xiaohan's hand away. This was her chance to repay Hua Xiaohan's kindness. Her slender fingers touched Hua Xiaohan's firm arm, but it felt like pushing against a wall, so she had to use a bit more strength. Her soft palm rested on Hua Xiaohan's wrist, her clean, well-manicured nails lightly brushing against his tanned skin and prominent veins. Like a kitten's paw, she couldn't budge his arm at all. Getting into a good high school is the best way to thank me and Xinhao, Hua Xiaohan said in a serious tone, his gaze subtly watching Suwon's hand pushing against his arm. He tightened his jaw and said to the cashier, "She is still a high school student." Even without Hu Xiaohan mentioning it, the cashier was determined to take his money, and upon hearing this, she moved to grab the money from Hu Xiaohan's hand.
Hey.
In a moment of panic, Su-won covered Hu Xiaohan's hand with her own and handed her money over, saying, "Captain Hua, I will work hard to get into a good high school, but I should still treat you to this meal." Her small hand grabbed Hu Xiaohan's large hand, trying to push it down. However, the difference in strength between them was significant. Not only did she fail to push down, but she also gripped his hand tighter. Their pale and delicate hands intertwined with his tanned and long fingers. The soft touch made Hu Xiaohan's ears turn slightly red, and his fingers, calloused from training, tightened a little, causing a thin layer of sweat to form in his palm. His expression remained cold and serious, his voice steady without a hint of change. "Then how about next time?" Next time? Isn't next time just a polite phrase in Chinese? Only foreigners would take it seriously. Moreover, someone as meticulous and principled as him would never let a woman pay for his meal. He only accepted gifts like belts from his partner, wife, or family. However, people in this era are quite reserved. Accepting someone's invitation or gift implies an unspoken agreement to date. So it was right for him to refuse at that time. She just didn't think it through. Then someone else came to settle the bill, and the cashier quickly took the money from Hu Xiaohan's hand. Cindy, having drunk too much soda, urgently needed to use the restroom. She held her stomach and looked anxious, pulling on Su-won's hand. "Sister Won, I can't hold it any longer." Su-won glanced at Cindy and decided to take her to the restroom. The warmth from Su-won's hand lingered on Hu Xiaohan's skin. As she let go, the warmth seemed to rise even more. He lowered his gaze for a moment before returning to his seat. After they got back, everyone was stuffed. Meng Xinhao could barely walk and kept burping. As soon as the car entered the military area, he said, "Cousin, let me down. I can walk back to digest. I'm too full." Cindy didn't finish her steak and fell asleep in Su-won's arms shortly after getting in the car. Su-won lowered her head and carefully untangled Cindy's braid to make her more comfortable. There was no moon tonight, and the car was dark. The only thing visible was Hu Xiaohan's silhouette driving. The atmosphere was quiet, with only the sound of cicadas outside the window. The breeze had lost the summer heat and carried a hint of coolness. As Su-won finished fixing Cindy's hair, she looked up and saw Hu Xiaohan in the rearview mirror, his features sharp and his dark eyes shining in the night. Thinking about how he told her to focus on her studies while he would handle other matters, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Captain Hua, do you mind what my classmate said?" Hu Xiaohan raised his gaze to look at Su-won in the rearview mirror. "Mind what?" "What she said is true." "Of course. I didn't take the class funds," Su-won replied honestly, meeting his intense gaze. "You didn't read the reflection paper I gave you before, did you?" Hu Xiaohan asked, locking eyes with her. Su-won's clear eyes shifted slightly. The reflection paper he wrote for her seemed to have been left in her drawer after she received it. And judging by the thickness of the paper, it seemed like there was quite a bit of content. Given his meticulous nature, the reflection paper was surely as formal as military documents. Who would enjoy reading long and tedious official papers? Anyway, she already knows the content of the reflection letter. "I didn't know you before, and what I heard from others may not be the whole truth. I trust what I see with my own eyes more than what I hear," Hu Xiaohan said seriously. Su-won was a bit surprised. It was rare for someone to trust her so firmly without any prejudice, especially knowing her past. If it weren't for the incident at the Western restaurant, she wouldn't have realized Hu Xiaohan thought this way. After the Xinjiang incident, she believed his supervision of her was due to his views on her past, thinking he was trying to control her and prevent her from making mistakes again. Now that you're in your senior year, it's a crucial time. You not only have to face the entrance exams but also the upcoming mock exams and the college entrance exam. I hope you can focus all your energy on studying and not get distracted by other things." Hu Xiaohan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, sitting up straight, his dark, sharp eyes fixed on Su-won. The management at Lizzie High School is very strict, especially regarding relationships between male and female students. "Captain Hua, I understand. I will work hard to get into Lizzie High School and won't disappoint you or Uncle Hua. Suwon nodded earnestly. However, she did not respond to his last comment and chose to ignore it. Hua Xiaohan recalled how, when they were out together, people mistakenly thought they were a couple and Suwon would deny it immediately. But when she was seen with Meng Xinhao, she didn't rush to clarify or ask him to explain, showing a tacit acceptance. So, she must have feelings for Meng Xinhao. She likely wanted to balance her studies while being in a relationship with him, even aiming to attend the same university as him in the future. Hua Xiaohan's hidden emotions were locked deep within his dark eyes. He took a deep breath, his features sharp and cold. He handed a voice recorder to Suwon in the back seat. This is a voice recorder. The pace at Lizzie High School is fast, and since you just transferred, you might not be used to it. You can record the key points the teacher explains in class. If you don't understand something, you can listen to it again later. It will greatly help improve your grades. It can also help you get into a good university. Hua Xiaohan spoke calmly as he drove. Suwon stared at the voice recorder he handed her, a bit stunned. A voice recorder? It seems like there wasn't one of these in the early 1980s in the country. It must have been brought from abroad. Why would Hua Xiaohan give her such an expensive and rare item to record lectures in class? Sowen leaned back in the back seat and quickly shook her head. Captain Hua, I only need a regular pen. I don't even know what a voice recorder is. It seems very advanced and is probably meant for researchers. I wouldn't know how to use it. There's a manual inside. You should be able to understand it. This was a gift for you when you first came to Beiping, Hua Xiaohan replied. The value of the gifts that Uncle Hua and he gave to Su Xiaowei probably doesn't compare to this voice recorder. However, the recorder would indeed help her studies. Captain Hua, my coming to Beiping was unexpected. I asked to come here myself and caused you, Uncle Hua, and Aunt Xia, a lot of trouble. I should be thanking you all instead, Sowen said sincerely. Uncle Hua helped her transfer schools, and Aunt Xia helped her find a job, which is more valuable than any gift. Since you are already in Beiping, you should have it. Originally, when I gave your sister a suitcase, I planned to give you this when you got into high school, Hua Xiaohan said calmly, but his tone was firm, like an older brother taking charge. If it were someone else, Sowen might wonder if they were trying to deepen their friendship. But Hua Xiaohan seemed to have this personality. He didn't particularly like Su Xiaowei, but still provided her with all the resources and help. Seeing Hua Xiaohan so insistent, Sowen, with her clear and bright eyes, quickly thought of a reason he couldn't refuse. Captain Hua, like you, I won't accept gifts from any man except my family, elders, or partner. By saying this, she affirmed Hua Xiaohan's trust in her. She really had changed from before. Hua Xiaohan's chest rose slightly as he tightened his grip on the voice recorder, looking at Sowen in the rear-view mirror. The streetlights outside illuminated her clear and bright face, her eyes sparkling with seriousness and determination. The pen he gave her at the social event. Even though other pens were hard to use, she never took it out. She hadn't even opened the thousands of words he wrote in his reflection letter. She didn't want his tutoring, and when he mentioned inviting her next time, she didn't respond. But if it were Meng Xinhao, it would be different. Hua Xiaohan put the voice recorder back in his pocket, placed both hands on the steering wheel, and looked ahead. His dark eyes were bright, but showed no reflection. The atmosphere around him was calm and cold. Do you have a university in mind? You should plan ahead, he said after a while, his voice light and emotionless, as if he were just asking as a brother. Suwon's goal was certainly one of the top universities in the country. She had studied hard during her college entrance exams, but had not succeeded. She wondered if she could fulfill her dream of attending Beijing in this era. Of course, she couldn't say that directly. With her current abilities, people would think she was dreaming. She was about to mention a few other good universities, but realized she might not even know their names yet. After thinking for a moment, she casually said, I think Xinhao's university is quite good. He mentioned at lunch that it's large, has many clubs, and the cafeteria food is delicious. The dorms are newly renovated too. Hua Xiaohan took a deep breath, feeling as if sharp thorns were piercing his throat, causing pain in his chest. The more he breathed, the deeper the sting. Then do your best, he said, his face expressionless, his gaze like a deep well. I will, Captain Hua, she replied, determined to get into Beijing. Suwon's voice was sweet and pleasant, with dimples on her cheeks that added to her charm. When she lowered her head gently, she looked shy and delicate, as if touched by a cool breeze. Hua Xiaohan caught this moment in the rearview mirror. It felt as if he were submerged in icy water, making it hard to breathe. He felt like he might choke, with a loud ringing in his ears, as if the pressure could burst him at any moment. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, his neatly trimmed nails digging into his skin. After dropping Suwon and Xiao Xini back at the Hor family home, he returned to work. After Suwon finished her shower, she went upstairs and sat by the window, drying her wet hair while reciting unfamiliar classical Chinese texts. Remembering the reflection letter Hua Xiaohan mentioned, she opened her drawer and took it out to read. It looked to be several thousand words long and seemed to have been written with his left hand while his right shoulder was still injured. Each was written carefully, with serious and thoughtful content reflecting on his actions. It's hard to imagine a division-level officer sitting upright at a desk despite his injuries, sincerely writing down all the mistakes he recognizes. He even apologizes to a high school student. Suwon had a slight smile on her lips. She felt that although Hua Xiaohan was strict, he wasn't inflexible. He was serious yet responsible, a bit of a traditionalist, but willing to correct his mistakes. He was really quite a good person. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and the soldiers had turned off their lights to rest. Hua Xiaohan was panting heavily, running laps around the playground, his neat short hair soaked with sweat. Sweat dripped down his forehead like rain, stinging his eyes. 2 soldiers returning from their shift were puzzled to see who was still running on the field. What's going on with Captain Hua today? I saw him running during my shift change, and he's still out here? Is he heartbroken? Don't say such things. What if we have a big meeting tonight, and he scolds us? Let's hurry. The other soldier quickened his pace and turned off his flashlight, afraid of being seen by Captain Hua. Hua Xiaohan ran until he was exhausted, nearly using up all his strength before finally stopping. His eyes, stinging from the sweat, were bloodshot. He took out the unreturned voice recorder from his pocket. There were less than 2 weeks until school started, and Meng Xinhao and Suwon would still have 10 days together. They studied together, ate together, and shared similar ages, topics, and language. When Meng Xinhao saw Suwon come out in a white dress, his eyes lit up and his heart raced. Hua Xiaohan tightly gripped the voice recorder in his hand. He was a very calm person, fully aware that if this were a battle, even if he attacked now, the chances of winning were low. It might even make things awkward between them. But he was also a person of strong character. He couldn't give up so easily before the situation was fully defined. In just a few days, news of Suwon's misbehavior and bad habits spread throughout the large compound. It started among the Navy families, and later, everyone learned that Suwon, who scored single digits on her exams, lived in the military compound and even stayed at General Hua's house. The news spread like wildfire. Not only is it the military compound, but also some top students whose parents want to transfer to the inspirational high school are worried that the Hor family will use connections to help Suwon take a spot that should belong to their good students. This situation has become a hot topic, with everyone discussing it. In the past few days, as Xia Bailing rode her bike home from school, many people pointed and whispered about Suwon and her connection to the Hor family. Some said she was Hua Jiangwo's illegitimate daughter, while others claimed she was Xia Bailing's child. They wondered why the Hor family would take such care of someone like Suwon, who seemed to lack good character and skills, and help her get into the inspirational high school. This made the usually good-tempered Xia Bailing very angry. When she got home, she told Aunt Wu, please don't let Suwon know about those rumors outside. This is a crucial time for her studies, and we don't want her to be distracted. Also, don't let her go out. I understand, Professor Xia. But this morning, Teacher Hua came by and said there was something with the school club at Xian House School, and he had to leave early. He has already taken the train and can't come back to tutor Suwon today, Aunt Wu said, looking troubled. Xia Bailing knew this was just an excuse from Huahong, worried that the rumors might affect Meng Xi and Hao, and she could understand that. However, since Xiao Han had been busy at work and couldn't return, she couldn't find time to tutor Su-won either, so she needed to quickly find another tutor for her. Also, Professor Xia, I received a call this afternoon. Grandma Hua is coming back, Aunt Wu added, anxiously clutching her apron. As soon as she finished speaking, a car stopped in front of the Hua family's courtyard. Grandma Hua got out of the car with the help of her second daughter-in-law, Chiao Yuzhen. Xia Bailing was taken aback and quickly smiled to greet her. Mom, why are you back? Didn't you plan to wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival? Humph. Grandma Hua scoffed, glancing at Xia Bailing. If I didn't come back, I wouldn't even know when the Hua family would have another granddaughter. She then walked straight to the living room. Big sister-in-law, it's true that Big Brother should have checked Su-won's background and character before introducing her to Xiao Han and bringing her to Beiping, Chiao Yuzhen said, following behind with a frown. Mom was very angry after learning about what Su-won did at school and insisted on coming back today, she added, feeling that her usually rational and elegant brother and sister-in-law had been quite foolish this time. I can't believe I was deceived by a seemingly gentle yet cunning high school student. On our way back, so many people in the neighborhood were talking about it. Don't tell me you and your brother are still unaware? Xia Bailing certainly knew, but she couldn't connect the current Su-won with the Su-won from her hometown school. There must be some misunderstanding. Yuzhen, Su-won is not as people say. The teachers and students from her hometown school may not be telling the whole truth. People should see things for themselves. If Su-won's grades were really that poor, could she have translated such a popular book as Douyin? Xia Bailing said earnestly. She has such a bad reputation in the village. Isn't it partly because her sister spreads rumors about her? If her sister slanders and frames her, why would the teachers and students from her hometown school do the same? It's not just one or two people saying this. Every teacher who has taught Su-won says the same. If she had no issues, would flies be attracted to her? Old lady Hua interrupted Xia Bailing sharply while sitting on the sofa, her piercing eyes looking at her with authority. To be safe, she had confirmed this information after Huahong called her and had the second child verify it multiple times. She had indeed misunderstood Su-won before, but now she was addressing the matter at hand. I told you not to use connections to send Su-won to Lizishong High School. Even if she goes, she won't keep up with the studies. It's better to send her to an ordinary high school. It would be the same. Letting someone who behaves poorly, is vain, and spends all her time with male classmates attend Lizishong High School would only cause trouble for Huahong. She absolutely would not agree to that. Then old lady Hua firmly added, after all, she came to Beijing to study to find a good match. Her parents think the same. During this time, I will take her on blind dates to find her a suitable partner. Mom, we don't plan to use connections for Su-won. Right now is a crucial time for her to review for the entrance exam to Lizishong High School. How can we take her on blind dates? Xia Bailing said, her elegant brows furrowing, her tone firm. Eldest sister-in-law, transferring to Lizishong High School is as difficult as ranking in the top 50 in the county's entrance exam. Relying solely on her own efforts, she can't even compete with students from ordinary schools, Chiao Yuzhen kindly advised. Why waste time? Perhaps Su-won thinks the same. So-won, sitting at her desk, clearly heard the conversation downstairs. She initially wanted to close the door and continue studying, but when she heard they were discussing introducing her to a partner, she went downstairs and said to Mrs. Hua and Aunt Chiao, Grandma Hua, Aunt, I just want to focus on my studies right now, and I'm not interested in blind dates. I won't ask Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia to pull strings for me. I will work hard like other transfer students to get into a good high school. Her voice was gentle and polite, yet it showed determination. Aunt Chiao looked at So-won as she came down the stairs, holding a Chinese textbook. She examined her closely. So-won's appearance was indeed impressive, and if she dressed up nicely, she could be even more beautiful than the stars in her theater. However, Aunt Chiao had seen So-won's grades from her first and second years. They fluctuated greatly, Sometimes she scored in the 80s or 90s when she copied, but other times she barely passed with scores in the teens or 20s. Suwon often skipped classes and hung out with people outside of school, and she had fallen behind significantly. Did she really think she could catch up in just a few days? Who knew if she would use her old cheating methods in the placement exam? Even if she didn't get accepted, how could her brother and sister-in-law ignore her reputation? Mrs. Hua lifted her droopy eyelids and glanced at Suwon, thinking the same as Aunt Chiao. If Suwon cheated in class and got caught, it would harm Hua Hong's reputation at school.
How could she manage her students then?
Students who transfer to the good high school are all top students from key schools. Even if you try to take the exam, you won't pass. Don't you know your own academic performance? In the end, won't you still need Uncle Hua to pull strings to get you into an ordinary high school? Mrs. Hua said coldly, feeling that Suwon was overestimating herself and lacked a realistic understanding of her abilities. She couldn't possibly think that her high scores from copying were her true abilities. Grandma Hua, if I can't get into the good high school, I'll go back home and won't trouble Uncle Hua and Aunt Xia, Suwon said firmly, knowing that Mrs. Hua was strict and unlikely to change her views easily. She didn't want to stay with the Hua family, so she straightened her back and spoke decisively. This was like a bet. Blocking her own way and fighting desperately, she had no other choice. Mrs. Hua and Xiao Yuzhen were surprised that Suwon could say something so bold. Xiao Wan, what are you talking about? We brought you here to go to school, not to send you back home, Xie Belan said with a frown. All right, you said it yourself, Mrs. Hua said after a moment of thought, her tone serious. If you don't pass, you go back home. She then stood up and walked to her room. Xiao Yuzhen followed with the luggage, glancing at Su Wan, who seemed determined despite her poor chances of getting into a good high school. What was this girl thinking? Could it be that she, like her sister, would end up not passing and then use a pity strategy? Her brother and sister-in-law would surely soften and not send her away. After all, these two sisters were born to the same parents.
Mom.
Xie Belan stepped forward anxiously to stop her, but just then, the phone in the study rang loudly. Xie Belan had to answer the phone, and as soon as she did, her worried expression tightened and her gentle face turned serious. It was Hua Hong calling to say that the school had just received a notice from the Education Bureau that the military training for high school would start on August 25th. This meant the entrance exam was moved up to the day after tomorrow. How could it be so sudden? Suwon's sophomore textbooks were only halfway reviewed, right? Hua Hong continued on the phone, sister-in-law. There are too many students transferring to the high school now, and there are no available classrooms or enough teachers. Worried that more students will transfer later, they had to arrange the entrance exam earlier. Hua Hong paused and then added, I've seen the grades of the students transferring. All their scores are above 90, and the difficulty of the entrance exam has increased a lot. Suwon's name is already known among the students here. Sister-in-law, I think you should consider transferring Suwon to another school. The implication was that giving Suwon special treatment would be too obvious and could upset other parents, leading to protests. Even if she got in, she might be ostracized by her classmates. I understand, Xie Belan said with concern as she hung up the phone. Increasing the difficulty of the exam is meant to identify the most talented transfer students among the top performers. Those who rely solely on hard work and rote memorization may not pass. Suwon's foundation seems a bit weak. If the questions are slightly more complex, she will find them quite challenging. Moreover, with just over a day left, even if Suwon doesn't eat, drink, or sleep, she won't be able to review all the remaining material. Xie Bailing thought for a moment, then quickly went out to inform Suwon about the upcoming preliminary exam. Xiao Wan, your Uncle Hua wanted you to attend Liz's Hong High School because it's the closest to the compound, and Aunt Hong is the grade director there, making it easier for her to take care of you, Xie Bailing patiently explained. Actually, there are other good high schools in Beijing, like Shisan Middle School. As long as you pass the entrance exam, you can attend. She encouraged Suwon, emphasizing that attending Liz's Hong High School wasn't the only option, especially at this crucial moment. Her former classmates would also be going there, and the whispers and exclusion among students could make Soo-won unhappy and affect her studies. Changing schools might be the best choice. Soo-won understood that Sia Bailing had her best interests at heart. However, with all the rumors circulating in the compound, transferring to another school might make others think she was insecure. Most importantly, it would reinforce the idea that Uncle Hua and Aunt Sia had given her special treatment. If this perception lingered when she applied to her desired university, would people think it was due to the Hua family's influence? Even if others didn't think so, Sun Hongxia, who loved to gossip and saw herself as a champion of justice, would certainly believe it. Would she report her and bring up her past mistakes? Therefore, this wasn't just a simple preliminary exam. It was an opportunity for her to redeem herself and clear her past. Annie, I've made up my mind. I visited Lizishong High School before, and I really like its motto and campus environment, so I still want to take the exam there, Soo-won said, raising her chin slightly with determination in her eyes. The door to Grandma Hua's room was open, allowing her to hear the conversation between Sia Bailing and Soo-won clearly. Upon hearing that Soo-won insisted on taking the exam for Lizishong High School, Chiu Yujin, who was helping Grandma Hua pack her clothes, frowned and remarked, "Why is this girl so stubborn?" Sister-in-law almost said directly that she won't pass the exam, yet she insists on going to that motivational high school. Who is so appealing there to her? Old lady Hua thinks that Su Xiaowei and Soo-won, being sisters from the same parents, are bound to have some connection. The younger sister uses pity tactics, kneeling and slapping herself, trying to gain sympathy and manipulate others. After living together for over 10 years, it's likely that Soo-won will end up crying and begging Jang Wo and the others for help. Knowing she won't pass but still insisting on taking the exam seems like a clear attempt to rely on her family. If she doesn't pass, let her go on blind dates. If she tries to use her sister's tricks, I won't be soft-hearted, old lady Hua said seriously, lowering her gaze. We owe the Su family a great favor, but Soo-won is clearly spoiled by her parents, leading to her bad character. Continuing to help her will only enable her wrongdoings. It would be better to repay the favor to her 3 brothers. Her second brother is coming to Beiping to serve in the army soon, and if he performs well, he will have plenty of opportunities for promotion. Old lady Hua despises evil, having witnessed the betrayal of those she helped, which cost the lives of many of her comrades. Therefore, she cannot repay kindness with a wolf in sheep's clothing. Mom, you're right, Chiu Yujin said, folding clothes and nodding. Then she seemed to think of something. Mom, do you think it's possible that her insistence on attending that motivational high school is because the transfer students are all top students from key high schools? Will they be arranged in the same classroom for the exam? Just imagine sitting surrounded by top students. Soo-won could easily match her answers with theirs, making it hard for her not to achieve a good score. Knowing Soo-won's nature, old lady Hua certainly considered this possibility. During the exam in 2 days, she must ensure that Hua Hong prevents Soo-won from bringing any cheat sheets into the exam room. The transfer students should not be in the same exam room, and it would be best to have an extra supervising teacher. There must be no opportunity for Soo-won to cheat. Otherwise, how could Hua Hong hold her head high at school? Sun Hongxia also received a call from Hua Hong. Hearing that the mock exam was suddenly moved up to the day after tomorrow, Sun's mother looked worried as she sat back at the dinner table and said to her husband, who was drinking, "Do you think the Hua family will help Soo-won get in through the back door?" The prestigious Lizzie High School has become very popular, and everyone with good grades wants to get in. She is worried that Soo-won might take her daughter's spot. Mr. Sun clicked his tongue, thinking Mrs. Sun was overreacting. Have you heard the rumors in the neighborhood? The teachers and students at the school know about it too. How could the family of Director Hua possibly help Soo-won? Mrs. Sun is quite suspicious. After all, Hua Hong is Director Hua's sister, so it shouldn't be too hard for a grade director to get the test papers, right? Well, if they don't help her directly, could they just give her the answers? I heard that Soo-won's room lights have been on late every night. Is she studying the answers? She's too lazy to study. She's probably just making cheat sheets, Sun Hongxia said confidently as she walked out of her room after finishing her test. Her favorite cheating method is to write answers on her thigh and wear a skirt to the exam, or hide cheat sheets in her eraser or pencil case. I've caught her doing that several times. Whether she has the answers or not, I won't let her cheat. I won't even let her into the exam room. Sun Hongxia genuinely dislikes Su Wan for wasting educational resources, test papers, and supplies. Many students in poor areas can't go to school. These opportunities should go to those who truly want to learn and have good grades. After saying this, she sat at the dining table, eating while memorizing foreign language vocabulary. That's good. I really dislike people who rely on connections to get ahead, Mrs. Sun said, feeling a bit more at ease. If the Hor family dared to help Su Wan, she would definitely report them to the Education Bureau. Then she kindly served Sun Hongxia a bowl of chicken soup. Hongxia, do you think the sudden change in the exam date will affect you? Sun Hongxia, full of confidence, replied, "The questions Mr. Hu taught me, I know them all. I'll be the only one to score full marks. I've been studying all summer, and I'm sure I can get into Lizzie High School." She had already been accepted to the top high school in town during her entrance exams, but she chose to attend a regular high school closer to home because she knew her dad was about to get a new house in Beijing. "Now my goal is to be third in the entire grade, aiming to do better than the top students from other prestigious high schools." She is a very competitive person. Her grades are already excellent, and she spent the entire summer studying hard at home, which makes her very confident. She also values honor greatly. Since childhood, she has been praised by teachers and has never been criticized like she was by Professor Xie. Therefore, she is determined to achieve an impressive score at the Inspirational High School. In contrast to Su Wan, who did not get into Inspirational High School, she wants Professor Xie to see how outstanding she is and to realize how wrong his previous comments were, hoping he would regret them. After finishing her meal, Sun Hongxia went back to her room to study. Soon, the day of the entrance exam at Inspirational High School arrived. Su Wan woke up early, recited several texts, and read a few pages of selected high school essays. Aunt Wu even bought her a fried dough stick and boiled 2 eggs to wish her good luck for a perfect score in all subjects. Professor Xie gently reminded her of the exam tips, not to be nervous, to set aside any difficult questions for later, and to be careful while answering. Su Wan nodded in agreement and double-checked her exam supplies before taking the bus to school. Originally, both Professor Xie and Aunt Wu wanted to accompany her, but she politely declined. When the bus arrived at the stop, several classmates with backpacks got off with her, some riding bicycles, chatting and laughing as they entered the inspirational campus together. Boys walked with boys, and girls walked with girls, shy yet full of energy and vitality. As soon as they entered the campus, they heard the school announcement repeatedly urging students to check the bulletin board for their exam rooms, organized by name and rank. The bulletin board was already crowded with students looking for their exam locations. It was also clearly stated that this entrance exam was divided by academic performance. Students with better grades would be in one room, while those with lower grades would be in another. Su Wan quickly found the list for the last exam room, and sure enough, her name was right there at the bottom, making it easy to find. Hey, isn't that the Su Wan who scored in the single digits in the newspaper? She really came to take the exam. Because the previous mock exams were held in our own classroom, this time the exam rooms were assigned based on scores. So, the students were naturally curious and soon saw Su Wan's name on the last exam room list. Still the last in the ranking, that's quite brave. Many transfer students from other schools are in the first and second exam rooms. She didn't really get in through connections, did she? Once someone noticed, the surrounding classmates began to discuss while pointing at the names on the bulletin board. Su Wan noticed more and more people looking at the list for the last exam room, but said nothing. After remembering her exam room, she shouldered her green bag and walked toward the teaching building. Sun Hongxia, who had been standing right in front of the bulletin board looking at her own ranking and classroom, heard Su Wan's name in the last exam room, and she was the last in the grade. Her face was filled with mockery and pride since she was in the first exam room. Moreover, all the students ranked at the bottom were assigned to one exam room, so it would be interesting to see how Su Wan would manage to cheat. After Sun Hongxia stepped out of the crowd with her arms crossed, She saw Soo-won asking other classmates which floor her exam room was on. Her eyes scanned Soo-won from head to toe like a radar. Sure enough, Soo-won was wearing a simple blue dress with polka dots, tightly hugging her bag. It was clear that her bag contained cheat sheets, and the long dress reaching her ankles was definitely meant to cover the answers written on her legs. Even her 2 fluffy black braids could be hiding notes. Sun Hongxia immediately transformed into a self-proclaimed justice warrior and quickly walked toward the teaching building. Teacher, Soo-won might be carrying cheat sheets hidden in her dress and stationery. In front of the teaching building, there were several tables set up for students to place their bags. Besides stationery, no other items were allowed in the exam room. As students were taking their pencil cases and placing their bags on the desks before entering the teaching building, Sun Hongxia's loud voice suddenly rang out, pointing at Soo-won, who had already placed her bag on the desk and walked into the building. In the busy area in front of the teaching building, students first looked at Sun Hongxia and then turned to look at Soo-won. Even those in the corridor upstairs leaned out to see what was happening. In an instant, all the students who were about to enter the classroom stopped in their tracks.
What? She is that Soo-won.
The one who scored in the single digits? I heard she got several punishments at her old school and was expelled, which is why she transferred to ours. She looks pretty and quiet, but it seems she had several relationships at her old school and often hung out with people outside. Nearby students whispered to each other, covering their mouths, looking at Soo-won with strange, surprised, and doubtful expressions. That's how rumors spread, becoming more outrageous each time. This is also why Soo-won insisted on applying to a prestigious high school. Does she want to spend the next 4 years in college surrounded by these exaggerated and false rumors? Sun Hongxia held her head high, as if giving a speech, and loudly said to several teachers, "Teachers, Soo-won and I were classmates at the same school. I was the class monitor, and every time we had an exam, Soo-won would cheat in various ways. Please check her. No wonder she knows so much, they were classmates." If she really was caught cheating, the teachers wouldn't let her continue the exam. Hearing her classmates say this, Sun Hongxia raised her head even higher, convinced that Soo-won would definitely be disqualified from the exam. The teachers on duty in front of the teaching building had also heard about Soo-won, and with the classmates' accusation, they looked sternly at her. If it were another student, being accused of cheating in front of so many teachers and students would surely make them blush, feeling nervous and embarrassed, with immense psychological pressure. However, Soo-won's expression was calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Before the teachers could speak, she stepped forward and said confidently, "Teachers, I accept the inspection, but if there is no evidence, Sun Hongxia must apologize for her malicious slander and also accept an inspection." She had long known that someone like Sun Hongxia, who loved to show off by putting down struggling students in front of teachers and classmates, would cause some trouble at school. "What I said is the truth. How could someone who consistently ranks in the top 10 cheat like you?" Sun Hongxia said loudly, raising her eyebrows, speaking with pride and disdain, as if wanting everyone to know how well she performed. "That's not certain. Isn't cheating just to get good grades? If I, who scored in the single digits, need to be checked, shouldn't you, who always ranks in the top 10, be checked even more? After all, you have never scored higher than your desk mate. She was 9th, and you were 10th. She was 7th, and you were 8th. When Soo-won said this, it made the classmates around her laugh. It's true that they both scored in the single digits. Who would believe it was from cheating? Even random guesses would likely yield higher scores. "Soo-won, I have always ranked among the top in my grade. Even if I couldn't keep that up, I would never cheat or copy. I wouldn't want to embarrass my parents. Only someone like you, who lacks self-respect and integrity, would resort to cheating." Sun Hongxia's words struck a nerve, and she stared at Soo-won, her voice loud enough for everyone in the building to hear. More and more students gathered outside the classroom, and those inside rushed to the hallway to watch. "Teacher, I'm not afraid of being checked. I fear being insulted. Since classmate Sun Hongxia is so sure that I cheated, she should report it in front of all these teachers and students. Then why won't she agree to my proposal? Is she just fabricating facts and trying to slander me?" Soo-won stopped arguing with Sun Hongxia and turned to a teacher who seemed to have a strong presence. Compared to Sun Hongxia's accented Mandarin and fast speech, Suwon spoke clearly, with every word strong and logical. Su, if the check shows no issues, we will definitely ask Sun to apologize. To be fair, we will also check Sunday. Now, please come with us to the office for the inspection, said the director, who was over 50. Even though Suwon spoke clearly and remained calm, which didn't seem like the behavior of someone who cheats, she still leaned towards believing that good students wouldn't lie. Meanwhile, some underperforming students were particularly good at lying and denying. Sure, as long as you didn't cheat, I accept the check. Before transferring, you were punished for cheating and had to stand in front of the class to reflect. They found over 10 cheat sheets on you. I'm not slandering you. I'm just stating the facts. Hearing Suwon say this, Sun Hongxia stood tall and confident. Based on her understanding of Suwon, she knew that Suwon struggled to memorize the classical texts and poems from their first year. She was sure Suwon had used cheat sheets. After all, how could someone who stayed up so late be genuinely studying? Then she said to the head teacher, "Teacher, Suwon is really good at hiding cheat sheets. Her braids are fluffier than before, and her little white shoes should be checked too." Suwon was just casually brushing her hair while memorizing, not realizing that this was where Sun Hongxia thought she hid her cheat sheets. She said nothing and straightened her back, following the female teacher into the office. The students gathered in front of the teaching building were waiting for the result, even though the teacher told them to hurry into the classroom to prepare for the exam and not to watch. However, once they were in the classroom, they peeked out from the windows or the hallway. Sun Hongxia stood straight and asked the head teacher, "Teacher, if Suwon is found with a cheat sheet, will the school cancel her exam results?" "As long as it is found, her exam qualifications will definitely be canceled," the head teacher said seriously with his hands behind his back. Sun Hongxia was very pleased with this outcome, standing tall and waiting for the teacher's praise. She even imagined that during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday, the teacher would encourage everyone to learn from her and use her as a role model. After a while, the female teacher came out of the office with Suwon. "Director, we checked, and there are no cheat sheets on Suwon," the female teacher said to the head teacher. "No?
How could that be?"
Suwon must have hidden them well, or the teacher did not check carefully. "It's impossible, teacher. She must have written the answers on her leg or somewhere else." In Sun Hongxia's mind, Suwon would definitely cheat. She could not believe the female teacher's claim. She stepped forward, wanting to lift Suwon's skirt to check. "What are you doing, student? You can't lift a girl's skirt in public." The female teacher quickly stopped her, grabbing her hand. Blocked, Sun Hongxia, who inherited her mother's suspicion and lack of emotional intelligence, bluntly said, "Teacher, Suwon definitely cheated with a cheat sheet. How could you not find anything after checking for so long? I demand that other teachers check Suwon again, and I want to be present during the check." This statement clearly implied that she suspected the female teacher was covering for Suwon and that the long check was to help Suwon destroy evidence of cheating. The female teacher immediately frowned and said sternly, "Student, please watch your words. I have checked her pencil case, hair, skirt, and shoes, and there is nothing as you claim. You said you saw Suwon hide the cheat sheet in her pencil case, or that you saw her copying answers on her leg. If not, don't make baseless accusations." "Sun Hongxia, it's one thing for you to target me, but why are you also targeting the teacher? The teachers who can enter the inspirational high school are all outstanding individuals selected for their education, character, and values. How can you slander them without evidence?" Suwon defended the teacher. But in the stubborn eyes of Sun Hongxia, this only confirmed that the two were in cahoots and that the female teacher was intentionally protecting Suwon. Turning her head, she defiantly reported to the principal, "Teacher, Suwon is currently staying with the Hua family, and Teacher Hua is the head of our grade." During the summer, Suwon even asked. However, before she could finish, the principal interrupted her sternly, his face filled with anger. "Student Sun, are you suggesting that Principal Hua colluded with Teacher Yu to protect Suwon? Then, if you have doubts, you need to provide evidence." The principal's brown eyes bore down on Sun Hongxia with an intimidating presence. As the principal for over 20 years, he had never encountered such a disrespectful student. Sun Hongxia fell silent, but still insisted on talking about Su Wan's past cheating incidents. The more she spoke, the more it seemed she was trying to imply that Teacher Yu was covering for Su Wan, which made the other teachers very angry. The previous school is not my concern. I only oversee Inspirational High School. If you can't provide evidence, you need to apologize to Teacher Yu and Su Wan right now. The principal, losing patience, firmly interrupted Sun Hongxia, demanding proof with a sharp gaze. If you think Teacher Yu doesn't check thoroughly once you're in the office, she will check you the same way she checked Su Wan to see what else might have been missed. If you don't apologize and refuse to be checked, I cannot allow you to enter the exam room. Sun Hongxia, who always considered herself a favorite of the teachers and a model student, felt as if she had been struck hard. This reprimand, usually reserved for underperforming students, was unexpectedly directed at her, a top student in the grade. She was made to apologize to Su Wan in front of so many students and was also taken to the office for inspection, just like Su Wan. Sun Hongxia had never faced such humiliation and felt her eyes welling up with tears. Her face burned with anger as she clutched her pencil case, stubbornly standing there. The head teacher ignored her, glancing at her briefly before leaving her aside. This treatment was hard for her to accept, especially since she had always been valued by the teachers at school. She thought the teachers in the capital would be better than those in her town, but she was disappointed to find them so harsh. However, in order to participate in the exam, despite feeling furious and humiliated, she reluctantly lifted her chin and apologized to Su Wan. Then she followed Teacher Yu to the office for the inspection. Once she achieved a good score and ranked in the top 3 of her grade, she planned to take that report card and transfer to a better school, like City No. 1 High School or No. 13 High School. She wanted the teachers at Inspirational High School to realize what a talented student they had lost and regret their actions. No matter how much they tried to keep her or offered her scholarships, she wouldn't stay. Teacher Yu called in another middle-aged female teacher to accompany the inspection, her expression cold as she followed the procedure for checking Sun Hongxia, just like they did with Su Wan. "Classmate, please lift your skirt," Teacher Yu said in a businesslike manner, while the other female teacher stood by the window, expressionless, watching Sun Hongxia. This made Sun Hongxia's proud self-esteem feel utterly humiliated. She, a well-regarded student praised by her neighbors and a beloved class leader, felt like a criminal being asked to lift her skirt for inspection. Sun Hongxia resisted strongly, her eyes filled with defiance as she held her head high. "Teacher, isn't this a bit too much? You all have my report card. Considering you're a good student and a class leader, you should be more cooperative." Su Wan willingly lifted her skirt and showed me her pencil case. Teacher Yu interrupted coldly, checking her watch without any sympathy. "If you want to waste time, go ahead until the exam bell rings. You won't need to be inspected or participate in the exam. Isn't this what you requested for Su Wan?" The teacher by the window chimed in. "We're all students here. If she can be checked that way, why can't you? What makes you special? Our school treats everyone equally." Sun Hongxia's face turned red with anger. How could she compare herself to someone like Su Wan, who had no sense of shame or morals? She gripped her pencil case tightly, her defiant gaze fixed on Teacher Yu in front of her. She increasingly felt that both teachers knew Su Wan. Because of Hua Hong, everyone was protecting Su Wan, and now that she had been discovered, it felt like they were deliberately retaliating against her. Clenching her teeth, she held back her frustration and lifted her floral cotton dress. As she raised her skirt, her knees slowly became visible, revealing scars from childhood injuries. This made her eyes fill with humiliation. "Lift it higher," Teacher Yu said, looking down. When she saw that Sun Hongxia had only raised it a few centimeters above her knees, she compared her to Su Wan, who always lifted her skirt to her thighs. Sun Hongxia's eyes filled with shame and anger, but she stubbornly held her head high, pulling her skirt up to the top of her thighs with resentment. Teacher Yu and another female teacher lowered their heads to inspect her closely. Then Teacher Yu tugged at Sun Hongxia's skirt to check if she had written any notes on the lining. The harsh scrutiny felt like a burning stick against her thighs, making her face flush, while her arms felt cold. She breathed heavily, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed. "Now let down your hair," Teacher Yu said coldly after finishing her inspection. Today, her mother had styled her hair to help her focus on studying and do well on her exam. The teachers at this school had really disappointed her. She planned to tell her parents and report the teachers for their lack of ethics. Sun Hongxia's chest heaved with frustration. She could barely hold it in, but she remembered there was still half an hour until the exam. She couldn't just go back like this. She had to endure. Biting her lip, she quickly undid her hair in anger and took off her sandals, standing barefoot on the concrete floor. Finally, after the teachers finished their detailed inspection, Sun Hongxia, pushed to her limit, declared, "Once I finish this exam, I'm transferring to the best high school in the city. I will never attend the school again." With that, she put on her shoes, retied her hair, and stormed out of the office, filled with anger and pride. She knew that the competition for rankings and admission rates at the top high schools was very fierce. Missing out on a top student in the grade would be a significant loss for the school. So, she was determined to make the inspirational high school regret it. Even if the teachers came to her house to apologize and begged her to attend, she would refuse. As for the other so-called top students who transferred, she had already found out that their overall grades were only average, and they wanted to transfer to the inspirational high school to improve their foreign language skills. Truly outstanding students in all subjects would never transfer to the inspirational high school. Therefore, they were not her rivals at all. With determination burning in her reddened eyes, Sun Hongxia walked into the first exam room, found her seat, and waited for the exam to start. She held her head high and scanned the students ranked ahead of her with a proud and dismissive look. Soon, the exam bell rang, and the proctor handed out the test papers. As soon as Sun Hongxia received her paper, she eagerly began working on it. The first exam was math, and after answering a few fill-in-the-blank questions, she realized that the questions at the inspirational high school were much more difficult than those at her previous school, with tricky angles in the questions. As she continued, she struggled more and more, sweating profusely. By the time she reached the last few fill-in-the-blank questions, she found that she couldn't answer them at all. The questions were clearly beyond the syllabus. Why were the test questions at the inspirational high school so hard? Many of the question types were ones she had never encountered before. Sun Hongxia frowned, leaving the questions she couldn't answer blank and moving on. However, as the number of unanswered questions increased, she felt a wave of panic, her hand gripping the pen slick with sweat. Looking up, she saw some classmates, like her, frowning and calculating on scratch paper, while others had stopped writing and were staring at the questions in deep thought. This indicated that the test was difficult for everyone, not just her. This eased her mind a bit. Biting her finger, she continued to answer the questions seriously. In the last exam room, all the students seated were at the bottom of the grade. After finishing the questions she could answer, they either sat there in a daze or twirled their pens. Only Su Wan, sitting in the last row and ranked last, had not stopped writing since she received the test paper. Her scratch paper was filled on both sides. She looked very relaxed and calm. She usually practiced with difficult and complex math problems, and since she came from a province with a highly competitive education system, this test was just average for her. It's really hard to compare with the tests we took in high school back then. In the last exam room, there were two proctors, one at the front and one at the back. The proctor at the back noticed that only Su Wan was still writing, while the other students had already put down their pens and were doing nothing. Curious, the proctor walked over to see what Su Wan was doing, only to find out she was working on the extra questions. Halfway through the exam, she had already completed the main questions, and her steps and final answers were all correct. The proctor was very surprised. How could a student of such ability be in the last exam room? She immediately checked the name and ranking on the paper attached to the desk.
Shuwan?
Then she looked at the name on the test paper. "Are you Su Wan?" the proctor asked in disbelief. Is she really the one who scored single digits in several subjects? Yes, teacher, Suwon replied, still focused on her work. The proctor took the test paper away, and Suwon looked up to answer. The proctor continued to stare at Suwon in shock, her first thought being that someone must have taken the test for her. After carefully observing Suwon and memorizing her face, she returned the test paper and, quietly, let her continue. The mock exam had to be completed in one day, and time was tight. After a 10-minute break, they had to move on to the next test. By the time they finished, it was already 5:30 p.m. The intense mental effort left Sun Hongxia's face flushed and her expression very tired, with sweat on her hands and face that never dried. As soon as she got home, she collapsed on the sofa. Hongxia, how did you do? Can you get into the inspirational high school? Sun's mother hurriedly brought a glass of water and handed it to Sun Hongxia, asking eagerly. Even if I get in, I won't go. I want to go to Childfree number 1 high school. Although this mock test was difficult, I saw that the people in the first exam room were about the same as me. If I don't do well, then neither will the others. I'm sure I can get in. Sun Hongxia confidently finished her water and said proudly, My clever daughter is amazing. I'm so proud of you. When you get into college, I'll be the hero of the family, Sun's mother said happily, then asked, What about Suwon? Suwon is in the last exam room. She probably doesn't even understand the questions. If she gets in, it must be because the teachers helped her sneak in answers or used connections, Sun Hongxia said disdainfully, rolling her eyes. Then let's report it and make sure everyone in the military compound knows. Let's see if Director Hu's family can still show their faces here, Sun's mother said angrily, pointing out the window. Of course, Sun Hongxia replied, looking determined and filled with righteous anger. She planned to report the teachers who had protected Suwon to the Education Bureau as well. Such biased teachers did not deserve to be role models. She wouldn't spare Director Hu either. It was because of her that Suwon had faced humiliation she had never experienced in over a decade. Aside from feeling a bit tired from taking 7 exams in one day, Suwon felt very relaxed and happy after finishing them all. After each subject, she had plenty of time to review her answers, and there were no particularly controversial questions. When she returned to the Hu family, Xia Beiling and Aunt Wu had already prepared dinner and were waiting in the yard. Seeing Suwon come back with her bag, walking lightly, both of them smiled and approached her without asking how she did on the exams, or if the questions were difficult. Xiao Wan, taking so many exams at once must be tough. You must be hungry, right? Aunt Wu made your hometown salted duck, so eat plenty of dinner, Xia Beiling said warmly, her eyes filled with kindness. This is how it is at a top high school in Beijing, so don't feel too pressured. Now that the exams are over, relax a bit. Watch some TV and listen to music tonight. I see all your hard work. Xia Beiling gently patted Suwon's shoulder, full of encouragement and approval. With your dedication and effort, as long as you keep it up, you can get into college no matter which school you go to. Yes, Professor Xia is right. Getting into college is the main thing, Aunt Wu added with a smile. Thank you, Auntie and Aunt Wu. Suwon understood that they were comforting her because they were worried she might not pass. Although she was confident, she preferred to wait for the results before celebrating, so she responded gently. Noticing that Grandma Hu was not in the living room and Uncle Hua had not returned home yet, she felt a bit curious. Your Uncle Hua and Xiao Han have been busy these days with a military inspection. Your Grandma Hua was invited to visit the Su family, who are from a diplomatic background, and Cindy went along with her, Xia Beiling said, leading Suwon to the dining table. They also invited Professor Xia, but since you had your mock exams today, he didn't go. It seems he is trying to introduce someone to Xiao Han. At this moment, Aunt Wu brought 2 bowls of rice and placed them in front of Suwon, intentionally commenting to observe her reaction. Coming from a diplomatic family, your knowledge must be quite impressive, right? You and Captain Hu seem like a perfect match. Suwon's eyes lit up at the thought that if the other person were a diplomat, it would indeed be a great match. Feeling happy for Aunt Xia, she said, Auntie, your dream might come true soon. Maybe Captain who will bring back someone beautiful and cultured for the Mid-Autumn Festival. That's not true. It's just that both your Grandma Hua and Grandma Su were nurses in their youth. They haven't seen each other for years, so they're just catching up, Xie replied casually, serving Su on a duck leg. However, Suwon thought that since Aunt Wu mentioned it, their reunion must be about getting to know each other's unmarried grandchildren. She needed to check on the house since she planned to move out after the exam results were announced. With military training starting on the 25th, all the teachers began working overtime to grade the papers and quickly announced the list of transfer students right after the mock exam. The papers were distributed according to the exam rooms, with each group of teachers responsible for grading one subject. This Sun Hongxia is in the first exam room. Although this test was a bit difficult, how could she get so many wrong? The teacher grading the first exam room's papers frowned more and more as he noticed the numerous mistakes and curiously glanced at the student's name. Sun Hongxia seems to have transferred from an ordinary high school in the town. The education there can't compare to the capital's. She thinks she's doing well in her studies and is quite arrogant. After failing to report Suwon for cheating, she suspects that Teacher Yu is covering for her and even threatened to transfer to the best school in the city after the exam. This incident from the morning quickly spread across various offices. The grading teacher chuckled and shook his head. She scored only 56 in math. Let's see how strong her family connections are. Suwon? Is it a coincidence? There's another one from the last exam room who scored full marks in math and even completed the extra questions, said a young male teacher who was grading the last exam room's papers, surprised. Grading the last exam room's papers was usually easy because the students either wrote nonsense or left them blank. Suddenly coming across a paper that matched the answers, including the extra questions, the young male teacher was immediately shocked and curious to check the student's name. Is that so? This exam is so difficult. I finished grading the first exam room, and the highest score is only 91. No one got the extra questions right, said the teacher who was grading the papers, expressing disbelief. Suwon scored full marks in foreign language too. Her English essay used a wide range of vocabulary, many of which were not in the textbook, and she was in the last exam room, said another teacher responsible for grading the foreign language papers, standing up with the exam. In the last exam room, only Suwon, who usually scores in the single digits, was present. The other teachers in the office were shocked. She scored full marks in both subjects. Soon, teachers from other groups hurriedly pulled out Suwon's exam papers to grade. Physics, 100, chemistry, 100, history, 100, biology, 100. One perfect score after another left all the teachers in the office stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. They felt something must be wrong. The difficulty of this exam was unprecedented. How could anyone score full marks in every subject? Are we sure it's not a case of someone with the same name? Or is there some mistake? The group leader examined Suwon's papers closely. The rankings, names, and handwriting were all the same, showing no signs of error. Yet it felt like something was off. Scoring perfectly in every subject was rare, especially for a student who usually scores in the single digits and transferred from an ordinary high school like Sun Hongxia. What did she score in Chinese? Let me go ask in the next office. One teacher quickly ran to the neighboring office. Meanwhile, in the Chinese grading group, 2 or 3 teachers were amazed as they read Suwon's essay. The essay had a high concept, clear logic, deep arguments, and very sincere emotions, unlike what a typical high school student could write. The grading teachers were unsure how to score it, and when they looked again, they saw the name was indeed Suwon. When they heard that Suwon had full marks in all subjects, the entire office erupted in discussion. They couldn't believe she had achieved this and suspected something was amiss. I was standing right next to Suwon while she answered the questions. She wrote everything herself. I watched her for every subject, and there was no cheating, said the teacher who supervised the last exam room, speaking firmly. But whether it was really Suwon is still unclear. The implication was obvious. Could it be that one person took the exam, and when school started, another person appeared? He didn't say anything because he was worried about overthinking the matter of Sun Hongxia reporting Suwon that morning. But now that the results are out, everyone is surprised. Director Hua must have met Su-won in person, one teacher in the office said. Soon someone brought in Hua Hong, who was in a meeting. When she heard that Su-won scored full marks in 6 subjects, with only 1 point deducted from her Chinese essay, her expression was more shocked and disbelieving than all the other teachers in the office. She thought the teachers were playing a joke on her. How is this possible? Hua Hong said as she looked at Su-won's exam paper. This must be a case of someone with the same name. But then she saw the ranking on the paper, and it was indeed the very last place. Director Hua, is Su-won a double eyelid, with very fair skin, and a small dimple when she smiles? The proctor described Su-won's appearance. Yes, that's definitely Su-won, Hua Hong said, even more confused and surprised as she flipped through Su-won's exam paper. She was in the last exam room, and there was also the incident of Sun Hongxia reporting Su-won that morning. So there was absolutely no chance of cheating. These results were all her own work. Could it be that in just a few days, her learning ability improved so much? Then it's clear that Su-won achieved this on her own. Director Hua, you really should have explained this sooner, so everyone wouldn't think Su-won was doing poorly. There are still rumors outside that the Hua family is helping Su-won get in through the back door. With these results, does she still need that? Or are you hiding it because you're afraid the principal of number 1 high school will try to recruit her? The proctor, excited, slapped the table. He personally supervised the exam, so there was no way cheating could have happened. The other teachers in the office were also amazed and delighted. Most of the top students in Beiping City had been divided between number 1 high school and number 13 high school. Now, suddenly, their school had a top student who excelled in all subjects and was a potential top scorer in the college entrance exam. Who wouldn't be excited? In previous years, the top scorers in the college entrance exam came from those 2 schools. If we nurture Su-won well, the next top scorer could come from our school. Mentioning the top scorer made the teachers in the office forget their fatigue, their eyes shining with hope. That's right. When I examined Su-won, I felt that she was very polite, well-mannered, and had clear logical thinking. She truly embodies the image of an excellent student, completely unlike the rumors of her being vain and selfish with poor character. Teacher Yu said at that moment, on the contrary, that Sun something Xia is arrogant and has a strong desire to win. She reported Su-won for cheating, but I suspect she is just jealous of Su-won's good grades. Those bad rumors might have been spread by her on purpose. Since Su-won came to Beijing, she has never shown any of the negative behaviors that were mentioned before. She has always maintained a hardworking, positive, and gentle image. Besides losing 1 point on her Chinese essay, she scored full marks in all other subjects. This is definitely not something that could be achieved in just a few days of tutoring unless she was already doing very well. Hua Hong felt a bit confused and kept looking through Su-won's exam papers. After returning home, she immediately called Meng Xinhao's dormitory to ask how Su-won was doing in her studies during the tutoring sessions. Mom, didn't I tell you? Su-won is very smart. She understands many concepts quickly and works really hard. She always asks me to give her difficult questions to solve, Meng Xinhao said on the other end of the line. Hua Hong was taken aback. Meng Xinhao had indeed mentioned this before, but she didn't believe him at the time, thinking he was just being dismissive. Now, hearing him say this, she completely believed it, her expression a mix of shock and complexity. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, her grades couldn't lie, showing that Su-won had genuinely improved since coming to Beijing. She was not there just to find a partner or to climb the social ladder. Mom, why did you suddenly call to ask about this? Have you also noticed that Su-won's grades are really good, not at all like what Sun something Xia has been spreading in the courtyard? Meng Xinhao asked when Hua Hong fell silent on the phone. Were those rumors really spread by Sun Hongxia? Su-won scored almost full marks in her recent mock exam, losing only 1 point on her Chinese essay, Hua Hong replied. Did Su-won really score almost full marks? Meng Xinhao's cheerful voice almost pierced through the phone, clearly thrilled for Su-won. Mom, now do you believe me? She was just 1 point shy of a perfect score. Su-won is truly outstanding. Can you let me go back to Beijing? The school won't start for more than half a month, Meng Xinhao said with joy on his face. Then, in a slightly playful tone, he shyly added, Mom, you know. Hua Hong understood what Meng Xinhao meant. All right, then buy a ticket to come back tomorrow. Yay, Mom. You're the best. I'm packing my bags right now, Meng Xinhao exclaimed happily, jumping up high. After all the teachers at Lizhong High School worked overtime to grade papers and record scores, the transfer list was announced on the third day. Sun's mother and Sun Hongxia arrived at Lizhong High School, beaming with excitement, but after searching, they couldn't find Sun Hongxia's name. Instead, Suwon's name was at the top of the transfer list.
Cheating.
How much did the school leaders take in bribes to let Suwon, who scored so low, into Lizhong High School? Sun Hongxia searched the list carefully, and after checking all 53 names without finding hers, she angrily pointed at the list and shouted, Come look! Lizhong High School is a key school in the city, yet they openly let in a student like Suwon, who has poor behavior and grades. My child studied day and night all summer to get into Lizhong High School, only to be replaced by this shameless Suwon. Is there no justice? The school leaders are truly heartless. Those with connections can get in. How are ordinary parents like us supposed to survive? We work so hard just so our kids can attend a good school and get into a good university. It's because my husband isn't part of the Hua family that they can bully my child like this. Sun's mother was also furious, clapping her hands and shouting loudly at the crowd of students and parents gathered to check the list, attracting the attention of passers-by. She was convinced that the Hua family had used their power to replace her child's name. As more people gathered around the bulletin board, she stood on the steps, recounting Suwon's misdeeds in town and boasting about her child's excellence. My child and Suwon are in the same school, always ranking in the top 10. Suwon has bad morals, skipping classes and hanging out with the wrong crowd, looking for wealthy students to date. They must have swapped my child's grades with Suwon's. A student like her will only lead your children astray once they enroll. Now I can exchange my child's grades, and when it comes time for the college entrance exam, I can exchange your child's scores too. The parents of these students had heard of Suwon to some extent. They were very angry to hear that exam scores had been swapped and immediately started shouting, wanting to go to the office to demand an explanation from the school and even report it to the Education Bureau. When the vice principal and the head teacher heard the commotion from the office building, they quickly ran to the bulletin board to calm the parents down. This parent, you need to provide evidence when you speak. Our school has always been fair and just. There were a total of 76 transfer students taking the exam, and we only accepted the top 53. Suwon ranked first in her grade, just 1 point short of a perfect score, the vice principal said, raising a finger to the parents. There was no swapping of scores. This student is not on the transfer list. It just means she needs to work harder. Nonsense. Our Hongxia is in the top 10 of her grade. How could she not make it into the top 53? The school leaders can say whatever scores they want, but we can't see the exam papers. When Mrs. Sun heard that her precious daughter didn't even make it into the top 53, she immediately stood on her toes, spitting as she spoke to the vice principal. Suwon's scores have even been in the newspaper. How could she be just 1 point away from a perfect score? I think she only scored 1 point. If you have the ability, show us the exam papers of Suwon and my child. Sun Hongxia held her head high, looking stubborn and even a bit wronged, feeling that the high school in the capital was very unfair. Teacher, is it because I suspected that the invigilator didn't check Suwon carefully on the exam day and favor her, so they intentionally targeted me? Even if you don't accept me, I want to take my exam paper with me. She acted as if she didn't care about staying in this unfair school, believing that her scores deserved a better school, like the top high school. The head teacher had a deep impression of Sun Hongxia, knowing that this mother and daughter had limited understanding and were quite self-righteous. Sun, I must tell you seriously that our school's teachers do not favor any student. Don't use your narrow mindset to judge how our teachers operate. Even if you ranked in the top 10 at your previous school, that was at an ordinary high school in your town. Not getting accepted into our prestigious high school means you didn't meet our standards. You didn't even pass math, which does not meet our school's requirements. The reason the head teacher is that they are serious and sharp, directly pointing out issues without holding back. Then, they asked the other teachers to bring over the exam papers of Soo-won and Sun Hongxia. When Sun's mother heard the head teacher say her daughter failed math, she jumped up in anger, arguing with the head teacher. She insisted that her daughter's math score was good and that the teacher must have made a mistake or given a low score on purpose. Sun Hongxia thought the same way. Once she got her exam paper, she believed it would prove how excellent her scores were, claiming the teacher tampered with her paper. When the teacher returned with the exam papers to the bulletin board, Sun Hongxia immediately grabbed hers and started looking through it. She saw her scores: English 68, Chinese 74, Math 56, Physics 71. Other parents gathered around to look as well. She only scored 80 in history and geography, which wasn't terrible, but not impressive either. With such scores, it was normal not to get accepted. Surely you made mistakes in grading, marking the right answers wrong, Sun's mother said, seeing her daughter's name on the paper and recognizing her handwriting. She angrily pointed at the vice principal and head teacher, shouting. Her daughter had never scored so low from elementary to high school. Dear parent, I understand your feelings. Here are the correct answers. You can check to see if our teachers made any mistakes, the vice principal said, handing over Soo-won's perfect math exam paper. Just seeing the red marks on that paper was much more comforting than the red crosses on Sun Hongxia's paper, and it was neat with beautiful handwriting. It didn't look like a paper from a poor student at all. Right, I also wrote root 2 for this question just like Soo-won, some other students chimed in. As they compared the answers from both papers, several students confirmed that their answers matched Soo-won's. Some even explained how to solve the problems, further proving that Sun Hongxia's answers were wrong. Upon hearing the explanations, Sun Hongxia realized she had made mistakes. Once proud and always considering herself a top student, her face turned red and hot, filled with disbelief. Especially with the students and parents around her whispering, "Wow, how could someone in the top 10 of the grade get so many wrong?" The teaching level of this high school seems similar to our middle school, right? With these scores, she can only get into a regular high school. How could she possibly get into a prestigious one? There were whispers among the students. Those questions were easy, yet they still got them wrong. The big questions were answered all wrong. Sun Hongxia's face grew increasingly uncomfortable, as if she were being publicly shamed. The large red marks on her test paper felt like a heavy stamp on her face, leaving her feeling humiliated. She knew the test was difficult, but she never expected to do so poorly. Out of 76 students, she ranked beyond 53rd place. This was a huge to her pride, shattering her self-esteem. But if she couldn't do well, how could Soo-won possibly score full marks? She quickly closed her test paper and held up Soo-won's paper, still acting like a hero fighting against darkness. I'm in the same school as Soo-won, and she always ranks at the bottom. Even the math problems I couldn't solve, she got right. She must have had the questions leaked to her. Director, who must have shown her the answers to the practice tests long ago. Let Soo-won take the test again in front of us. She wouldn't be able to answer a single question.